Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Jujutsu Kaisen, Longing for Immortality 1. Gah! You're taking the piss? Books 25 chapters memo 83,525 words stopwatch tilde 334-minute read. Chapter 39 to 63, 1. Gah! You're taking the piss? 3,843 words. Mahito looked up. The sun had yet to fully set, painting the clouds on the horizon a bruised, sickly yellow. The streetlights hadn't clicked on yet, leaving the entire world submerged in a dim, jaundiced hollow. There were almost no pedestrians on the street, and those who were present scurried away quickly, as if desperately trying to flee. An inexplicable, skin-crawling dread was slowly seeping into the atmosphere. Then he lowered his head and looked straight forward. A cramped, claustrophobic general store sat before him. The architecture was ancient wood, the entrance an old sliding door paneled with paper screens. It looked so fragile that you felt you could wet your finger with spit and poke a hole silently through the paper. Even with the naked eye, it was obvious this narrow store was a relic of a bygone era. Mahito suspected it dated back to before World War II. Kenjaku, leading the way, couldn't help but chuckle. He laughed softly. Incredible, isn't it? But this is our destination. Make no mistake, I didn't take a wrong turn. This is the place. The true founder of the new shadow style, who has lived from the ancient era to the present day, is sitting right behind this door. Kenjaku knocked lightly. From behind the door, a sluggish, elderly voice responded. Coming. Asterisk clack, clack dot asterisk. The Japanese sliding door was slowly pulled open, revealing an old man who looked like a stiff breeze could snap him in half. Kenjaku threw his arms wide, exclaiming joyfully, long time no see, old friend. How have you been? Your old buddy has come to play. The old man slowly raised his head. He was incredibly short, not even reaching Kenjaku's chest. To see Kenjaku's face, he had to crane his neck as far back as it would go. He wore a white towel wrapped around his head, covering his grey hair, but it was tied loosely, allowing large patches of curled white hair to spill out from behind. He looked reasonably well-groomed, all things considered. But his limbs were as brittle as dead branches, utterly devoid of muscle. He was nothing but skin stretched tightly over bone. Veins mapped out his skin in stark blue, but they looked like dried-up riverbeds. As he looked up, he tried to open his eyes as wide as possible, but to Mahito, those eyes looked as murky and blind as cataracts, the whites and irises bleeding together indistinguishably. Mahito seriously suspected that if he gently shoved the old man, he'd have to immediately drop to his knees and beg him not to die. His speech carried the heavy, slurred cadence of extreme old age, his nasal tone thick, sounding as if he were speaking with a mouthful of marbles. It's you. It's me, old friend. Aren't you going to invite me in? Kenjaku lowered his arms, slipping his hands back into his wide sleeves. I would very much like to decline. The old man seemed to labor just to draw breath. Ultimately giving up, he took 2 steps back. But I cannot. How on earth did you find me? No one should know I'm here. Kenjaku confidently led Mahito into the store. Inside, it was just as claustrophobic as the exterior suggested. There was barely anywhere to step, only a few aisles narrow enough for a single person to squeeze through. The shelves were crammed against the walls, stocked mostly with basic daily necessities. Mahito casually glanced around, noting they were all cheap, outdated goods. There weren't even any modern trinkets or stickers. It was as if time itself had frozen in this room. Please wait a moment, the old man said. He moved at a glacial pace, reaching out to move a cardboard box. Kenjaku proactively stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the box out of the way to clear a tiny patch of floor space. The old man hung up a closed sign on the sliding door and shut it. Curious, Kenjaku opened the box to find layers of folded fabric. The old man shuffled over, pulled away the top layer, and revealed a stack of floor cushions beneath. He spread the cloth over the floor, and Kenjaku helpfully arranged 3 cushions on top of it. Mahito's mouth finally twitched. Seriously? The legendary founder of the new shadow style? The hidden boss plotting to conquer the Jujutsu world? Isn't this a little too pathetic? It truly was pathetic. If Mahito didn't know this was the man himself, he would have assumed they'd just walked into the home of a destitute, impoverished shopkeeper. Looking at his skeletal frame, Mahito honestly wondered if the old man even got enough to eat. The old man shot Mahito a side eye, then lowered his head to plead with Kenjaku. I can no longer use Jujutsu. Please, erect a barrier. I don't want *her*** eavesdropping on our conversation. Kenjaku's smile grew a fraction tighter. She's still watching you. Watching me like a hawk, the old man said, kneeling on his cushion and curling into a tiny, pitiful ball. I don't possess your skills. I can't shake her surveillance. I have no choice. You know my innate talent for jujutsu was never strong to begin with. The only reason I'm lingering on death's door like this is because of a binding vow. Heh. Sometimes I wonder, even if I did manage to rule the jujutsu world in this pathetic state, would I even be able to celebrate? Kenjaku glanced at Mahito beside him, offering a beaming, polite request. If you would, please. I cannot risk her detecting my cursed energy residuals right now. Don't use a standard isolation barrier, use the specific one I taught you. Mahito recalled the knowledge Kenjaku had imparted. There was indeed a highly specialized barrier Kenjaku had developed specifically for modern society. It didn't just isolate the internal and external flow of cursed energy, it completely severed electronic signals. In the original story, Kenjaku used this exact barrier frequently. Mahito snapped his fingers. An invisible ripple expanded outward from him, perfectly molding to the exact dimensions of the store's interior walls. He casually took a seat on his cushion, not formally kneeling, but sitting cross-legged in a relaxed posture. To deploy such a complex barrier without even weaving hand signs, the old man praised. You have an excellent student, Kenjaku. All right, I guarantee *10 won't hear a word of what we say now, Kenjaku said breezily. Good thing I just called you old friendly earlier instead of using your actual name. If I had, Tengen definitely would have locked onto me instantly. Too close for comfort. The current Tengen had yet to evolve into a deity. Her processing power still had a ceiling. Her surveillance network functioned much like American wiretapping, she set specific trigger words. Only when a keyword was spoken would Tengen's gaze shift to that location. As Tengen's ancient rival, Kenjaku understood her better than anyone. But Tengen will still send someone here. The barrier only guarantees she won't hear us, it doesn't mean she won't notice the anomaly. The moment you cast that barrier, the countdown began. Kenjaku, you'd best state your business quickly, the old man warned. Don't be so tense, old friend, Kenjaku smiled warmly. Look, I brought you a gift. The old man slowly shifted his gaze to Mahito. And you are? Mahito. You might not have heard that name. But I guarantee you've heard my other title, Mahito replied. The King of Curses, the old man groaned like he was in pain. The very first fully intelligent cursed spirit since the inception of the Jujutsu world. The curse possessing the unique ability to force humans to evolve into sorcerers, and sorcerers to ascend even higher. The pinnacle of human hatred for humanity. The curse currently selling immortality. Mahito smiled. Looks like I underestimated the intel network of the underground. The old man's voice suddenly grew incredibly urgent. Despite his usual glacial pace, he suddenly sounded like an eager, hot-blooded rookie who had yet to experience the real world. He urged, quickly, let me see it. Let me see the Zenin cutter. Zenin cutter? Mahito's mouth twitched. It seemed the annihilation of the Zenin clan had made a far bigger splash than he anticipated. Even this decrepit old man hiding in a dusty corner of the world had detailed intel on the battle. Gojo Satoru must be scouring the entire planet for clues right now. Thinking of this, Mahito's sense of urgency deepened. He needed to continue evolving at maximum speed. He couldn't afford to stop. Her name is Mirakuji Kirigiri. She is a Tsukumagami I cultivated with my own hands, Mahito said coldly. Her future is only just beginning. That pathetic Zenin clan was merely her debut. She is destined to become a heaven-shaking, god-slaying divine blade. Unrivaled beneath the heavens. The old man's face flooded with envy and deep admiration. Excellent. Excellent. Fantastic. That is what a true partner is. A swordsman must treat his blade with the same devotion he treats his lover. There is no relationship in this world more intimate than the one between a swordsman and his sword. A sword's name carries the blacksmith's blessing, but it is the swordsman who imbues the sword with its life's meaning. Mirakuji Kirigiri, to sever both gods and Buddhas? Excellent. A magnificent name. A magnificent sword, and a magnificent wielder. Kenjaku elbowed Mahito in the ribs, teasingly asking, well? Hard to accept at first glance, but now don't you get that feeling of, he really is the founder of the new shadow style. Even though he's so frail he can't even lift a katana, he's kept that burning passion alive for 1,000 years. It's as old as he is. The old man completely ignored Kenjaku's teasing. He scanned Mahito up and down, finally confirming that Kirigiri wasn't on Mahito's person. He immediately began to scold him. What is the meaning of this? As a swordsman, how can you leave your blade to sit idly in its scabbard somewhere else? You should carry your sword on you at all times, never letting it leave your side. To show up before me so clean-handed. This is bad form. Extremely bad form. Mahito asked. Kirigiri sustained microfractures on her blade from clashing head-on with a black flash. I had no choice but to mount her to rest, but the recovery process isn't ideal. Do you know a way to fix her? The old man looked incredibly disappointed. I am a swordsman, not a blacksmith. I cannot fix that kind of damage. If this were 1,000 years ago, I actually knew an exceptionally skilled smith. But not today. Modern people have long forgotten the pursuit of the blade. They would rather feed a gun bullets for a month than spend 10 years polishing their swordplay. Without people who use swords, the blacksmiths inevitably fade away. Mahito wanted to scream at the ceiling. Asterisk, do you even hear yourself? You're actually comparing a month of shooting practice to 10 years of grueling sword training. Asterisk. One look at Mahito's face and the old man knew exactly what he was thinking. He suddenly asked, care to test it? Mahito paused. Test what? The old man spoke softly. Just how much this old bag of bones can still accomplish. Asterisk, how much he can still accomplish, asterisk. Mahito was genuinely shocked this time. He was fully aware of the old man's existence. In the original manga, he appeared near the climax as a conspirator desiring to rule the Jujutsu world. And he was exactly as frail as he appeared now. Despite his grand proclamations of conquering society, he didn't even get a single on-screen fight before he was unceremoniously killed off. As the founder of the new Shadow style, he might have been a monster in his prime, but looking at his utterly muscle-less, skeletal frame that looked like it would shatter in a stiff breeze, Mahito didn't believe he possessed a single ounce of combat power. Mahito scrutinized the old man closely and asked, "Are you sure?" That was the signal to begin. A sudden flash erupted from the old man's body. Mahito's survival instincts violently triggered. He instinctively threw his head back. A wooden pencil materialized mere millimeters from Mahito's throat. The lead tip was so blunt it would struggle to write on paper, yet a thin line of blood silently parted across Mahito's neck. A single drop of crimson slid down his throat. The old man sluggishly withdrew the pencil, hiding it back within his sleeve. He murmured, "I've grown old. Truly old. I couldn't even hit the cat." This was a famous quote from Okita Soji, the genius swordsman of the Bakumatsu era. Near the end of his life, he had a dream where he tried to strike down a black cat, but his sword kept missing. When he woke up, he spoke those exact words, and died shortly after. The old man was using the quote in self-mockery, admitting he was past his prime and a shadow of his former self. But even as a shadow of his former self, he had managed to casually draw blood from Mahito with a blunt pencil, and Mahito hadn't been able to dodge it. Keep in mind, Mahito's current body was one he had completely optimized himself. His kinetic vision was sharp enough to track the individual frames of projection sorcery. Yet, facing a sudden attack from a frail old man, fully aware that an attack was coming, he still hadn't reacted in time. Kenjaku clapped politely. "You haven't lost your touch, old friend. With just that single strike, even if you stepped out into the world today, you'd easily rank as a grade 2 sorcerer." Mahito touched his neck, the bloody scratch vanished silently. He couldn't help but ask, "Only grade 2? I once fought a man who deeply specialized in Jujutsu and Falling Blossom emotion. He was a special grade 1 sorcerer, 2 whole ranks above grade 2. Yet his IAI slash was vastly inferior to what you just did." Before Kenjaku could explain, the old man answered without any hesitation. "You are speaking of Ogi Zenin, yes? He was a prodigy in his youth. Combining II with the Big Three family's secret technique, Falling Blossom emotion, was indeed a stroke of genius. He practically went undefeated under the heavens with that move. His auto-intercept II slash is vastly superior to mine in both raw power and speed." "But you?" Mahito prompted. "There is only one aspect where I stand above him," the old man said calmly. "Intent. My intent far surpasses his. Therefore, he falls incredibly short of me." "Intent?" Mahito pondered. The old man elaborated slowly. Jutsu is a strike devoid of evasion, devoid of defense. Simply increasing strength and speed will naturally enhance the physical destructive power of the II slash. But pursuing solely physical enhancements will never allow one to grasp the true esoteric secret of IAI, the heart of absolute, unyielding advance. There is no other path. One must press forward without hesitation. Since you sought me out, you must be aware of the core Jujutsu technique of my school. Are you referring to the simple domain? Mahito's tone had unconsciously shifted to one of respect. The old man explained smoothly. Everyone today who knows of a simple domain naturally assumes it is the trademark of the new shadow style, categorizing it merely as a barrier technique. But they do not understand the true core of the technique. Simple domain is, in reality, the outward extension of the heart. If you consulted your 1,000-year-old companion beside you, you should know why simple domain was created in the first place. It was designed to combat the endless tide of cursed spirits and curse users emerging during that era. While we were Jujutsu sorcerers, we were the ones with utterly mediocre talent. Many of us didn't even possess an innate technique. And so, I completely abandoned my mediocre Jujutsu talent and devoted my entire being to the sword. At first, I knew nothing. I merely used the most basic reinforcement sorcery to strengthen my blade. But that wasn't enough. The innate techniques of curses and curse users were too bizarre, too unpredictable for a mundane blade to reach. So, I scoured the land searching for a universal jujutsu that could shatter these absolute defenses. And I actually found one. Hollow Wicker Basket. A specialized jujutsu capable of neutralizing any domain. But my talent for jujutsu was simply too poor. Too terribly lacking. I couldn't learn it. In truth, even if I had learned it, it wouldn't have mattered. Hollow Wicker Basket is a purely defensive technique. What I needed was a technique that married absolute offense with absolute defense. Hollow Wicker Basket fundamentally failed to meet my requirements. So, I merely reverse-engineered its underlying principles and unhesitatingly discarded the technique itself. If you've studied barrier techniques, you've likely heard the saying, a barrier is the boundary of one's imagination. Mahito's mind raced, processing information at lightning speed. He instantly understood exactly what the old man had just demonstrated. He gasped in realization. The domain in a simple domain isn't the same type of domain used in domain expansion. It's an outward projection of your pure willpower. A barrier is the extension of imagination. You discarded the rigid technical structure of barrier arts, and instead used the raw foundational principle to construct a domain forged entirely from your ego as a swordsman. Because a master swordsman believes with absolute certainty that anything entering the range of his eye will be cut down before it can touch him, regardless of whether the attack is tangible or intangible. By holding absolute conviction that you can cut down anything, while simultaneously imagining yourself completely untouched by all of creation. That is how you synthesize a simple domain. An auto-intercept IAI/ sounds impressive on paper, and in terms of physical force and velocity, it absolutely exceeds yours. But at the end of the day, an auto-intercept/ is merely a specialized physical technique. Your *I jutsu is the physical manifestation of a swordsman's iron will. Holy shit, this was the literal definition of mind over matter. The conceptual weight behind this was staggeringly high. Mahito finally understood it completely. He also understood exactly how the old man had sliced his neck with a blunt pencil. In that split second, the old man had seamlessly deployed a simple domain. The pencil acted as his katana, his sleeve acted as the scabbard. In that microscopic window, within his simple domain, the old man had executed a flawless eye jutsu. The old man couldn't help but praise him. Incredible! To completely deduce the core mechanics of simple domain after hearing only a few sentences. If you are willing to train under my tutelage for 10 years, I guarantee you can elevate simple domain to the next level, transforming it into your own personalized domain expansion. Mahito exhaled softly. Now that I know the trick, killing you would be remarkably easy. As long as I stay out of your physical reach and wear down your stamina with long-range attacks, I could kill you effortlessly. Your extreme age has truly crippled you. You cannot maneuver, nor can you initiate an offensive rush. You're a stationary target. No wonder Kenjaku said you'd only rank as a grade 2 sorcerer. It also made perfect sense why, in the original manga, this old man was slaughtered by a grade 1 sorcerer off-screen without even putting up a fight. His weakness was blatantly obvious, maintain distance, and killing him was as easy as flipping a hand. The old man replied evenly. Exactly. Someone like me is hardly worth your effort to recruit. And naturally, if you demand I order my disciples not to oppose you, I cannot do that either. Even if you kill me, I cannot comply. I am just a rotting corpse with one foot in the grave. I hold no real power anymore. Mahito knew this was the old man's silent rejection. Ashiya thought Kenjaku had come to recruit him for his grand scheme, so he had laid all his cards on the table, explicitly outlining his severe limitations in the hopes Kenjaku would deem him useless and leave. In fact, in the original timeline, Kenjaku never once contacted him. Kenjaku likely knew exactly how useless the old man was in a real fight, which was why he never bothered. Furthermore, Mahito knew the old man wasn't being entirely truthful. He was definitely withholding crucial information. He hadn't bared his soul to Mahito, that was obvious. Simple Domain was his life's work, the foundation of his existence. He would never surrender all its secrets to a curse before he died. Mahito wasn't surprised by this at all, nor did he care. Kenjaku shrugged. Well, there you have it. Mahito, do you still wish to continue this negotiation? Of course I do, To Mahito, learning Simple Domain would be a nice bonus, but failing to learn it didn't matter in the slightest. Look at Ryuman Sukuna and Satoru Gojo, neither of them used Simple Domain, and did that stop them from being the strongest beings on the planet? Mahito wasn't here for Simple Domain. Quite the opposite. This decrepit old man was the single greatest Jujutsu swordsman alive in the world. To synthesize his own combat system, this old man was an absolutely indispensable resource. Naturally, he couldn't say that out loud. I am not here to learn Simple Domain, Mahito said, looking directly into the old man's cloudy eyes. I am here to learn the sword. The old man looked utterly bewildered. Not for Simple Domain, but purely to study swordsmanship? Are you serious? Of course he was serious. Mahito was absolutely certain he would awaken a domain expansion in the future. Compared to a true domain expansion customized to his soul, Simple Domain was a cheap parlor trick. So why obsess over it? I possess a sword unrivaled beneath the heavens. Therefore, to ensure this unrivaled blade reaches its absolute maximum potential, I have come to learn the way of the sword. Mahito smiled. I believe someone of your caliber understands exactly what I mean. The old man sat in stunned silence for a moment. Then, a smile crept across his wrinkled face. Finally, the ancient man threw his head back and let out a booming laugh, completely disregarding his fragile lungs. He laughed uproariously. I understand. Of course I understand. The founder of the new shadow style, Ashiya Sadatsuna, is willing to serve the Lord of Curses. The very next day, Ashiya Sadatsuna, having completely shed his frail, dying body through idle transfiguration, felt his blood pressure violently spike. Consumed by towering, absolute rage, he roared furiously at the top of his lungs. Gah! Are you taking the fucking piss out of me? You come to me without a single shred of sword fundamentals. Start over from the natural posture, damn it. Chapter 42. Tsukumo's Approach. 3,778 words. Ha. The old man trembled with rage, quite literally too furious to speak. Mahito, completely unfazed, held a bamboo sword and maintained his Shizentai the natural posture. This was a foundational stage every kendo beginner had to endure. Having relied entirely on unrefined, street-brawling instincts up until now, Mahito had finally encountered a true academic master, allowing him to genuinely step through the gates of formal swordsmanship. Kenjaku stood off to the side, thoroughly amused. He chuckled and offered a placating word, "Old friend, don't take it to heart. You can't exactly expect a child who hasn't even been alive for half a year to understand true swordplay. Isn't that why he came to sincerely seek your guidance?" Ashiya Sadatsuna had barely managed to calm down before he snapped again. It has been over 300 years since I last taught someone swordsmanship from scratch. Even the worst of those who sought me out had a solid foundation. Most were undeniable prodigies of the blade, talents that had already blossomed. And you bastard, you dragged me out here to relive my days as a basic drill instructor. Son of a bitch. It was as if a national-level academician had been told he was receiving a brilliant prodigy to mentor in cutting-edge theories, eagerly anticipating the birth of the next generation's genius by his own hand, only to be handed a total novice who didn't even know that 1 + 1 = 2. Anyone's mental state would detonate under those conditions. Ashiya let out a dark, bitter laugh, glaring at Kenjaku. And to think I almost bestowed the title of a Zenin cutter upon this bastard. Does he even deserve it? I swear on my life, the sword in his hand is nothing more than a convenient tool to him. His trump cards have absolutely nothing to do with swordsmanship. Goddamn it, let me guess. Didn't you tell me his blade is a Tsukumagami? The only reason he can draw such beautiful arcs is 99% due to some cursed technique akin to tool manipulation, isn't it? Bullseye. While perfectly maintaining his natural posture, Mahito silently praised the man. As expected of the founder of the new shadow style. At the very least, his talent for the blade was matched by a bold and meticulous mind. Innate techniques were almost always strictly one per person. Rumors of the King of Curses and his abilities had already spread like wildfire through Jujutsu society. His power to force evolution upon others had absolutely nothing to do with swordsmanship, no matter how you looked at it. Furthermore, the chaotic melee at the Zenin estate had left behind a violently tangled mess of cursed energy residuals. Compounded by Mahito mercilessly unleashing maximum, advent at the very end, the entire Zenin compound had been reduced to a flattened wasteland. Even Satoru Gojo wouldn't have been able to glean anything from the wreckage, which was exactly why Gojo hadn't even bothered entering the epicenter, choosing instead to observe the final battlefield from the perimeter of the estate. It wasn't that Gojo didn't want to investigate the site, it was that there was simply nothing left to read. Therefore, anyone looking at that battlefield, factoring in the already confirmed abilities of the King of Curses, would never even entertain the possibility that he possessed a second cursed technique. The intelligence network would naturally conclude that the King of Curses must possess transcendent swordsmanship. Who could have guessed that Mahito didn't know the first thing about swordsmanship, and that his blade skills were entirely hard-carried by his tool manipulation? The more common sense a sorcerer had, the less likely they were to guess the truth. Originally, this old man, Ashiya Sadatsuna, had proposed a bamboo sword sparring session just to gauge Mahito's baseline. But the moment Mahito gripped the bamboo hilt, the old man's face had flushed crimson, his blood pressure visibly spiking as he roared to the heavens. He recognized instantly, with zero hesitation, that Mahito was absolutely cheating. Mahito smiled brightly. "You didn't name me Zenin Cutter, instructor. You gave that name to my Kirigiri. You're misremembering." "You little sure," the old man prepared to roar again, but suddenly froze. Mahito remained perfectly still, holding the beginner's natural posture. Ashiya's sharp, hawk-like eyes began to circle Mahito, his shouting dying in his throat. Kenjaku stood nearby, watching Ashiya's darkening expression with a knowing smile, completely unsurprised. After a long silence, Ashiya Sadatsuna spoke, utterly shaken. "Your comprehension, are you a monster? Why must every kendo apprentice undergo the foundational torment of natural posture? Because it was the absolute best physical state to correct one's grip and movement mechanics. It provided the optimal leverage for kinetic force. No matter what advanced techniques one learned later, mastering the natural posture offered only absolute benefits. It was just like the horse stance in traditional martial arts, the bedrock foundation. It was the ultimate, agonizing grind of pure patience. A horse stance only grows more stable with practice, and the same applies to the natural posture. There isn't even a universal perfect standard for it, because every individual's height, weight, bone density, muscle distribution, and even resting heart rate vary by microscopic margins. Through long-term foundational training, the body naturally and instinctively corrects itself into the most optimal, personalized stance. It is an isolated, highly individual perfection. An observer can only grasp the general concept, it is physically impossible to replicate it perfectly one-to-one. This was exactly why Ashiya Sadatsuna had previously mentioned that swordsmanship requires a decade of polishing. According to martial arts texts, Tsukahara Bokuden spent his youth striking a tree with a wooden sword 6,000 times a day, every day for years. This grueling regimen not only forged his physique and technique but honed his focus and explosive power far beyond human limits, allowing him to slaughter armored opponents on the battlefield with nothing but a wooden bokken. It was the absolute zenith of physical mastery. And yet, Ashiya Sadatsuna couldn't help but ask, "How the hell are you doing this? Your grip, your skeletal alignment, even your mental focus and spiritual centering are rapidly optimizing, at a speed visible to the naked eye. When you first picked up that sword, you were a completely ignorant amateur. It hasn't even been 15 minutes, and looking at you now, it feels as though you've been practicing this exact stance for over 5 years." Mahito was genuinely startled. You can accurately estimate the exact amount of time someone has spent holding a sword. Gripping a weapon is not a biological instinct native to humanity, it is an acquired, learned behavior. Because of this, even if a total amateur and a seasoned veteran both understand the basic mechanics of a grip, their physical posture will be fundamentally different. The difference between 5 years and 10 years, 10 years and 20 years, someone who used to practice but quit, or hands that have wielded a blade for over a century. To me, it is as clear as reading the lines on my own palm, Ashiya stated flatly. All right, that was a raw flex. I'll give him that. Mahito's expression shifted into one of genuine admiration. Ashia noticed the respect, but rather than looking smug, he pressed the issue. You might think this ability of mine is impressive, but it's actually much simpler than you realize. Any swordsman worthy of a Menkyo Kaiden can do it. The real question is *U*. How are you doing this? How can 15 minutes possibly equate to 5 years of human effort? Look closer, Mahito replied, maintaining the natural posture. Ashia stopped asking and scrutinized Mahito's form. Gradually, comprehension dawned on his face, followed swiftly by profound shock. You didn't accelerate your time. You directly modified your own flesh and bone to forcibly adapt into a body perfectly suited for swinging a sword. I see. So this is what you call the evolution. If someone had told me in the past that swordsmanship could be rushed, I would have cut them down on the spot. But now, I am forced to admit the truth, human imagination truly has its limits. Even mine. Kenjaku smiled. Old friend, did you never stop to consider what an ability that forces evolution actually entails? Ashia furrowed his brow in deep thought. When the rumors of the King of Curses first hit the underground, I started paying attention. Back then, there weren't even rumors that Mahito could grant immortality. My working theory at the time was that it was some sort of ability to correct the flesh. Human bodies absolutely have inherent talent caps. If Michael Jordan wasn't nearly 2 meters tall, no matter how god-tier his game sense was, he would never have achieved his legendary status in basketball. Sorcerers are exactly the same. In fact, the Jujutsu world is infinitely crueler than basketball. Basketball at least has shorter players who make it to the top. In Jujutsu society, if you don't have the innate talent, you are nothing. The flow of cursed energy, the efficiency of technique activation, total cursed energy reserves, explosive output, all of these are heavily restricted by the physical vessel. It is not something that can be overcome just because your willpower is strong enough. As long as you understand this, and possess the ability to bioengineer the flesh, it becomes incredibly easy to force a sorcerer's capabilities to skyrocket. The same goes for turning regular humans into sorcerers. A sorcerer's anatomical structure is fundamentally, biologically different from a normal human's. But inversely, as long as you patch up those physiological differences, turning a normal human into a sorcerer is child's play. Mahito was inwardly stunned. As expected of a living fossil from Kenjaku's era. The sheer depth of his experience is on another level. This guy managed to reverse engineer 70 to 80% of Idol Transfiguration's true mechanics based on nothing but street rumors. Even Kinji Hikari, a formerly educated Tokyo High student, genuinely believed Mahito's power was simply granting evolution when they fought. Not just Hikari, even the disaster curses allied with Mahito thought the same. Kenjaku had harbored suspicions early on, but ironically, the more he interacted with Mahito, the less he doubted him. This was because, aside from physical enhancements, Mahito's Idol Transfiguration could also perfectly manipulate the mind and will. The thought imprint, a technique Mahito had never explicitly revealed to anyone, was his masterpiece. They all knew he could twist minds, but standard mind warping left glaringly obvious cursed energy residuals. Any competent sorcerer could spot them instantly. Therefore, while they knew Mahito could warp minds, they arrogantly believed they were too perceptive to ever fall for it. The secret of the thought imprint was something Mahito had never shared with a single soul, not even his closest cursed spirit allies. This meant that everyone who underwent modification via Idol Transfiguration experienced subtle, seemingly natural shifts in their psychological state, shifts that didn't appear to be the result of forced physical tampering. Even a deeply cunning schemer like Kenjaku had fallen for the misdirection. Yet this old man, entirely unaffected by any of it, had seen through to the absolute core truth of Idol Transfiguration with terrifying clarity. Mahito quietly raised his threat assessment of the man. This guy was just a nameless piece of cannon fodder casually killed off at the end of the original manga, yet is this terrifying? I absolutely cannot underestimate anyone. Mahito had first realized this during the Zenin massacre, and here was another glaring example. The original manga was simply too concentrated on the absolute highest tier god levels. Even figures legendary within the Jujutsu world were treated like roadside dogs in the canon's final war. Now that Mahito was deeply entrenched in Jujutsu society, he had to keep his ego firmly in check. Kenjaku couldn't help but applaud. Brilliant as always, old friend. Ashia Sadatsuna didn't look proud, instead, his confusion deepened. But anyone who knows their craft understands that even if the physical vessel is flawless, it only guarantees a high baseline. There are plenty of tall athletes, but only one Michael Jordan. The body dictates the floor, but to reach the ceiling, one must touch the realm of comprehension. 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration, that is the makeup of a genius. The 99% is easily obtained, but that 1% of inspiration is harder than scaling the heavens. It's not just swordsmanship, this truth governs the entire world. Some people, given the exact same starting conditions, can forge masterpieces that others couldn't replicate in a lifetime. Ishia let out a heavy sigh of bewilderment. Take material sciences, for instance. If Japan's ancient forging techniques hadn't been so lacking, and if we hadn't stolen the 100-fold steel refinement techniques from the massive empire to our west, we never would have developed the curved blade, that so-called finishing touch of a katana. Goddamn, if ancient Japan had access to modern Japanese metallurgy, to hell with the curved blade. I'd swing a straight sword down and cleave man and armor alike in a single strike. The curve is practically a structural flaw. I once saw the legendary Modao with my own eyes. The blade was straight as a pine. When you touched it, you could feel its overwhelming mass, like solid rock. That is how it earned the reputation of shattering both horse and rider. Give me a Modao, and I'd cleave all 8 heads off the Yamata no Orokai. Ryomen Sukuna wouldn't even be fit to lick my boots. After venting his frustrations, Ashia brought the topic back on track. I digressed. My point is, even if you can use your body modification ability to sculpt a physique perfectly suited for a blade, the actual instinct of swordsmanship should only come from grueling, repetitive grinding over time. Are you telling me there truly are people in this world who can grip a sword and instantly become a sword master? Mahito couldn't hold back a laugh. He dropped his natural posture and looked at the old man in disbelief. You dare look down on Ryomen Sukuna? The old man raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't he be looked down upon? I would think every true swordsman would despise him from the bottom of their souls, even if he could kill them with a single glance. Mahito suddenly thought of Atsuya Kusakabe. His iconic line, *me, fight Ryomen Sukuna? Seriously? Had defined his character. Kusakabe was a supreme pessimist who would flee without hesitation if given the chance. Yet, when truly forced to face Sukuna, knowing full well he was entirely outmatched, he still gathered every ounce of his courage, fought, and actually survived. Kusakabe didn't look down on Sukuna in the slightest. On the contrary, he knew exactly where he stood. He harbored zero arrogance toward the King of Curses, treating him with absolute, terrifying caution. Why? Mahito was genuinely baffled. Ashia Sadatsuna spoke with icy contempt. What do you mean the why? We swordsmen endure unimaginable suffering, grinding our bodies to dust, discarding everything else in our lives, all just to swing a blade that can transcend time itself. And that bastard Ryomen Sukuna doesn't have to do a damn thing. All he has to do is softly utter the word to dismantle, and he casually transcends us all. Put yourself in my shoes. Would you accept that? Would you respect him? Mahito was speechless. Isn't that just pure jealousy? And you're proud of it? Kenjaku quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Please, don't speak like that. If both the seal and Mahito prove ineffective against Satoru Gojo, resurrecting Ryomen Sukuna will be our only option to deal with him. We may very well have to collaborate with him in the future. It's best to maintain some decorum. Unexpectedly, the old man replied with absolute, unapologetic pragmatism. I'm not an idiot. You think I'd say this to Sukuna's face? I swear, if Ryomen Sukuna actually stood before me, I'd be more loyal than Hachiko. I'd make sure his mood was as bright and sunny as a summer's day. But he's not resurrected yet, is he? We're all friends here, speak freely. Hachiko. Mahito's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Great. Just great. We're all friends here, speak freely. You treat us like friends, but take a wild guess if we consider you a friend, Kenjaku laughed out loud. Since you know where the line is, old friend, I won't say more. He turned to Mahito. Ashia-san was also one of the Jujutsu sorcerers who participated in the subjugation campaign against Ryomen Sukuna 1,000 years ago. He faked his death to escape, intending to preserve his life for future revenge. But to his shock, right after that subjugation battle, the Jujutsu headquarters completely bent the knee. They actively sought peace with Sukuna, offering him tributes, practically treating him like a living god. It was then that Ashia-san swore an oath to reign supreme over Jujutsu society, a burning ambition he has nurtured to this very day. So it wasn't just jealousy. It was the blood feud of watching all his comrades die. Mahito nodded slowly. Yet Ashia spoke with a tone of heavy defeat. Kenjaku, I appreciate you trying to save face for me, but there's no need. After all these years, I've come to terms with it. It's just jealousy. My innate talent for jujutsu was garbage. To keep walking this path, I had no choice but to embrace the sword. Swordsmanship became my entire world. But that battle shattered my pride into bloody pieces. The one and only blade I devoted my life to was fundamentally inferior to a cursed technique someone was simply born with, as natural to them as breathing. How could I not despair? If I had been defeated by some other elaborate cursed technique, I might have found a reason to keep moving forward. But Sukuna's technique is literally just slashing. Decades of human blood and sweat rendered utterly meaningless compared to a fraction of a second of his innate talent. How could I not despair? Damn, the ultimate blue-collar resentment against trust fund kids. I feel that in my bones, Mahito felt a slight stir of empathy and asked, can you still deploy a simple domain? Ashia looked at him in surprise, then burst into laughter. Your intuition is truly terrifying. Mahito sighed, speaking with rare sincerity. Ashia-san, if you were to face Ryaman Sukuna head-on again, even if you only managed to scratch his skin, you would undoubtedly shatter your ceiling and transcend. Simple domain is an extension of willpower. Its core philosophy is that when there is no other choice, forge ahead. This requires an overwhelmingly dominant will. But right now, you are an old man consumed by bitterness and resentment. How can a heart filled with such venom sustain a powerful will? He had even outright admitted that if he ever faced Sukuna, he would grovel like a loyal dog. Of all the sorcerers who had mastered simple domain, which one of them would ever act so pathetically when facing certain death? Kasumi Miwa, Atsuya Kusakabe, Kokichi Muta, Yuki Tsukumo, Aoi Todo, even little Ui, none of them would yield like that. With Ashia's current mindset, even if he could physically manifest a simple domain, he would never be able to evolve it further. His martial spirit was broken. If I were still the man you met yesterday, your words wouldn't have moved me in the slightest. Back then, I was surviving by leeching the lifespans of my disciples. My frail body made simply existing an agonizing chore. I was kept alive solely by a hollow ambition, my heart was a stagnant pool of dead water. Ashia Sadatsuna looked deeply at Mahito. But now, though I am still old, I no longer have to worry about my lifespan running out. I may not be in my prime, but I can still swing a sword. Mahito's mouth twitched. Excellent. This old man is sharper than anyone. As expected of a 1,000-year-old ghost on par with Kenjaku. It seems he can not only use simple domain, but he actually intends to use it to clash with Ryaman Sukuna, Ashia spoke with sudden urgency, we've been off topic for far too long. Hurry up and tell me, how exactly did you do it? Are you saying your evolution affects not just the flesh, but your absolute mental focus as well? How is that mathematically possible? Mahito was just about to answer when someone came sprinting toward them. Mahito. We have a problem. It was Kinji Hikari. His face was grim, his steps hurried. Ashia scowled in extreme displeasure. I explicitly stated that training must take place in absolute silence. Total concentration must be maintained during instruction. Unless Satoru Gojo is actively breaching the perimeter, we are not to be disturbed. Hikari shot the old man a dark look, his voice freezing over. You're in luck. It isn't Gojo-sensei. Ashia froze. Kenjaku instantly tensed up. What happened? Yuki Tsukumo called me personally. Hikari took a deep breath. She is requesting a face-to-face meeting with Mahito. Ashia and Kenjaku shouted in unison, refuse her? Kenjaku's words were clear, but his tone was frantic. Mahito, I know your pride. You've never backed down from anyone who tracked you down and demanded a meeting. You didn't even flinch at the Zenin clan. But Yuki Tsukumo is completely different. She is a special grade jujutsu sorcerer. Unless another special grade physically stops her, she has the raw power to unilaterally wipe out the entire jujutsu world if she feels like it. You haven't even finalized your combat system yet. If you fight her now, you will absolutely die. Unless you use your multisoul fusions. But that is a trump card meant exclusively for Satoru Gojo. You absolutely cannot reveal it now. Because you cannot guarantee you can actually kill Yuki Tsukumo. If she escapes, she will leak your trump card to Satoru Gojo. Jujutsu combat is an absolute war of information. The moment your full deck is exposed, you're a dead man walking. The whole world knows Satoru Gojo's exact kit, his 6 eyes, his limitless, his infinite void. Mahito smiled faintly. Does anyone dare claim they can defeat him? Which is exactly why his death is inevitable, Kenjaku replied with deadly seriousness. He cannot maintain that absolute suppression for an entire lifetime. He will age. His luck will eventually run out. Look at us. Aren't we actively calculating his downfall right now? The unknown breeds terror, the known merely invites greed. Mahito executed a flawless sword flourish, slowly sheathing the bamboo blade at his waist as if completing an Ijutsu draw. What time? And where? Mahito asked. Chapter 41, 3. The decision to confront. 3,984 words. Ishiya Sadatsuna roared, "Are you out of your goddamn mind?" Mahito tilted his head curiously. Do you know much about Yuki Tsukumo? I know nothing about the woman herself. The moment she was designated a special grade sorcerer, all data on her was locked behind maximum security clearances, Ishiya said slowly. But I intimately know the terrifying weight the title of special grade carries. Every single one of them is a walking natural disaster. Look at the current roster, which one of them can be measured by human logic? Just as Kenjaku said, as long as another special grade doesn't intervene, any single one of them can annihilate the entire Jujutsu society on a whim. Yuki Tsukumo is absolutely no exception. And yet you know nothing of her actual abilities? Mahito asked. Ishiya was growing aggravated. Look at the kid standing right next to you. He possesses infinite cursed energy. In terms of raw explosive output, he even eclipses special grade sorcerer Yuta Okotsu. In fact, Okotsu has openly admitted more than once that if Hikari is on a roll, Hikari could beat him. So why is Yuta Okotsu a special grade, while this curse user, who can beat him on a good day, isn't? Hikari snapped, I'm not a curse user. I just got expelled. I find that a bit strange myself, Mahito noted. I've traded blows with Hikari, and I fully comprehend the sheer terror of an infinite cursed energy. I don't think he's inferior to the other special grades in the slightest. Why isn't he classified as one? Especially when he has Yuta Okotsu's personal endorsement. Ishiya looked puzzled. Wait, didn't Kenjaku ever explain this to you? Because there was no need, Kenjaku said dismissively. Stretch your perspective across 1,000 years, and you'll realize special grade sorcerers aren't actually that rare. Mahito doesn't need to burden himself with this trivia, because his ultimate trajectory will inevitably shatter the ceiling of a special grade. Take Ryaman Sukuna, for example. Do you think Sukuna needs to know what a special grade is? Kenjaku looked directly at Mahito. Special grades are born in every era. But sorcerers on the exact same plane of existence as Ryaman Sukuna. Throughout all of recorded history, there have only ever been 2. One was Sukuna himself. And the other is Satoru Gojo, Mahito finished seamlessly. Ishiya frowned deeply. Kenjaku, you failed as a teacher. Kenjaku waved a hand nonchalantly. I have my own curriculum. A mere sword swinger like you has absolutely no right to critique it. Ishiya pointed a trembling finger at Kenjaku, directing his rage at Mahito. This right here is exactly why I care so much about your survival. Goddammit. Let me tell you, Kenjaku's utter disdain for swordsmen isn't an isolated quirk, it's the industry standard. These arrogant bastards all look down on the blade. They genuinely believe that once they awaken as sorcerers, picking up a sword is beneath them, like handling filthy garbage. They think the blade is unworthy of their attention. I am going to shatter that pathetic paradigm. I will return the sword to its rightful throne. I will force the new shadow style to become the absolute pinnacle of Jujutsu society. I'm going to chop the 3 great families to pieces. I'm going to butcher the Jujutsu headquarters. Mahito was beginning to understand the old man's psychological wiring. He remembered that in the original canon, Naoya Zenin harbored the exact same prejudice. Naoya had explicitly stated that sorcerers relying on weapons were pathetic losers. Even though holding a simple dagger would objectively increase their lethality, sorcerers refused to do it, viewing reliance on physical tools as a deep humiliation. The Zenin clan's Kukuru unit was entirely composed of members lacking innate techniques, and they all carried blades. But the elite sorcerer squad, the Hei, with the sole exception of Ogi Zenin, fought entirely empty-handed. Ogi's innate technique was glaringly mediocre, which was why he devoted himself to swordsmanship to complete his combat system. If his technique had been as flashy and overwhelming as the others, he likely wouldn't have bothered with a blade either. To a Jujutsu sorcerer, relying on swordsmanship truly was viewed as a mark of shame. This old man had finally stumbled upon Mahito, a terrifying jujutsu prodigy who was actually willing to humble himself and learn the blade with absolute sincerity. Ishiya genuinely cherished this. That was why he cared more about Mahito's safety than Mahito himself did. Kenjaku chuckled mercilessly. Old friend, I usually try to preserve your fragile ego, and I've defended you in the past. But right now, I must absolutely correct you. Let's be brutally honest. Since you founded the new shadow style, plenty of dazzling talents have passed through your doors. Some were even born with innate techniques. But put your hand on your heart and tell me, did their achievements have anything to do with your new shadow style? Your new shadow style has only ever been icing on the cake. It has never once been the foundation of greatness. Over 1,000 years, the optimal path for a jujutsu sorcerer has been explicitly proven to the world. Digging deep into one's innate technique, mastering shikigami, perfecting barrier techniques, or pushing cursed energy reinforcement to the absolute limit, all of these yield far greater power than swinging a piece of metal. If I recall, the most proficient user of your new shadow style in the modern era is Atsuya Kusakabe, isn't he? He is a man devoid of an innate technique. To survive in the jujutsu world, he had no choice but to desperately cling to your new shadow style, relying on a simple domain just to stay breathing. Take a wild guess. If he had been born with an innate technique, do you think he would have ever spared your new shadow style a single glance? That was a devastating, psychological kill shot. Ishiya erupted, you son of a bitch. Mahito stepped in to mediate. Instructor Ishiya, aren't I here earnestly learning from you right now? Swordsmanship isn't entirely useless. Kenjaku delivered his follow-up strike with chilling precision. Is he actually learning swordsmanship? No. He's doing this solely to maximize the output of his Mirakuji Kirigiri. He doesn't love swordsmanship. He loves his cursed tool. If he hadn't happened to cultivate a Tsukumagami, I guarantee he wouldn't have given an old ghost like you the time of day. Ishiya Sadatsuna completely snapped. He violently whipped the bamboo sword through the air. A deafening sonic boom tore through the room, like a thunderclap detonating at ground level. Miraculously, the frail bamboo didn't shatter. A faint, glowing layer of blue cursed energy clung to the wood like a tailored suit. Kenjaku! In all the centuries I've known you, I don't think we've ever actually crossed blades. Come! Let this old man test exactly what you're made of. The old man roared furiously, his voice generating a visible shockwave that made the onlookers' eardrums throb in agony. Kenjaku immediately surrendered, tossing his hands up with zero shame. Yes, my apologies. I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted the art you hold so dear. I freely admit, the new shadow style is truly the greatest safety net for sorcerers lacking an innate technique. And I genuinely believe that if the three great families were to suddenly collapse simultaneously, your new shadow style might actually conquer the jujutsu world, just like Tokugawa Ieyasu eventually unifying the warring states. Are you calling me a cowardly turtle who just waits for everyone else to die? Ishiya was practically foaming at the mouth. I'm praising you. Tokugawa Ieyasu did win the warring states period, didn't he? Kenjaku stressed innocently. Hikari clutched his forehead, turning to Mahito. Is this your daily life? Babysitting 2,000-year-old lunatics having a meltdown. Mahito watched them with bright, entertained eyes. Isn't it fascinating? Both Kenjaku-san and Ishiya-san are immortal seniors. We should be taking notes on how they live. After all, we'll eventually end up like them. You see modern media constantly portraying immortality as some horrific curse, as if living forever is a grueling punishment of eternal suffering. But look at these veterans. Do you see even a shred of a curse affecting them? Hikari-san, you need to observe and learn. This is exactly the kind of robust mental health an immortal should possess. Is this really the time to discuss the psychological health of immortals? Hikari roared. Yuki Tsukumo is about to kick our door down. And you guys are in here doing a stand-up routine. Ishiya instantly snapped back to reality. Right, off topic again. Mahito, you absolutely cannot meet with Yuki Tsukumo. Mahito didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Kenjaku with a highly specific question. Does Yuki Tsukumo possess the capability to locate this hideout? Even Tengen couldn't find us here. Kenjaku declared with absolute confidence. Well, the current Tengen, at least. If Tengen were to evolve into a higher existence, all bets are off. Which means this location is secure for the time being. Correct. Mahito confirmed. Correct. Kenjaku stared at Mahito, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. I think I see where you're going with this. You possess instant teleportation. If a fight breaks out, you can abort and retreat here at any moment. You want to go probe her capabilities. You can teleport. Ashia stared at Mahito in shock. Kenjaku completely ignored the old swordsman, focusing entirely on warning Mahito. If you're planning to use teleportation as a safety net, you are severely underestimating a special grade. Yuki Tsukumo's data is sealed airtight. Not only do I lack her combat metrics, I don't even know what her innate technique is. That is an incredibly rare anomaly in the Jujutsu world. As long as a sorcerer fights, they inevitably reveal their technique. But Yuki Tsukumo has never been forced to reveal hers. Do you understand what that implies? It means that aside from taking extreme measures to protect her intel, she is so overwhelmingly proficient in standard, universal Jujutsu applications that she can slaughter the world without ever needing her innate technique. And among universal Jujutsu applications, the absolute most devastating are barrier techniques. And barrier techniques are the foundational prerequisite for domain expansion. Mahito perfectly understood the lethal weight of Kenjaku's warning. Not every special grade could manifest a domain expansion. For instance, the deceased Suguru Geto, whose body Kenjaku currently hijacked, could not. Geto's ultimate attack was a maximum technique. But Yuki Tsukumo almost certainly could. For a Jujutsu sorcerer, the ability to cast a domain expansion was a binary threshold of absolute dominance. A sorcerer with a domain instinctively suppressed one without. In fact, unless the victim had a highly specific countermeasure, the domain caster could vaporize them the moment they made eye contact. Kenjaku spoke slowly, heavily. If you had already mastered simple domain, I naturally wouldn't stop you. I'd even encourage you to go test Yuki Tsukumo's weight. But you haven't. Going to see her right now is practically suicide. The moment she lays eyes on you, she could instantly trap you in a domain expansion. I have no idea what her domain does, but whatever it is, Mahito, I do not believe you would survive it. Mahito smiled. He pointed a finger at Kenjaku and looked at Ashia. And this is exactly why studying the blade pays off. Ashia blinked blankly, staring at Kenjaku in total confusion. Kenjaku, however, understood immediately. He frowned. Mahito, I assumed you knew the difference between bravery and suicidal arrogance. Did you really think I'd walk into Yuki Tsukumo's line of sight just as I am now? Mahito smiled gently. Kenjaku rubbed his chin, a rare look of uncertainty crossing his face. What exactly are you getting at? I'll lay it out plainly, Mahito said, his tone cooling. I have never been afraid of Yuki Tsukumo, even if you insist she has the power to erase Jujutsu society on her own. What terrifies me is the entity asterisk behind asterisk her. How on earth did she get Hikari's phone number? He directed the question to Hikari. Hikari thought for a second. Could Mai Mai have sold us out? If Mai Mai ever dares to show her face in front of me again, she's dead. Mahito shook his head. Mai Mai knows exactly how dangerous I am better than anyone. She's definitely figured out pieces of my actual technique. When I made that deal with her, I honestly just wanted to test her integrity. Unfortunately, she failed the test. Perhaps it was because my hand touched UI, and she felt her property was threatened. Mahito shrugged. I don't know the exact trigger, but the only absolute certainty is that she isn't even in Japan anymore. Hikari's eyes went wide with realization. She bolted. I remember her saying she has safe houses and assets all over the globe. She could literally be anywhere on Earth right now, except Japan. Because she broke her word. Even though there wasn't a formal or binding vow in place, she knows she couldn't survive your personal retaliation, Mahito. She's definitely gone to ground. And while she's hiding, she wouldn't dare contact anyone in Jujutsu society to avoid leaving a trail. She didn't leak my number. Hikari wasn't just throwing out wild guesses, this was exactly who Mai Mai was. In the original canon, her behavior was identical. The moment Ryaman Sukuna's resurrection was confirmed and Satoru Gojo was sealed, her first instinct wasn't to unite with her comrades and fight the ultimate evil. Instead, she grabbed UI and immediately fled the country, relocating to America to watch the apocalypse safely from the bleachers. Sukuna was obviously more terrifying than Mahito, and Satoru Gojo was still currently active in Japan. But Sukuna wasn't actively hunting Mai Mai, and Gojo couldn't act as her 24/7 bodyguard. Being casually threatened by a disaster was entirely different from being specifically targeted by one. Given her hyper-pragmatic nature, Mai Mai would never just sit in Japan waiting to be assassinated. After connecting the dots, Hikari's face drained of color. If it wasn't her, then literally no one else knows the connection between you and me. Which means? Tengen made a move. No, not Tengen, Kenjaku immediately denied. I know how Tengen operates. Unless her immediate safety is compromised, she absolutely ignores the surface world. We lack the power to assault her tombs, and my identity remains completely concealed. Tengen would never proactively intervene. Hikari looked completely lost. Then who? Mahito uttered a single name, Satoru Gojo. A chill seized the room. Kenjaku's expression darkened into an abyssal scowl. Where was the leak? Given Gojo's arrogant personality, he should still be firmly in the phase of looking down on us, even after we eradicated the Zenin clan. Who the hell was it? Could it be Kokichi Muta? No, we have an ironclad binding vow with him. He physically cannot. If it were truly Satoru Gojo pulling the strings, he would have called Hikari himself. I am choosing to believe this is nothing more than a highly unfortunate coincidence, Mahito exhaled slowly. But I can't be certain, which is precisely why I must go meet her. I know the risks, but it is infinitely better than having Satoru Gojo suddenly kick down our front door. We are absolutely not ready to wage war against Gojo yet, are we? Understanding dawned on Kenjaku. I see. So this is what you mean by forge ahead. Ashiya interrupted, completely lost. Wait, when did we start talking about forging ahead? Kenjaku shot him a withering look and smiled thinly. It's your own philosophy, old man, and yet you completely failed to grasp his intent. Ashiya's mouth twitched, and the bamboo sword in his hand began to hum with a violent aura of cursed energy once more. When there is no other choice, forge ahead. That is the domain of the weak, Mahito said softly. Swordsmanship was never purely a manual for killing. It is an overarching philosophy of survival. Miyamoto Musashi wrote the Book of Five Rings Star. It is a manual on swordsmanship, yes, but it is also a text on military strategy and a philosophy for navigating reality. That is the true essence of the blade. Ashiya-san may never have authored such a text, but every single one of his actions bleeds that exact philosophy. Ashiya was dumbfounded. They do. Why do you harbor such intense hatred for the current Jujutsu headquarters, Ashiya-san? Mahito asked. Because they are unworthy of their positions. Ashiya spat, his face twisting in disgust. I thought you would say it was because of your own grand ambitions, Mahito smiled. Ashiya paused for a few seconds before answering, his tone complicated. I have never hidden my ambitions. In fact, I practically preached them to every disciple under my roof. I even forced every single student who learned simple domain from me into a binding vow. When the time comes, they must fight for me unconditionally. Though, of course, I would never invoke that vow lightly. In truth, even up to his death in the original canon, Ashiya had never once invoked that vow. He had established it for absolutely nothing. Mahito waved his hand dismissively. Did you think I was complimenting you, Ashiya-san? To stay hidden, you confine yourself to a claustrophobic junk shop. You eat rotting scraps left behind by others, drink stagnant water, wear a stained old apron, and let your skin wrinkle so deeply it could crush a fly. You are an immortal, yet you are too terrified to siphon enough lifespan from your disciples to sustain yourself properly. You've let your physical strength regress so severely you can barely lift a real blade. You've reduced yourself to this pathetic state solely to survive. Tengen looks down on you, viewing you as entirely harmless. Tengen knows that whenever the time finally comes, she can just dispatch a random grade 1 sorcerer to effortlessly put you down. Living a lifetime of agony, waiting for an opportune moment that may never arrive, it is so suffocatingly pathetic I cannot even fathom how you've endured it. Mahito was spitting nothing but hard facts based on the old man's canonical fate. In the original timeline, Tengen casually sent a grade 1 sorcerer to kill him, after which his closely guarded simple domain immediately leaked to the public and became a common technique, despite being explicitly labeled a secret, single inheritance art beforehand. Incidentally, the grade 1 sorcerer who assassinated him was none other than Mai, the very woman currently fleeing the country. With Mahito's current power level, he could kill Mai with one hand tied behind his back. Let's see her try to assassinate someone on his watch. Ashiya stood frozen in stunned silence. But despite all of this, Ashiya-san never surrendered. Mahito breathed out, his tone shifting into one of deep respect. You didn't just give up and rot. You meticulously calculated the difference in military force between yourself and your enemies. You objectively realized that even if you fought like a rabid dog, victory was statistically impossible. So, you chose to swallow your pride and hibernate. You went to such extreme lengths to broadcast your own harmlessness that absolutely no one looking at you would ever suspect you still harbored world-conquering ambitions. Mahito sighed softly, gently running his fingers over the hilt of the bamboo sword. Is that not the absolute essence of *I Jutsu*? You don't care about your own life in the slightest. The only thing you care about is your ultimate goal, to reign supreme over Jujutsu society. These two concepts seem aligned, but there is a massive difference. Your ambition to reign overrides your desire for immortality. If the perfect strike presents itself, you won't hesitate for a microsecond to overthrow the headquarters. To observe your blade is to understand your soul. Ashiya was initially shocked, but a deep, overwhelming sense of gratification soon washed over his face. You have already earned the right to be called a swordmaster. You flatter me. I'm just cheating, Mahito smiled. This wasn't false modesty, Mahito literally was cheating. To observe the blade is to understand the man was the hallmark skill of a master swordsman. But Mahito was different. He had read the original manga. He was reverse engineering the old man's psychology based on his canonical death. Of course his insight was flawlessly accurate. Before his death in the canon, Ashiya's exact endgame was explicitly laid out by Mai. He aggressively expanded his disciple network and shackled each one with devastating binding vows. These vows demanded that they die for the new shadow style in its critical hour, forfeit their lifespans to him, and absolutely never leak the secrets of the simple domain. He literally held the lives of every new shadow style disciple in the palm of his hand, yet he forced himself to live in squalor. Even when invoking the vows to steal lifespan to survive, he was incredibly frugal, taking only the bare minimum required to stave off death. His one fatal error was entrusting his safety to Tengen. Knowing full well he was under Tengen surveillance, he chose to live alone. When Tengen finally decided to eliminate him, killing him was barely harder than stepping on a civilian. Mahito was absolutely not going to repeat that mistake. The logic remains the same here, Mahito stated with heavy finality. I know meeting Yuki Tsukumo is incredibly dangerous. But is it more dangerous than Satoru Gojo suddenly ambushing us? We absolutely must uncover how Yuki obtained our intel. We have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. We have no other choice . Because if they didn't isolate Yuki's intelligence source, the invisible knife would permanently remain at their throats. It was the exact same mistake Ashiya made by leaving his fate in Tengen's hands. Naturally, the absolute best-case scenario was that this was all just a spectacularly lucky coincidence, meaning Mahito only had to deal with Yuki Tsukumo alone. That would be infinitely easier to manage. Since we have no other choice. Mahito scanned the room, locking eyes with everyone present. He took a deep breath. Then we must forge ahead. This was the absolute core doctrine of the new shadow style, when there is no other choice, forge ahead, The entire room fell utterly silent. Breaking the silence, Mahito turned back to Kenjaku. You said earlier that if I had already mastered simple domain, you wouldn't stop me. In fact, you'd encourage me to go clash with her. Kenjaku snapped back to reality and nodded slowly. Your baseline combat specs have already broken into the special grade tier. Raw output, survivability, kinetic mobility, you have it all. If neither of you deploys a domain expansion, I am completely confident Yuki Tsukumo cannot easily put you down, regardless of what her innate technique turns out to be. Under those specific conditions, I would feel secure letting you engage her. Then it's settled, Mahito said. What is? Kenjaku asked, momentarily lost. I am saying that before I meet Yuki Tsukumo, I am going to master simple domain, Mahito smiled. This time, no one accused him of arrogance. Not even Ashiya Sadatsuna. Simple domain was an extension of pure willpower. Mahito's current situation was the absolute perfect crucible to forge that will, because if he didn't learn it, he would be slaughtered. Under the absolute pressure of having no other choice, his resolve to forge ahead would burn brighter than a dying star. At this point, no one in the room doubted Mahito's ability to learn simple domain. The only variable left was whether Ashiya was actually willing to teach it with his entire soul. After a long, pregnant silence, Ashiya Sadatsuna spoke up. May I see your Mirakuji Kirigiri? Mahito's smile widened. Is that the price for your absolute, undivided instruction in the simple domain? Ashiya let out a booming laugh. It is. Chapter 42, 4. The Secret of the Simple Domain. 3,147 words. If one were to rank the special grade Jujutsu sorcerers among themselves, Satoru Gojo is undeniably number one. But who is second? Yuta Okotsu. Yuki Tsukumo is the weakest of the 3 currently active special grades. It isn't that she lacks strength, it's simply that the 2 above her are far too monstrous. Gojo's 6 eyes combined with the Limitless makes him invincible, and Okotsu's ability to unconditionally copy innate techniques is so broken it defies description. Compared to them, Yuki Tsukumo, who theoretically possesses enough striking power to sink the entire Japanese archipelago with a single punch, somehow seems entirely ordinary. If Mahito backed down from confronting Yuki Tsukumo now, what would he do when he inevitably faced Yuta Okotsu? Or Satoru Gojo? Keep retreating? Where would there be left to run? Naturally, Mahito wasn't planning to meet Yuki Tsukumo brainlessly. He only dared to do so because he possessed a certain degree of confidence in victory. Don't forget, Mahito already possessed the biological template of a special grade sorcerer, Kinji Hikari. And he had perfectly digested that template. When he first unleashed *maximum, Advent *, his cursed energy breath attack could only gouge out a crater a few dozen meters wide. But during the Zenin clan massacre when he assumed his draconic form, a single breath excavated an abyssal chasm 2 kilometers in diameter with a destructive shockwave spanning 10 kilometers. He had genuinely grown stronger, and at an exponential rate. If it weren't for the looming threat of domain expansion, Mahito was 100% certain Yuki Tsukumo wouldn't even be a match for him. Even if she could sink Japan with a punch, she was still fundamentally a squishy. Yes, she was squishy. Although her cursed technique allowed her to throw punches with the apocalyptic mass of a falling meteorite, the technique did not actually alter her body's base density. Her physical vessel was still functionally human. If she took damage, she had to rely on reverse cursed technique to regenerate, just like any other fragile human. She was the ultimate glass cannon. It was just that this particular cannon possessed an outrageously overpowered caliber. There was one more critical flaw: she couldn't fly. Unable to fly, and possessing a squishy human body, Mahito had plenty of ways to dismantle her. Unless Yuki Tsukumo lost her mind and initiated a massive self-destruct, compressing the earth into a 2-centimeter glass marble, she simply had no counter against him. Of course, that was assuming a clash of pure cursed techniques. But aside from her innate technique, Yuki possessed the ultimate trump card, domain expansion. Facing her base abilities was no issue for Mahito, but facing a Yuki Tsukumo deploying a domain expansion, that was immensely stressful. Therefore, when Ashiya Sadatsuna offered to teach him simple domain with his entire soul, on the sole condition of viewing the Mirakuji Kirigiri, Mahito couldn't refuse. Nor should he have. It was the pure, unadulterated adoration of a swordmaster for a peerless blade, humbly asking only to look. How could he deny that? Mahito had previously told Ashiya that he had no interest in simple domain, but plans had obviously changed. Right now, he needed simple domain. Desperately. As for the multi-soul fusions Kenjaku mentioned, Mahito never intended to use them against Yuki Tsukumo in the first place. He and Kenjaku were in complete agreement on this: unless he was facing Satoru Gojo, those fusions would absolutely remain hidden. Mahito drew out the Mirakuji Kirigiri that Ashiya had been obsessing over. The ancient swordsman gently caressed the scabbard, sighing in profound awe. What a magnificent blade! Kenjaku shot him a flat look. Old friend, he hasn't even drawn it from the sheath yet. Why would he need to draw it? Ashiya's tone was heavy with sorrow. I can feel the blade's emotions. She is ashamed and grieving because she can no longer keep pace with her master's footsteps. She is riddled with scars, yet her spirit refuses to yield. She yearns to stay by her master's side until the end of time. Kinji Hikari, who had been staring at his phone trying to figure out how to reply to Yuki Tsukumo, overheard this. He stretched his neck, utterly bewildered, to squint at the still-sheathed straight sword. Is it really that mystical? I thought you were just reciting poetry. Mahito smiled. He held the Kirigiri horizontally and slowly, inch by inch, drew it from its scabbard. In an instant, it was as if a sliver of silver moonlight had bloomed from the sheath, cold, arrogant, and pristine. A soft, crystalline chime of metal rang out, and a flash of light pierced everyone's vision. Instinctively, they all clamped their eyes shut, feeling as though an invisible edge was hovering millimeters from their pupils, threatening to slice straight into their brains. Ashiya Sadatsuna roared in praise. Excellent! Exquisite! Peerless! Truly a blade unmatched under the heavens. I see the fractures along the steel, yet there is not a single ounce of cowardice. She is like a mortally wounded samurai, scanning the myriad things of creation with the eyes of a falcon. This is no illusion. This sword absolutely possesses the power to cleave through the ages. She can pierce the mortal realm, sever the 3,000 crows of dawn, and dictate life and death. She is truly a blade that slaughters gods and Buddhas alike. Hikari leaned toward Kenjaku. This old man has completely lost his mind. Kenjaku nodded in deep agreement. He endured in silence for 1,000 years, and now he has finally snapped. Indeed. Although the Mirakuji Kirigiri was a cursed tool base provided by Kenjaku, which Mahito had nurtured into a Tsukumagami *, Kenjaku genuinely didn't think it was that big of a deal. His perspective aligned with Hikari's. The Kirigiri was an excellent weapon, but it was just a weapon, a transitional tool meant to be discarded when something better came along. If that weren't the case, Kenjaku wouldn't have casually told Mahito to just switch to a new sword when the Kirigiri was heavily damaged without batting an eye. Ashia glared at Hikari and Kenjaku from the corner of his eye, not bothering to argue with them. Mahito, I understand your intention now. You wish to perfectly integrate swordsmanship into your combat system. Mahito slowly sheathed the Kirigiri, plunging the moonlight-like blade back into darkness. Ashia looked visibly heartbroken but understood this was the optimal way to preserve a heavily damaged weapon. Until a blacksmith capable of repairing the Kirigiri could be found, it was best to keep the blade sheathed and mounted. Exactly. You are the strongest swordsman-sorcerer in the world. I am certain you can provide the answers I seek, Mahito said. Ashia's chest puffed with pride. You certainly asked the right man. He placed his hands behind his back, looking up at the ceiling with a profound, lonely melancholy. He sighed. Mahito, your comprehension eclipses mine. You understood the principle of observing the blade to understand the man, and observing the man to understand the blade far earlier than I did. You are unlike these other sorcerers. Just as Kenjaku said, if they weren't desperate and out of options, who among them would willingly step through my doors? But they are all fools. The new shadow style is an ocean that accepts all rivers. No matter what innate technique one possesses, it can be seamlessly integrated into the new shadow style without the slightest friction. Kenjaku chuckled. I'm still standing right here, old friend. I'd say the exact same thing even if Tengen were standing here, Ashia declared arrogantly. And what about Ryomen Sukuna? Kenjaku asked, genuinely curious. Ryomen Sukuna? Ashia's tone grew extraordinarily complicated. Even though Sukuna destroyed my entire life, trampled my pride into the dirt, ground it to dust, and completely humiliated me without ever sparing me a second glance. I have no choice but to admit that it is solely because of his existence that I am absolutely convinced swordsmanship can reign supreme over the Jujutsu world. He is my ultimate guiding star. Hikari sighed, turning to Mahito. Can you just tell me how to reply to Yuki Tsukumo? I don't want to babysit this lunatic anymore. Mahito, listen closely. What I am about to tell you is a truth I have never revealed to another living soul. From this story, you will learn the absolute core of our school, the simple domain. Ashia spoke slowly, treating Kenjaku and Hikari like empty air. Today, most sorcerers only hunt for traces of Ryomen Sukuna through myth and legend, grasping only a fraction of his true capabilities. What they don't know is that Ryomen Sukuna was actually a peerless grandmaster of the blade. His swordsmanship wasn't performed by holding a physical katana, it was his innate technique. His slashing technique comes in two forms. One is the standard slashing attack, dismantle. But very few know of his second slash, cleave. Ashia turned back to Mahito, his expression grim. Ryomen Sukuna's cleaves inflicts a direct slash upon the target, actively ignoring all of their properties to deliver a guaranteed one-hit kill. This is a technique that violently defies the fundamental logic of Jujutsu, because all cursed techniques have limits and thresholds based on cursed energy output. Yet Sukuna's cleave outright ignores those variables for lethal execution. It is a terrifying slash. And what's even more terrifying is that no one could figure out how it worked. I pondered it for centuries and couldn't grasp it. It wasn't until I managed to manifest my simple domain during a life-or-death battle that I finally understood. Mahito raised an eyebrow. I thought the prototype for simple domain was the hollow wicker basket. Monkeys are the ancestors of humans, but go out on the street and ask a random person who among them would admit they're a monkey. The old man let out a smug laugh. Hollow wicker basket can indeed be considered the primitive blueprint of simple domain, but it isn't the whole picture. The true potential of my simple domain is utterly unfathomable, even to those who have already learned it. A light flickered in Mahito's eyes. An extension of willpower. Ashia sighed in admiration. I see you are already beginning to understand. Ashia sighed again. I spent centuries failing to comprehend it, but the very moment my simple domain flared to life in battle, I instantly realized exactly why Ryomen Sukuna could use cleave. Willpower. I used to feverishly study Sukuna because I possessed the sheer will to kill him. But the more I understood him, the more I was forced to admire the terrifying will housed within his flesh. The more I admired it, the more I feared it, and the more I realized the insurmountable chasm between us. The old man turned to Mahito, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade, his voice dropping to a freezing temperature. Ryomen Sukuna views everything under the heavens as his personal dining hall. All living beings are his ingredients. His slashing techniques are literally the knife skills of a master chef. When I first saw him consume human flesh, I thought it was merely an expression of cruelty. But later, I realized humanity was literally just an item on his menu. He dissects human bodies with the exact same mindset a chef uses to butcher livestock. He doesn't eat humans for shock value. He isn't trying to be cruel. He genuinely loves the taste. He authentically considers human beings his staple food. Ryomen Sukuna possesses the only open barrier domain expansion in existence. Before witnessing it, I could not have fathomed anyone manifesting a domain without enclosing it. But after glimpsing the core philosophy driving his soul, I instantly understood why his domain was open. Barrier techniques are an extension of imagination. The domain expansion, which uses a barrier as its foundation, is exactly the same. It is incredibly difficult for the human mind to conceptualize a barrier without walls. Expanding one's internal domain into the physical world without an outer shell is theoretically impossible, because doing so requires an ego so grotesquely twisted, so astronomically arrogant, that the user genuinely views the entire world as their personal property. Do you understand now? Ryomen Sukuna's willpower violently subjugates the entire world. If he possessed enough cursed energy, I have absolutely zero doubt his domain expansion could cover the entire Earth, a planet with a diameter of 12,742 kilometers. Hikari was completely engrossed. He muttered to himself, I finally understand why all you ancient relics care so deeply about Ryomen Sukuna, going so far as to make him the ultimate contingency plan against Gojo-sensei. Humans truly can't comprehend existence beyond their own imagination. Before this, I always wondered how Sukuna dared to punch above his weight class by challenging Gojo-sensei. Now, I get it. Sukuna's true terror goes far beyond the fraction I just described, the old man sighed, then continued. Back to the main topic. As I said, my simple domain is heavily influenced by Sukuna's open barrier domain. It taps into the absolute deepest core of a person's willpower, fusing that will with their cursed energy, and projecting it outward. When a swordsman deploys a simple domain, they inevitably assume the Jujutsu stance. Their entire consciousness is utterly immersed within the maximum lethal range of their Iai draw. Within that specific radius, the swordsman is as peerless as Ryomen Sukuna himself. Mahito thought of Kasumi Miwa using simple domain. She would close her eyes, drop into her Iai stance, and a circular aura of cursed energy would manifest beneath her feet, expanding to a precise radius of 2.25 meters. Within that distance, she could supposedly intercept even a shift in the air current. This was the most traditional application of simple domain. During her internal monologue when casting it, Miwa explicitly stated that within that range, she could cut down anything. Of course, reality proved she absolutely couldn't. Yuji Itadori casually bypassed her, and Moki Zenin shattered her stance by throwing a weapon from outside the range, a textbook case of getting violently humbled. But that very failure illuminated the core mechanism of simple domain, absolute self-confidence, verging on pure arrogance. That was the extension of willpower. Kenjaku nodded. Old friend, you've just given away your ultimate, most closely guarded secret. By telling this story, any competent sorcerer could manifest a simple domain based purely on your concepts. Because extending willpower was never the exclusive monopoly of swordsmen, Jujutsu sorcerers can do it too. The old man sneered at Kenjaku. Spoken like a man who truly understands nothing. Your ignorance makes me laugh. Kenjaku chuckled and turned to Mahito. Mahito, this old friend of mine is useless now. I've already conceptualized a version of simple domain far better suited for you. I guarantee you won't need to learn a single drop of swordsmanship to use it. You son of a bee. Ishia exploded. No, Kenjaku, you're the one missing the point. I understand exactly what instructor Ishia means, Mahito said thoughtfully. Kenjaku raised an eyebrow. Oh. Ishia looked at Mahito with intense expectation. Mahito gently ran his fingers along the kirigiri's hilt. While we are discussing simple domain, the actual focal point is one's own willpower. It is a mechanism to codify and project the ego. The Jujutsu stance isn't strictly mandatory, but by physically assuming the posture of an absolute, lethal draw, a swordsman can perfectly focus their mental imagery to deploy the domain. For a normal person, grasping that is enough. That is exactly why instructor Kenjaku claims swordsmanship isn't the focal point. But the exact opposite is true. Swordsmanship is the focal point. Because the ultimate blueprint that Simple Domain is trying to mimic is Ryomen Sukuna's slashing technique. The conceptual link between slashing techniques and physical swordsmanship is incredibly strong. In other words, physical swordsmanship genuinely has the potential to replicate the effects of an innate cursed technique. Once you understand that, you realize what the ultimate, perfect manifestation of Simple Domain actually is. Domain expansion, Malevolent Shrine. Everyone in the room let out a collective gasp of shock. Malevolent Shrine was the legendary open barrier domain expansion of Ryomen Sukuna, unleashing a relentless, omnidirectional barrage of slashes within a 200-meter radius. Initially, Mahito hadn't fully grasped the old man's meaning either. But the moment his fingers brushed the kirigiri, he immediately decoded Ashiya's profound ambition. After all, wasn't the chi-cleaving liner generated by the kirigiri just a lesser imitation? Mahito had specifically designed that attribute for the kirigiri precisely because, in the original manga, a slashing technique successfully bypassed the limitless. But while Mahito was satisfied with just a line, Ashiya Sadatsuna's ambition was terrifyingly grand. He actually wanted to use a simple domain, forged entirely from pure swordsmanship, to artificially manifest a second malevolent shrine. Calling that limitless potentials was an understatement. That was Ryomen Sukuna's domain expansion, the absolute pinnacle ceiling of the entire Jujutsu Kaisen power system. Ashiya Sadatsuna applauded vigorously. Brilliant, Mahito! You have completely and flawlessly penetrated the absolute truth of the simple domain. I hide many things from my disciples, but there is one thing I have never hidden, my constant preaching about the domain of the weak. Only by deeply suffering the agonizing helplessness of the weak can one furiously claw their way to the top. Only then can one truly embody the mantra, when there is no other choice, forge ahead. My simple domain is nothing but a pathetic, inferior imitation of Malevolent Shrine. But precisely because it is a blank slate imitation, its potential is infinite. Who said you only have to fill it with swordsmanship? You can imprint any cursed technique onto it. Any of them. This time, even Kenjaku was visibly shaken. He unconsciously muttered, "Old friend. I never imagined you." Ashiya spoke with absolute arrogance. "Kenjaku, you've called me your old friend for centuries, but this is the first time you've actually meant it." Kenjaku quickly recovered, chuckling as usual. "All right, old friend, I concede. I admit I looked down on you before. You know how we traditional sorcerers view swordsmanship. You can't blame me. But hearing the true potential of simple domain for the first time, I have to admit, I'm genuinely shocked. I suppose every immortal fossil who manages to survive this long has a terrifying trick up their sleeve. Who were the immortal fossils currently alive? Kenjaku himself, Master Tengen, and Ashiya Sadatsuna. Kenjaku's compliment was utterly sincere, even if it was phrased offensively. Ashiya glared at him, preparing to hurl a string of curses. Suddenly, a phone rang, drawing everyone's attention to Kinji Hikari. Hikari held up the screen. "Yuki Tsukumo is getting impatient. I didn't reach out, so she's calling me again." He looked at Mahito. "What's the play, Mahito? Isn't she looking for me?" Mahito held out his hand for the phone. "I'll speak to her myself." Chapter 43, 5. Coincidence. 2,932 words. Yuki Tsukumo frowned deeply, staring at the dilapidated junk shop in front of her. She pulled out her phone, dialed a number, and listened in silence for a few seconds. Before the person on the other end could even greet her, she spoke urgently, "We're one step too late." After a moment, a voice echoed from the speaker, "Does this mean the King of Curses master truly was Ashiya Sadatsuna?" Yuki replied coldly, "This is your failure. I have been monitoring all millennial sorcerers residing in Japan. Ashiya Sadatsuna was merely one of them. He wasn't even the strongest. On the contrary, he was incredibly docile. He was the only millennial sorcerer who voluntarily exposed his entire daily life to me to prove his harmlessness. I was absolutely certain his only goal was to simply stay alive. As long as Jujutsu society didn't implode, he would never make a move," the voice explained slowly. "Well, things have imploded," Yuki sighed. The King of Curses emerged from nowhere, and his debut battle was the complete eradication of the Zenin clan. Indeed, the voice replied softly. Which is why I immediately instructed you to seek him out. Yuki snapped in frustration. But it was still too late. The very second a highly intelligent special-grade cursed spirit surfaced, you should have instantly cross-referenced all the millennial sorcerers you monitor. You should have sent Satoru Gojo to kick down every single one of their doors. That is what actual crisis management looks like. I could not do that, the voice sighed again. Why not? Yuki demanded, her anger flaring. Because I am Tengen, the voice replied. Yuki Tsukumo fell silent. After a long pause, she let out a deeply resigned sigh. Right. Because you are Tengen. Unless an apocalyptic, irresistible force threatens you directly, you are strictly forbidden from interfering in Jujutsu society. You must maintain your absolute neutrality and act as a blissful, omniscient puppet. I've told you countless times, if you genuinely cared about Jujutsu society, you wouldn't let those decrepit fools at headquarters run rampant. I am over 1,000 years old, child, Tengen said gently. My ideology and my methods are entirely incompatible with this era. You currently view the Jujutsu headquarters as archaic fossils, but if I were to actually replace them and enforce my will, you would quickly realize that the headquarters was doing a relatively decent job. Your policy of stepping aside for the wise is exactly why headquarters has degenerated into this corrupt mess, Yuki said coldly. Did that not result in the birth of Satoru Gojo? Tengen smiled faintly. I firmly believe he will eventually overhaul the Jujutsu headquarters, just as the headquarters of the past invoked righteousness to confine me here. Satoru Gojo will always carve out a new path. Such is the nature of humanity. Right. So profoundly self-righteous. I have nothing to say to that. Yuki rubbed her temples, sighing helplessly. After a moment, Yuki asked, so what's the plan now? We've lost our only lead. It was true. The moment Tengen learned that Mahito had an ancient master, she immediately locked onto Ashiya Sadatsuna. It wasn't that Tengen hadn't considered Kenjaku. But Kenjaku and Ashiya Sadatsuna were fundamentally different entities. There was absolutely zero trace of Kenjaku's vile, venomous treachery in Mahito's public actions. Instead, Mahito's behavior practically radiated the pristine, hyper-honorable code of a samurai. Because Tengen possessed the dossiers of every immortal residing in Japan, after thoroughly cross-referencing intel from Yuki Tsukumo and Satoru Gojo, she immediately pinpointed Ashiya. Only Ashiya Sadatsuna would be so pathologically obsessed with honor. It had to be him. If any other immortal had trained Mahito, the King of Curses would never have spared the women, children, and weaklings of the Zenin clan. He wouldn't have stood at the front gates and loudly proclaimed his name and title before attacking. That behavior was straight out of an old samurai flick. Only Ashiya could have instilled that. As for the possibility that this was simply the intelligent cursed spirit's own innate personality, neither Tengen, Yuki Tsukumo, nor Satoru Gojo had even entertained the thought. Are you kidding? By their very definition as curses, it was biologically impossible for them to harbor mercy or tolerance toward humans. Forget curses, just looking at the depravity of some regular humans was enough to demonstrate how unimaginably wicked and arrogant an unrestricted monster could be. Therefore, everyone in Jujutsu society operated under the absolute assumption that the King of Curses' honorable personality was the result of meticulous, post-birth grooming by a human master. Don't you have the contact information of Gojo's student? Tengen asked slowly. I recall you mentioning that you called him before contacting me. Has he called you back? No. I called him about half an hour before I reached out to you. Yuki frowned. He just said he would keep an eye out for him. Did he confirm whether he had seen the King of Curses or not? Tengen asked. He didn't explicitly say yes or no. He just deflected by saying he'd keep an eye out, Yuki noted thoughtfully. Then he has absolutely met him, and he has almost certainly been bound by a binding vow, Tengen stated flatly. Although Ashiya Sadatsuna is a samurai to his core, he does not lack paranoia. In fact, it is precisely his extreme paranoia that convinced me to let him live this long. If he was genuinely mentoring the King of Curses, he would have undoubtedly imparted that exact same paranoia to his student. Anyone who crosses paths with the King of Curses will be immediately shackled by a binding vow. Yuki's eyes narrowed sharply. Which means, if I just keep a tight leash on Hikari, I am guaranteed to track down the King of Curses. Theoretically, Tengen replied cautiously. Theoretically. Yuki's voice spiked. Do you have any idea how terrifyingly fast the King of Curses is evolving? Gojo and I surveyed the wreckage of the Zenin estate. We mutually concluded that it took him less than 3 hours to annihilate them. And in those 3 hours, he evolved at least 3 separate times. He is actively mutating once an hour on average. He is growing stronger every single second, without pause. He can already wipe out the Zenin clan. I cannot even begin to fathom what monstrous heights he'll reach by his next appearance. What did Satoru Gojo say? Tengen asked. That bastard told me to do whatever I want, Yuki gritted her teeth. If he still retains his confidence, then the situation has not yet spiraled into the worst-case scenario, Tengen comforted. I know Ashia. He is not a grand, Machiavellian schemer. Even if he intends to wage war, he will do so openly and honorably. Just as the King of Curses did at the Zenin estate, he formally announced his name, granted the clan ample time to prepare their defenses, and only engaged them afterward. This was exactly why Tengen remained so unbothered. If this had been Kenjaku's plot, Tengen would have been terrified. In the original timeline, upon learning that Kenjaku had appeared and successfully sealed Satoru Gojo, Tengen immediately provided the method to unseal him and strictly requested bodyguards. Tengen knew Kenjaku's ultimate target was her, and she absolutely could not die. If she died, the entire infrastructure of Japan would collapse. History proved that Tengen understood Kenjaku intimately. She saw through all of his operational patterns. But history also proved that Kenjaku understood Tengen just as flawlessly. He saw through every single countermeasure she deployed. In this millennia-long chess match between nemeses, Kenjaku ultimately proved superior. Tengen had locked herself away, completely isolated from the outside world, her mindset frozen 1,000 years in the past. She could only glimpse the changing eras during the brief windows of merging with a star plasma vessel. Meanwhile, Kenjaku was actively living through history, intimately experiencing the evolution of Jujutsu society every single day. That was the unbridgeable gap in practical experience. So you're saying we just sit on our hands and do nothing? Yuki asked. As I recall, the only reason you even agreed to speak with me was because the Jujutsu headquarters formally authorized it, right? Because the higher-ups finally felt genuine, visceral terror. That's why they unlocked the doors and let me meet you. It was true. That was exactly why Yuki Tsukumo had successfully contacted Tengen. Since Hikari was Gojo's student, his words naturally carried less weight than Tengen's omniscient intelligence. Thus, Yuki had fully prepared to aggressively harass the Jujutsu headquarters into letting her speak with Tengen, assuming it would be a prolonged political battle. While she waited, she continuously called Hikari. To her shock, Tengen agreed to the meeting immediately. Using Yuki's intel, Tengen instantly zeroed in on the King of Curses master, Ashia Sadatsuna, founder of the new Shadow style. The higher-ups were genuinely panicking. When the King of Curses first debuted, headquarters treated it seriously, but only as a standard hazard. They didn't genuinely view this once-in-a-millennium intelligent cursed spirit as an existential threat. Their primary target of paranoia remained the uncontrollable Satoru Gojo. They never believed a mere cursed spirit could upend their regime. But the annihilation of the Zenin clan violently woke them up. The blade had sliced directly into their arteries. What was the Jujutsu headquarters comprised of? 80% of the board was controlled by the 3 great families. By slaughtering the Zenin, the King of Curses had effectively eradicated nearly a quarter of the Jujutsu headquarters' political power in a single night. How could they not be terrified? That absolute, bone-deep fear was the sole reason they bypassed all protocols and immediately granted Yuki an audience with Tengen. Armed with Tengen's intel, Yuki had rushed to the hideout without resting, only to find an empty building. Suddenly, Tengen spoke. Just be direct with him. Yuki paused. Direct? If it were anyone else, I am certain your bluntness would go in one ear and out the other. They would pretend you didn't exist, or they would mock you as a fool, Tengen stated confidently. But Ashia is different. He is shackled by an antiquated code of honor. If you formally request an audience, he is fundamentally bound to meet you, even if it puts his life at extreme risk. And the disciple he trained will behave exactly the same way. The Zenin clan insulted the King of Curses, so he marched into their stronghold alone to exterminate them. It is a matter of pride. Yuki's mouth twitched. But my end goal is to kill him? Would he really be so blind as to walk into such an obvious trap? No, you do not want to kill him, Tengen corrected slowly. You simply want to locate him. Yuki's eyes widened in sudden realization. She had Tengen backing her. Tengen maintained the colossal barrier covering the entirety of Japan. Her daily duty was maintaining this barrier. If she neglected it for even a single day, catastrophic disasters would sweep the nation. In the original canon, when Kenjaku finally absorbed Tengen, the barriers collapsed, and cursed spirits flooded the country uncontrollably. Because Tengen controlled this omnipresent barrier network, the moment the King of Curses was locked onto, he could never escape. Unless he instantly teleported outside the borders of Japan, Tengen could track him flawlessly no matter where he ran. Yuki didn't need to kill the King of Curses during their first meeting. She only needed to lay eyes on him once. After that, Tengen could handle the tracking. Yuki licked her lips, deeply impressed. I swear, Jujutsu sorcerers are all scheming bastards. And millennial sorcerers are thousand-year-old scheming bastards. You are including yourself in that insult, Tengen reminded her. I'm fully aware I'm an irredeemable bastard, too, Yuki replied, her tone complex. If it weren't for me, Geto might not have. Suguru Geto was already mentally broken at that point, Tengen consoled her. You were merely the catalyst. Without you, someone else would have triggered it. He was destined to walk that path eventually. It had nothing to do with you. I assumed you had already accepted that truth. I have, Yuki exhaled sharply. All right, I know exactly what I need to do. Until we lock onto the King of Curses, let us cooperate properly for the first time in a long while. As you wish. The call disconnected. Yuki Tsukumo stared blankly at the sliding doors of the abandoned junk shop, rapidly calculating how to bait the King of Curses out. She had already mapped out the strategy, all she needed was a face-to-face meeting. During that meeting, she was even willing to swear a binding vow stating, I will never raise my hand against you. If she couldn't attack him, didn't they still have Yutaro Kotsu? Didn't they still have Satoru Gojo? Any loophole worked, as long as she could just look at him once. But the problem remained, how to contact him. Yuki's thoughts returned to Kinji Hikari. It was an absolute certainty that Hikari had met the King of Curses. But it was equally certain he was bound by a vow preventing him from leaking intel. But I'm not asking for intel, am I? I just want to meet him. According to my Mai's reports, mundane human politicians could get in touch with him. Why couldn't she? She refused to believe it was impossible. With her resolve hardened, Yuki dialed Hikari's number once more. As the phone rang, Yuki's mind raced, fixating on the King of Curses' true ability. The power to force evolution. The power to evolve normal humans into sorcerers. The power to elevate sorcerers to entirely new heights. And possibly, the power to grant immortality. True immortality. Yuki exhaled slowly. It was earth-shattering intel. At first, she thought the rumors were just a smokescreen until she met with Tengen, and Tengen casually confirmed the existence of multiple immortals living in Japan. Goddammit. Yuki had never once considered that there were other methods of immortality in the Jujutsu world aside from Tengen's. But for Yuki Tsukumo, immortality was completely irrelevant. Her true obsession was the first part, the ability to evolve normal humans into Jujutsu sorcerers. She had a dream. She wanted to permanently eradicate the birth of cursed spirits. She never hid her radical ideology. Back when she was an actively operating sorcerer, she loudly preached her theories to anyone who would listen. She had conceptualized countless methods to achieve this, but all were ultimately proven unviable, or were far too atrociously cruel to execute. Now, completely unexpectedly, a new path had presented itself. At its core, the birth of cursed spirits was simply the result of normal humans being unable to control the leakage of their cursed energy. This leaked negative energy pooled together over time and eventually coalesced into a cursed spirit. Jujutsu sorcerers were fundamentally different. Even rogue curse users perfectly controlled their internal cursed energy, leaking essentially nothing into the environment. In short, all cursed spirits were born because of normal humans. Jujutsu sorcerers did not create curses. This led to her ultimate theory: if she could forcibly evolve every single normal human on Earth into a Jujutsu sorcerer, then all human cursed energy would be perfectly contained. The birth of cursed spirits would instantly drop to zero. Unfortunately, when she pitched this idea, the Jujutsu headquarters immediately banished her from the premises. If it weren't for her status and overwhelming power as a special grade, she heavily suspected they would have sent assassins after her. So, what was the alternative method? There was indeed one other way, and someone had actually attempted to execute it. That man was Suguru Geto, the special grade curse user whose corpse was currently hijacked by Kenjaku. His method: slaughter every single normal human on the planet, leaving only Jujutsu sorcerers alive. If two sorcerers had a child who lacked the talent for Jujutsu, kill the child too. By violently culling the human population over several generations, the non-sorcerer gene would be completely eradicated. Theoretically, this would also permanently end the existence of cursed spirits. The logic was mathematically sound, but Yuki Tsukumo was, relatively speaking, a sane human being. She could never commit global genocide. She had to search for another way. But Suguru Geto had fully embraced the dark mirror of her theory. He genuinely resolved to murder all non-sorcerers on Earth. That lunatic was eventually killed by Yutaro Kotsu. And now, the ultimate power to eradicate curses was ironically held by the King of Curses himself. Yuki Tsukumo harbored an incredibly dangerous, fanatical ambition. She was going to secretly capture the King of Curses, forge him into a universal cursed tool, and use that tool to forcibly mass-mutate the entire global human population into Jujutsu sorcerers. She would finally realize her dream. And she legitimately had the skill to do it. The only functional Shikigami-based cursed tool in the entire world, Garuda, was her personal creation. She wasn't an innate construction sorcerer, but her theoretical knowledge and practical application of cursed tool fabrication were peerless worldwide. Even ancient sorcerers couldn't match her engineering ingenuity. As the phone rang, Yuki refined the steps of her plan. First, she had to beat the King of Curses into total submission. After that, suddenly, the line connected. A voice emanated from the speaker. "This is the King of Curses, the curse of humanity born from humanity, Mahito." Yuki Tsukumo froze in shock. "Is this Yuki Tsukumo-san?" The voice continued smoothly. "I hear you've been looking for me." Chapter 44, 6. Let us meet on the battlefield. 3070 words. This completely caught Yuki Tsukumo off guard. She was just racking her brain trying to figure out how to contact the King of Curses, and unexpectedly, he took the initiative to contact her first. For a split second, a terrifying chill crawled up her spine. The King of Curses was definitely watching her from somewhere. The moment she made the call, she had been locked onto. She was now a sitting duck. Yuki instantly expanded her cursed energy perception, scanning her surroundings for any hidden Shikigami or surveillance curses. "Where is Hikari?" she asked grimly. "What have you done to him?" "He is perfectly safe," the King of Curses replied. His voice was shockingly gentle. If she hadn't seen the flattened ruins of the Zenin estate with her own eyes, she would have thought she was speaking to a kindergarten teacher. He radiated absolutely zero oppressive aura, his voice was as soothing as a spring breeze. "Hikari-san has been my subordinate for quite some time now. You don't need to worry about me harming him. On the contrary, I rely on him heavily. He accompanies me on all my surface operations. Even the contact number I provided to the Japanese politicians is his. Only through him can anyone reach me to claim the immortalities I promised. Well then, we've really hit the motherlode, Yuki retracted her cursed energy perception and took a deep breath. She finally understood why the King of Curses had approached her at this exact moment. It wasn't that he was actively hunting her down, but rather, she had serendipitously stumbled right into him. It was a coincidence. An absurd, massive coincidence. The King of Curses likely assumed Yuki had uncovered some critical intel and was relentlessly pressing Hikari for answers. In reality, Yuki had lost all her leads and was purely relying on Hikari as her last desperate lifeline, which was why she kept harassing him. But this was a massive win. Yuki immediately shifted into operational mode. "You are very candid," she noted. "I am candid because it is you," the King of Curses' calm voice emanated from the speaker. "Tsukumo-san, I hear you harbor a certain dream. A dream of a world utterly devoid of cursed spirits. Many people know this. I've never hidden it," Yuki replied. "And my ability, you covet it, don't you?" the King of Curses asked softly. Yuki lost her voice for a second. The King of Curses had hit a dead bullseye. She had only exchanged a few sentences with him, yet for a fleeting moment, she felt the terrifying illusion that he had known her intimately for years. Her heart rate spiked, and not out of excitement, but because her primal survival instincts were screaming at her to stay away from him. Stay far, far away from the King of Curses. "Perhaps there is room for collaboration between us," the King of Curses continued slowly. "If you've investigated my footprint in this world since my birth, you should know I have never harmed an innocent human. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't even use my abilities. I am actively seeking a path of coexistence with humanity, and I am confident I can achieve it. A cursed spirit actively trying to integrate into human society." Yuki sneered. Is Hikari really blinded by such blatantly obvious lies? The King of Curses sighed. Tsukumo-san, you harbor a deep prejudice against me. Shouldn't I? Yuki's voice turned ice-cold. I vividly recall your little self-introduction. You are the manifestation of humanity's curse upon humanity. You are the king of curses. You are a once-in-a-millennium highly intelligent cursed spirit. You are not human, you represent a brand new evolutionary branch for curses. Furthermore, you possess the ability to force evolution. Don't try to tell me you haven't used that ability on yourself. Don't tell me you haven't used it on other curses. Let me ask you this, aside from yourself, exactly how many highly intelligent cursed spirits do you have under your command right now? Regardless of how many intelligent cursed spirits are under me, they are my family. They obey me, the head of the family, absolutely. Without my explicit order, they will never attack humans, the king of curses replied calmly. You are as naive as a child. Yuki snapped coldly. The moment you created intelligent cursed spirits other than yourself, no, from the very moment of your birth, you effectively became the second dominant, highly evolved species on this planet. Do you remember how America treated the Native Americans? Because the United States was currently Japan's geopolitical big brother, Yuki had once harbored a deep fascination with it. It was the very first country she visited after leaving Japan. She had meticulously studied American history and knew it like the back of her hand. She pressed the phone to her ear with one hand, unconsciously clenching her other hand into a fist. Her voice was as chilling as a millennial glacier. She declared. James Madison said the Native Americans must be exterminated, that one should be executed every 10 minutes. William Tecumseh Sherman said, the only good Indian is a dead Indian. Richard Henry Pratt said, kill the Indian, save the man. What exactly do you think you are doing? Do you view yourself as some grand saint, forging a utopia where humans and cursed spirits walk hand in hand in perfect harmony? Yuki's voice steadily rose, finally exploding like thunder. Don't make me laugh. This is a war of species. Victory can only be claimed through absolute extinction. This planet will never permit the existence of a second dominant species. The rhetoric the founding fathers of America used against the natives can be seamlessly applied to you. In fact, reacting to you with even greater brutality would be entirely justified. Did you think this was a petty squabble over morality or justice? No. This is a war of survival between civilizations. It is two prides of lions colliding in the wilderness. Mahito fell silent. In the original canon, Yuki Tsukumo was not just a stunning woman with an overwhelmingly dominant aura, she was a visionary idealist. She wanted to eradicate cursed spirits completely and had proposed multiple theoretical paths to achieve it. But she wasn't just a theorist, she was a woman of action. The Shikigami cursed tool she wielded was the direct result of her own research. She had once entertained the idea of equipping every normal human on Earth with a Shikigami cursed tool to help them regulate their cursed energy leakage. Ultimately, she abandoned the idea because the production costs were astronomically, impossibly high. Even her own cursed tool was born purely from her own peerless technical genius. How could normal humans replicate that? Even if the technology was provided for free, complete with dedicated instructors, the Jujutsu world operated entirely on innate talent. It was like advanced mathematics, you either grasped it, or you didn't. It was more counterintuitive than quantum physics and relied more heavily on pure instinct and luck than chemistry. Even with Yuki personally teaching them, a normal human could spend their entire life and still fail to forge one. Mass production was a pipe dream. When that path proved a dead end, she simply searched for the next one. If Kenjaku hadn't hijacked the timeline, she would have dedicated her entire life to fulfilling her dream. While her innate technique seemed like nothing more than a simplistic, brute force stat multiplier, she was fundamentally a grandmaster of Jujutsu. She possessed profound mastery over universal techniques and was an all-around unparalleled genius. However, the original canon never once highlighted her political acumen. Now, this terrifying, cold-blooded political pragmatism was laid bare before Mahito for the very first time. Mahito knew negotiating with her wouldn't be smooth sailing, but he hadn't expected her to violently sever all paths to compromise mere seconds into the conversation. Right. I almost forgot. This woman holds the most extreme, radical stance against cursed spirits in existence. Mahito realized that no amount of rhetoric would sway her. She was fiercely intelligent, possessed absolute clarity of purpose, and was fundamentally uncompromising. Words could not shake her resolve. Unless he forcibly overwrote her mind with the thought imprint, but he would have to capture her alive first, which created an impossible paradox. Mahito sighed. I apologize, Tsukumo-san. I underestimated you. It seems we have no choice but to meet on the battlefield in the future. Goodbye. No, wait. Yuki panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat. She was too used to blunt, unfiltered aggression. She was the kind of woman who would flip off the Jujutsu headquarters without a second thought and scream curses at an ancestral deity like Master Tengen. But right now, ideological debates were entirely secondary. Her absolute priority was meeting the King of Curses face to face. If she didn't see him, how could Tengen lock onto his coordinates? Yuki violently rubbed her face, forcefully softening her tone. She spoke into the phone. I think some things are better discussed in person. Mahito remained silent for a long time before asking, Tsukumo-san, do I look like an idiot to you? Asterisk, damn it. I totally blew it. Asterisk, Yuki clicked her tongue. She could practically hear Tengen chuckling from afar. Asterisk, goddammit, I ruined it. The chance to break the deadlock was right in front of me. Asterisk. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Her tone grew drastically weaker. What is there left to negotiate? Mahito asked. You have already scorched the earth between us. Perhaps, oh perhaps. Yuki began to stammer, completely out of her element. She was genuinely terrible at this kind of manipulation. Her canonical fate proved it. When facing Kenjaku, even knowing Tengen's defense plan was deeply flawed due to missing intel, she still placed her total trust in Tengen and followed the plan anyway. It resulted in her dying a horribly frustrating death, failing to even deploy her domain expansion. But I will still meet you, Mahito suddenly said. Yuki froze. Why? You know with absolute certainty that I will set a trap. Because I will never reject anyone who seeks an audience with me, Mahito said, his voice laced with a smiling, arrogant edge. My ultimate destiny is to become the supreme sovereign of both humans and curses. Why would an emperor fear granting an audience to his subjects? I shall step into the light and embrace all praise and all hatred, all light and all darkness. I want the entire world to witness my every move and behold my absolute resolve to reign supreme. Yuki was dumbfounded. She was practically speechless. She had always known the King of Curses harbored monumental ambitions, that was obvious from his title alone. Anyone calling themselves the King of Curses wasn't planning to bow to anyone. He was destined to spark a catastrophic tidal wave, devouring everything in his path, ultimately sweeping across the globe like a hurricane, a landslide, a tsunami. But she assumed he would only make such a grand move when he possessed the overwhelming power to back it up. If the King of Curses was just an uneducated, wild spirit, Yuki wouldn't be surprised. She would just laugh at his monumental arrogance for daring to challenge a special-grade sorcerer just because he wiped out the Zenin clan. The moment she met him, she would grant him a swift, merciful death, and perhaps harvest his corpse to forge a new cursed tool. But he had a master. Ashiya Sadatsuna absolutely knew the terrifying weight of the title a special grade. There was only one logical explanation Yuki could deduce. Are you confident you can deal with Satoru Gojo now? At the very least, escaping him won't be an issue, Mahito replied. Do you comprehend that Gojo is the fastest entity in the Jujutsu world? Yuki said coldly. You think you can just run away? Even if you flee to Mars, Gojo will catch you. It was a pure bluff. She had no actual idea if Satoru Gojo could survive a trip to Mars, but she was entirely confident that if it was necessary, Gojo would somehow find a way to do it. Her threat was backed by absolute conviction. Tsukumo-san, Mahito asked suddenly. Are you afraid of me? Yuki flinched. You are a special-grade sorcerer. You should possess absolute, unshakable confidence in yourself, Mahito said flatly. So when exactly did you start calculating what happens asterisk after asterisk you lose to me, and relying on Gojo-san to clean up the mess? Yuki took a deep, shuddering breath, violently forcibly calming her chaotic emotions. Asterisk am I afraid, asterisk Yuki asked herself. The answer came to her immediately, and entirely unsurprisingly. Asterisk yes. I am genuinely afraid. Asterisk. She was terrified of this cursed spirit who agreed to meet her with absolute confidence, without a microsecond of hesitation. Yuki was certain the King of Curses was no fool. In other words, if he agreed to meet her without forcing a binding vow of non-aggression, it proved he possessed the absolute capability to control the situation. Even if a lethal battle erupted on the spot, he was confident he could retreat safely, or even kill her. The unknown breeds terror, and terror breeds hesitation. Yuki knew absolutely nothing about Mahito's combat deck. Naturally, she defaulted to extreme caution. This mirrored her canonical actions. Despite heavily doubting Tengen's plan, she still strictly followed it against Kenjaku. You are far sharper than I anticipated, curse, Yuki said slowly. You're right. I shouldn't fear you. You should fear me. Since you refuse to reject my audience, name the time and place. You set the stage, and I will come alone. I don't trust you, Tsukumo-san, Mahito said. I figured, Yuki replied, entirely unfazed. You want me to swear a binding vow? Fine. Name your terms. Do you want me to vow never to attack you? To wipe my own memory of everything except our conversation? Or something else? Yuki had long prepared for this exact demand. 3 vows, Mahito stated. Yuki's heart sank. The fact that the King of Curses could instantly list 3 highly specific conditions proved he had anticipated this entire exchange. He had meticulously laid the groundwork, waiting for Yuki to jump straight into the trap. And Yuki had no choice, unless she was willing to discard the only lead she had fought so hard to obtain. Yuki felt a chilling sensation, as if the King of Curses had woven a colossal web, and she was nothing but a trapped insect waiting for the spider to descend. The King of Curses spoke with slow, methodical precision. First, you will instantly forget the time and location after hearing it. Second, you will arrive at my location completely undetected, relying solely on your subconscious memory of the time and location. Third, you will come entirely alone. Yuki's mind raced at blinding speed, instantly deciphering the King of Curses' true objective. The location you've chosen isn't in Japan. It's overseas. You know Tengen is monitoring me, and you are actively evading her. You have a spy deeply embedded within the Jujutsu headquarters, one with high enough clearance to know about my covert alliance with Tengen. Wait, we've actually alarmed Tengen already. Mahito was genuinely shocked for a fraction of a second, but instantly buried the reaction. However, Yuki was right about one thing, Mahito had absolutely no intention of meeting her on Japanese soil. It was way too dangerous. Satoru Gojo was currently in Japan. A clash with Yuki Tsukumo would be astronomically more destructive than the Zenin massacre. Erasing a few mountains was a highly probable outcome, and if things escalated, they might even trigger localized earthquakes. Japan was completely off the table. He had to go overseas. It was the exact same logic the Zenin clan had used. They specifically waited until Gojo was deployed overseas on a mission before engaging Mahito in all-out war. Japan was simply too small for Satoru Gojo. If a catastrophic battle erupted while Gojo was in the country, Gojo would inevitably intervene. A massive war could only occur on Japanese soil when Gojo was absent. Conversely, as long as Gojo remained in Japan, he would be entirely blind to battles occurring in foreign countries. The ultimate strategy to evade Gojo wasn't just to trick him into leaving the country, it was to leave the country yourself. Japan wasn't the only nation on Earth. Believe whatever you wish, Tsukumo-san, Mahito chuckled softly. Tengen, you massively screwed up. Yuki swallowed her bitter complaints. She pondered the terms for a moment and suddenly realized a glaring omission. You didn't include a condition forbidding me from attacking you. She instantly understood the terrifying implication. Her voice dropped to absolute zero. You're using me as a stepping stone. You want to test the upper limits of a special grade sorcerer to prepare for your eventual fight with Gojo. Isn't that exactly what you want as well, Tsukumo-san? Mahito asked calmly. Weren't you planning to use this meeting as an opportunity to instantly eradicate me? Yuki was rendered speechless. Her anger instantly evaporated. Since both of us know exactly how this meeting will end, we will both come fully prepared, Mahito said slowly. Tsukumo-san, none of my intelligence networks possess detailed data on your innate technique. I only know that you possess catastrophic physical strength, capable of solving almost any problem with pure brute force. Furthermore, you are an absolute grandmaster of universal jujutsu. Shikigami, barrier techniques, cursed energy reinforcement, you are flawless in all of them. If brute force fails, you simply switch to universal techniques. This was the absolute truth. Mahito's spy network hadn't provided him with any intel on Yuki Tsukumo, but Mahito himself knew her canonical abilities perfectly. The psychological warfare against Yuki Tsukumo had already begun. He continued. Your reverse cursed technique output is also phenomenally high. What would be a fatal injury to others is barely a scratch to you. Suicidal, mutually assured destruction tactics are completely useless against you. I cannot find a single exploitable flaw in your combat profile. If there were a textbook standard for a special grade sorcerer, you would be the perfect model. Hand-to-hand combat, cursed techniques, survivability, kinetic mobility, you lack absolutely nothing. Mahito smiled. I am very much looking forward to meeting you, Tsukumo-san. On the battlefield, he finished. Yuki Tsukumo took a deep breath, a fierce, predatory smile spreading across her face. As am I, King of Curses. Chapter 45, 7. Burning Through Cards. 2,123 words. Yuki Tsukumo ended the call and screamed her frustration to the empty air. Tengen. You completely dropped the ball. You actually let a cursed spirit spy infiltrate the upper echelons of the Jujutsu headquarters. Now we've lost all the initiative. Her phone rang immediately. Unsurprisingly, it was Tengen. She answered it. That is indeed my failure, Tengen sighed heavily. I thought you were going to claim you couldn't control the headquarters. After all, those fossils wouldn't listen to your orders anyway, Yuki sneered. The Jujutsu headquarters is obligated to maintain the absolute highest degree of purity. It is my fundamental duty to ensure that baseline. I failed to detect the spies' infiltration, or perhaps, their bribery. I should have recognized the corrupting allure immortality opposes to the headquarters. I should have issued a critical warning. I failed to do so. I am deeply ashamed, Tengen lamented. Yuki was completely disarmed. She literally didn't know what to say. Tengen theoretically stood at the absolute zenith of the Jujutsu world. Her immortality guaranteed the eternal prosperity of Jujutsu sorcerers. She held absolutely zero desire for political power or material wealth, residing eternally in an empty, isolated shrine, tirelessly sustaining the great barriers protecting Japan. She was practically the living embodiment of a saint, yet here she was, groveling and apologizing like a lowly corporate drone. Yuki swallowed the rest of her complaints and asked, Tengen, our covert operation has been fully compromised. Are you still confident you can track the King of Curses? My great barriers do not extend beyond the borders of Japan. I am powerless. Tengen pondered. Perhaps you could request Satoru Gojo's assistance. No, did you forget the second binding vow? I must arrive at the meeting location completely undetected. I don't fully comprehend the mechanics of your tracking, so I was confident I could uphold the vow while you monitored me. But I know exactly how Gojo operates. I can guarantee he won't be able to track me without breaking the vow, Yuki sighed. You are that familiar with Satoru Gojo? Tengen asked, genuinely curious. Gojo possesses the most absolute Geist in the world. Not a single trace of cursed energy flow can hide from him. If he wants to track you, he merely needs to lock onto your cursed energy residuals. He will find you, regardless of where you hide. It is precisely because I intimately understand his 6 eyes that he won't be able to track me, Yuki sighed again. His 6 eyes are world-renowned. To avoid his surveillance, countless sorcerers have exhausted their intellect devising countermeasures. The vast majority of those countermeasures are utterly useless, but a very select few actually work. Unfortunately for him, I am one of the few who knows how. Kenjaku had once told Mahito that Jujutsu combat was entirely a war of information. Even if the gap in raw power was astronomically vast, as long as one fully understood the opponent's entire arsenal, they could devise strategies to evade lethal strikes, or at the very least, accurately gauge their own limits and avoid suicidal engagements. Yuki Tsukumo was an omnipotent special-grade sorcerer, and she understood Satoru Gojo exceptionally well. She had extensive personal experience in blinding the 6 eyes. Conversely, Yuki guarded her own combat data flawlessly. This was exactly why Kenjaku treated her with extreme, paranoid caution, completely lacking the relaxed confidence he displayed when scheming against Gojo. He is far too arrogant, Tengen agreed. This was Tengen's indirect confirmation that if Yuki genuinely committed to hiding, Satoru Gojo wouldn't be able to find her. Looks like I'll have to fight him head-on. Yuki rallied her fighting spirit. It seems that high-ranking spy hasn't entirely lost their mind and leaked my complete file. At the very least, the King of Curses doesn't know the exact mechanics of my innate technique. He just knows I have monstrous physical strength. My technique does manifest purely as overwhelming kinetic force. My information lockdown was flawless. I've never publicly revealed my technique. I will devise a method to strip away the King of Curses' allies, Tengen said thoughtfully. Although Ashia is an ancient sorcerer, his personal combat strength is entirely negligible. He poses absolutely no threat to you. The true variables are the intelligent cursed spirits created by the King of Curses, the rogue curse users in his employ, and Kinji Hikari. Looks like it's going to be a massive brawl. Yuki cracked her knuckles, her expression entirely devoid of fear. She excelled in chaotic melees and was actually looking forward to it. But Tengen replied. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I have repeated this countless times. Isshiya is a dogmatic samurai. His fanatical obsession with martial honor was unmatched even in his own era, Tengen explained slowly. If you truly arrive at the battlefield alone, the King of Curses, who has wholly inherited Ishiya's ideology, will very likely face you in single combat. Just as he marched into the Zenin estate alone. Yuki's mouth twitched. Does the King of Curses actually believe he can defeat me in a one-on-one duel? I do not know, Tengen admitted. But you absolutely must exercise extreme caution. You will be in severe danger. Before you meet the King of Curses, I strongly advise you to draft a will. I am not joking, nor am I attempting to demoralize you. My absolute rationality dictates that there is a very real possibility you are not a match for him. It was an incredibly offensive statement, yet inexplicably, Yuki didn't feel insulted. This was because deep down in her own psyche, she harbored the exact same suspicion. The King of Curses had actively prepared to kill her, fully aware he lacked intel on her innate technique. A heavy pressure settled over Yuki. Tengen sensed the subtle shift in Yuki's mental state and smoothly changed the subject. Have Satoru Gojo call his student immediately. You want to flip Hikari? Yuki asked. I do not know if it will succeed, Tengen replied calmly. Kinji Hikari harbors immense respect for Satoru Gojo. If Gojo personally extends an invitation, Hikari will likely find it impossible to refuse. However, I have absolutely no confidence we can force him to actively betray the King of Curses. The King of Curses has given him entirely too much. He granted him immortality. He appointed him as his chief diplomatic envoy. He trusts Hikari implicitly, which guarantees Hikari harbors fierce loyalty toward him in return. Yuki looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Hikari, what a damn fool. Hikari is young and suffered severe persecution from mainstream Jujutsu society. Even Satoru Gojo failed to secure justice for him. The King of Curses simply exploited that vulnerability, offering him exactly what he craved, power, immortality, and absolute respect. Forget Kinji Hikari, even the highest echelons of the Jujutsu headquarters couldn't resist the temptation, selling out our highly classified operations for a taste of it. Tengen wasn't surprised in the slightest. Yuki gritted her teeth in pure rage. This entire catastrophic mess is solely the result of the headquarters' absolute rotting corruption. I used to be entirely indifferent to Gojo's dream of tearing down the system. I figured whoever sat in those chairs wouldn't affect me anyway. But my stance has officially changed. From this day forward, I am fully backing Gojo. Those bastards at headquarters are entirely unfit to rule. In truth, Yuki was also a victim of headquarters persecution. But she was lucky, she was overwhelmingly powerful, and Tengen silently backed her from the shadows. The headquarters didn't want to simultaneously antagonize a special grade sorcerer and their literal deity, so they backed off. But that didn't stop them from deploying petty political sabotage, which Yuki simply ignored. But this was entirely different. Someone within the headquarters actually dared to act as a spy for cursed spirits. This permanently enraged Yuki. She resolved to physically intervene and dismantle the corrupt power structure. And she unequivocally possessed the authority to do so. In my memories, you were quite the refined lady, Tengen chuckled softly. I never imagined I would hear such vulgar profanity spewing from your lips. How many decades ago was that? Yuki exhaled a long breath, as if trying to purge all her built-up stress. I'm not that little girl anymore. Yuki desperately wanted to abandon this topic. She was nearing 30, and the cruel marks of time were beginning to catch up to her. Yet, standing before Tengen, she was still just an overgrown child. In Tengen's eyes, her youthful rebellion had merely been a child throwing a tantrum, which Tengen had indulged with infinite patience. Remembering it now only filled Yuki with excruciating embarrassment. It felt like a friend dragging out her worst middle school photos, making her want to scream just to drown out the memory. She aggressively forced a subject change. What exactly do you want Gojo to say to him? If I recall correctly, the goodwill event between the Tokyo and Kyoto branches is about to commence. Tengen asked. It starts in 2 weeks. Yuki's eyebrow twitched involuntarily. Gojo had dumped the entire King of Curses investigation onto her specifically because he was busy preparing for that damn event. Just thinking about it pissed her off. Have Satoru Gojo call Kinji Hikari and officially invite him to participate in the goodwill event, Tengen instructed. Hikari likely won't refuse, as it doesn't directly compromise the King of Curses. It's merely a reunion between teacher and student. The King of Curses won't stop him either. He remains incredibly paranoid about Gojo, and I suspect he is actively hoping to trade Hikari for Gojo's absence, guaranteeing he can face you at absolute full strength without any external interference. As one of Gojo's prized pupils, Yuki naturally had access to Hikari's file. She nodded slowly. That makes sense. If Hikari intervened during my duel with the King of Curses, things would get extremely dangerous for me. But the King of Curses is also terrified that Gojo might be secretly shadowing me. If he can orchestrate a clean trade, Hikari for Gojo, the arrogant King of Curses will definitely take that deal. He will agree to it. It would be optimal to contact Kinji Hikari immediately, Tengen suggested. Right now. Yuki frowned, then her eyes widened in realization. You want to observe Hikari's physical reactions to indirectly gauge the King of Curses' true power. Since we know Hikari is his absolute confidant, Hikari must know his exact combat metrics. Even if Hikari's vows and loyalty prevent him from explicitly leaking intel, Hikari is a blunt brawler, not a master spy. His tone and micro-expressions will bleed enough intel for us. When it comes to pure espionage, these ancient fossils really are on another level. Yuki silently praised Tengen. That is only a fraction of my objective, Tengen added slowly. I also deeply desire to observe the absolute limits of this immortality. Specifically, I want to see how it interacts with Kinji Hikari's infinite cursed energy. A sorcerer wielding both infinite cursed energy and true immortality, exactly how terrifying has he become? I am immensely curious. Yuki completely understood Tengen's underlying motive. When the King of Curses' ability to force evolution first leaked, the Jujutsu elite didn't actually take it that seriously. They already possessed pseudo-versions of similar techniques. The rapid advancement of modern medical science had heavily impacted the Jujutsu world. Many elite sorcerers now knew exactly which lobe of the brain housed innate techniques and precisely where the cursed energy core was located in the abdomen, thanks to medical imaging. To uneducated rogue curse users, forcing evolution sounded like miraculous witchcraft. But to orthodox, elite sorcerers, it just sounded like a highly specialized, surgical innate technique. Nothing more. But immortality was entirely different. That was a fundamentally transcendent concept. Currently, every single immortal sorcerer paid an astronomically horrific price for their longevity, accompanied by devastating side effects, Tengen included. But the King of Curses' immortality was completely different. It could theoretically be applied to anyone, even normal humans lacking cursed energy, with absolutely zero side effects. Or rather, the only side effect was ensuring the global environment remained stable. As long as the Earth's cursed energy cycle wasn't interrupted, the immortality was completely perpetual. True eternal life. Forget the Jujutsu headquarters, even Tengen herself was violently curious. She desperately needed to observe a living specimen, and Kinji Hikari was the absolute perfect test subject. So before I face the King of Curses, you want me to spar with Hikari? Yuki asked. Yes, Tengen replied. Are you opposed? I am absolutely looking forward to it. A feral grin split Yuki's face. I've been dying to test out this infinite cursed energy Gojo is always bragging about. Chapter 46, 8. Satoru Gojo's Call. 3,596 words. The next day. Jogo marched forward with massive, furious strides. Hanami and Dagon followed closely behind. He was seething with rage, desperately trying to suppress the volcanic fury bubbling in his gut. He hadn't been by Mahito's side recently because Mahito had dispatched him, Hanami, and Dagon on a separate mission. Jogo had assumed that even in his absence, Mahito would be perfectly safe with Kenjaku and Kinji Hikari guarding him. But he had barely been gone for a single day, and Mahito had somehow managed to pick another fight. And against a special grade sorcerer, no less. Even Kinji Hikari, with his infinite cursed energy, wasn't officially classified as a special grade. Jogo couldn't even begin to fathom the monstrous power an actual special grade possessed. According to his own calculations, Mahito was absolutely not ready to challenge an opponent of that caliber. It was suicidal. He had to stop Mahito, no matter the cost. That was Jogo's absolute resolve. Mahi, Jogo opened his mouth to roar, but a large hand clamped over his face. It was Hanami. Hanami silently stepped forward and sealed Jogo's mouth. Jogo immediately swallowed his words. Anyone with eyes could see that Mahito was in the middle of a critical moment. Everyone, including the three disaster curses, stood perfectly still, their expressions completely serious. Mahito stood with his head bowed and eyes closed, a bamboo sword resting lightly at his waist. His hand was gently draped over the hilt, perfectly holding an Jujutsu stance. His cursed energy wasn't violently erupting outward, instead, it burned in a slow, suffocatingly dense aura around his body, resembling the surface of a perfectly still, bottomless lake. Only when the wind brushed against him did faint ripples disturb the aura. Standing directly opposite him was an old man. Ashiya Sadatsuna mirrored Mahito's exact Jujutsu stance. But unlike Mahito, the cursed energy radiating from the old man was practically imperceptible. His ferociously untamed cursed energy had been hypercompressed into a flawless, perfectly tailored suit that clung to his flesh without a single microscopic fluctuation. When the wind blew, only the fabric of his clothes fluttered, his cursed energy remained as immovable as a mountain. A single leaf drifted between them. Without warning, the leaf split perfectly in two. In that exact microsecond, Mahito and the old man simultaneously drew their bamboo swords. The sudden vacuum violently cleaved the wind in half. Their cursed energy erupted simultaneously, like two raging dragons tearing out from the depths of a lake and roaring at the heavens. A cataclysmic surge of cursed energy swept across the arc of their blades. The resulting shockwave was so violent everyone instinctively clamped their eyes shut as the pressure blasted outward. But the clash lasted for only a single microsecond. A microsecond later, the sharp crack of bamboo violently striking bamboo echoed across the training ground. Supersonic Jutsu. In that fleeting instant, the velocity of their draw had completely shattered the sound barrier. All their kinetic force and killing intent was compressed entirely into that single microsecond. By all laws of physics, the fragile bamboo swords should have instantly atomized against the air resistance. But they survived. The cursed energy tightly bound to the blades protected the wood, requiring absolute, godlike microscopic control over cursed energy output as the blade accelerated through the draw. But it wasn't over. The bamboo swords violently collided over and over. Mahito and Ashiya advanced simultaneously. Amidst the deafening clatter of high-speed strikes, they relentlessly hunted for microscopic openings, their raw kinetic force igniting the cursed energy around their blades into roaring flames. Mahito was the absolute aggressor. Every swing of his bamboo sword generated a devastating pressure wave, blasting outward like a tsunami. Even from the sidelines, his raw, apocalyptic physical strength was glaringly obvious. Yet none of that force leaked uselessly into the environment, every single ounce was perfectly condensed into the bamboo edge. Ashiya was purely on the defensive. His bamboo sword didn't display a single trace of raw power because he was perfectly absorbing every ounce of Mahito's kinetic force. He refused to meet Mahito's strikes with brute force. Instead, he flowed like water, constantly sliding into Mahito's blind spots. Every movement lasted a fraction of a second, vanishing and reappearing like a ghost. They exchanged dozens of blistering, high-speed strikes. Suddenly, as if by prior agreement, both simultaneously leaped backward, disengaging. Mahito smiled brightly. "I yield." "You win, Instructor Ashiya." Ashiya tried to maintain a stoic, dignified expression, but upon hearing Mahito's words, his face twisted in deep frustration. The total volume of cursed energy is truly an absolute, insurmountable wall for a sorcerer. My microscopic control over cursed energy vastly eclipses yours, yet my blade was the first to give out. And this was merely a spar with bamboo. If we had crossed real steel, I wouldn't have lasted a single exchange. The very second our blades met, both my sword and my body would have been violently cleaved in half. Hikari, watching from the sidelines, was entirely lost. "Wait, that's it? I thought the old man was defending perfectly." Kenjaku chuckled and pointed a finger at the bamboo sword in Ashiya's hand. "Look closer." Hikari squinted at Ashiya's blade. He suddenly noticed several jagged splinters bursting out from the bamboo casing. Comprehension dawned on Hikari. They were using identical bamboo swords, but the old man's is already structurally failing. The entire spar lasted barely 30 seconds. If they kept going, his sword would have shattered completely. Since it's not a material defect, the only explanation is the difference in cursed energy reinforcement allocation between offense and defense. The old man's cursed energy output simply couldn't keep up. Ashiya looked deeply anxious. "I still have an ocean of techniques to teach you, but I can no longer instruct you through direct combat. My physical vessel simply cannot keep up with my curriculum. Mahito, you are far too brilliant. You are so exceptionally talented that I am physically incapable of passing on my complete legacy to you." "No, you've already taught me more than enough, Instructor Ashiya," Mahito said, sheathing his bamboo sword. He spoke with genuine sincerity. Sarutabi, Sarumawashi, Yamakage, Tsukikage, Yukifune. I have etched every single technique flawlessly into my eyes. Simply seeing them is entirely insufficient. You must experience the kinetic flow firsthand to truly master them. Ashia groaned in pure frustration. I am reliving the exact same suffocating despair I felt 1,000 years ago when I faced Ryaman Sukuna. I'm honestly beginning to doubt if the techniques I've taught you will actually be of any use in real combat. If you wish, Instructor Ashia, I can restore your body to its absolute physical prime, Mahito offered. Mahito wasn't lying. He was no longer the confused transmigrator who had first awakened in this world. Having ruthlessly experimented on countless Jujutsu sorcerers, his anatomical understanding of the human body was absolute. He could even use construction to forge entirely new, perfectly synchronized biological vessels for incarnations. With his current mastery, Mahito merely needed to brush his fingers against someone's flesh to instantly reconstruct their body to match the exact bone age and cellular density of their prime. The deeper he explored the true potential of idol transfiguration, the more he realized the canonical Mahito had walked down a completely idiotic path. The canonical Mahito treated idol transfiguration like a cheap shape-shifting gimmick, thoughtlessly mangling his own flesh and the bodies of his victims. While he achieved some success, most notably his final evolution, idol transfiguration, instant spirit body of distorted killing that was merely scratching the absolute surface of the technique's potential. The canonical Mahito had actually discovered the ultimate truth. He explicitly stated that idol transfiguration granted him eyes that could perfectly perceive the human soul. He could freely modify the soul, and he saw that the fragments shedding from a soul were literal manifestations of human emotion. He could read joy, anger, sorrow, and fear with absolute clarity. If he could read and physically rewrite the soul, and thereby rewrite emotions, couldn't he mathematically control human psychology? Couldn't he perfectly brainwash anyone? But the canonical Mahito never bothered to explore that path. The current Mahito, however, had weaponized it to terrifying effect, creating techniques like emotional projection sight, thought imprint, and a purification of the 6 roots. Furthermore, if he could casually rewrite the soul to reconstruct the physical body, couldn't he manually correct anatomical flaws? Couldn't he artificially graft any physical talent onto himself? Mahito was absolutely certain that if he ever managed to perfectly clone Satoru Gojo's biology, he could surgically implant the 6 eyes into his own skull with 0 rejection rate. Even more terrifying, a human's innate technique was biologically anchored in the prefrontal cortex. That meant he could theoretically copy techniques directly. Even without utilizing reverse cursed technique, he could simply physically engrave someone else's innate technique into his own brain. The cursed energy core functioned identically. It was physically located in the lower abdomen. By precisely replicating that core, Mahito could perfectly clone a sorcerer's innate cursed energy output. Then there was the concept of multisoul fusions. The canonical Mahito successfully forced multiple human souls to perfectly fuse into a single entity, a feat Yuki Tsukumo's personal research notes explicitly declared to be theoretically impossible. Yet Mahito achieved it effortlessly. This proved his authority over soul manipulation fundamentally transcended the established laws of Jujutsu science. If he could fuse humans, why couldn't he fuse himself? Was temporarily merging multiple souls into his own vessel really that difficult? Wouldn't the resulting power multiplier be astronomically higher than some generic flesh amalgamation? Later in the canon, Mahito learned to create literal clones by copying his soul into another vessel. Aside from lacking idol transfiguration, the clone possessed his exact consciousness and shared a linked hive mind. If he pushed that evolution further, generating an entire Zerg-like swarm of perfectly synchronized clones was entirely within the realm of possibility. Finally, there was the modification of cursed spirits. The original canon never explicitly confirmed it, but it heavily implied that the sudden, inexplicable surge in undocumented special-grade curses was Mahito's doing. The Locust Curse was a prime example. It was already displaying the foundational traits of a highly intelligent cursed spirit. If Mahito had continued to nurture it, he could have easily engineered an intelligent curse on par with himself, Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon. But the canonical Mahito refused to do any of this. He pigeonholed himself into a cheap shapeshifter. He solely researched cursed spirits and normal humans. He never once bothered to dissect and study a fellow curse user. And after suffering his first defeat to Yuji Itadori, he lost his damn mind and became pathologically obsessed with him, completely ignoring every other sorcerer on the planet. Ultimately, while the canonical Mahito was officially designated as highly intelligent by the author, his lack of worldly experience severely crippled his operational IQ. Furthermore, he had the malicious Kenjaku constantly manipulating him from the shadows, treating Mahito like a disposable puppet. Mahito genuinely believed he was completely free, never realizing his every move danced perfectly to Kenjaku's strings, leaving him absolutely zero room to resist. Unsurprisingly, Ashia rejected the offer. No. I refuse. If we had an abundance of time, I would gladly return to my youth. But right now, we are out of time. My sword and my body require extensive synchronization. Reverting to my prime now would leave me no time to continue instructing you. At the very least, until your decisive battle with Yuki Tsukumo concludes, I must remain in this state. I need to impart as much technical theory to you as physically possible. Swordsmanship was a hyper-precision art. Even ignoring the massive shock of violently reverting an aged body to its prime, simply changing the length or weight of a katana required intense recalibration. Ashia was completely confident he could perfectly adapt to a youthful body given a few weeks. The problem was, they didn't have a few weeks. Jogo finally saw an opening to speak and roared at the top of his lungs, Mahito. Jogo, Hanami, Daigun. Welcome back. Mahito opened his arms wide. Did the mission go smoothly? We'll discuss the mission later. Jogo waved his hand dismissively, his voice tight with rage. Mahito. You're actively throwing your life away again. You actually dared to challenge a special grade sorcerer. Mahito chuckled. That doesn't sound like you at all. I thought you'd proudly declare, go get Mahito. I'll hold down the fort while you're gone. This is not a joke, Mahito, Jogo growled, the miniature volcano on his head erupting with real fire. I thought you perfectly understood the sheer, apocalyptic terror of a special grade sorcerer. Look at the guy standing right next to you. When you fought a purely physical brawler like Hikari, you meticulously gathered intel and only engaged when you were absolutely certain you could win. But you know literally nothing about Yuki Tsukumo's combat profile. Why in God's name would you challenge her? The purely physical brawler, Kinji Hikari, scowled and shouted, Hey! Volcano head! Are you asking for another beating? Jogo completely ignored Hikari, keeping his eye locked intensely on Mahito. Hanami sighed softly, turning to Ashia Sadatsuna. She asked gently, Pardon me, but who might you be? How utterly fascinating. I cannot comprehend the auditory language, yet the meaning seamlessly manifests in my mind. To think such an entity exists among intelligent curses. I could never have imagined this, the old man marveled. He straightened his posture and introduced himself formally. I am Ashia Sadatsuna, founder of the new Shadow style. At the request of Mahito, the king of curses, I currently offer him my services. The founder of the new Shadow style? Then you must be a figure from a millennium ago. Hanami expressed profound awe. Your allegiance is equivalent to gaining the strength of 100 elite sorcerers. You flatter me. Ashia instantly slipped back into his arrogant, ancient persona, completely discarding the screaming, cursing madman he had been yesterday. He switched his pronoun back from I to the archaic this old master. Encountering intelligent curses aside from Mahito has truly broadened this old master's horizons. Hanami Dono, you exude absolutely none of the foul malice typical of cursed spirits. Instead, you radiate the pure fragrance of a primeval forest. It is this old master's distinct honor to make your acquaintance. The honor is entirely mine, Hanami replied politely. Jogo violently interrupted. Hold on, Hanami. You know this fossil? What the hell is the new Shadow style? Ashia deadpanned, turning to Mahito. Now that explosive temper perfectly aligns with my preconceived stereotypes of cursed spirits. You and Hanami are truly bizarre anomalies, aren't you? He had instantly dropped the old master act and reverted back to I. Mahito couldn't help but sigh. When it came to the sheer art of flexing, modern youth absolutely could not compete with these 1,000-year-old ghosts. Hanami sighed again. The new Shadow style is an absolutely massive faction within the Jujutsu world. Virtually every sorcerer lacking an innate technique relies heavily on their teachings. It is no exaggeration to say the new Shadow style single-handedly saved the lives of every talentless sorcerer in history. Anyone with even a rudimentary understanding of Jujutsu society knows of them. Who? Jogo looked genuinely bewildered. Why haven't I heard of them? Excellent. Jogo is performing flawlessly, as always. Good to know some things never change, Mahito thought. Daigun hopped past Jogo and Hanami, launching himself directly at Mahito. Mahito caught him in a warm embrace, gently patting his head. Good boy, Daigun. Very good boy, Mahito smiled softly. Daigun bounced excitedly, blinking his massive, innocent eyes. Mahito nodded, his smile widening. I see. So the mission was a complete success. You did phenomenally well, Dagon. I didn't understand a single word of that exchange, Ashia said blankly. You don't need to understand the words. Just looking at their demeanors is enough to confirm the mission was a success, Kenjaku laughed heartily. It seems we will be welcoming new comrades into our ranks very soon. Gathering raw materials to forge new intelligent cursed spirits, that was the mission Mahito had assigned them. It was his ultimate project to complete the canonical Mahito's unfinished work. He refused to settle for mass-producing mentally deficient grunts like the Locust Curse. He wanted to engineer genuine, fully sentient cursed spirits exactly like himself and his family. The logic was simple, rather than churning out 10,000 brain-dead failures, it was infinitely more valuable to successfully engineer a single Jogo. Mahito was absolutely certain that one Jogo could slaughter 10,000 Locust Curses without breaking a sweat. Even if a newly birthed intelligent curse was initially weaker than a standard monster, their true sentience guaranteed explosive growth. With proper training, they would rapidly and stably evolve into special-grade curses. Because they possessed high-level human intellect, their actual combat lethality would astronomically eclipse the Jujutsu headquarters' baseline metrics for special grade. If Mahito personally trained them, even if they never reached Jogo's apocalyptic output, they would easily match a domain-less Dagon. And Mahito would be perfectly satisfied with that baseline. Since he possessed the technical ability to achieve it, he was determined to pursue it. Mahito's thirst for knowledge and jujitsu engineering was a bottomless abyss. Since his own personal power level had temporarily plateaued, his logical next step was to artificially manufacture powerful allies to support him. However, not just any cursed spirit could be forcibly evolved into a highly intelligent entity. According to Mahito's research, the vast majority of curses physically lacked the potential. Aside from requiring a massive reservoir of cursed energy, the absolute most critical prerequisite was that the curse had to be born from a legend or myth. The exact scientific reason remained unclear. Kenjaku theorized that curses rooted in collective human mythology were fundamentally better conduits for absorbing ambient, leaked cursed energy from the masses. But that was just a working hypothesis. Even Kenjaku couldn't definitively prove the underlying mechanics, unraveling it would require decades of dedicated research. But they were out of time. So they ruthlessly discarded theoretical science and fully embraced practical, trial-and-error engineering. When the Wright brothers first achieved flight, the theoretical physics of aerodynamics were entirely incomplete. That didn't stop them from using practical engineering to touch the sky. Jogo scowled darkly. Tracking down an imaginary vengeful spirit was significantly harder than I anticipated. He paused, unable to hold back his anxiety any longer. Mahito, do you absolutely have to fight Yuki Tsukumo right now? You haven't reached your final evolution yet. You can just lay low and wait. Right now, time is our greatest ally. This is the absolute best opportunity we will ever get, Mahito stated frankly. To be perfectly honest, Yuki Tsukumo's sudden appearance completely derailed my itinerary. Following the Zenin massacre, I originally planned to vanish, focus purely on training and consolidating my power, and then lead the three of you in a coordinated strike against Satoru Gojo. But Yuki Tsukumo's aggressive intervention shattered that timeline. She forced my hand. I have to eliminate her first. Kenjaku sighed heavily. Do not blame Mahito. This is entirely my fault. I severely miscalculated the Jujutsu headquarters' reaction speed. In fact, it's not just Yuki Tsukumo. Yuta Okotsu has also been officially recalled to Japan. The three actively operating special-grade sorcerers are currently assembled at the Jujutsu headquarters as we speak. Jogo clenched his fists, a wave of dizzying vertigo crashing over him. Satoru Gojo alone was enough of a living nightmare to drive them insane. Now they had added two more monsters to the board. The situation had deteriorated to absolute zero. Jogo's voice trembled slightly as he asked, I remember you telling us that Tengen's final evolution is scheduled to complete by the end of this year. Do we actually have the firepower to kill Tengen within that time frame now? Which is exactly why we must eliminate Yuki Tsukumo immediately, Mahito replied coldly. I am fully aware our timeline is suffocatingly tight. But if we retreat from this duel, the next time we engage, we will very likely be facing all three special-grade sorcerers simultaneously. If that happens, our survival rate drops to 0. Jogo was completely silenced. Hanami suddenly asked, are we absolutely certain Yuki Tsukumo is arriving alone? I forced her to swear a binding vow confirming it, Mahito said. But I have zero faith she won't attempt to exploit a loophole. My primary concern is Satoru Gojo stealthily tailing her. We may need to devise a strategy to physically lock Gojo down. Jogo stared at him with desperate expectation. Do you have a plan? Kenjaku rubbed his chin, smiling pleasantly. I'm currently brainstorming. Are you messing with me? Jogo exploded in fury. Suddenly, a phone rang. Hikari pulled his phone from his pocket. His pupils contracted violently. Mahito instantly noticed the microscopic shift. Who is it? He asked. It's Gojo-sensei. Hikari took a deep, shuddering breath. He's calling me directly. Author's note, I apologize for the delay. I have been suffering from severe insomnia for over a month now, constantly reversing my day and night cycle and experiencing memory degradation. I didn't stop writing, I actually have about 10 chapters backlogged. I literally just forgot to hit the upload button. I usually post exactly at 7 p.m. If I miss that window, it's strictly because I forgot, just like today. I am so sorry. Chapter 47, 9. Naming. 3016 words. Within the classification of cursed spirits, there exists a highly specific subcategory, the imaginary vengeful spirit. The defining trait of these curses is that they are born directly from pre-existing archetypes, possessing the exact powers and traits of their mythological origins. If a layman were to witness one, they might genuinely believe an ancient legend was unfurling before their very eyes. Right now, trapped within Mahito's barrier, were exactly such imaginary vengeful spirits. Although special grade curses seem to pop up constantly in the original canon, they are actually incredibly rare. As for special grade imaginary vengeful spirits, only one formally appears in the entire original story, and throughout the entire recorded history of Jujutsu society, only 6 have ever existed. When Mahito handed down the order, he never expected them to actually find a special grade imaginary vengeful spirit. They were simply too scarce. Furthermore, special grade curses are notoriously violently uncooperative. Given the disaster curse's half-baked barrier techniques, they likely couldn't contain one anyway. So, Mahito kept his demands incredibly simple, it just had to be an imaginary vengeful spirit. The grade didn't matter. Yet, despite drastically lowering his standards, Mahito was stunned to discover that after scouring the entirety of Japan, they only managed to capture a pitiful 5. It was an abysmally low number. Compared to the exponentially expanding overall population of cursed spirits, Mahito suspected imaginary vengeful spirits accounted for less than 1 in 10,000, perhaps even 1 in 100,000. Jogo shifted uncomfortably. Apologies, Mahito. This was all we could find. As for special grades, we didn't find a single one. No, I am more than satisfied, Mahito waved it off dismissively. He wasn't lying. If he had to scour the country by himself, he would never have had the time or energy. Unlike the canonical Mahito, who casually snatched up curses for cheap experiments and carelessly discarded them, this Mahito had never once stopped rigorously researching cursed spirits. And now, he was about to reap the rewards. He approached the 5 imaginary vengeful spirits, looked down at them, and gently raised his hand. They were a Kappa, a Tengu, a Zashikiwarashi, and 2 Yuki-onna. In ancient times, the population of imaginary vengeful spirits was surprisingly robust. The modern era, however, was fundamentally different. The vast majority of modern humans simply do not believe in yokai. Junior high and high school students might occasionally spawn minor urban legend curses out of fleeting paranoia, but the moment they entered the adult workforce, those superstitious fears evaporated entirely. Instead, cursed spirits born from the crushing, mundane anxieties of modern reality began to spawn endlessly. Imaginary vengeful spirits were practically driven to extinction. The few that managed to survive into the modern day were, without exception, born from world-renowned folklore. The 5 curses groveling before Mahito were prime examples. Because the myth of the Yuki-onna was so globally famous, it was one of the extremely rare concepts capable of spawning multiple, overlapping entities. Let us begin, Mahito whispered. Idle transfiguration. The 5 imaginary vengeful spirits began to morph. It wasn't an instantaneous, violent snap like when Mahito altered his own flesh, it was a slow, meticulous sculpting, like a master gardener carefully pruning a bonsai tree. Initially, they thrashed and shrieked in panic, but as the transfiguration progressed, they fell utterly silent. Cursed spirits are fundamentally non-human, but their new physical vessels were rapidly converging into human silhouettes. Idle transfiguration was rewriting the very bedrock of their souls. Yet, they felt absolutely no pain. Instead, they embraced their physical elevation with ecstatic joy. The Kappa was the first to complete its evolution. Originally, this imaginary vengeful spirit stood 2 meters tall, bearing a massive, grotesque turtle shell on its back. Its flesh was the sickly green of rotting kelp, its mouth protruding like an eagle's beak, and its head was entirely bald save for a ring of scraggly hair around the crown. But now, its mass compressed violently. Its limbs grew slender and refined, with the sleek, lethal density of coiled muscle hiding just beneath the skin. Azure blue hair erupted from its scalp, swiftly growing out to form a sharp, ear-length bob with a delicate ribbon tied at the back. A sleeveless, skirted tunic materialized over its body, laid beneath a pale teal hari. A long, dark scarf fluttered ethereally behind her. Black thigh-high stockings clad her legs, exposing only her heels and toes as she stood perfectly balanced in shinobi sandals. A watery, translucent katana materialized before her. She gripped the hilt, her expression solemn and reverent. Next was the Tengu. Massive, pitch-black wings folded tightly around its body. When they snapped open again, she was clad in an off-the-shoulder kimono, dominated by deep crimsons and blacks, accented with pure gold. Her jet-black hair was elegantly swept up and pinned with an ornate hairpin. She stood tall, her heavy chest boldly exposed by the plunging neckline. Her long, impossibly slender legs flowed like a pristine river, the high slit of the kimono exposing her thighs as she balanced gracefully on single-toothed Jita sandals. A fan made of autumn maple leaves manifested in her hand. The Tengu courtesan smiled, radiating a lethal, overwhelming allure. Then came the Zashikiwarashi. Her morphological shift was the least drastic, as she was already the most humanoid of the imaginary vengeful spirits. Under idle transfiguration, the most significant change occurred in her facial structure. Previously, her features had been a chaotic, misaligned mess that only vaguely resembled a child. Now, her features perfectly aligned, forming an agonizingly adorable, delicate face. Her previously matted black hair smoothed out into a pristine, traditional bob cut. She possessed large, obsidian eyes and wore a vibrant red kimono, a massive decorative bow tied firmly at her waist. Twin silver bells manifested as bracelets around her wrists, chiming with a crisp, crystalline ring whenever she moved. Finally, the Yuki-onna twins. Their bodies, previously composed of jagged, glacial ice, softly melted away. Pristine, snow-white kimonos draped over their skin. Their hair, as blindingly white as fresh snow, fell perfectly straight down their backs, cascading all the way to their hips. Their bangs and side locks were cut with razor-sharp precision. Breathtakingly long, snow-white eyelashes framed their eyes. They looked like twin princesses of a frozen royalty, their feet clad in white tabi socks and boat-shaped wooden clogs. Thick, plush winter scarves wrapped securely around their slender necks, drifting gently whenever the wind caught them. All 5 pairs of eyes snapped open simultaneously. They dropped to one knee, offering their absolute loyalty to Mahito. You are the very first batch of intelligent cursed spirits I have engineered. I shall grant you your names, Mahito declared. He shifted his gaze to the Kappa. Soyo. It means the ethereal river spirit, half hidden in the morning mist. A quiet, timeless beauty, like a faded ink wash painting. I thank my lord for this name. From this day forward, Soya is the master's blade. The samurai girl bowed her head. Harbakied, Mahito smiled, looking at the Tengu. May your black wings never fall, and may the brilliant crimson of the maple leaf reflect your blazing, demonic heart. The courtesan's lips curled into an intoxicating smile. Harbakied thanks the master for this gift. I shall etch it into my soul. Yaoi signifies rebirth, and Suzu, the bell, has possessed the power to ward off evil since ancient times. Mahito looked at the Zashikiwarashi and spoke softly. Yaoi Suzu. That is your name. May your pure heart remain eternal, and may all evil spirits flee before you. The little girl bowed, her bangs shadowing her eyes. She spoke with timid reverence, Thank you, master. Yaoi Suzu will do her absolute best. And finally, the miracle twins, Mahito said slowly. Imaginary vengeful spirits are already incredibly rare, yet 2 identical entities manifested before me simultaneously. I cannot help but marvel at the exquisite tapestry of fate. Yukiori, Yukiren. To weave, and the ripples on the water. Both are words deeply intertwined with the threads of destiny. I bestow them upon you. The snow-white twins bowed in perfect synchronization, their voices overlapping flawlessly. Yukiori, Yukiren, thanks the master for these names. Kenjaku clapped his hands with manic, unbridled excitement. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Mahito, it hasn't even been half a year since your birth, and you have literally engineered a brand new, apex species. If you, Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon are the venerated first generation, then what you have just accomplished is the genesis of the second generation. If you can figure out how to engrave idle transfiguration into the innate techniques of your newly created species, we could theoretically see a third generation, a fourth generation. Not only that, you could physically mutate humans into half-cursed spirits. Kenjaku's body literally trembled with euphoria, his voice quivering with barely suppressed madness. I can see it. The dawn of a completely new world. What the hell is going to happen next? I can't wait to find out. Our surviving for 1,000 years truly has its perks. Whether human or curse, this is all just so delightfully, endlessly fascinating. Incredible, Mahito. Jogo roared with pride. We succeeded. We actually succeeded. From this day forward, our new humanity truly stakes its claim upon the human world. Hanami let out a rapid sequence of chimes, her voice overflowing with profound joy. Dagon stared at the newly born intelligent curses with wide eyes, instinctively straightening his posture. From this moment on, he was officially a senior. Ashiya Sadatsuna let out a long, heavy breath. This old master has truly borne witness to a miracle of the gods. It really is insane, Kinji Hikari couldn't help but interject. I knew you were trying to manufacture intelligent cursed spirits, Mahito, but the ones you engineer are fundamentally different from the ones born naturally, right? I remember you guys, the naturally born first generation, gained sentience specifically because you absorbed a catastrophic overdose of cursed energy. You were born inherently possessing language and general common sense. But how the hell do your manufactured second generation curses already know how to speak? How do they have common sense? Did you directly inject data into their brains using idle transfiguration? Hikari had effortlessly accepted Kenjaku's first generation, second generation terminology. It was simply too accurate and visually intuitive. Surprisingly, no. Mahito looked toward the samurai girl. Soyo? Yes. Soyo looked at Hikari, her face stoic, her tone carrying the crystal-clear discipline of a samurai. Prior to this, I possessed a fragmented, hazy consciousness. I merely drifted with the current, hunting and existing purely on primal instinct. However, even then, we were constantly absorbing foundational logic and knowledge, including human language, from the residual cursed energy lingering within the atmospheric cycle. Hikari's pupils contracted. Learning knowledge by absorbing residual cursed energy from the atmosphere. I have a working, albeit unrefined, theory, Mahito said slowly. Whether human or cursed spirit, upon death, we all return to the river of souls. And that river is not some tangible, physical location, it is the cursed energy cycle itself. Instructor Kenjaku should be intimately familiar with this. If I recall, Instructor Kenjaku once mentioned that to forge a vessel for Ryam and Sukuna, he actively manipulated the reincarnation cycle of Sukuna's unborn twin brother. Indeed I did. Kenjaku forcefully regulated his breathing, calming his manic excitement, and smiled pleasantly. In truth, any sufficiently powerful sorcerer possesses the potential to observe this river of souls. However, it usually only occurs at the exact moment of death, or when dragging an opponent into that illusory space during a lethal clash. I am absolutely certain the river exists, but it is fundamentally impossible for any of us to directly interfere with it. But you clearly did interfere with it, Hikari pointed out. The reincarnation of Sukuna's brother, wasn't that a direct result of your interference? Hikari was referring to Yuji Itadori. They had thoroughly discussed the mechanics of Sukuna's vessel long ago. I wouldn't call it interference. It was more like riding the current. Kenjaku shrugged. Imagine dropping a message in a bottle at the headwaters of a raging river. You simply sprint down the riverbank, track the bottle's trajectory, calculate the exact timing, and fish it out downstream. I hardly consider the divine intervention. Hikari's mind raced, suddenly connecting the dots to the disaster curse's self-introductions. Intelligent cursed spirits formed by housing an overdose of cursed energy. The critical focal point wasn't that intelligent cursed spirit part, it was the overdose of cursed energy. There had always been an ethereal, inextricably linked connection between the soul and cursed energy. It was highly probable that this excess cursed energy carried the fragmented, residual memories of the deceased. When these scattered memory fragments aggregated and fused with a cursed identity, that was the true catalyst for the birth of an intelligent cursed spirit. Why were highly intelligent cursed spirits, entities unseen for a millennium, suddenly spawning back-to-back in the modern era? Because the massive, ceaseless daily cycle of births and deaths in this densely populated country aggressively accelerated the pooling of excess cursed energy. That critical mass was the only reason for millennial-tier intelligent curses could spawn in such rapid succession. The prosperity of humanity directly fuels the prosperity of cursed spirits. This is the absolute truth behind Mojito and the others' genesis, Through manufacturing them, I've also confirmed a fundamental truth, Mojito sighed. Mass-producing brain-dead failures is easy. But if you want to forge a truly perfect, sentient cursed spirit, you absolutely must use a highly specific, directional cursed energy target, namely, an imaginary vengeful spirit. Because they are rooted in specific concepts, they act as flawless sponges, absorbing a hyper-concentrated, stable foundation of cursed energy far more suitable for developing sentience. Attempting to force full sapience onto any other type of curse is nearly impossible. Cursed spirits lacking true sentience could only grow and operate on base instinct. Naturally, they posed absolutely no existential threat to the modern Jujutsu society. This was the exact reason Jujutsu society had maintained its arrogant, unchallenged supremacy for centuries. It was the sole reason they confidently equated a Grade 1 sorcerer's combat output to a special grade curse. But now, with Mojito's arrival, that geopolitical paradigm had violently, permanently shattered. He turned back to the 5 newly born intelligent curses, beaming with a radiant smile. It is not yet time for you to reveal yourselves to the world. But I have absolute faith in your infinite potential. I will provide you with the optimal environment to learn and grow, and I will gladly pave a bloody path for your future. Soyo, Harbakid, Yael Suzu, Yukiori, Yukiren. Welcome to the real world. Welcome, as humans. The newborn intelligent curses erupted in joyous cheers. Jogo was practically vibrating with excitement. Then leave their training to me. Hanami, I need you to stay home and care for the newborns for the next few days. Mojito smoothly cut Jogo off. Although they possess foundational common sense, they were literally just born. They have a massive curriculum to absorb. Hanami felt a profound, overwhelming sense of duty. She nodded firmly, masking her nervous excitement. Jogo opened his mouth again. And I can? Furthermore, Instructor Kenjaku, I entrust the development of their innate techniques entirely to you, Mojito said to Kenjaku. Kenjaku nodded, completely unsurprised. Leave it to me. I am thoroughly looking forward to witnessing the absolute limits of their potential. A bead of sweat rolled down Jogo's forehead. Mojito, I can. Instructor Ishia, may I rely on you for their hand-to-hand combat and kinetic conditioning? That little girl Soya looks like an absolute natural for my new shadow style. Ishia agreed without a microsecond of hesitation. I will forge her with everything I have. However, my primary instructional target remains you. You understand that, correct? Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way, Mojito smiled. A deep, primal sense of crisis flared in Jogo's chest. I? Dagon, you can tag along too, Mojito said softly. But don't teach the kids any bad habits, okay? You can take them to the beach in your domain to play. Dagon bounced eagerly on the spot, letting out a proud, happy chirp. I can teach them too. Jogo blurted out frantically. Jogo, I actually have a monumental mission exclusively for you, Mojito suddenly said, his face dead serious. Jogo froze. Could you perhaps make a few more sweeps across the country? See if you can dig up any more imaginary vengeful spirits. Mojito asked. Jogo finally snapped. You just want to get rid of me, don't you? You don't trust my teaching skills at all. Hanami, Dagon, and I just scoured the entirety of Japan following Kenjaku's exact coordinates, and we only managed to scrape together 5. Now you want me to go out there and find more completely alone. How the hell am I supposed to do that? Some things are better left unsaid, Mojito thought. Is there even a single, microscopic shred of your teaching ability that would put anyone at ease? Even leaving them with Dagon is infinitely safer than leaving them with you. But obviously, Mojito couldn't say that out loud. Securing more imaginary vengeful spirits is a matter of absolute, existential priority. It dictates whether we can expand our family. You understand the strategic weight of this, don't you? Mojito said with grave solemnity. I am fully aware that searching the country again is like finding a needle in an ocean. But for the sake of our future, I implore you to search one more time. This is for our grand, righteous cause. Well, if it's truly that important. Jogo was rendered utterly speechless. He stared blankly at the sky, harboring a very strong suspicion he had just been totally scammed. But after racking his brain, he couldn't find a single logical flaw in Mahito's reasoning. Instead, he genuinely felt he had been entrusted with the weight of the world. Finally. Kinji, Mahito looked at Hikari. Hikari crossed his arms, a feral grin spreading across his face. Yeah. I know what I have to do. He paused, then added, leave Gojo-sensei to me. Chapter 48, 10. The bonds on both sides. 2,918 words. 1 week later. Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. Hidden deep within the mountains of Tokyo sat a sprawling campus, protected by an overlapping array of immense barriers. From the base of the mountain to the summit, a sequence of torii gates stood in absolute silence. These gates were the sensory nodes of the barrier. Anyone passing through them had to be a formally registered Jujutsu sorcerer, or the barrier would instantly trigger a massive alarm. It was a heavily fortified military installation masquerading as an educational institution, Tokyo Jujutsu High. Just outside the main torii gate, Yuki Tsukumo leaned against the wooden pillar, her brow furrowed in deep annoyance. Where the hell is Satoru? Where did he run off to this time? He said he was going to fetch the underclassmen, a deep, incredibly calm voice replied. Yes, the speaker was quite literally a panda, a massive, rotund body covered in black and white fur, with a seemingly dopey, lovable face. Only when he stood at his full, imposing height did his sheer physical mass become apparent. Yet, even as he slouched slightly, he radiated absolutely zero hostility. Salmon, Toge Inumaki added. Toge Inumaki was a relatively short boy with pale, ash-blonde hair. He wore the standard black Jujutsu High uniform, though his collar was heavily modified, zipped up so high it completely concealed the lower half of his face. This gave his voice a distinctly muffled, muted quality. So? How much longer are we supposed to wait? Moki Zenin crossed her arms. This was the very same Moki who, in the original canon, would go on to brutally massacre the entire Zenin clan. Here, however, she was still just a fiercely rebellious teenager. She possessed sharp, striking features, wore wire-rimmed glasses, and had her dark green hair tied back in a high ponytail, dressed in the female variant of the school uniform. Yuki Tsukumo sighed heavily. Only Satoru knows the exact timeline. All he told me was that our guest would arrive around noon. Did he not tell you guys? All three students shook their heads. Perfect. That idiot is as utterly unreliable as always, Yuki ground her teeth. Normally, she was an incredibly laid-back, easygoing woman, but the second Satoru Gojo was involved, her blood pressure spiked. He used to be somewhat cute when he was younger. How did he grow up to be such an absolute headache? Yuki sighed from the bottom of her soul. Alright, fine, Gojo was just as unreliable back then too. It was just that Yuki had barely interacted with him in the past. This was her first time formally running a joint operation with him. Her past impressions of him were entirely filtered through rose-tinted glasses that were currently shattering into a million pieces. Ah. You guys are here early, a voice suddenly called out. From beyond the torii gate, a man waved enthusiastically. Striking white hair, a black blindfold concealing his eyes, Satoru Gojo confidently strutted up the stone steps, casually swinging a plastic convenience store bag. Trailing behind him were 4 students clad in Jujutsu High uniforms. He puffed out his chest, beaming at the waiting group, and threw his hands out in a wildly exaggerated gesture of presentation. Look! Look! These are the absolute goldmine prodigies I personally scouted. Once they reach their full potential, I guarantee we can violently kick out all those useless, crusty old fossils at headquarters. You really shouldn't be screaming treason out loud like that. Nobara Kujisaki retorted sharply. Nobara Kujisaki practically oozed the aura of a delinquent. She had dyed her short black hair a light brown, tucking one side behind her ear. She wore the female Jujutsu High uniform, a hammer holstered firmly at her waist, her feet clad in heavy brown leather loafers. In the past, I would have at least pretended to give those old geezers some face. Gojo maintained his bright smile, but his tone imperceptibly dropped to a freezing absolute zero. But lately, I've been seriously debating how much longer I should actually let them live. A heavy, chilling silence hung over the group for 2 or 3 seconds. Yuki Tsukumo was the first to recover. She swept her gaze over Gojo's students and flashed a dazzling, hearty smile. It must be exhausting having Satoru as your teacher. I'm Yuki Tsukumo, special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. I was invited here to whip you all into shape. Yes. I am Yuji Itadori. please take care of me. Yuji violently bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Yuji Itadori was a boy whose loose clothes hid a terrifyingly dense physique. He sported short, unruly pink hair that spiked out wildly like a hedgehog despite his attempts to tame it. Though incredibly polite, his slightly triangular eyes and sharply angled eyebrows gave him a naturally ferocious, intimidating glare, yet his actual smile was completely goofy and endearing. Yuki looked at him thoughtfully. So you're the vessel for Ryomen Sukuna? Yep. Yuji completely ignored the heavy stigma attached to the title, flashing Yuki a bright, natural grin. Yuki laughed out loud. What a fantastic mindset! Then she sighed softly. Though I suppose you're quite lucky. Normally, a vessel like you would be immediately targeted for execution by the higher-ups. But with all the recent chaos violently ripping their attention elsewhere, sitting comfortably under Satoru's protection has actually made you the safest person in the country. I wouldn't exactly call the recent chaos a good thing, Megumi Fushiguro frowned deeply. Well, it's a great thing for whoever ends up freeloading their way into taking over the three great families, Yuki teased. Megumi's face darkened instantly. Whoever wants that cursed clan can have it. I want it. Gojo screamed excitedly. Anyway, Megumi. You better hold the line. Hold out until those fossils literally force you to change your name to a Megumi Zenin. Megumi finally lost his temper. I told you, I am absolutely never changing my name. And I care far more about the Fushiguro name than the damn Zenin clan. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake and immediately bowed his head. My apologies, Moki-senpai. I didn't mean to insult you. Moki Zenin waved it off effortlessly. No need to apologize. I actually visited the Zenin estate recently. I'll just say it straight, every single person who died there, including that arrogant piece of trash clan head, was absolute human garbage. Their deaths don't shake me in the slightest. Megumi shot Gojo a glare, then couldn't help but add, if Moki-senpai wants it, I'd gladly support her claim as the clan head. Drop it! Moki's voice suddenly spiked in volume. If I am going to become the clan head, I will fight for it with my own two hands. The primary reason Moki had enrolled at Jujutsu High under Satoru Gojo's tutelage was to endure grueling training, accumulating enough power to eventually return to the Zenin clan and violently usurp the clan head position. She was suffocating under the clan's toxic, misogynistic atmosphere and desperately wanted to rewrite its foundation with her own hands. But now, she didn't have to. Because the crusty old fossils who strictly enforced the clan's traditional rot had all been slaughtered. The survivors were mostly the weak, the cowardly, and those lacking any real political spine. Whoever sat on the clan head throne now would essentially become an absolute dictator with unquestioned authority. Moki understood Megumi perfectly. She knew that if Megumi actually took the throne, he would ruthlessly overhaul the Zenin clan's archaic systems. In a way, her ultimate wish had already been granted. She no longer harbored an obsessive fixation on taking the title herself. The only thing left on her mind was the King of Curses, she muttered under her breath. He is the only one. I will settle the score with him personally. Gojo mercilessly shattered his student's dramatic resolve. If you try to fight the King of Curses right now, he'd probably just blow on you and you'd disintegrate into ash. Ahahaha. Satoru, you really don't know how to read the damn room, do you? Yuki pinched the bridge of her nose, utterly speechless. Moki looked dead inside. Yuki smoothly changed the subject, directing a warm smile at the last two students. So, I assume you two are the wielder of a resonance, Nobara Kujisaki, and the half-cursed spirit, Rice Shower. Nobara nervously bowed her head. Why yes. I'm Nobara Kujisaki. Rice Shower practically curled into a ball, her shoulders trembling violently. I am Rice Shower. Please take care of me, special grade Sama. Asterisk a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. Asterisk. While Satoru Gojo had single-handedly annihilated their majestic fantasies of what a special grade acted like, the mythical aura surrounding the other special grades remained completely intact. Ultimately, a special grade stood at the absolute pinnacle of Jujutsu society. Their apocalyptic strength was unquestionable. It was widely accepted that if a special grade ever desired it, they could unilaterally massacre the entire Jujutsu world overnight. Unlike Gojo, Yuki Tsukumo didn't radiate an aura of chaotic unreliability. On the contrary, she was hearty, approachable, and stunningly gorgeous, perfectly aligning with the rookie's idealized fantasies of an ultimate powerhouse. Even Nobara, who rarely backed down from anyone, felt a subtle wave of pressure and nerves. Rice Shower was faring far worse, her eyes were already spinning, and she looked ready to pass out on the spot. Gojo, completely oblivious to the atmosphere, tapped his watch and complained loudly, "It's almost time. I literally dragged all my adorable students out here, so why the hell isn't he here yet?" He shouted the name to the sky. "Hikari!" As if on cue to violently shut Gojo up, a localized hurricane suddenly tore across the courtyard. Everyone instinctively looked up. A suffocating, deadening pressure descended upon the entire campus without warning. It was high noon, the sun blazing in the zenith, yet a massive shadow suddenly eclipsed the light. It was a pair of wings. Dragon wings. They were so unfathomably massive they blocked out the sun, casting an apocalyptic shadow that swallowed everyone below. A gargantuan dragon was slowly descending. Gojo let out a sharp, impressed whistle. But everyone else was completely paralyzed with shock. None of them could have ever imagined that a literal mythological dragon would descend upon the school. Crucially, the Great Barriers hadn't triggered an alarm, meaning the rider was officially registered in the barrier's security protocol. It wasn't an enemy. Yet, the dragon's cursed energy crashed down on them like a physical avalanche. Everyone felt as though a massive boulder had been dropped onto their chests, uncontrollable terror flooded their veins. The dragon lowered its massive head, its colossal horns twisting like serpents. Seated cross-legged right between the horns was a man. While the dragon was still dozens of meters in the air, the man casually stepped off the beast's snout and plummeted. Yuki Tsukumo instinctively raised her guard. She felt a lethal, impending threat, as if it wasn't a human plummeting toward them, but an extinction-level meteor. It was an illusion, of course, a human body couldn't mathematically generate the kinetic mass of a meteor. Yet it simultaneously wasn't an illusion, because as the man fell, an apocalyptic pressure descended with him. A violent maelstrom of cursed energy wrapped tightly around his falling body, simulating the sheer kinetic impact of a 100-ton steel vault dropping from the sky. Gojo suddenly grabbed Yuki's wrist. "Relax. Boom, asterisk." The man plummeting from the sky finally impacted the earth. In that microsecond, everyone felt the tectonic plates groan. The Great Barrier, pushed to its absolute threshold, finally shrieked in alarm, not because of an intruder, but because the localized tremor was so violent the system misidentified it as a major earthquake. A massive shockwave of displaced earth and pulverized stone exploded outward, sweeping over the courtyard like a localized sandstorm. As the dust slowly settled, a silhouette confidently strode out from the crater. "Long time no see, Gojo-sensei," Kinji Hikari's voice rang out, loud and highly energetic. "It's great to see you still looking so lively. Really brings back memories of my school days. And the woman standing next to you must be the legendary special grade, Yuki Tsukumo-senpai? Don't be so tense. For the record, I have no intention of shattering the school's barriers." Yuki flashed a razor-sharp smile. "The way you phrased that implies that if you actually wanted to, tearing the school's barriers to shreds would be effortless." "Oh? Did I not make myself clear?" Hikari casually raised his hand. From the settling dust above, a tiny dragon, no larger than a kitten, fluttered down and landed delicately on his palm. The miniature dragon tilted its head, locking eyes with Yuki, and inexplicably mirrored Hikari's exact, cocky grin. "That is exactly what I meant," Hikari smirked. As the premier training grounds for Jujutsu Society, the barriers protecting the Tokyo and Kyoto branches were personally erected by Master Tengen. Their structural integrity was virtually absolute. In the entire Jujutsu world, the number of individuals capable of forcibly shattering them could be counted on two hands. In other words, by casually implying he could violently break the barrier, Hikari was loudly declaring that he had definitively secured a seat among the top 10 strongest entities on the planet. What an arrogant, astoundingly brilliant kid, Yuki thought. And yet, the crusty old fools at headquarters practically hand-delivered a talent like this straight into the arms of the cursed spirits. Gojo threw his arms wide open, his smile radiating genuine joy. "Long time no see, Hikari. It's obvious you've been living your best life lately." The tiny dragon on Hikari's palm fluttered up and perched comfortably on his shoulder. It raised its head proudly, its eyes gleaming with a distinctly human spark of joy, an exact mirror of the emotion shining in Hikari's own eyes. Hikari surveyed the crowd and sighed nostalgically. "When I got suspended, Megumi Fushiguro was the only first year. Now there are 3 more out of nowhere. If I recall, this campus is the primary stronghold for your grand revolution to overhaul Jujutsu Society, right, Gojo-sensei? Which means every single kid standing here has earned your personal stamp of approval." That struck the exact right chord with Gojo. He immediately puffed out his chest with immense pride. "Ha! You know me too well, Hikari. Exactly. Every single one of them is a dazzling prodigy I personally vetted. They are absolutely going to be the vanguard of my revolution. Come on, let's do introductions. This is Yuji Itadori, this is Nobara Kujisaki, and this is Rice Shower. Gojo patted each student firmly on the head as he said their names. The physical impact finally snapped the rookies out of their dragon-induced stupor. Gojo looked back at Hikari, his voice dropping into a tone of profound, unshakable certainty. And you, Hikari? You are my student, too. Hikari sighed inwardly. Asterisk, I knew it. Gojo-sensei really is here to flip me. Asterisk. Cool, someone suddenly whispered. Everyone immediately turned to look at the source. Yuji froze for a second, then awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, chuckling nervously. I just wanted to say, the giant dragon Hikari-senpai rode in on, that was a Shikigami, right? That was so incredibly cool. Yuji beamed with genuine awe. Hikari paused, putting a name to the face. Gojo-sensei just introduced you. Yuji Itadori. You're the vessel for Ryomen Sukuna. Yuji pointed at himself. Am I really that famous? Hikari burst into boisterous laughter. Famous doesn't even begin to cover it. The geopolitical storm surrounding you hasn't even fully started yet. After all, if Mahito fails to kill Gojo-sensei, the Ryomen Sukuna locked inside your gut is the absolute next blade destined to be aimed at his throat. The words hit the group like a physical shockwave. Even Gojo was stunned. You really don't hold anything back, do you, Hikari? Gojo said, his voice surprisingly soft. Because I don't want to see you get hurt, Gojo-sensei. Hikari looked directly at Gojo, his tone laced with a heavy, melancholy sigh. You were the one who personally dragged me into the Jujutsu world. You mentored me without holding anything back, handing me the keys to the absolute pinnacle of Jujutsu power. You stood by me and funded the development of my modern domain expansion, even when it meant severely antagonizing the Jujutsu headquarters. During the night parade of 100 demons, you were the only one who fought for me when the higher-ups tried to ruin my life. Gojo-sensei, my respect for you is absolute. There is not a single ounce of falsehood in it. Gojo's expression softened for a fleeting moment, but he instantly violently rubbed his arms as if covered in goosebumps, forcing a loud, awkward laugh. Hikari, since when did you get so damn sappy? That wasn't empty flattery. Hikari took a deep breath, suddenly shifting his intense gaze directly onto Yuki Tsukumo. I already know exactly why the headquarters suddenly revoked my execution order. Tsukumo-senpai. Are we doing this? Gojo frowned. I brought your underclassmen here to welcome you back. I assumed you'd want to catch up for a bit. We're fighting. Yuki smoothly cut Gojo off. She flashed a smile. But it wasn't her usual, hearty, approachable grin. This smile radiated a terrifying, borderline psychotic aura, an absolute, unadulterated bloodlust for combat. She declared, I am ready right now. What about you? Hikari's lips curled into a mirror image of her feral grin. Same here. Chapter 49, 11. I want to gamble big. 3,215 words. The venue shifted to the school's massive central training square. Because Jujutsu High was specifically engineered to house catastrophic combat training, the square was astronomically larger than a normal school's courtyard. Compounded by the overlapping Great Barriers protecting the campus, the structural integrity of the area far exceeded anything in the mundane world. Kinji Hikari and Yuki Tsukumo stood approximately 50 meters apart. They didn't engage immediately, instead, they began to casually warm up. The students scrambled up the massive stone steps on the perimeter, securing seats to witness an absolute apex-tier jujitsu clash. Gojo had explicitly told them that if Hikari was on a roll, even special-grade sorcerers couldn't stop him. And Yuki Tsukumo was an officially designated special grade. This was an undeniable, world-class special-grade duel. Thanks to Gojo, they vaguely understood the conceptual terror of a special grade, but this would be their first time witnessing that apocalyptic power clash firsthand. Gojo stood casually next to Hikari as he stretched, laughing brightly. Your underclassmen are watching, you know. Don't embarrass me. It's just Yuki Tsukumo, beat the absolute hell out of her. Hikari finally broke his stoic composure. Gojo-sensei, do you even realize what you're saying right now? Asterisk, I am literally the chief enforcer for the King of Curses. You are actively cheering for the enemy right now, do you realize that? Asterisk. Kinji, Gojo said suddenly, his tone dropping its playful edge. You will eventually become a sorcerer capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with me. I have never once doubted that. The pivot in topic was jarring, but Hikari instantly understood exactly what Gojo was trying to say. He fell silent. Memories of his time under Gojo's tutelage flooded his mind. Gojo wasn't exactly a good teacher in the traditional, academic sense, but he was an unparalleled mentor and friend. Gojo didn't care about societal norms or rigid traditions. He would unapologetically take your side, even if you violently shattered mainstream jujutsu taboos. Gojo would stand as your shield. He would ruthlessly protect your freedom. He would effortlessly shoulder the crushing, invisible political pressure aimed at you, always maintaining that infuriatingly cocky smile, making it look as though holding up the collapsing sky was nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Hikari respected Satoru Gojo more than anyone else in the world. That was an indisputable fact. If this were the past, Hikari would have responded with absolute, unwavering loyalty. He would have said, I know, Gojo-sensei. Please, let me be your strength, But now, he could never utter those words again. He pressed his leg down into a deep stretch and spoke softly. Gojo-sensei, I can't lie to you, and it's not because of a binding vow. I saw the light. The light Mahito showed me. I was supposed to wander forever in the absolute abyss of Jujutsu society. Even the faintest glimmer of starlight would have been enough to comfort me. But now, a blinding, inescapable light has illuminated my path. I can't go back. What's with all this light nonsense? Kinji, are you going through a late Chunibyo phase? Gojo chuckled softly. Let's just say I am. Hikari began doing chest expansions, his voice straining slightly with the physical exertion. Jujutsu society has been rotting from the inside out for centuries. That is a reality even you admit, Gojo-sensei. I truly believe that one day, you and the underclassmen will successfully tear it down and rebuild it. I never doubted that. But even if you do, how long will that golden age last? After you die, Gojo-sensei, how long will the future you forged actually endure? I can't help but look at that future with absolute pessimism. I remember you being a deeply optimistic kid, Gojo noted quietly. Reality forced me to change, Hikari said flatly. Just like how I used to firmly believe you would eventually bring me justice. When the Jujutsu headquarters issued my execution order, I didn't violently retaliate. When I was hiding like a rat in an abandoned parking garage, I firmly believed my warrant would be revoked any day. But I waited, and waited, until Mahito finally found me. Until I officially joined his faction. The justice a Jujutsu society owed me never arrived. Hikari wasn't blaming Gojo. On the contrary, the deeper he sank into the violently prejudiced abyss of mainstream Jujutsu society, the more he fully comprehended just how far Gojo had gone to protect him. He cherished Gojo's grace more than ever. Gojo stood at the absolute zenith of the Jujutsu world, yet even he lacked the political omnipotence to protect a favored student from being branded with an unjust execution order. Of course, because Hikari was a lethal powerhouse, and because Gojo's invisible pressure loomed over headquarters, the execution orders was practically unenforced. But surviving despite a death warrant is entirely different from not having one at all. Gojo had failed him. I promised you that I would personally eradicate every single injustice you faced. Gojo's smile vanished completely. His expression turned deadly serious. I haven't retracted that promise. All you have to do is come back to my side. The offer was genuine. Hikari could hear the absolute sincerity in Gojo's voice. But he didn't look back. He just spoke with a detached, clinical calmness. Before the collapse of the Soviet Union, America was a utopia, so impossibly perfect that modern people can't even fathom it. A single blue-collar factory worker could easily feed a family of 6. They possessed the most comprehensive, flawless healthcare nets imaginable. Absolutely no one feared for their future. Their union system was utterly devoid of corruption, every worker united their strength to vocalize their rights. It felt as though the world would remain perfectly beautiful forever. Hikari transitioned into his next stretch, his voice steady as he continued his monologue. But the second the Soviet Union collapsed, everything violently inverted. America became the undisputed, unchallenged global hegemon. It waged endless wars. It casually humiliated other nations. It would swear solemn treaties and rip them to shreds the very next month. Its flawless union system mutated into a violently monopolized mafia, everyone forced to join a union now suffers in agonizing extortion. The nation became a ferociously greedy dragon, mercilessly spewing catastrophic floods, drowning the world, and itself, in its wake. Hikari stretched his arms straight up, elongating his spine. I am absolutely certain that if you actually convince me to defect right now, the Jujutsu headquarters would be ecstatic. They would agree to literally any demand I made. Even if I demanded they crawl on their hands and knees to beg for my forgiveness, I believe they would do it. But the absolute second Mahito is eradicated, I guarantee they will instantly violently flip on me. They will force me to suffer 100 times the humiliation I already endured. They'll treat me like a disposable pawn, used when convenient, tossed aside in disgust when the threat is gone. Gojo couldn't refute a single word. Even Gojo himself knew, with absolute certainty, that Hikari's prediction was precisely how the future would unfold. Gojo sighed heavily. So, what exactly did the King of Curses promise you? He promised me absolutely nothing, Hikari smiled. Nothing? Correct. Absolutely nothing. He promised you nothing, yet you offer him this level of fanatical loyalty. Gojo asked, genuinely bewildered. I never took you for someone with brain damage, Hikari. Mahito is a good person, Hikari said slowly. A good person? He is a cursed spirit. Gojo stressed emphatically. I know the King of Curses acts more as human than most sorcerers. Since his debut, I haven't heard a single confirmed report of him actively hunting civilians. And yes, while he allied with curse users, those same curse users have completely halted their murderous activities under his reign. The entire world seems quiet, save for the minor, newly spawned curses. I don't doubt for a second that his localized actions make him seem like a good person. Gojo paused, his tone turning grave. But he is fundamentally not human. Regardless of how benevolent he appears, a cursed spirit can absolutely never become the king of humanity. Human society must ultimately be governed by humans. That is the absolute, non-negotiable bottom line, and the King of Curses has violently crossed it. This was the true reason Gojo radiated such intense hostility toward Mahito. Gojo understood perfectly that this wasn't a petty squabble over good versus evil. It was a war of biological sovereignty. As a human, it was fundamentally, biologically impossible to accept a cursed spirit as a sovereign ruler. Humanity, as the sole apex species on the planet, had grown utterly accustomed to absolute dominion. How could they possibly roll out the red carpet for a rival apex species to subjugate them? Gojo literally could not conceptualize a future where that was acceptable. As long as that apocalyptic possibility existed, the King of Curses had to die. Whether Mahito was a good person or not was completely irrelevant. His morality didn't change the absolute necessity for humanity to permanently eradicate him, to remain eternally vigilant, and to never yield an inch of ground. Are humans truly fit to rule humans? Hikari asked suddenly. Gojo frowned. Do you even hear yourself right now, Kinji? Gojo-sensei, do you know exactly how many people die in Tokyo every single year? Hikari asked. He didn't wait for an answer. Excluding the missing persons, the confirmed death toll exceeds 110,000. That's an average of over 300 deaths every single day, and the metric is climbing annually. According to data projections, Japan's death rate will peak in 2039, surging to 1.67 million deaths per year. Gojo remained silent. Hikari continued slowly. The very first statistic every student at Jujutsu High is forced to memorize is the annual civilian casualty rate caused by cursed spirits. What was it again? 10,000 a year? 50,000? And those are all filed under missing persons, meaning they aren't even included in the confirmed death toll I just cited. Hikari's voice dropped into a heavy, suffocating bass. While sitting in classrooms, I never fully processed the math. The total number of humans slaughtered by cursed spirits across the entirety of Japan doesn't even amount to half the number of humans killed by other humans in Tokyo alone. When I first saw the actual data, I naively assumed most of those deaths were accidents or natural causes. But they aren't. Suicides, stress-induced heart failure, occupational hazards, those make up the overwhelming majority. Hikari paused, exhaling slowly as he finished his final stretch. Gojo was silent. He genuinely hadn't looked into those statistics. Just fending off the political assassinations from the higher-ups left him completely exhausted. He had to carve out his own time just to teach his students, he had zero bandwidth to study the nation's annual mortality rates, let alone read dense sociological reports. He only cared about Jujutsu society and maintaining the veil between it and the mundane world. Beyond that, he had never once harbored the ambition to micromanage normal human civilization. These cold, brutal statistics slammed into him. For the first time, he was caught completely off guard. He was stunned. Hikari spoke with clinical calmness. The school taught me that cursed spirits are unforgivable because direct murder is an absolute taboo. So, if a corporate mandate forces an employee to work agonizing overtime until their heart literally explodes, does that not count as murder? If someone is worked so relentlessly they can't afford a proper meal, eventually dying from severe malnutrition and vitamin deficiency, does that not count as murder? If society crushes someone under such immense, suffocating pressure that they throw themselves off a roof, does that not count as murder? Human trafficking. The narcotics trade. The sociopathic children of elite politicians who legally walk free because a bribed judge labels them mentally unfit. The hypocritical CEOs who preach righteousness while forcing their employees to labor under illegal, soul-crushing conditions. Problems exactly like these are absolutely ubiquitous in our modern society. Do these not count as murder? I am not a grand politician. I have absolutely no clue how to solve these systemic societal rot. Even if I racked my brain until it bled, I could never draft a policy to fix it. Because I don't understand sociology, I don't understand macroeconomics, I don't understand geopolitical diplomacy. Hell, I can barely manage my own personal relationships without making a mess. But I know how to do basic, 10-digit arithmetic. No matter how you slice the data, the number of humans slaughtered by humans astronomically eclipses the number of humans slaughtered by curses. That data is an absolute, undeniable fact. Hikari stood perfectly straight. He raised his arms high toward the sky, stretching with his entire body. He spoke with absolute, crushing gravity. Humans have ruled humans for over 10,000 years. And all I see is an infinite, cascading disaster. We are plummeting into an abyss, constantly accelerating downward. There is no floor. There is nowhere left to stand. And now, at the absolute breaking point, a cursed spirit, one even you admit is a good person, Gojo-sensei, has chosen to step up and try to fix it using his own methods. Why shouldn't I? Gamble big on him? Asterisk, you are using the entire future of the human race as your poker chips. Asterisk, Gojo wanted to scream. But he knew, with absolute certainty, that arguing was entirely pointless now. Hikari hadn't been brainwashed. He wasn't shackled by a binding vow. He had arrived at this conclusion entirely through his own free will, his own lived experiences, his own deep contemplation, and his own raw observations of reality. And his conclusion wasn't an isolated delusion. Forget Gojo, if Hikari broadcasted this speech to the world, a massive demographic would vehemently agree with him. Not because they were idiots who didn't understand the inherent danger of cursed spirits, but simply because, over the last 10,000 years, humanity's track record of ruling itself had been catastrophically, undeniably horrific. There was a popular internet meme that perfectly encapsulated this exact phenomenon: an alien lands on Earth, announcing its intention to conquer the planet. A terrified factory worker tremblingly asks, how do you plan to enslave us? The alien sneers sadistically and declares, asterisk, from now on, you will be forced to labor for 8 grueling hours a day. You will only be provided 3 meals a day, plus snacks, and milk will only be provided in the mornings. Your lunch break will be a mere 1 hour. Ha ha ha, you will be exhausted. Asterisk. Asterisk, you will only receive bonuses 3 times a year, and you only get 2 months of paid vacation. But here is the most diabolical torture: you will only receive mandatory psychological counseling once a week. Your salary will only increase every 4 months, overtime will only pay triple your base rate, and you will be forced to exercise after work. Asterisk. Ask any blue-collar corporate drone on the planet, who wouldn't be violently tempted by that slavery. It was exactly as Hikari said. Asterisk, since humanity has catastrophically failed, why not let the curses give it a shot? Asterisk. I honestly can't tell if you've completely lost your mind, Kinji, Gojo sighed. I don't know either. Hikari broke into a wide, reckless grin. But I know I can afford the buy-in. And the reason I can gamble this big is precisely because you're standing right behind me, Gojo-sensei. If Mahito's revolution fails, if it turns into a nightmare, I know with absolute certainty that you will rip his head off and hit the reset button. Am I wrong? Gojo froze, genuinely shocked. You actually factored that in. Why wouldn't I? Hikari finished his warm-up, flashing a confident thumbs up. You're Gojo-sensei. What possible reason could I have, not to trust you? Gojo's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered Hikari's earlier warning, asterisk, if Mahito fails to kill you, the Ryoman Sukuna locked inside Yuji is the next blade destined to be aimed at your throat. Asterisk. Hikari really was a sappy idiot. That intel was a theoretical trump card, highly classified, yet Hikari had leaked it to him without a microsecond of hesitation. On one hand, Hikari had chosen to back the King of Curses' bid for global supremacy. He wanted to gamble on a massive societal reset, and because of that, he would never betray Mahito. Even standing face to face with Gojo, he refused to compromise an inch. But on the other hand, he desperately wanted Satoru Gojo to survive. He wanted Gojo to live forever. Because the moment the King of Curses revolution turned toxic, Hikari was explicitly relying on Satoru Gojo to personally execute Mahito and return the world to zero. This was an unfathomable, monumental level of trust. Gojo couldn't help but be profoundly moved. But he would absolutely never show it on his face. He flashed his trademark arrogant, infinitely cocky grin and pointed at Hikari. "Ha! Leave it to me. Judging by Satoru's face, I'd say your deranged little cult pitch actually worked on him." Yuki Tsukumo shrugged off her jacket, revealing a fiercely athletic physique. Cursed energy began to violently ripple, starting from the very tips of her hair. Under the blazing midday sun, her blonde hair seemed to ignite, burning with a molten, golden-red hue. The sun framed her back, making her look like a goddess of war descending straight from the solar core. Hikari felt an absolutely crushing pressure wash over him. The tiny dragon on his shoulder had long since opened its eyes, glaring ferociously at Yuki. Hikari let out a booming, fearless laugh. His own cursed energy roared to life, and as it ignited, the tiny dragon began to morph. The dragon suddenly spread its wings, launching itself into the sky. Hikari stepped forward. "How do you know it's a cult pitch?" Hikari asked, rolling his shoulders. "The second you placed your faith in a cursed spirit, every word leaving your mouth became delusional garbage." Yuki chuckled darkly. Satoru is still too young. He's been caged on this tiny island nation for so long that his soul has molded into the shape of Japan. He possesses enough raw power to exterminate the human race, yet his mind is as ridiculously naive as a pure-hearted schoolgirl who's never been on a date. "So, you're not going to listen to a single word I say, huh?" Hikari's lips peeled back, baring his teeth in a predatory, tiger-like grin. "I'm standing right here precisely because I've listened to entirely too much of it." Yuki mirrored his grin, her smile radiating the terrifying malice of a demon. "Come on, kid. Let me physically beat the King of Curses' grand philosophy out of your skull. Bring it on." Hikari slammed his hands together, forming a hand sign, and roared with manic exhilaration. "Kinji Hikari. Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College, 3rd year. Tsukumo-sama. I humbly request your guidance." Yuki's adrenaline violently spiked. She tossed her jacket completely aside, revealing a tight, sleeveless combat tank top that clung to her explosive musculature. The discarded jacket fluttered high into the air, snapping violently in the wind like a black war banner. She laughed, a booming, euphoric roar. "Yuki Tsukumo, special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. I accept your challenge. Now show me what you've got." Chapter 50, 12. Companion Spirit. 2,936 words. Kinji Hikari started to sprint. He ran roaring, like a delinquent straight out of a hot-blooded high school manga. His voice grew louder, and with his wild howling, his power skyrocketed endlessly. In almost an instant, he was in the zone. His erratic cursed energy scattered wildly, like a frenzied dragon flying close to the ground. The sheer pressure kicked up a violent storm, forming a literal sandstorm of dirt and debris. Hikari erupted from the sandstorm, leaping into the air. He soared upward, reaching a height of nearly 30 meters. It was so high that Yuki Tsukumo, who was bracing for a heavy impact, had to crane her neck to look up. But the first thing she saw wasn't Hikari's dropkick, it was a giant dragon taking a deep breath. The kitten-sized dragon began to expand in mid-air, instantly transforming into a genuine, massive dragon, a behemoth over 30 meters long. 30-meter flying creatures simply didn't exist in this world, but now Yuki Tsukumo was staring right at one. It was like a flying mountain, a biological fortress. And now, this biological fortress had aimed its main cannon straight at her. Dragon's breath. Yuki raised both hands to guard her face. The next second, she was bathed in the dragon's breath. The moment it made contact, she understood its true nature. This wasn't a cursed technique at all, it was a highly concentrated blast of cursed energy. Even a sorcerer without an innate technique could pull it off easily. But what made it different from a normal cursed energy blast was the sheer volume it was too massive. It was like splashing a cup of water, it couldn't hurt anyone. But when a tsunami hit, even Mike Tyson would be crushed to death by the pressure. The same principle applied here. The dragon's breath was a tsunami of cursed energy, an endless deluge that felt like it could drown the world. Amidst the deafening roar, Yuki was blasted into the sky like a kickball launched by a child. She felt her entire body burning from the flames, but she didn't even have the time to use reverse cursed technique. Because right on the heels of the dragon's breath came Hikari's dropkick. Releasing a terrifying amount of cursed energy, Hikari assumed the posture of a rider kick, plunging fiercely from the sky toward Yuki. Maintaining her defensive stance to receive the heavy blow, Yuki concentrated all her power into her arms, crossing her forearms to meet Hikari's rider kick head-on. Boom! The moment the rider kick collided with her forearms, a colossal sound erupted. It wasn't the sound of flesh striking flesh, but the grinding crash of boulders smashing together. The deafening noise kicked up a massive shockwave, expanding in all directions like a hurricane. Yuki's feet slammed violently into the ground, sinking deep into the earth. Even then, the sheer pressure nearly forced her to her knees in an instant. It felt less like taking a rider kick and more like taking a head-on collision from a 100-ton tank. The earth violently trembled. The school's master barrier alarm system was forcibly triggered, blaring as if a formidable enemy had invaded. Satoru Gojo lifted his blindfold, observing the battle with his 6 eyes, his blood unconsciously boiling with excitement. Kinji Hikari has really gotten stronger. The ground beneath Yuki spiderwebbed outward. In just a few seconds, the cracks devoured the entire plaza. She was certain she had fully prepared her cursed energy defenses, yet she still heard the sickening snap of her forearm fracturing. In just one exchange, she had been injured. Excellent, Hikari! Yuki erupted with cursed energy. You've really managed to surprise me. Cursed technique release, Star Rage. Star Rage imbued Yuki Tsukumo with virtual mass far beyond imagination. Naturally, the higher the mass, the greater the force. Her cursed technique granted her the purest raw stats. 10 times? 100 times? That was vastly underestimating the technique. As long as she willed it, every single one of her punches could shatter continents and redraw the map of the earth. Was there any living creature in this world that could withstand a continent-shattering blow? No. No living thing in this world could do it. Yuki let out a ferocious roar. Flexing her arms, she forcefully deflected Hikari's rider kick, even while pinned in a defensive stance. Hikari had launched his downward rider kick from a superior position, utilizing not just sheer strength but gravity and weight, leveraging every possible means to amplify his attack. Yet, that force was utterly obliterated in an instant. The muscles in his calf tore apart, and his bones emitted a sickening crunch. The opposing reaction force launched him entirely off his feet. He flew backward through the air, like a baseball thrown by a reckless brat. What terrifying power! Hikari recalled the intel Kenjaku had given him about Yuki Tsukumo. Yuki Tsukumo was an all-rounder Jujutsu sorcerer. She excelled in everything: taijutsu, jujitsu, barrier techniques, and shikigami. If there was a standard for special-grade Jujutsu sorcerers, Yuki Tsukumo was that standard. And among all of these, her greatest forte was taijutsu. She possessed monstrous strength. Yuki pushed off her feet. The moment she stomped down, the earth violently quaked, leaving obvious fissures and a crater beneath her. Riding that immense reaction force, she sprinted forward wildly. Burning with cursed energy, she sped ahead like a runaway bullet train. Bam! Mid-sprint, she actually caught up to Hikari as he was flying backward through the air. Hikari's pupils shrank. He reflexively poured all his strength into reinforcing his body. Yuki suddenly leaped, spinning mid-air like she was performing an aerial ballet. Her legs straightened perfectly taut, pulling her jeans tight, gathering power like a wild leopard right before the pounce. And then, she kicked. It was the most powerful and aesthetically beautiful kick in martial arts, a mid-air, spinning roundhouse kick. Hikari curled his body to protect himself. The roundhouse kick slammed violently into him. His face twisted in agony, his eyes went wide, and his jaw unhinged from suffocating pain as he vomited a spray of white stomach acid. He was blasted backward like a cannonball. Boom! And like a true cannonball, he flew at least 300 meters, crashing straight into a massive set of stairs. The giant staircase was made of solid granite and layered with barriers cast by Jujutsu sorcerers specifically to prevent reckless fighters from destroying the area. Yet, that barrier was effortlessly shattered, taking the entire giant granite staircase with it. It wasn't over. Yuki touched down, and the moment the soles of her feet hit the ground, she launched herself again. Bam! She vaulted forward to pursue. She didn't believe Hikari was defeated just like that. Before clashing with Hikari, Tengen had already shown her his past records. She knew exactly how absurdly durable his body was. In terms of pure strength, thanks to Star Rage, she vastly outclassed him. But in terms of bodily toughness, no one in the entire Jujutsu society, not even Satoru Gojo, could top Kinji Hikari. Even without his infinite cursed energy, Hikari's sheer physical durability rivaled that of a special grade cursed spirit. And his defenses were impeccable. Yuki was certain Hikari had only suffered light injuries. But before Yuki could follow up, a colossal creature descended from above. The giant dragon plunged from the sky, flying so low that the plaza's pavement began to crack and peel backward like rolling waves under the immense wind pressure. Using its massive body, the dragon rammed straight into Yuki. The heaviest tank in the world was the German mouse, but even the mouse was only about 10 meters long and weighed 150 tons. This giant dragon was a full 30 meters long, weighing well over 200 tons. Such a behemoth crashing toward her with absolute conviction carried a wind pressure alone capable of obliterating a human body. If the dragon had used its breath attack from the sky, Yuki could have just tanked it with her body and continued her pursuit. But now, the dragon was throwing its entire self at her like a weapon. She couldn't dodge. It was a 30-meter-long, homing cannonball. She couldn't escape. Forced to halt her pursuit, Yuki dropped into a horse stance on the spot and pulled her fist back to her waist. The Star Rage technique reverberated from her cursed energy core through all her limbs and bones. She suddenly went dead silent, save for the burning cursed energy erupting around her. And then, the collision. Yuki let out a piercing battle cry. Her cocked fist smashed furiously into the incoming dragon's head. Kaboom! The thunderous boom sounded like an artillery shell striking a fortress. In an instant, this aerial biological fortress was violently skewed by Yuki's single punch. A hurricane was birthed from the sheer force of their impact. The dragon's head was half destroyed, half of its face blasted entirely off. The behemoth actually spun through the air several times like a top before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a massive shockwave that felt like a skyscraper collapsing on the spot. A fist abruptly jutted out of the smoke and dust. The shadow of that fist reflected in Yuki's pupils, along with the face behind it. Kinji Hikari. He had rushed over from the ruins of the giant staircase the moment Yuki sent the dragon flying. Clenching his fist, he swung savagely at her face. Yuki didn't hesitate for a microsecond. She immediately threw her own fist at Hikari's face. Trading blows. Hikari's pupils constricted. He immediately retracted his punch to dodge. The massive wind from her fist clipped his cheek, slicing past him like a flurry of blades. The wind pressure deformed his face, twisting his features into wrinkles. Right call. If he had traded blows just then, that single hit would have been enough to blow his head to pieces. Yuki immediately brought her knee up for a knee strike. Hikari retreated again. The knee nearly grazed his abs. If that had connected, Hikari would likely have been snapped in half on the spot. Imagining that grisly outcome, a drop of cold sweat unnoticeably slid down his forehead. Asterisk so strong. She's ridiculously strong, asterisk. Hikari was well aware of how powerful special-grade Jujutsu sorcerers were, of course. He had fought two of them before. The first, naturally, was Satoru Gojo. But Gojo was just too much, fighting him was just getting kicked around like a rubber ball without feeling any sense of actual combat. The other special grade was his junior, Yuta Okotsu. But Okotsu's status as a special grade came from his endless arsenal of copied techniques. Fighting him felt like an absolute war of attrition. Satoru Gojo felt like an anomaly, entirely outside the realm of discussion at all times. Yuta Okotsu felt complex, relying on the combination of various techniques to secure victory. But now, Yuki Tsukumo gave Hikari an entirely different sensation. It was so pure. So simple. So visceral. Strong. Aside from strong, Hikari literally couldn't think of another word. She was simply. This is fantastic. Hikari's roar carried a mix of terror and absolute thrill. Suddenly, he dropped all his defenses, right in front of Yuki's incoming fist. Yuki's pupils shrank. It was too late to pull her punch. The fist, imbued with the Star Rage technique, slammed ruthlessly into Hikari's chest, right into his heart. Boom. Shit. Are you insane? Yuki bellowed. Even though she had pulled her punch at the critical moment, the sheer devastating force was still lethal. Half of Hikari's body simply disintegrated. His heart was completely blown away, along with the entire side of his torso. Blood and meat flew into the sky, accompanied by an explosive arterial spray from his obliterated heart. Hikari opened his mouth and uttered his dying words. Domain expansion, he croaked. Idle death gamble. Yuki was utterly in disbelief. Hikari hadn't formed a hand sign. Because that punch had just blasted away half of his body, heart included, he literally didn't have a second hand left to weave signs. Asterisk, could he cast domain expansion without a hand sign? Not even Satoru Gojo can do that, asterisk. A Shinkansen station suddenly materialized before Yuki. Rows of ticket gates appeared, and an illusory pachinko interface manifested in front of the two combatants inside the domain barrier. The sound of heavy panting echoed out. Yuki subconsciously turned her head to see a boy emerging from the Shinkansen corridor. The moment the domain expanded, its rules were forcibly written into Yuki's brain. A domain expansion modeled after the legal gambling game, pachinko. The user could perform infinite spins. Each spin required a set cooldown time before the next one could be triggered. If a jackpot was hit, for exactly 4 minutes and 11 seconds starting from the moment of the jackpot, the user would be granted infinite cursed energy. Yuki perfectly understood the rules, and she also knew Hikari definitively had a way to boost the odds. She had received Hikari's complete dossier from Tengen. Hikari's technique was called probability shift. As long as it involved gambling, he was guaranteed to hit a jackpot within 30 spins. But this technique was a cumulative type. It only guaranteed a payout asterisk within asterisk 30 spins. It didn't mean the probability linearly increased as it approached the 30th attempt. In other words, for the very first spin, the technique's buff was non-existent. Hikari's chance of hitting a jackpot was identical to a real-life pachinko machine, 1-239. Cancel the domain expansion. Yuki immediately shouted. You're inside the school right now, you can still be saved. What are you talking about, Master Yuki? Hikari cracked a smile. Our sparring match isn't over yet. Ding. The spin begins. Female lead, Rishi. Yuki froze in sheer shock, because the third slot on the display landed on female lead. Female lead, Rishi, female lead. Jackpot. In an instant, a colossal surge of cursed energy erupted from Hikari's body. Yuki's golden blonde hair whipped around like a flag in the gale. She stared at Hikari in total disbelief. Hikari's body was currently regenerating at a visibly rapid speed. Because of the overflowing volume of cursed energy, the negative multiplied by negative automatically triggered, causing reverse cursed technique to cycle continuously on its own. A burst of music drifted in from afar, the theme song to asterisk Private Pure Love Train Star. Hikari slowly got to his feet. He ripped off the shredded remains of his jacket and casually tossed it aside. He stood bare-chested. Just a moment ago, half his body had been blown to bits, his heart completely pulverized, yet now his bare skin bore not a single scratch. His muscle definition was sharp, like a masterpiece sculpted from marble. From this moment until the end of the asterisk Private Pure Love Train asterisk theme song, Kinji Hikari possessed infinite cursed energy. For minutes and 11 seconds of absolute immortality. This man had seized true power through pure luck. Hikari rolled his neck, letting out a sharp, satisfying asterisk crack star. He looked at the dumbfounded Yuki and extended a hand, like a gentleman inviting a lady to dance at a ballroom. He said, "Come on then, Master Yuki." He split his face into a grin that mirrored a demonic growl. Round 2, let's go. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind Yuki. She reflexively turned around. A giant dragon was uncoiling its massive body. The very same beast she had knocked flat with a single blow was now igniting with cursed energy. Infinite cursed energy. As it stretched, its body began to swell once more. Its original 30-meter frame expanded at a terrifying rate. 35 meters. 40 meters. 50 meters. The giant dragon lowered its head, glaring down at Yuki like a colossal kaiju from a tokusatsu film looking down at a mortal ant. Yuki saw it, the dragon's two front claws were extended, locked in a hand sign. Asterisk this giant dragon performed the hand sign for Hikari. That's why he could cast domain expansion without moving his own hands, asterisk no, that wasn't it. Yuki recalled Mai's intel regarding his immortality. The cursed spirit referred to this giant dragon as a companion spirit. It was an external organ. Asterisk this dragon. Is Kinji Hikari, asterisk. Asterisk I see. So this is the true power of combining Immortality with infinite cursed energy, *. In a normal infinite cursed energy nesting doll loop, every reset required the specific hand sign for domain expansion. Therefore, interrupting that exact motion at the critical moment could break the infinite loop. Hikari's immortality wasn't without its gaps and weaknesses. As long as the loop wasn't seamless, it had openings and flaws. Even with his infinite cursed energy, this was exactly why Hikari hadn't been classified as a special grade. He lacked the flawless infallibility of a special grade. But the appearance of the giant dragon compensated for this exact weakness. Not only that, because the dragon * was * Hikari himself, even if an enemy simultaneously crushed the cursed technique in his brain and the cursed energy core in his gut, he could still use the dragon to heal himself in reverse, just like how the dragon had been beaten down, yet he could use his own infinite flow to heal it. At this exact moment, Kinji Hikari had finally shed his title as the uncrowned special grade. He had truly stepped into the realm of special grade, becoming a one-man final weapon capable of overthrowing an entire nation. He had become a genuine special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. Yuki Tsukumo licked her lips, repeating the exact word she used when the fight began. "Bring it on, brat!" Chapter 51:13. The Bewildered Spy. 3,214 words. Panda screamed with all his might, EVAADE. Kaboom! Panda grabbed Toji Inumaki and Nobara Kujisaki, Moki Zenin hoisted up Yuji Itadori, and Megumi Fushiguro reacted instantly, snatching up Rice Shower beside him. They evacuated the spot immediately. The next second, a detonation occurred. The massive shockwave crashed over them like a tempest. "I feel like I just got dropped into a war zone." Nobara roared from Panda's arms. "Benito flakes," Inumaki said. Even mid-flee, Panda didn't forget to translate, "Toj means we aren't quite at war zone levels yet, since the artillery shells haven't dropped directly on our heads." Barely had he finished speaking when a massive concussive force slammed into Panda's back. Panda was blown into the sky like a ragdoll caught in a tornado. The two people in his arms flailed their limbs wildly, screaming incoherently in mid-air. "We literally just took a direct hit from an artillery shell, you idiot!" Nobara bellowed. "Salmon row!" Inumaki roared along with her. Spinning violently through the air, Panda still steadfastly translated, "Toj says we're actually in more danger right now than in a war zone." "You didn't need to translate that one." Nobara shrieked in despair. Megumi shot a glance at the three airborne idiots and immediately chucked Rice Shower out of his hands. "Moki-senpai!" Moki tossed aside the Yuji Itadori she was lugging around with perfect sync. Yuji let out a weird yelp in mid-air, but his freakish physical specs proved their worth. He stabilized his balance mid-flight, doing 2 flips before landing flawlessly on his feet. Help me!" Rice Shower stammered incoherently, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Moki leaped into the air, arms wide open. Rice Shower crashed right into her embrace, causing a noticeable jiggle against Moki's chest as Rice Shower's face was buried in her cleavage. Moki caught her securely and landed gracefully, holding Rice Shower in a perfect princess carry. Rice Shower was utterly dumbfounded. "Zenin-senpai." Moki was wearing her non-prescription glasses. Caught in the direct glare of the sun, the lenses turned opaque, shining brightly. She looked down at Rice Shower and said coolly, "Call me Moki. I don't like being called Zenin." Rice Shower's face flushed bright red. Megumi wove a hand sign, shouting loudly, "Cursed technique release, 10 shadows technique." The shadow at Megumi's feet rippled like ocean waves. A massive creature surfaced from within, a medium-sized Shikigami resembling a human-faced owl. The Shikigami let out a chilling cry and took to the skies from the shadow. Still mid-air, Inumaki pulled down the high collar covering the lower half of his face. The distinctive jujutsu markings framing his mouth were revealed. He opened his mouth and commanded, "Stop! Cursed technique release, cursed speech." Visible ripples of cursed energy expanded outward from Inumaki's mouth, instantly enveloping the three of them mid-flight. They froze abruptly in the air, as if suspended in invisible amber. Taking advantage of this, Nu grabbed one with its beak and the other two with its talons, slowly flying them down to safety. Nobara didn't dare move an inch, grumbling through her teeth, "Where the hell is Gojo-sensei? Is he not gonna do anything about this? I swear, if we hadn't moved fast enough, just the shockwave alone would have put us in the ICU. No, scratch that, we wouldn't have even made it to the ICU. We'd just be buried outright." All the students sprinted outward until they reached the forest, finally pausing to catch their breath. Yet even out here, they could still feel the ground shuddering intermittently, like the aftershocks of an earthquake. It was hard to believe this level of destruction was caused by two human beings fighting. If someone had told the students this was a carpet bombing, they would have believed it. Moki set the blushing rice shower down and pulled off her glasses, looking back. A colossal creature hovered in the sky, the giant dragon. Moki possessed excellent spatial calculation skills. Just by eyeballing it, she could roughly estimate how massive the beast was. Moki's eyes actually couldn't see cursed spirits. The non-prescription glasses she usually wore were cursed tools that allowed her to see them. When she first saw Hikari's giant dragon, she assumed it was a Shikigami. But as Hikari clashed with Yuki, her sharp instincts told her something was off. Now, even after taking off her glasses, she could still see the giant dragon with her naked eyes. This proved the dragon wasn't just a simple cursed spirit or Shikigami. Asterisk, what is that thing? Asterisk. She muttered, a 50-meter behemoth flying around. Heh. I see. So this is what it means to be a special grade U. To think we don't even qualify to be spectators, Panda sighed. Salmon, Inumaki agreed somberly. Panda hurriedly translated, Toj means, yeah or dot. We didn't need a translation for that one, we get it, Nobara snarked. Yuji Itadori suddenly spoke up. Man, so that's the goal we're aiming for. Everyone's eyes zeroed in on Yuji. There wasn't a single shred of defeat in his gaze. Quite the opposite, he was brimming with confidence and aspiration. He firmly believed, without a shadow of a doubt, that he could reach that level one day. He slammed his fists together, producing a dull thud, and laughed brightly. It's an honor. Getting to see special grades fight up close like this. Honestly, for a while after enrolling, I was feeling pretty lost. Everyone knows I only got into this school because my execution was suspended after becoming Ryaman Sukuna's vessel. But right now, I'm genuinely interested in this Jujutsu world. This is insanely fun, isn't it? Nobara lost it. In what universe is this fun? Can you seriously imagine being like them? Causing an earthquake with a single stomp and reducing a whole plaza to rubble with a casual punch. Yuji blinked in genuine confusion. Why not? Nobara was stunned. Are you serious? Why wouldn't I be? Yuji furrowed his brow, looking as if he couldn't comprehend why Nobara would even think otherwise. Since we already have two examples right in front of us, why can't we be the third? I admit it might be hard. But as long as we work hard. Asterisk, can hard work even get you to that freakish level? Asterisk, Nobara lacked the energy to even retort. Moki suddenly chimed in. Yuji's right. There's no point in stressing over it. What we just witnessed is the absolute pinnacle of this world. There's no need to force ourselves to keep up with them right this second. It might sound a bit sickening to say, but aren't all of us the ones Gojo-sensei recognized as having limitless potential? As long as we take it step by step, eventually, we'll catch up to them and make our own mark. It wasn't about believing in themselves, it was about believing in the frivolous man who had gathered them all here. Believing in Satoru Gojo. Those words seemed to inject strength into everyone, sweeping away the heavy atmosphere from moments ago. Nobara cracked a smile too. Yeah, you're right. Sorry guys, I was just... Megumi stated flatly from the side, before he even became a Jujutsu sorcerer, Itadori could run a 50-meter dash in 3 seconds flat. And that was just him jogging casually without breaking a sweat. His PE teacher chased him down, saying his current speeds alone could shatter modern world sprinting records. And after all the cursed energy training these past few days, his physical specs have evolved even further. We haven't properly tested it, but running a 100-meter dash in around 2 seconds shouldn't be hard for him now. So the meathead was already a meathead before he even enrolled. No wonder he's so damn confident. Nobara immediately lost her confidence again. It truly wasn't a lack of ambition on her part, it was just that anyone watching that Clash of Titans would find it impossible to believe they could ever replicate it. She even suspected that if you dropped those two into a genuine war zone, they could beat both armies into submission barehanded without getting a single speck of dirt on their clothes. Nobara's intuition was entirely correct. In the original timeline, when the US military deployed special forces against Kenjaku, they were effortlessly annihilated. It was then that Kenjaku claimed he could conquer the United States single-handedly if he wanted to. Rice Shower finally snapped out of her daze. She stole a secret glance at Moki, and seeing the mood lighten, took the opportunity to ask, who do you guys think will win? Hikari-senpai or Master Yuki? Before Hikari's arrival, Satoru Gojo had proudly introduced this upperclassman, claiming that when Hikari was on a roll, he could even defeat 1 or 2 special grades. Having returned from his journey, he could only have gotten stronger. Perhaps he had truly stepped into the domain of special grade. Yeah, Gojo had claimed Hikari's suspension was just him going off to gain experience, entirely omitting the fact that he was a wanted fugitive. The students didn't know much about Yuki Tsukumo, but she was a veteran special grade whose seniority surpassed even Gojo's. Her experience and power were unquestionable. Furthermore, Hikari was the challenger, which implied he was facing psychological pressure fighting Yuki. Weighing everything, Panda voiced the consensus, probably Master Yuki. I mean, Hikari-senpai is super strong, but age is a factor. Experience-wise, Master Yuki should be vastly superior. Nope, Hikari won, a sudden voice chimed in. Everyone's eyes snapped over. Satoru Gojo was suddenly standing right beside them, beaming. He raised a hand in greeting. Yo! You kiddos did great. Escaping to a safe zone without me needing to babysit you proves my teaching methods are top tier. Moki slid her glasses back on and looked at Gojo. Gojo-sensei, you're saying Hikari-senpai won? I know he has immortality, but that immortality has a time limit, right? As long as she seizes the exact moment it ends, Master Yuki should be able to land a one-hit kill. This was precisely how Hajime Kashimo fought Kinji Hikari in the original canon, nearly killing him. It required absolute perfect timing, because Hikari's subsequent domain expansion flawlessly aligned with the end of his immortality buff. Unless the opponent capitalized on that microsecond opening, Hikari could infinitely chain his immortality. As a veteran, Yuki wouldn't miss such an opening. On paper, her win rate was higher. Gojo laced his fingers behind his head and sighed. Hikari is showing off absolutely everything he's got. But Yuki, that woman isn't playing fair. She's holding back. Benito flakes. Inumaki exclaimed in shock. Toge means, how is that possible? Panda translated. The Yuki Tsukumo I know possesses the only cursed tool Shikigami in the entire world. Her combat style isn't strictly limited to hand-to-hand brawling. She skillfully employs her cursed tool Shikigami while supplementing it with barrier techniques. Gojo said with a hint of regret, but what else have you seen her use besides fundamental Jujutsu combat? She hasn't even fully unleashed her cursed technique. She's treating this entire fight as a mere probing exercise. She isn't showing her true colors. That's kinda messed up, Yuji mumbled softly. Hikari-senpai is literally laying everything on the line. That's the adult world for you, Gojo said lightly. Yuki's objective was never to go all out against Hikari. Her mission was to extract intel regarding the Lord of Cursed Spirits, and she succeeded. She's undoubtedly figured out the true nature of that giant dragon by now. The dragon was Hikari's companion spirit. Mai had reported this to the Jujutsu headquarters, even detailing its operational principles. But even so, how exactly this external cursed energy filtration organ operated remained a mystery to Jujutsu society. But now, its mechanics were glaringly obvious. Just as Mahito had told Mai back then, this giant dragon is Kinji Hikari, Every time Hikari cast domain expansion, his physical parameters spiked. This was because his infinite cursed energy continually elevated his upper limits. As long as his body could withstand the output, his cursed energy was truly limitless. However, the fundamental constraint that he was still a human being could never be changed. Mai had once stated, for a Jujutsu sorcerer, both cursed energy and the physical body have their limits. This law was both invalid and valid for Kinji Hikari. It was invalid because his infinite cursed energy granted him limitless growth potential. Naturally, the human limits didn't apply to his ceiling. However, it was valid because Hikari was still in his growing phase. He wasn't even 20 years old yet. He was still strengthening at a pace that seemed to have no end. But eventually, there would come a day when he aged. His overflowing cursed energy output would drop as his physical vessel deteriorated. He would, inevitably, be robbed of his power by the passage of time. But the appearance of the companion spirit, the giant dragon, radically altered his future. The companion spirit granted Kinji Hikari immortality. The giant dragon natively did not possess the ability to enlarge itself. Just as Mahito had said, it was simply an external organ used to circulate atmospheric cursed energy, no different from a human's arms or legs. But just as human skin possesses elasticity, the dragon had some capacity to stretch. For a normal sorcerer, even Satoru Gojo, a companion spirit would literally just be a small pet. Even with elasticity, it would at best grow from the size of a kitten to an adult cat. It could never metamorphose into a colossal dragon like that. But Hikari was different. He possessed infinite cursed energy. His growth ceiling did not exist. To reiterate, the companion spirit was Hikari's external organ, it was Hikari himself. This was the truth behind the dragon's infinite expansion. Because Hikari's cursed energy continuously pushed his limits, allowing endless growth, that boundless potential allowed the dragon, which otherwise only had finite stretchability, to expand and gain mass infinitely. The dragon's breath was merely the equivalent of a sorcerer firing a standard cursed energy blast. Yet, projected from the dragon's maw, it became a literal artillery shell of cursed energy. Even more terrifying, as time went on, untethered by the chains of aging, Hikari would only grow stronger and stronger, without limit. The dragon's maximum length and weight would become increasingly absurd, increasingly monstrous. Its potential could eventually rival that of a true cosmic leviathan. Just as Gojo had murmured to himself at the start of the fight, Kinji Hikari really has gotten stronger. Strong enough to proudly call himself a special grade. The Lord of Cursed Spirits had truly bestowed everything upon Hikari. Even if the Lord of Cursed Spirits wasn't human. No, even if it was a cursed spirit, a destroyer of world order destined to wage a race war, its sheer magnanimity proved it was absolutely worthy of Hikari's fealty. It was simply too generous, placing far too much trust in Hikari. When a lord trusts his vassal, why shouldn't the vassal lay down his life for his lord? It was only at this exact moment that Satoru Gojo entirely abandoned any thought of swaying Hikari back. Hikari had indeed unleashed his absolute maximum potential and combat prowess. He had absolutely zero intention of hiding anything from Yuki Tsukumo, he was delivering genuine, unadulterated maximum firepower. Between two sorcerers of the same special grade tier, one was going all out, even surpassing his limits, the other was putting on an act, pulling her punches. Who would emerge victorious was blatantly obvious. The Lord of Cursed Spirits. Moki murmured under her breath. Everyone was thinking about this anomalous cursed spirit that had abruptly appeared out of nowhere. Among them, Rice Shower's mind was in the greatest turmoil. After all, she was the spy Mahito had planted here. Even though this spy hadn't transmitted a single piece of intel, and she even suspected Mahito had completely forgotten about her. She didn't know she had already been modified into a clone of Mahito. Right now, every thought in her head, everything she saw and heard, was already completely grasped by Mahito. If Mahito wanted to, she didn't even need to actively transmit anything, he could peek directly into her brain and extract the intel. She had thought that since Mahito's faction was already established, she had been left in the dust. Yuji Itadori suddenly asked, I remember Hikari-senpai saying, if a Mahito couldn't handle Gojo-sensei, they would resurrect Ryman Sukuna from inside my body. Everyone now knew that the Lord of Cursed Spirits was named Mahito. In other words, if the Lord of Cursed Spirits failed to deal with Satoru Gojo, the allied faction of Cursed Spirits and curse users seeking to overthrow Jujutsu Society would not hesitate to resurrect the strongest sorcerer in history from 1,000 years ago, Ryman Sukuna. And Yuji Itadori was their chosen sacrificial vessel for this resurrection. A dangerous thought took root in Yuji's mind, if I just die right now, exactly as the Jujutsu headquarters wanted, Gojo took one glance and immediately knew exactly what was going on in Yuji's head. He slapped Yuji hard on the back, drawing a pained yelp from the boy. Gojo slaps hit like a truck. What are you blindly worrying over? Just take news about the King of Curses as background noise. It's not your job to face him. That's my responsibility. Gojo surveyed his students, flashing his usual frivolous grin. He declared. As for you lot, just focus on enjoying your youth, you idiot disciples of mine. I have to say, even though Satoru Gojo's personality is totally warped, he really is a good teacher, Mahito mused. Peeking in on Tokyo Jujutsu High again. Kenjaku said enviously. Even I wouldn't dare pry around there so casually. Tengen shrines are scattered everywhere. If I went poking around, I'd be discovered immediately. You've made excellent use of Gojo's soft spot, Mahito. Indeed, Mahito hadn't forgotten about Rice Shower at all. In fact, he valued her immensely. After all, she was someone with direct, first-hand access to Satoru Gojo. Before this, monitoring Gojo was an agonizingly difficult task for Kenjaku. Even though he had corrupted several higher-ups in Jujutsu headquarters and manipulated coincidences to stay off Gojo's radar, he had never dared to attempt direct surveillance. Kenjaku was absolutely confident in one thing, in a random encounter with Satoru Gojo, he would die without question. As long as Mahito could monitor Gojo through Rice Shower's eyes, he felt entirely at ease, and Kenjaku could scheme without looking over his shoulder. Everyone loved Rice Shower. Rice Shower, you've done a fantastic job fulfilling your duties as a spy. We're all extremely grateful, So, it's here. Mahito looked up at the building they were about to enter. A hospital. Kenjaku smiled. Yes, this is the place. He paused, then added, the incarnated vessel of the ancient sorcerer, Yorozu, is right here. If you want to repair your Kirigiriya within a week, we have no choice but to ask her. Of course, that's assuming she's willing. I imagine you're well aware of the price she'll demand. Mahito nodded, smiling faintly. Yeah. Yorozu is deeply in love with Ryaman Sukuna. If I want her to work for me, then resurrecting Ryaman Sukuna is an absolute requirement. I'm already prepared for that. Chapter 52:14. Tsumiki Fushiguro. 3,206 words. Mahito stared at the woman before him. She lay on the hospital bed with her eyes tightly shut, her long black hair fanned out across the pillow. It was high noon, and the sunlight from the window washed over her face. Her features seemed frozen in time. She was a high school student when she lost consciousness, and though 3 years had passed, her face still looked exactly as it did back then. Mahito glanced down at the medical chart. The name written on it was Tsumiki Fushiguro. Kenjaku looked at her and smiled. Excellent. It seems the incarnation ritual I set up hasn't been tampered with. Makes sense. In this world, unless Tengen intervened personally, I doubt anyone else could have noticed it. A barrier has been placed on her body. Someone must be protecting her remotely. If we dispel the barrier, the caster will immediately know something has happened here. I'm not sure who set it up, but the worst-case scenario is that Satoru Gojo placed it himself. After all, with Gojo's mother-hen personality, it's entirely possible he set the barrier personally to give his student peace of mind, Kenjaku explained with a chuckle. He reached out and gently brushed the woman's forehead, revealing a specific cursed energy marking. My task is complete. Kenjaku made an inviting gesture. Mahito, the rest is up to you. Mahito gently touched Tsumiki Fushiguro's forehead and activated his technique, Idol Transfiguration. Suddenly, Tsumiki's eyelids began to twitch, and the heart monitor beside her started to beat rapidly. Kenjaku casually reached over to the monitor, a silent pulse of cursed energy was discharged, and the beeping ceased. The cursed energy marking on Tsumiki's forehead vanished like a wisp of smoke. Kenjaku's eyes widened slightly, staring unblinkingly at the scene unfolding before him. This was exactly the ability he had been anticipating. Granting an incarnated vessel a flawless resurrection, this was something even Kenjaku himself couldn't achieve. In the original timeline, only Mahito possessed this capability. Before this, chosen vessels could only undergo a slow, 3-year continuous modification process until Kenjaku backstabbed Mahito, absorbed his technique, and awakened all the souls inside the vessels simultaneously. But now, Mahito possessed an idol transfiguration far stronger than his original canon counterpart. He would only do it better. Tsumiki Fushiguro slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly ahead. Mahito retracted his hand, furrowing his brow in thought. Kenjaku eagerly took a step forward. Looking at Tsumiki, who had yet to speak, he offered a greeting. How should I address you now? Miss Fushiguro, or Miss Yorozu? Tsumiki finally snapped out of her daze. She tilted her head, looking at Kenjaku. After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, she drawled slowly, It's you, Kenjaku. You honored the binding vow between us and resurrected me in the future. Kenjaku's pupils contracted, but he smiled. So it is Miss Yorozu, I see. Tsumiki smiled back. Since I have been resurrected in the modern era, just call me Fushiguro. Is that so? Kenjaku sighed. I was just thinking, if it was truly Miss Yorozu herself hailing from the ancient era, your first word shouldn't have been a greeting to me, but an eager inquiry about Lord Sukuna's whereabouts. Mahito, your idol transfiguration was a little *2 perfect. Whenever Kenjaku was around people who didn't possess a fanatical devotion to Sukuna, he casually referred to him as Ryaman Sukuna or just Sukuna. But the moment he was faced with someone who harbored genuine, heartfelt worship for the King of Curses, he immediately switched to calling him Lord Sukuna. I didn't expect your so-called incarnated vessels to actually work like this either, Mahito said slowly. So all the vessels you prepared, they're all literal reincarnations. Over the past millennium, Kenjaku had formed binding vows with many outstanding sorcerers to resurrect them in the future. Most found the concept unfathomable. Even though they stood at the absolute pinnacle of their respective eras, resurrection remained a distant, impossible concept. Let alone Kenjaku, even Mahito, whose technique was the literal manipulation of the soul, couldn't resurrect the dead, right? So, what was the truth behind Kenjaku's resurrections? The example of Yuji Itadori in the original canon implicitly hinted at Kenjaku's methods. Yuji's past life was the brother that Ryaman Sukuna had devoured. Sukuna was even capable of directly using his brother's innate technique, the fiery arrow he used during his decisive battle with Jogo. This signified that on a soul level, Sukuna and his brother had actually merged into one. This was also precisely why Sukuna could use Yuji as a vessel. Kenjaku did the exact same thing to the other ancient sorcerers. He tracked down the modern reincarnations of those ancient sorcerers and awakened them one by one through specific rituals. Although they were fundamentally the same soul, the cycle of reincarnation caused the world to recognize them as distinct, albeit extremely similar, individuals. Therefore, adjustments had to be made. This was the true reason why Tsumiki Fushiguro had fallen into a coma. It also explained why, in the original story, Yorozu woke up claiming she could access Tsumiki's memories and emotions from her brain with zero side effects, to the point where she could flawlessly live out her life as Tsumiki if she so desired. Because they were fundamentally the same person. Mahito's original plan was to resurrect the ancient sorcerer Yorozu as a half-cursed spirit. That meant extracting her soul from Tsumiki's body and fabricating an entirely new physical shell for her to inhabit, much like Mahito's own current state. Compared to using an incarnated vessel, Mahito believed this to be true resurrection, far more perfect than the vessel method. After all, no matter how compatible a vessel was, it could never be truly flawless. Even in the final arc of the original story, despite Sukuna's mastery of Jujutsu, didn't he still fail to completely digest Megumi Fushiguro? A true, perfect resurrection via an incarnated vessel was impossible. But when Mahito actually got his hands on her and saw the truth of the incarnated vessel, he was genuinely stunned. The vessel asterisk was asterisk the reincarnation. What a stroke of absolute genius. Just as Kenjaku had promised, it truly was a perfect resurrection, so perfect it couldn't be improved upon. Because their souls were intrinsically one entity, even when Megumi begged Gojo for help, and Gojo genuinely did his utmost to save her, Tsumiki still couldn't wake up. Fundamentally, she wasn't sick at all. She was simply recalling her ancient memories, and as those memories surfaced, her physical body was simultaneously adapting to revert to its ancient, superhuman physique. Just as sleep is the fastest state for recovery after an injury, Tsumiki used her coma as the mechanism to restore herself. Mahito had previously discussed the vessel issue with Kenjaku in Volume 2, Chapter 15. Back then, he truly believed Kenjaku's method involved years of micro-adjustments to the vessel's body to flawlessly resurrect the ancient sorcerer. Only now did Mahito realize how naive he had been. He had to hand it to Kenjaku. The man's ingenuity was terrifying. Mahito hadn't anticipated this. So, when he used idle transfiguration and couldn't locate Yorozu's distinct soul, he realized something was wrong. He was then faced with a choice. Should he follow the original canon, wipe Tsumiki's consciousness, and graft Yorozu's will onto it to resurrect the ancient sorcerer? Or should he delete Yorozu's will, purging her memories and emotions as impurities, so that Tsumiki could wake up from her slumber? Mahito chose a third option. Yorozu's ancient memories were completely revived, while simultaneously inheriting Tsumiki Fushiguro's emotions and will flawlessly. The upside was that this Tsumiki would be much easier to deal with. She lacked Yorozu's pure, unadulterated madness, while perfectly inheriting her ideological depth. She could perfectly replicate the use of the construction technique, practically identical to Yorozu herself. The downside was... well, for Mahito, there was no downside. Because the moment he awakened Tsumiki, he had already implanted a thought imprint into her soul. Since it was applied right before she regained consciousness, not even Tsumiki herself realized it. Of course, for Kenjaku, who was desperate for another pawn, the downside was catastrophic. Kenjaku sighed. This is bad. Miss Yorozu, no, Miss Fushiguro. Are you still a fanatic for Lord Sukuna? Or have your feelings for him faded, to the point where you don't even wish for his resurrection in the modern era? I'm not sure. Tsumiki slightly raised her hand, staring at her palm as she spoke slowly. To me, Yorozu's life feels like a highly immersive movie. I can empathize with everything she felt, and I understand why she was so intensely obsessed with Lord Sukuna. When you ask me if I want to resurrect Lord Sukuna, Yorozu shrieks in my ear like a phantom. But my rationality tells me that resurrecting him in this era will bring nothing but calamity. Kenjaku stared blankly at Tsumiki, his voice laced with helplessness. Too perfect. It's too damn perfect. Mahito, your abilities exceed my wildest expectations. You actually managed to link a soul from the past with one from the future, achieving a form of time travel. This is something even I couldn't fathom. How exactly did you do it? It wasn't as hard as you think. I just reorganized the soul's information, Mahito said. Easier than I expected. Probably because my fine-tuning control over souls is already more than sufficient. Mahito wasn't lying. It really was just a matter of fine-tuning. He even suspected that if the original canon's Mahito had triggered the ancient sorcerer awakenings instead of Kenjaku, he could have achieved the exact same result. In the original story, after Yuki Tsukumo's death, the other sorceress found a handwritten journal in her belongings documenting her soul research, her life's masterwork. In it, she stated with absolute certainty that even if human souls were forcibly merged, there would always be residual traces. Flawless fusion between human souls was impossible. Yuki's research was correct. After all, even Sukuna couldn't perfectly merge with Megumi Fushiguro. For anyone else, it was even more impossible. But Mahito shattered that established law. His ability was the only one in the entire series capable of flawlessly fusing souls. In terms of difficulty, bridging an ancient soul to a modern soul was obviously less challenging than perfectly fusing souls in defiance of the world's natural laws. So for Mahito, reorganizing the souls of the ancient sorcerer Yorozu and the modern high schooler Tsumiki Fushiguro really wasn't that hard. I need your help, Miss Fushiguro. Mahito smiled. My sword is critically damaged due to my improper usage. I need the best doctor in the world to heal her. That is why I pulled you back from the ancient era to the modern one. Who? Tsumiki mused. Calling a sword a girl, you don't see that often in the modern era. You must have had an ancient mentor. Let me think who that could be. Kenjaku proudly pointed a thumb at himself. That would be me. Tsumiki gave him a side-eye, thought for a moment, and asked, could it be Swordmaster Ashiya? Kenjaku's face darkened with metaphorical anime lines. Why can't it be me? You know Master Ashiya too? Mahito asked in surprise. I heard he joined the subjugation squad to hunt down Ryam and Sukuna. But Miss Fushiguro, shouldn't you have been on Sukuna's side? Tsumiki smiled. So it was Swordmaster Ashiya. The sword he wielded when he went to subjugate Lord Sukuna. I was the one who provided it. Mahito was dumbfounded. Tsumiki said flatly, from the bottom of my heart, I believed Lord Sukuna was lonely. He was invincible under the heavens, yet no one could understand him. Everyone else's emotions toward him were either fear or fanaticism, no one treated him as an equal. I used to be overwhelmingly in love with him. Thinking back on it now, it wasn't romantic love, but a love born of pity. I wanted to walk into his heart. To do that, the first step was obviously to find an equal adversary for him. Swordmaster Ashiya was one of the candidates I selected. Of course, back then, I hadn't developed that insect armor and liquid metal yet. I hadn't forged my own unique path. As a result, I was deeply in despair over my inability to keep up with his footsteps, which is why I was willing to go around investing in his enemies. In fact, many sorcerers were personally delivered to Lord Sukuna by my own hands. But the moment I carved out my own path, I no longer allowed anyone else to touch him. She paused, a cruel, razor-sharp smile cutting across her face. I believed from the bottom of my soul that the only one who could kill Lord Sukuna was me, and that only Lord Sukuna could kill me. Outside of that, there was absolutely no room for anyone else to interfere in our relationship. If anyone else dared to challenge him, I would slaughter them myself. Intense. This woman is way too intense. Was this the legendary love an ancient sorcerer had for her beloved? What kind of deranged mental wiring was that? Mahito's mouth twitched involuntarily. No wonder she didn't hesitate to force a binding vow on Sukuna in the original canon, kill me or marry me. She was a pure, unadulterated psycho. Mahito was genuinely thankful he hadn't chosen to resurrect pure Yorozu. If that crazy bitch had been fully resurrected right now, God knows what kind of chaos she would have unleashed. This was much better. The current Tsumiki Fushiguro possessed neither the sheer madness of ancient Yorozu nor her own original helpless kindness. She was in a liminal state. Given time, Mahito believed she would develop a completely different personality. I understand. If it's Swordmaster Ashiya, I'm willing to place my trust in you. Tsumiki glanced at Kenjaku. I will follow you temporarily. Right now, I can't fully process Yorozu's emotions, nor can I return to Tsumiki's normal daily life. I need some time to adapt. Kenjaku couldn't hold back anymore. Am I really not worthy of your trust? Kenjaku, I can't read you. I haven't been able to read you since 1,000 years ago. Tsumiki glared at him. It's just that back then, I stayed by Lord Sukuna's side, dedicating everything I had to him body and soul, so I couldn't care less what you were plotting. Thinking about it now, that was my negligence. I should have eliminated you before you ever made contact with him. You're too dangerous. Hey, hey! I'm the one who made the binding vow to resurrect you guys in the future. Kenjaku retorted. Which brings me to my point, why exactly are you resurrecting us? Tsumiki said coldly. You even manipulated Lord Sukuna. Even now, I don't know your true goal. How do you expect me to trust you? What a badass. Mahito couldn't help but admire her. She had literally just woken up. Her physical condition was so weak she could barely walk, yet her glare at Kenjaku didn't waver for a millisecond. It was as if she was ready to casually execute him on the spot if his answer displeased her. This was an arrogance stemming from the very core of her soul. In her eyes, aside from Ryam and Sukuna, no one else was worthy of her taking them seriously. Conversely, if she did get serious, no one under the heavens, aside from Sukuna, could possibly be her match. And Kenjaku was no exception. She possessed absolutely zero fear over the fact that she had just woken up while Kenjaku had accumulated 1,000 years of time. Quite the opposite, she firmly believed that even having just awakened and possessing only a century of combat experience, she would hold an overwhelming advantage against a millennium-old Kenjaku. Kenjaku gave her a long, hard look, then uncharacteristically raised his hands in surrender. Scary, scary. But I'm not using him, you know? I genuinely believed from the bottom of my heart that an unparalleled hero like Lord Sukuna shouldn't just vanish into history. I promised him that one day in the future, I would perfectly resurrect him, without a single shred of personal motive. Kenjaku backed down. Tsumiki broke eye contact. A hero, hey. I didn't expect anyone to actually view Lord Sukuna as a human. Kenjaku, you've surprised me. Curious, Mahito asked, if not a human, then what? A god, Tsumiki said. The world called him a god. Why do you think Lord Sukuna was called Ryaman Sukuna? Because he was a god. Ryaman Sukuna was a demonic god from Japanese folklore, recorded in the Nihon Shoki star. Legend said he had 2 faces and 4 arms, possessed boundless strength, and delighted in eating humans. However, another interpretation claimed he was a local guardian deity. Despite his grotesque appearance, he was a benevolent and kind god, with shrines dedicated to him that persisted even into the modern era. Mahito remained silent, recalling how the Jujutsu headquarters from a millennium ago had actually treated Sukuna like a living god, regularly sacrificing boys and girls for his consumption, completely abandoning their duty to protect humanity. Tsumiki wasn't lying. 1,000 years ago, Ryaman Sukuna was truly viewed as a god. One last question. Tsumiki stared directly into Mahito's heterochromatic eyes. Her gaze seemed to carry physical weight, sending a chill down his spine. In your current faction, who calls the shots? You, or Kenjaku? Kenjaku chuckled merrily. He does. I'm just the tactician. Tsumiki didn't even spare Kenjaku a glance, keeping her eyes fixed entirely on Mahito. At that moment, Mahito finally understood why Kenjaku had surrendered so easily. Tsumiki hadn't used a single drop of cursed energy, yet her raw, unyielding will exerted a tangible, crushing pressure on whoever she looked at. Mahito felt it acutely. Tsumiki cast her will over the entire room. She was lying on a hospital bed, struggling just to move, yet simply looking into her eyes, simply receiving a passing glance from her, made you instantly believe she possessed the dominating aura of a monarch ruling over all creation. She was undeniably powerful. Mahito's heart pounded, both from the instinctive sense of danger and from the realization that she had already been subjected to his thought imprint. Tsumiki Fushiguro is already mine, Mahito took a deep breath and said solemnly, I do. Tsumiki stared intensely into his eyes. Mahito didn't look away, nor did he flinch. After 2 or 3 seconds, she finally gave a slow nod. Understood. Mahito extended a hand toward her. Though I believe I restored you perfectly, having been bedridden for so long, your instincts have probably forgotten how to use your limbs. Can you stand? Tsumiki stared at Mahito's hand. After a brief hesitation, she grasped it. Thank you. I haven't asked yet. What is your name? Mahito, he replied. My name is Mahito. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Tsumiki Fushiguro. *****. You're asking me to turn your Tsukumagami into a human girl. Tsumiki stared in sheer disbelief at the eagerly expectant Mahito. The composed expression she had maintained until now finally shattered into a twisted grimace. Are you out of your mind? Give up. It's impossible, Tsumiki declared. Chapter 53, 15. The impending power creep. 3,232 words. Waifufying Mirakuji Kirigiri and turning her into a Yotoheim, a demon sword princess. This was the exact thought that popped into Mahito's head the very first second he laid eyes on the blade. And as he successfully cultivated her into a true Tsukumagami, the desire had only grown uncontrollably more deranged. But unfortunately, despite Mahito trying for a long time, there had been no progress. He had specifically consulted Kenjaku about it. Kenjaku hadn't shot the idea down immediately. He theorized that combining the construction technique with idol transfiguration held far too many variables, meaning it wasn't strictly impossible. But attempting something like this was completely unprecedented in the history of Jujutsu society. It was entirely uncharted territory. No sorcerer had ever researched it. At least the half-cursed spirit of research had a theoretical foundation. Kenjaku had even attempted to cultivate them in the past. In other words, while half-cursed spirits had never actually appeared in the original canon, their underlying theory was sound. They weren't just a baseless fantasy. But waifufying a sword? There wasn't even a basic theory for it. Even with Kenjaku's vast expertise, he was stumped. So, he referred Mahito to someone else, the ancient sorcerer, Yorozu. According to Kenjaku, during his 1,000 years of wandering, he had met the most brilliant construction users of every era. Yet, even after a millennium of observing the very best, Yorozu remained leagues above the rest. With Yorozu's help, combined with Mahito's millennium-unique idol transfiguration, anthropomorphizing a Tsukumagami, something never achieved in Jujutsu history, might actually be possible. Or so Kenjaku had claimed. And now, Yorozu was standing right in front of Mahito. And her answer was impossible, Tsumiki asserted. Give up, Mahito. Because they weren't sure who had cast the barrier over Tsumiki, Mahito's group hadn't dared to linger at the hospital. Once they confirmed she was willing to follow Mahito temporarily, they headed straight back to their base. And now, Tsumiki was standing in the room specifically dedicated to housing Kirigiri. She carefully inspected the Tsukumagami forged from a replica of the ancient blade, Futsu no Mitama. Taking Kirigiri off the sword stand, she gently drew the blade from its scabbard. The straight-edged greatsword, over 2 meters long, let out a crisp, airy metallic ring as it was drawn. She stared at the ancient blade Tsukumagami, praising it. Impeccably cultivated. Its spiritual essence is flawless. If you hadn't explicitly told me Mirakuji was cultivated for less than 2 months, I would have thought I was looking at a Tsukumagami over 300 years old. She's a beautiful girl. I can feel her quiet elegance, like a white swan floating peacefully on the water. Just by looking at her, I know how much you love her. Tsumiki looked up at Mahito, furrowing her brow. Repairing her is simple. Give me 2 days and it'll be done. But I don't understand why you want to turn her into a human. What's the point? Mahito thought about it very seriously. Because it's cool. Tsumiki's mouth twitched. I hope you're joking. I'm not joking. I am incredibly serious. Mahito declared loudly. Real men love sword girls. On the way over, Tsumiki had already learned that Ashiya Sadatsuna was here. Originally, she had planned to visit him first. A millennium ago, their relationship had been incredibly bizarre. Through no fault of Ashiya's, Yorozu had caused all the drama herself. Now, Tsumiki naturally didn't want to deal with that awkward dynamic. She just wanted to have a normal conversation with an old friend. In Tsumiki's eyes, Kenjaku barely counted as a friend. Compared to Kenjaku, she trusted Ashiya Sadatsuna far more. But since Ashiya was currently busy teaching the 5 newly born intelligent cursed spirits alongside Hanami and Dagon, he couldn't come over immediately. Kenjaku had gone to fetch them personally, leaving Mahito to bring Tsumiki here to examine Kirigiri first. She assumed that repairing Kirigiri would be enough to repay Mahito's favor for awakening her, and she was supremely confident in doing so. She was acknowledged by the millennium-old curse user Kenjaku as the strongest construction user in 1,000 years. Even if the ancient blade Tsukumagami had suffered structural devastation from taking a black flash head-on, fixing it would be child's play for her. As she had said herself, 2 days would be more than enough. The duel with Yuki Tsukumo was scheduled for the Kyoto Goodwill event a week from now. During that time frame, Satoru Gojo would be stuck at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Taking advantage of that window, Mahito could have a proper samurai duel with Yuki. Time-wise, it was more than enough. Mahito had no complaints about that. But if there was an even greater possibility, how could Mahito not chase after it? Yotoheim was right in front of him. Mahito couldn't hold back. He just couldn't. In response, the strongest construction user in a millennium spoke to him with heavy, patronizing patience. Mahito, a sword cannot turn into a human. Snap back to reality. Even you can't do it. This isn't a matter of whether I can do it or not. Tsumiki spoke with the exact tone Miyu Edelfelt used to tell Ilya humans cannot fly a star. The structural disparity between a sword and a human is visibly astronomical without even needing to study it. A construction user needs fundamental theories to construct even basic cursed tools. What you're asking for doesn't just lack theory, calling it a fantasy would be putting it nicely. It's pure delusion. Can't you try really hard? Mahito looked at her expectantly. Trying hard won't do a damn thing. Give it up, Tsumiki said deadpan. Mahito was deeply disappointed. Tsumiki sighed. I can understand the attachment a swordsman has for his favorite blade. Swordmaster Ashia used to hug the sword I gave him even when he bathed and slept. It wasn't until Lord Sukuna snapped it in half that his psychotic obsession slightly lessened. And I emphasize slightly star. He still obsesses over that sword to this day. I'm guessing he still hasn't used another sword since, because he treated that blade as his life's ultimate pursuit. It was a bond deeper than romantic love. I suspect he still keeps the broken pieces. Lord Sukuna's cleaving technique is flawless, so the cross-section of the severed blade must be incredibly pristine. It would be very easy to maintain. If swords truly could turn into humans, I have no doubt he would become even more fanatical about it than I am about Lord Sukuna. Mahito recalled Ashia's reaction upon seeing Kirigiri a week ago, and completely agreed with Tsumiki's assessment. That old man Ashia was exactly that kind of person. Kenjaku once said that if anyone in this world could anthropomorphize an ancient blade, it would be Miss Yorozu, Mahito said. He spoke very highly of you. I've heard many stories about your feats from him. The most stunning one was your insect armor. I figured that if it was you, you could pull this off. Placed in the modern era, your insect armor is basically the original Kamen Rider. If you could literally recreate Kamen Rider, then making a sword girl should be possible too, right? That was exactly what Mahito was banking on. Tsumiki frowned. Kamen Rider. I remember your insect armor mimics the exoskeleton of bugs. How is that not the original Kamen Rider? My insect armor isn't some fantasy ripped from a tokusatsu show. It's a highly sophisticated scientific concept, Tsumiki corrected. I used to be deeply frustrated by the construction technique's overwhelming flaw, its pitifully inefficient cursed energy yield. Although the total cursed energy output rivaled any powerhouse of the Heian era, the severe consumption rate crippled its effectiveness in head-on combat. This was the bottleneck of all construction users, a hurdle not even the strongest in a millennium could escape. In the original canon, Moki's twin sister, Mai Zenin, was also a construction user. The matter generated by the construction technique doesn't disappear after the technique ends, meaning the cursed energy consumption is agonizingly high, taking a massive toll on the user's body. Mai Zenin's absolute limit, before incurring severe physical backlash, was creating exactly one bullet a day. With that kind of drain, frontline combat was mathematically impossible. It was around then that I heard a rumor. They say a certain type of hawkmoth can fly across oceans, and hornets can fly over 25 miles a day. Not only that, but insects can lift objects hundreds of times their own body weight. Relative to their size, they exert an immeasurable amount of bite force, jumping power, and speed. Tsumiki spoke with pride. Therefore, an insect's exoskeleton is the absolute pinnacle of the construction technique. It draws out the technique's maximum output. By donning the insect armor, I can unleash strength, speed, and durability hundreds of times greater than a normal human, and gain the ability to fly. While it lacks the bizarre, esoteric effects of other cursed tools, its sheer raw output alone makes it unrivaled under the heavens. Mahito's mouth twitched. How is that not the original Kamen Rider? The lore behind the original Kamen Rider was almost identical to this. Calling it an exact copy might be a stretch, but the overarching concepts matched perfectly. In the original canon, when Yorozu equipped her insect armor, she literally looked like a Kamen Rider. It's completely different, Tsumiki explained patiently. My insect armor is constructed on the fly. In my era, I couldn't properly explain it. But in this modern age, where science and technology have far surpassed the past, I can explain it using modern terms. The reason insects can generate such immense output isn't just because of their physical structure. The most critical factor is their extremely light weight. If you were to scale an insect up to the size of a human, they would absolutely be incapable of lifting hundreds of times their own weight. In fact, if they were truly that massive, they wouldn't even be able to take a single step. This is exactly why the insect armor generated by my construction technique cannot be maintained indefinitely. The moment I don the armor, my cursed energy is actively warring against the physical laws of this world. I have to constantly bleed cursed energy just to keep the insect armor stable. That is why, even though matter created by construction usually remains permanently, my insect armor is strictly a single-use construct. Was Kamen Rider like that? I am still human. I am a human wearing insect armor. But the original Kamen Riders, their biological structures are no longer human. Mahito frowned. No exceptions. Of course there are no exceptions. Tsumiki stated firmly. But I did it. You did what? I achieved exactly that, making a biological body that shouldn't exist permanently stable, and perfectly adapting it to my entire being. Mahito extended a hand, holding it right in front of Tsumiki's eyes, and smiled. I created a physical vessel that perfectly aligns with me, a cursed spirit. And right now, I am standing right in front of you. Tsumiki froze. You aren't using an incarnated vessel. I'm not. Mahito said meaningfully. My body is exactly identical to my soul. That's impossible. Tsumiki immediately grabbed Mahito's hand. Mahito could clearly feel her cursed energy invading his body, but he didn't resist, allowing the energy to spread through him. This revelation seemed to severely agitate Tsumiki, completely wiping away the calm composure she had maintained until now. She closed her eyes, analyzing the state of Mahito's body, and spoke rapidly. From the moment a human is born, the synchronization rate between their soul and their body is innately 100%. This is an absolute law that Jujutsu society hasn't been able to crack since its inception. In the history of Jujutsu, since techniques have existed, they allow a dead person to possess the living. The summoned soul retains its memories and abilities, and even remembers how it died. It's been verified that it is indeed the genuine soul of the deceased. But if we've already breached the realm of senses, why hasn't there ever been a true resurrection in Jujutsu history? Because of the synchronization rate between body and soul. A summoned soul can only exist because the technique's effect is acting as life support. And sustaining a technique constantly drains cursed energy. In other words, the moment the vessel's cursed energy runs dry, the summoned soul will be dragged back into death, no matter how much it protests. But if you achieved 100% synchronization, doesn't that mean a summoned soul could flawlessly co-opt everything from the vessel? If you truly can forge physical bodies that shouldn't exist, it means that as long as you find someone to cast a sense technique alongside you, you could achieve a divine authority never before seen in the history of Jujutsu. True resurrection. This was something Mahito genuinely hadn't considered. It was exactly as Tsumiki described. If paired with a sense technique, could he truly perfectly resurrect a person? Mahito wasn't sure. Perhaps, if the opportunity arose, he should test it out. As expected of the strongest construction user in a millennium. This was something even Kenjaku hadn't thought of, yet Tsumiki had instantly deduced the possibility through her sheer mastery and understanding of the construction technique. Tsumiki's voice had been incredibly rushed at the start, but the further she explained, the slower she spoke, until her voice entirely lost its usual imperious calm. She opened her eyes, staring blankly at Mahito, and asked in utter disbelief, "How exactly did you do it?" "Human transmutation," Mahito blurted out instinctively. Tsumiki snapped. At this exact moment, she finally unleashed the deranged, lunatic aura of the ancient sorcerer Yorozu. Just seconds ago, she had been calm and analytical, but now she began screaming like a schizophrenic. She roared furiously, "Don't screw with me. Do you think I haven't read Full Metal Alchemist *? Let me tell you right now, equivalent exchange is absolute dog's hit when applied to Jujutsu. Human transmutation is the dog's hit among dog's hit. Even the transmutation circle formula Edward uses in the manga is scientifically incorrect. Wait, it's incorrect. Mahito actually didn't know that. He was a fake fan. He knew what human transmutation was, but he had never studied it closely. Hold on, why does Tsumiki know so much about human transmutation? She even knows Edward Elric's alchemical formula is wrong. Could she be a total weeb? Of course, there was absolutely no way Mahito was going to say that out loud. Kenjaku once said that the development of cursed techniques evolves alongside the development of human civilization, Mahito said slowly and methodically. The way humanity perceives a concept determines the effect of the technique. The execution of all techniques relies on the caster's own cognitive understanding of the world. Miss Fushiguro, in the Heian era, your insect armor was undoubtedly a world-shaking marvel. But what if we put it in today's context? Even in the modern era, my insect armor remains the absolute pinnacle of construction, Tsumiki said haughtily. And compared to modern ultimate weapons? Mahito asked. What was the modern ultimate weapon? Nuclear warheads. Only a nuke deserved that title. Tsumiki frowned. I just told you, construction is a technique with abysmally low cursed energy efficiency. I obviously know that constructing a nuke would be far more powerful than the insect armor, but no one can do it. Leaving aside how a single human brain is supposed to memorize blueprints that could fill a warehouse, even if you did memorize them, unless you had infinite cursed energy, you couldn't possibly construct it. The insect armor isn't just incredibly strong in frontline combat, it's also incredibly efficient. Otherwise, if there truly was a divine weapon a millennium ago, why wouldn't I just mass-produce 1,000 swords of Totsuka and fight with those? Who would be my match then? No, infinite cursed energy does exist, Mahito said. What? Tsumiki was stunned. Mahito smiled. A third-year student at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kinji Hikari. His domain expansion grants him literal, true infinite cursed energy. Because the overflowing cursed energy is so massive, it automatically triggers reverse cursed technique, granting him genuine immortality. By the way, he works for me now. The reason I can confidently duel Yuki Tsukumo a week from now is precisely because he'll be holding Satoru Gojo back, leaving me with no regard worries. When he gets back, I'll introduce you. Tsumiki wore a look of utter disbelief. In the eyes of an ancient person, the concept of an infinite cursed energy was probably as absurd as a perpetual motion machine. She never could have imagined that true infinite cursed energy actually existed. Mahito said slowly, you find my ability to achieve human transmutation unfathomable, yet you fail to realize I feel the exact same way about your ability to create the insect armor. The first time I heard you could create insect armor, my immediate thought was, isn't that just the original Kamen Rider? After talking to you, I'm even more convinced, is Kamen Rider. It's like the main character of a tokusatsu show walking right into reality. No matter how much you deny it, no matter how immature your theory is, if we look across 1,000 years of history, no other construction user has been able to replicate what you did. Why can't they do it? Because they also feel that your insect armor is Jujutsu, unscientific, and incomprehensible. So, what's the real difference here? Tsumiki looked thoughtful. She spoke slowly, the comprehension of the technique, and the feeling. Mahito nodded, smiling. Kenjaku told me that you once said the most important aspect of the construction technique is the feeling. As long as the feeling is right, and you have a passable theory, you can construct matter that doesn't even exist in this world. I believe your perfect sphere followed this exact principle. Tsumiki nodded. Yes. The perfect sphere is a theoretical existence. It exerts infinite pressure. Theoretically, nothing in the physical world can touch it. Paired with my domain expansion, unless the opponent has a way to neutralize it, no matter who they are, they will absolutely die. Unfortunately, it was adapted to early by Sukuna and destroyed by Mahoraga. Truth be told, Mahoraga was undeniably the most broken Shikigami in the entire Jujutsu universe. Hundreds of years ago, it mutually killed a Gojo clan head who wielded the exact same Six Eyes and Limitless combo as Satoru Gojo. Hundreds of years later, in the modern era, it was still able to adapt to the very fabric of space itself, allowing Sukuna to expand his technique and unleash the unprecedented world-cutting slash, killing Gojo in a single strike. My human transmutation is the exact same thing. Mahito smiled. You think it's Jujutsu, unscientific, and incomprehensible simply because you haven't perceived it. Once you do, you'll change your tune easily enough. Tsumiki fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke hesitantly. Are there any manga about swords turning into humans? I want to read them. Mahito grinned. Leave it to me. Also, Tsumiki asked earnestly, what season is Kamen Rider on now? I want to watch it. Oh, right, and I remember there was Bio Booster Armor Giver *. I vaguely recall there was some Zolord who could simulate a black hole. Mahito went entirely numb. Are you planning to undergo a hyper-evolution right now? Chapter 54, 16. blazing desert sun, a nuclear strike from the heavens. 2,757 words. 1 week later. The Tokyo and Kyoto Goodwill event. Satoru Gojo stood on a civilian fishing boat. He lifted his blindfold, the cursed energy residuals reflecting with crystal clarity in his 6 eyes. But the owner of those residuals was long gone. In their place was a bizarre Shikigami. Unaware of Gojo's presence, the Shikigami simply rowed the boat with mechanical precision. She really came prepared. Hey, Gojo sighed. Yuki, at this rate, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to keep up with you. To think the 6 eyes had been bypassed so simply. Gojo felt a complicated mix of emotions. His strength was absolute and unquestionable. Because of that, he had never bothered hiding his abilities. The entire world knew about his 6 eyes and limitless. Yet, how many people in the entire world actually dared to challenge him? Since his debut, everyone who came for his head had died, including the heavily armed tyrant of heavenly restriction. But today, his myth had been shattered once again. The first time his myth was broken was during his student days. Back when he hadn't fully mastered the integration of the 6 eyes and the limitless technique, he encountered the tyrant of heavenly restriction. He genuinely almost died on that mission. Back then, both his brain and his dantian were destroyed. His brain was where his innate technique resided, and his dantian was the core where his cursed energy was generated. Theoretically, he couldn't have been any deader. Yet, he resurrected right there on the spot. In the throes of a deathmatch, he bypassed the need for experience and the grind of time. In a mere instant, he perfectly fused the 6 eyes with the limitless, ascending to the throne of the strongest in the world. After that, he delivered a cathartic, flawless vengeance, slaughtering the tyrant of heavenly restriction. And now, this was the second time. The tracking capability of his 6 eyes was unrivaled under the heavens. Even against spatial teleportation, as long as the distance wasn't too extreme, he could still visually track the cursed energy residuals left in space and immediately give chase. Every curse user who ever caught his eye had died this way. But Yuki Tsukumo had broken that rule. Her method was so simple it actually made Gojo want to laugh. She created a Shikigami deeply connected to her own cursed energy, and then completely concealed her own cursed energy fluctuations. Even knowing her trick beforehand, Gojo had still ended up tracking her Shikigami instead of her. Normally, a Shikigami is not the sorcerer themselves. Its cursed energy residuals are entirely distinct from its masters. Take my Mai's Crow Shikigami, for example. Even if she can share their vision and link her cursed energy with them, a crow is still a crow, and a human is still a human. To the 6 eyes, the difference is glaringly obvious. But Yuki Tsukumo's case was different. Her Shikigami could perfectly replicate her own personal cursed energy residuals, to such a degree of similarity that the Shikigami could actually wield her innate technique. This was Yuki Tsukumo's one-of-a-kind cursed tool Shikigami. In the entire original canon, only Yuki Tsukumo could pull this off. And it wasn't even an innate function of her technique, it was purely because her mastery over Jujutsu was so obscenely high it baffled everyone else. It was no exaggeration to say she was the greatest Jujutsu master in the world. When it came to general, fundamental Jujutsu application, she was unrivaled. Well then, I guess I can't protect you this time. Gojo dropped his smile and pulled his blindfold back down, murmuring softly, "Don't go dying on me, Yuki." ******. Looks like he really didn't follow me, Yuki sighed. Satoru, the downside of never hiding your abilities is on full display here. Because everyone knows everything about you, everyone is researching how to counter you. Even if they can't beat you in a fight, everyone's got their own magic trick for escaping you. Wasn't she exactly the same? This trick was originally meant as a failsafe, a backup plan to put Satoru Gojo down in case he ever went insane like Suguru Geto. But right now, she had inadvertently played herself. Under the restrictions of a binding vow, she had successfully shaken Gojo off her tail. She wasn't sure whether to be proud or depressed about it. Deep in the heart of the Sahara Desert, in a place completely devoid of human presence, Yuki Tsukumo walked alone. She wasn't worried about getting lost. The moment she stepped into the desert, she sensed a distinct trail of cursed energy residuals acting as a beacon, guiding her path. This was the battlefield chosen by the Lord of Cursed Spirits. It was far less romantic than Yuki had expected. In Yuki's mind, a big shot like the Lord of Cursed Spirits should have picked an ancient Colosseum, an uncharted island, or perhaps a dramatic cliffside by the sea. But no one could have guessed he'd pick the middle of a desert. Yet, bizarrely, Yuki completely understood the Lord of Cursed Spirits' reasoning. ***, let's have a spectacular, no-holds-barred deathmatch, ***. Every action he had taken screamed this exact sentiment. Because this was an utterly desolate desert. If they had fought in a Colosseum, an island, or by the sea, the collateral damage of their battle could easily harm innocent bystanders. But here, there was no such worry. Yuki happily accepted. Her innate technique was never suited for delicate, precision work. If she went all out, the scale of destruction would be something even she couldn't fully calculate. Sinking the Japanese archipelago wasn't just a hyperbolic joke. But out here, she could fight with zero restraints. Suddenly, she stopped. She stood in place, glancing around, then raised a hand and reached forward. The moment her hand made contact with the empty air, layer upon layer of barriers materialized. These barriers didn't reject her in the slightest. Yuki instantly realized, this was a barrier designed exclusively to let her in. She had arrived. She expanded her senses to their absolute limit, straining to cover the entire barrier. Her cursed energy perception wasn't as freakish as Gojo's. If it were Satoru Gojo, he would have done this effortlessly, right? Just like in the canon, when Gojo, while still sitting in a moving car, detected Jogo's ultra-long-range ambush and stopped the car to step out and fight him solo. Yuki couldn't do that. But even so, she could still detect the individuals stationed at the barrier's anchor points. 1, 2, 3, 7 cursed spirits in total, Yuki muttered to herself. Is this all of the intelligent cursed spirits? That means if I kill the Lord of Cursed Spirits, I can wipe out the rest of these intelligent cursed spirits in one clean sweep. Barriers require casters to maintain them. This wasn't Japan. In Japan, the master barrier covering the entire nation made utilizing barrier technique significantly easier. Even auxiliary managers with a sliver of cursed energy and zero combat ability could cast simple barriers. But overseas, things weren't so convenient. This proved that every single one of these intelligent cursed spirits possessed a high level of proficiency in barrier techniques. Aside from the Lord of Cursed Spirits, the others were pouring all their power into maintaining this massive structure. Yet, she couldn't detect any human cursed energy residuals. Yuki could pinpoint the difference between the cursed energy of a spirit and a human with absolute precision. Therefore, she was certain only intelligent cursed spirits were present here. There were no humans. Does that mean Ashiya Sadatsuna isn't here? Yuki pondered. How exactly these intelligent cursed spirits were born had become the most critical question in the modern Jujutsu world. After all, this was the first occurrence in a millennium. Every sorcerer was completely in the dark about it. Tengen believed that even the intelligent cursed spirits themselves might not fully understand it, and that only their mentor, Ashiya Sadatsuna, knew the truth. Therefore, to Jujutsu Society, capturing Ashiya Sadatsuna was just as important as killing the Lord of Cursed Spirits. But Ashiya Sadatsuna wasn't here, where is he? Whatever. That's not my mission anyway. Yuki took a deep breath and casually tossed aside her white cape. She wore a tight black tank top that exposed her midriff and arms, the fabric clinging to her skin and accentuating her voluptuous figure. She stood tall and took a massive stretch, her bodily curves rolling like a roaring ocean wave. She thought back to the intel on the Lord of Cursed Spirits. She recalled the words of the elderly and weak survivors she had questioned at the Zenin clan. That night, the wind and rain battered the doors, and thunder tore across the sky. Everyone deemed lacking in combat ability was hiding in the underground training grounds. They had no idea what was happening, but everyone remained dead silent, oppressed by an invisible, crushing pressure. Some children started to cry, but their mothers clamped hands over their mouths, not daring to let a single sound escape. Until a heaven-shaking voice pierced straight through the earth. Someone was announcing their arrival, kicking the front door down to commit slaughter. The Lord of Cursed Spirits delivered a divine decree to the world. The human curse upon humanity, Mahito, has arrived. Yuki felt as if she were picturing a legendary swordmaster walking straight out of the Heian era. She could perfectly imagine the Lord of Cursed Spirits dressed in traditional samurai garb, a long sword at his hip, a bamboo hat on his head, walking through the rainy night, accompanied by the wind, the rain, and the thunder. How incredibly elegant, Yuki thought. Just picturing it, what an incredibly refined man. He must be cloaked in glory, bearing the weight of mass death on his back. Under normal circumstances, I would definitely want to get to know a figure like that. Assuming, of course, that he was a human and not a cursed spirit. Announcing your name with honor and kicking the front door down. Allow me to show you how it's done, Lord of Cursed Spirits. The corners of Yuki's mouth curled into a smile. It wasn't a beautiful smile, it was fierce and vicious, like a bloodthirsty wolf. She echoed one final thought in her mind. This is how Jujutsu sorcerers fight in the modern era, A snake-like shikigami coiled around Yuki's body. It floated weightlessly until she extended her hand, at which point it slithered down her arm. It curled into a ball as Yuki lifted it. This was Yuki's highest-grade cursed tool shikigami, and the very prototype Mahito used to conceptualize Kinji Hikari's external cursed energy circulation organ, the companion spirit. Cursed tool shikigami, Garuda. Garuda possessed an ability entirely unique among all shikigami created by sorcerers. It could seamlessly link with the sorcerer's own cursed energy, acting as an external target for Yuki's innate technique. Because it was essentially forged from her technique, well, that might be hard to understand, so to put it bluntly, this cursed tool shikigami could synchronize with Yuki and utilize Star Rage. Cursed technique release. Yuki exhaled slowly. She hoisted Garuda high and tossed it gently into the air, exactly like a soccer player serving a ball. Star Rage. Bam! Yuki kicked Garuda with everything she had. The next instant, Garuda shattered the barrier in front of them, rocketing forward like an artillery shell. The sheer, catastrophic kinetic force of its spin caused the desert terrain along its path to violently peel backward and roll outwards, like a passenger jet making an emergency crash landing on the ocean. In the original canon, a very similar event occurred. Satoru Gojo and Ryman Sukuna arranged a duel. They agreed on a time and place. As the time approached, Sukuna waited exactly where he was supposed to, just as Mahito was doing now. But Gojo didn't just walk up to him. He had his senior perform a dance that globally amplified his cursed energy output. Then, from 2 kilometers away, he aimed straight at the waiting Sukuna and fired a maximum output hollow purple. A blatant, unapologetic pre-battle sneak attack. Exactly like Yuki Tsukuma right now. Carve this into your very life. Yuki bared her teeth, laughing uproariously. This is how modern Jujutsu sorcerers fight. The power granted by Star Rage vastly exceeded human imagination. The hurricane generated by its colossal mass annihilated everything in its path. It was like a low-flying, frenzied dragon, bulldozing the world with peerless, divine authority. Boom! 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 Garuda struck the earth. The resulting sound wasn't a single impact, but a continuous chain of detonations. The sheer excess kinetic energy and the ensuing shockwaves were so massive they triggered secondary explosions, then tertiary, then quaternary. The entire desert seemed to convulse. Countless tons of sand were launched hundreds of meters into the air, expanding outward with the explosive shockwaves. The gale-force winds caught the sand, twisting it into a mobile, apocalyptic waterspout of grit, while rings of concussive force continuously rippled outward. Then came the backdraft. Everything was sucked violently back toward the epicenter of the blast. The airborne sand collided in the sky, the heavy grit beginning to fall, slowly contracting and condensing into a colossal mushroom cloud. A gargantuan mushroom cloud slowly took shape, refusing to dissipate for a long time. Yuki stood her ground. As the violent winds lashed at her, she shielded her eyes with her arm. Cursed energy enveloped her like armor, but even so, the sand pelted her from all directions like thousands of razor blades. She had no choice but to continuously reinforce her body. The world before her had been reduced to an impenetrable, blinding haze. She had created a literal sandstorm with a single strike. And this was merely the aftershock of her attack. Is Mahito dead? Suddenly, Yuki's primal survival instinct screamed. A streak of silver light pierced through the sandstorm, swimming fluidly like a playful silver sailfish. Yuki felt no sense of beauty from it, she only felt as if all the terror in the world had been condensed into a single point and detonated. Mirakuji Kirigiri, Tsukumagami ability release, cleaving line. A colossal slash tore the sandstorm wide open. Yuki threw herself to the side in a desperate dive, witnessing the entirety of the strike. A sandstorm isn't a physical object, it's a natural disaster composed of wind and grit. Yet, this disaster was cleanly bisected, split in two like a sheet of paper cut by a scalpel. The silver light extended infinitely, vanishing over the unseen horizon. Yuki's pupils contracted. She recognized that technique. A high-speed, compressed blade of wind. That's Ame no Habakiri. Yuki said in disbelief. That's Ogi Zenin's innate technique. Why can the Lord of Cursed Spirits use Ogi Zenin's technique? No, wait. Even if Ogi himself used Ame no Habakiri, he couldn't possibly cleave a sandstorm this massive. There's another technique layered on top of it. Asterisk a dual technique combination, asterisk. Asterisk or is it a fused technique? Is that even possible? Asterisk. Yuki's scalp prickled. A wave of heart-stopping dread washed over her, making her feel as if she were drowning in the abyssal depths of the ocean. At the end of the bisected sandstorm, a man was slowly strolling forward. He wore a black hari over a white kimono, a bamboo hat resting on his head. In his hand, he held an unnervingly long, straight-edged blade. He walked with a leisurely, idle pace. As he neared Yuki, he reached up and tipped his hat back, revealing his heterochromatic eyes. Yuki's pupils shrank. There wasn't a single scratch on his body. Even his exquisite clothing was completely pristine. He was walking through a desert, yet Yuki suddenly felt as if she were standing beneath the torii gates of a shrine, cherry blossoms scattering from both sides and drifting down the steps, while the Lord of Cursed Spirits tread upon the petals to pass through the gate. Garuda's ambush hadn't even managed to get a single grain of sand on the Lord of Cursed Spirits' clothes. Asterisk he really is exactly as the rumors say. So elegant he looks like he stepped out of an ukiyo-e painting. Asterisk. A pleasure to meet you, Tsukumo-san, the Lord of Cursed Spirit spoke. The human curse upon humanity, Mahito. Let's have a good fight. Yuki slowly stood up, spitting grit from her mouth, and flashed a ferocious grin. Likewise, Mahito-san. Special grade Jujutsu sorcerer Yuki Tsukumo. Let's have a good fight. Chapter 55, 17. Fair and Square, Domain Expansion. 2,922 words. I had assumed we would at least meet face to face and exchange a few words before the battle began, Mahito said with a hint of regret. I didn't expect you to attack right out of the gate. And with such blistering, cataclysmic fury, no less. Like 10,000 suns. Yuki easily read between the lines of his elegant phrasing. She brushed her long hair aside and laughed. I didn't think the Lord of Cursed Spirits would be in the mood to read the ancient Indian epic, the asterisk Mahabharata star. The asterisk Mahabharata asterisk describes the wars of ancient times. One particular passage reads. Asterisk, a single projectile was charged with all the power of the universe. An incandescent column of smoke and flame, as bright as 10,000 suns, rose in all its splendor. It was an unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death, which reduced to ashes the entire race of the Vrishnas and the Andakas. The corpses were so burned as to be unrecognizable. Hair and nails fell out, pottery broke without apparent cause, and the birds turned white. After a few hours, all foodstuffs were infected. Asterisk. This text was written around 1500 BCE, roughly 3,500 years ago. The war it described eerily resembled modern nuclear warfare. But none of that was the point. The point was... Yuki spoke slowly, you've been educated very well, Mahito. You have a very patient teacher. A teacher who dedicated himself entirely to instructing you in everything, jujutsu, swordsmanship, literature, and etiquette. This proves he doesn't just view you as a pawn to overthrow jujutsu society. He genuinely treats you as his disciple, the inheritor of his legacy. Mahito smiled. I am a child who is loved. I appreciate all the beauty this world has to offer. Mahito wasn't lying. He genuinely felt loved. Despite their immense power, Jogo and Hanami willingly submitted to him, dedicating everything they had to his cause. Dagon might not have understood much, but he implicitly obeyed Mahito's every word. Kinji Hikari constantly spouted profanities, but ultimately cared for Mahito in his own twisted way. The newly joined Ashiya Sadatsuna viewed him as his true successor, holding absolutely nothing back. The recently awakened Tsumiki Fushiguro had very pleasant conversations with him, patiently humoring his whims. Finally, the 5 newborn intelligent cursed spirits he had personally created viewed him as both their master and their father. In other words, everyone gathered around Mahito, with the sole exception of Kenjaku, who genuinely believed from the bottom of their hearts that Mahito was someone they could entrust their futures to. Many among them truly believed that if Mahito ruled the world, he could actually tear down the rotten old system and forge a brand new one. Mahito was even certain that the thought imprint barely played a role in this. The imprint only guaranteed loyalty, it couldn't force them to enjoy his company. If it did, their mindset would warp into something tragic, like I am not betraying Mahito only because I must sacrifice myself for the greater good star. Kenjaku was the only exception. Even under the imprint, his mindset was purely to squeeze Mahito dry of all his worth, merely playing along with him in the meantime. Therefore, regarding Kenjaku, Mahito's thoughts hadn't changed since day one, I'm going to kill him eventually, Just as Kinji Hikari had said to Satoru Gojo, this world is already rotten to the core. A revolution is coming. Why not roll the dice on it, Mahito wasn't a solitary king on an empty throne. He was deeply connected to this world. Over the past few months, the psychological detachment of being an otherworldly transmigrator had almost entirely vanished. He could no longer view this place as just a manga. He genuinely loved everything about it. Is that so? Then I can rest easy, Yuki said, her tone carrying genuine relief. Rest easy about what? Rest easy knowing that even if I die, even if Satoru Gojo fails, you won't treat this world with cruelty. Yuki exhaled slowly. She extended her arm, holding her palm open in a beckoning gesture. Something was rocketing toward her from the distance. Accompanied by a series of sonic booms, the snake-like cursed tool Shikigami returned to her hand. Yuki grabbed Garuda by the head, her palm locking seamlessly with its skull. Then, she swung Garuda violently. The serpentine Shikigami instantly transformed into a divine whip capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Now I can fight you to the death without any regrets. Cursed technique release, Star Rage. Mahito immediately broke into a sprint. With every breath, he commanded his cursed energy to flow fluidly through his limbs and bones. This was the most fundamental form of cursed energy reinforcement. Even without formal training, any sorcerer with cursed energy could apply it instinctively. But the technique behind that application was the absolute dividing line between the weak and the strong. Previously, Kenjaku hadn't specifically trained Mahito in cursed energy reinforcement because there was no need. For Mahito, who possessed idle transfiguration, the immediate gains from basic reinforcement were negligible. Kenjaku's curriculum for Mahito simply didn't prioritize it. But with Ashiya Sadatsuna's arrival, Mahito's combat system finally underwent proper integration. Unlike Kenjaku, who constantly oozed malice, Ashiya truly treated Mahito as his successor. When Mahito asked about integrating his skills, Ashiya didn't even hesitate, elevate your cursed energy reinforcement first, then we'll talk. Because every single technique relied on it. It was the fundamental horse stance of general jujitsu. If you haven't even mastered the horse stance, how dare you try to practice anything else, And now, Mahito had mastered it perfectly. He hadn't even entered the specialized sensory state utilized by the Zenin clan, yet as Garuda was whipped toward him, the world in his eyes seemed to slow down by several magnitudes. He was utterly unhurried. Even though Garuda carried world-shattering kinetic force, he easily stepped out of its trajectory. Mahito finally understood the world Satoru Gojo lived in. Gojo's 6 eyes could perceive the flow of all cursed energy in the world. Mahito couldn't do that. But as long as he focused, every shift in the air currents could be captured by his eyes. In other words, as long as he was within the atmosphere, no frontal attack could ever hit him. Cursed energy reinforcement didn't just boost the physical output of his limbs, it elevated his kinetic vision, his reflexes, and even the tactile sensation of air currents brushing against his skin. The upgrade was astonishingly comprehensive. Just as Ashiya Sadatsuna had said. Cursed energy reinforcement is the horse stance of the jujitsu world. All training stems from it. You can only get better at it, there is no such thing as a limit, Garuda struck the ground. The sheer, colossal pressure generated a deafening sonic boom right before impact, creating a momentary vacuum where all sound seemingly vanished. The cataclysmic force blasted the desert sand upward, forming a literal tidal wave of grit. Yuki stood before the tidal wave. A massive fissure split the ground before her, like Moses parting the Red Sea. Suddenly, something flew toward her. She focused her eyes, it was a bamboo hat. Clap. A crisp sound echoed. Soul creation, Aoi Todo. Boogie woogie. Mahito swapped places with the bamboo hat, violently bypassing the tidal wave of sand and appearing directly in front of Yuki. With his hat gone, the blazing sun beat down on his white hair, making it shimmer with a golden-red halo. His heterochromatic eyes were fully open, glaring down at the world like a majestic, divine entity. Cursed technique release, divine authority. Yuki prepared to counterattack, but her body abruptly froze in place. Suspended in midair, Mahito swung his blade. His white hair seemed to blot out the sun as Kirigiri carved a beautiful arc toward Yuki. Teleportation ambush. Divine authority immobilization. Cleaving line execution. One hit, one kill. Squelch, An arm flew high into the sky, the severed stump as smooth as a polished mirror. Yuki gritted her teeth and leaped backward. As she retreated, Garuda followed her will, catching the severed arm mid-air and retreating alongside her. Mahito didn't pursue. He landed gracefully. A trail of blood leaked from his left eye. His entire left eyeball was pulverized, reduced to a bloody paste sunken into the socket. Yuki gritted her teeth and spat. Ogi Zenin's Ame no Habakiri. Ronta Zenin's Divine Authority. And my idiot disciple's Boogie Woogie. I should have known. If you have the ability to force evolution upon others, grafting their techniques onto yourself is entirely possible. Mahito didn't answer immediately. He activated idol transfiguration. Under the technique's influence, his pulverized eyeball rapidly knitted itself back together. He blinked, the explosive backlash caused by Divine Authority was completely healed. This was Mahito's first time using the Divine Authority eye. In the original canon, Ronta Zenin used it to paralyze Moki Zenin even after she had fully awakened as a tyrant of heavenly restriction. Mahito had assumed that even if he took the backlash, holding the paralysis for just 0.2 seconds would be more than enough for Kirigiri to slice Yuki's throat. But he hadn't even managed to hold it for 0.002 seconds. Star Rage was far more terrifying than Mahito had imagined. She was the ultimate stat monster. The raw physical power of a heavenly restriction was already immense, yet Ronta's cursed energy could still pin it down for a second or two. Yet, with Mahito as the caster, Yuki Tsukumo merely twitched, and the instantaneous backlash blew his eyeball out of its socket. My reverse cursed technique is called Soul Creation, Mahito said. Showing one's cards. By simply touching a target's skin, I can instantly perceive their soul's information. By simulating the structure and information of their soul, I can replicate their innate technique. Furthermore, the power of the technique isn't static, it evolves and grows as I deepen my understanding and development of it. An infinite arsenal of techniques. And the condition to achieve it was even simpler than Yuta Okotsu's copy, he only needed to touch their skin, completely bypassing the requirement of consuming a piece of the target's flesh. The replicated techniques weren't even locked at a fixed power level, they could be trained and evolved autonomously. Not even Yuta's copy could do that. This was genuinely unprecedented, horrifying new intel. Even more terrifying, this was his reverse cursed technique, not his standard lapse. In other words, this lord of cursed spirit standing before her still hadn't revealed his true trump card. Yuki reached out and snatched her severed arm from Garuda. Pressing the stump to her shoulder, she unleashed reverse cursed technique. Dense positive energy rapidly regenerated the wound, and in the blink of an eye, her arm was perfectly reattached. She extended her newly healed arm, flexing her fingers. Good as new. My technique is called Star Rage, she declared. Showing one's cards. My technique grants me virtual mass. This massive increase in mass causes my physical density and durability to skyrocket, granting every one of my strikes physics-defying power. As you just saw, I can literally kick a nuclear explosion into existence. But since I don't feel the increase in mass myself, my speed remains completely unaffected. Yuki whipped Garuda violently. The Shikigami struck the desert with a deafening boom, like a thunderclap in broad daylight. The colossal impact sent a massive wave of sand rolling outward from Garuda's impact point by Yuki's side, expanding in all directions like a tsunami. Mahito exhaled slowly and rested Kirigiri at his waist, assuming an Iaijutsu stance. His opponent was Yuki Tsukumo, a monster capable of infinitely increasing her virtual mass. In the canon, she had literally initiated a suicidal technique expansion that condensed the Earth into a 2-centimeter marble. There was no doubt about it, a single clean hit would pulverize Mahito's body instantly, and even idol transfiguration might not be able to save him. It wasn't that techniques couldn't affect the soul, it was that most techniques simply didn't carry enough cursed energy to reach the shores of the soul. Star Rage was the ultimate exception. If she could generate a black hole capable of swallowing the Earth, it was pure delusion to think she couldn't damage the soul. Furthermore, the Garuda she wielded was an incredibly troublesome weapon. Canonically, this cursed tool was literally constructed from Yuki's technique, meaning Garuda could also utilize Star Rage. Originally, Yuki could only apply Star Rage to her own limbs. But with Garuda, she could launch ranged attacks. Just like her sneak attack earlier, by kicking Garuda, the Shikigami flew deep into the desert like an artillery shell, generating a nuclear-level explosion upon impact. Yuki Tsukumo with Garuda and Yuki Tsukumo without Garuda were on completely different tiers of power. Without Garuda, Yuki had to use Star Rage cautiously, because excessive destructive force could easily catch her in the blast radius. But with Garuda, she instantly became the world's most terrifying mobile artillery battery, casually dropping nukes with every strike. I have to disable Garuda. And I absolutely cannot let her fists or feet touch me. I've only just started cursed energy reinforcement training, there's no way I can tank star rage. Mahito cursed internally, finally realizing just how obscenely impressive it was for Kenjaku to have tanked Yuki's star rage in the cannon while only losing his arms. Kenjaku had definitely been holding back when teaching him. Yuki was also strategizing her next move. She genuinely hadn't expected the Lord of Cursed Spirits to possess the ability to copy a sorcerer's innate technique. That meant he possessed infinite growth potential. Why was Yuta Okotsu classified as a special grade? Aside from possessing the highest cursed energy reserves in the world, his copy technique was the primary reason. It was an absolute rule, any sorcerer with access to an infinite arsenal of techniques possessed immeasurable potential. And the activation condition for the Lord of Cursed Spirits copy ability was even simpler than Yuta's. No one had any idea what other techniques he had hidden up his sleeve. So far, he had used Ame no Habakiri, Boogie Woogie, and Divine Authority. Considering his ability to force evolution upon others, his base physical specs had to be monstrously high, otherwise, forcing evolution would be impossible. Perhaps that was his still-hidden standard technique lapse. Offense, disruption, mobility, survival, he was flawless. He had no weaknesses. This was a powerhouse with absurd physical specs and an infinite arsenal of techniques. The Jujutsu world's classification system for cursed spirits was completely meaningless to him. He was the strongest cursed spirit to exist in a millennium. He was the genuine, undeniable Lord of Cursed Spirits. I have to disable his techniques. And I absolutely cannot let his hands touch my skin. If he touches me, he can copy Star Rage. That would be a catastrophic. What do I do? Both Mahito and Yuki pondered simultaneously. Yuki suddenly groaned loudly, complaining, this is such a pain. I didn't think the legendary Lord of Cursed Spirits would be this ridiculously overpowered. I completely understand how you wiped out the Zenin clan now. And you haven't even shown your ultimate form yet. Her ultimate form comment referred to maximum advent. Mahito knew exactly what she meant. Suddenly, Mahito's scalp went numb. His body locked up entirely. A colossal wave of cursed energy blotted out the sky like storm clouds. They were standing in a desert under the blazing sun, yet Mahito suddenly felt as if he had been thrust into the vacuum of space. The immense pressure differential caused his blood to flow backward. In an instant, he felt like he was going to explode from the inside out. Yuki Tsukumo wove a hand sign, flashing a savage, bloodthirsty grin. I'll be blunt. I have absolutely zero confidence in taking you down using just techniques. I have no idea what other cards you're holding. Since you can use my disciple's technique, it's safe to assume you have every technique from Kyoto in your pocket. You made a deal with my Mai. She's a cautious woman. If she met with you, she definitely brought UI along. During that exchange, you probably touched UI, didn't you? In other words, you have his teleportation technique. Satoru Gojo doesn't just stay in Tokyo, he runs around everywhere. That means, outside of the students he keeps heavily protected, you probably have a chunk of Tokyo's techniques too. Finally, you annihilated the Zenin clan. In that battle, you definitely harvested every single technique they possessed. You've already used Ame no Habakiri and Divine Authority, so my assessment is spot on. I don't even want to imagine the kind of nightmarish combos you can pull off with an arsenal that massive. Therefore, she declared, since both of our techniques are this disgustingly troublesome, there's only one way to guarantee a decisive victory, isn't there? Boundless, suffocating darkness erupted from beneath Yuki's feet. In an instant, the darkness swallowed Mahito whole. Mahito looked up. He saw Yuki standing within a dark red, cosmic void, her hands locked in a sign. Behind her head, Garuda rotated slowly, resembling the halo of a divine Buddha. Gravitational ripples pulsed across the ground, every wave shuddering like the aftershocks of an earthquake. Countless compressed meteorites floated in the air, stretching infinitely into the void, as if a constellation of stars had descended into the mortal realm, surrounding Mahito. Domain expansion. And directly behind Yuki Tsukumo, a pitch-black void slowly exhaled. It was a simulated black hole. Sumeru Vaja Karma Wheel. Chapter 56:18. Astral Assault, Unforeseen Calamity. 3,230 words. Mount Sumeru is the cosmic center of Buddhist cosmology, unfathomably massive, piercing the heavens, utterly indestructible, acting as the very pillar of the world. Vaja represents that which is hard, sharp, and imperishable, often symbolizing a ritual thunderbolt or the absolute power of the Dharma. The karma wheel is the cycle of fate, cause, and effect. The implication of this domain expansion was clear. It represented the beginning and end of a cosmic cycle, the locus of absolute truth. Mahito suddenly remembered the inner monologue Yuki Tsukumo had right before her death in the original manga. In Yuki's mind, the ultimate destination of this cosmic truth was likely one thing. A black hole. This was the Sumeru Vaja Karma Wheel Star. Simple domain. Driven by his willpower, Mahito's cursed energy violently breached his body's confines, expanding outward. A domain with a radius of exactly 4 meters silently formed around him. He lowered his stance, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, his body coiled in an Jutsu posture. It was the textbook, standard activation stance for a simple domain. For most sorcerers, the radius of a simple domain was only 2.25 meters, the maximum reach of an /. But Mahito was different. Gripping Mirakuji Kirigiri the combined length of the Nadachi and his arm span pushed his lethal attack range to 4 meters, matching the exact radius of his current simple domain. He had completed his simple domain, and pushed it even further. The problem was the fraction of a second it took to cast. While maintaining simple domain, his cursed techniques were severely restricted. Outside of idle transfiguration he couldn't use soul creation meaning his limitless was offline. Yuki Tsukumo's read on him was dead accurate. She had instantly grasped his weak point. She flashed a feral grin. Jackpot! You didn't cast your own domain to clash with mine, which means you flat out don't know how. Lord of Cursed Spirits, did you really think a measly simple domain could hold out against my domain expansion? Mahito's expression didn't waver. Simple domain was invented 1,000 years ago specifically to counter the endless tides of curse users and cursed spirits. Dealing with the average fodder is one thing, but sorcerers and curses capable of domain expansion are lethal threats. To survive them, simple domain was born. Right now, I am walking that ancient path. I hold no fear in my heart. Yuki's smile faded. She stared hard at Mahito. His expression truly hadn't shifted. His simple domain was rock solid. He's telling the truth. He's walking the ancient path without a trace of fear, her Yuki praised internally. It was only at this exact moment that Yuki Tsukumo finally had to admit something to herself, something she had found incredibly hard to believe. She looked at Mahito, her voice entirely serious. I owe you an apology, Mahito. What? Mahito blinked, completely taken aback. He hadn't expected her to say something like that after popping her domain. Weren't they in the middle of a death match? Ever since you annihilated the Zenin clan, I've been tracking you. I heard about everything that's happened since your appearance from Tengen. You strictly regulate the curse users working with you. You keep a tight leash on your intelligent cursed spirits. You actively seek coexistence with human society. Yuki spoke slowly, her words heavy. Gojo once told me that the entire Jujutsu world seemed much more stable after you showed up, right up until the Zenin clan tried to sideline Gojo and monopolize your immortality technique. Outraged by the insult, you lashed out in the most brutal way possible. Mahito felt a wave of bewilderment. Is she talking about me? Of course he regulated his curse users. Those guys were essential cannon fodder for overthrowing Jujutsu headquarters. Letting them run wild now would just be spoon-feeding free kills to Satoru Gojo. With the entire Jujutsu world hunting him, he was obviously paranoid that one of those idiots would accidentally leak his location. It wasn't baseless paranoia. Hardened by his past life as an internet keyboard warrior, Mahito fully understood how terrifyingly easy it was for a nation-state to track a single individual. That was exactly why he rarely used a smartphone. In fact, ever since Kinji Hikari joined him, he had stopped using one altogether. He outsourced all his diplomacy to Hikari. Sure, part of it was because he trusted the guy, but it was primarily a countermeasure against government surveillance. Better they wiretap Hikari than the King of Curses directly. Japan's surveillance might not be as draconian as America's, but Mahito wasn't about to roll the dice. And keeping his intelligent curses in check? Also obvious. Strictly speaking, while he had gathered a decent number of human followers, his core foundation, his ultimate voter base, was the intelligent cursed spirits. They required careful management. As for snapping and going on a murder spree because he was insulted, well, Yuki was half right about that. If he hadn't been pushed to the brink and absolutely certain Gojo couldn't make it back in time, he never would have revealed himself during that period. It was precisely because of that humiliation that he finally embraced the reality of his situation, stepping onto the bloody path of sustaining war with war. I used to think your kindness was just hypocritical PR, a facade to help you overthrow the Jujutsu world, Yuki continued. I thought your identity as a curse guaranteed you would eventually treat the world with boundless cruelty. I assumed you were just burying your darkness deep, waiting until you conquered Jujutsu society to let your true, monstrous nature loose. Yuki slightly raised her hand, as if cradling something invisible. Hovering just above her palm, a microscopic, pitch-black void slowly began to rotate. Instantly, Mahito's survival instinct screamed. It was the spine-chilling terror of an ordinary office worker suddenly locking eyes with a starving apex predator in the wilderness. The dread almost short-circuited his brain. But I was wrong, Yuki said softly. You genuinely seem to possess a compassion that curses inherently lack. Your acquired education has overridden your innate nature, allowing you to present something truly beautiful to the world. I'm starting to understand how Hikari feels about you. You really do possess the caliber and charisma of a sovereign ruler. Mahito's eyes remained glued to the tiny black void in Yuki's hand. He licked his lips. Your current actions seem to contradict your words. No, I just see you more clearly now. Yuki's voice grew grimly resolute. Precisely because you are so beautiful, precisely because you can earn everyone's love and loyalty despite being a cursed spirit, I finally made my decision. Her voice boomed, carrying the weight of an executioner's gavel. Mahito, you must die. Mahito flinched, his brow furrowing. Why? Even if it was built on a massive misunderstanding, receiving such high praise from Yuki Tsukumo had actually made Mahito think her hostility was fading. He had genuinely thought this fight might end peacefully. Yuki bared her teeth, a low, guttural growl vibrating in her chest like a leopard preparing to pounce. Because you are not human. Asterisk, it didn't matter how kind he was. It didn't matter if he was a perfect ruler. It didn't matter how beautiful his new world might be, asterisk. Asterisk, he was not human, and that single fact invalidated his entire existence. He had to die, asterisk. Yuki hurled the miniature black void directly at Mahito. Without a second's hesitation, Mahito bolted. As he moved, the structural framework of his simple domain began to violently fluctuate. It was entirely possible to move while maintaining a simple domain, but it required god-tier technical skill. The original manga had shown several masters pulling it off. And the most famous example of that was the woman standing right in front of him. Yuki Tsukumo had once sprinted through Kenjaku's domain expansion with her simple domain deployed. Exactly like Mahito was doing now. Mahito vaguely realized his body was burning up. This custom-built vessel of his had detected an apocalyptic threat, its internal alarms shrieking like air raid sirens, begging him to run faster. The tiny black void radiated a terrifying, infinite gravitational pull. Floating meteors within the domain were violently ripped into fragments, dragging themselves toward the void. At first, the process was excruciatingly slow, but its velocity multiplied by the millisecond, accelerating until it felt like it was warping time itself. Asterisk domain expansion, Sumeru Vajakama wheel. Asterisk this domain granted Yuki the ability to aggressively apply virtual mass to anything inside it, except herself. She remained immune, while all other matter suffered the catastrophic, reality-bending weight of her technique. It was an unspeakably horrific fate. Anything subjected to this virtual mass would be crushed alive by localized gravity. By instantly deploying his simple domain, Mahito had neutralized the domain's sure-hit effect, buying himself a sliver of breathing room. But the Grim Reaper was still breathing down his neck. Simple domain only nullified the asterisk sure-hit asterisk targeting, it did not neutralize the cursed technique itself. And right now, Yuki Tsukumo had freely applied virtual mass to the very air in her palm, birthing an infinitely collapsing sphere of oxygen. Then, she hurled it. The sphere's astronomical mass turned it into a supreme gravitational singularity. Just as the planets of the solar system orbit the sun, this infinitesimally small sphere of air dragged the trajectory of every single meteor within the domain expansion toward it. In Mahito's eyes, it looked as if the entire world was caving in on that single pocket of air. And that collapsing singularity was aggressively tailgating him. Right now, that sphere of air was Mount Sumeru, the center of the cosmos. The resulting celestial catastrophe was the wrath of the Vajra Buddha, an inescapable karmic retribution bearing down on him. It was an apocalyptic sight. Mahito's heart hammered against his ribs like a heavy metal drummer blasting blast beats. He watched as an entire galaxy was hurled directly at his face. I see, Mahito muttered, a grim realization washing over him. So this is Star Rage. This is the Sumeru Vaja Karma Wheel. He didn't need to test it. He knew instinctively that not even idle transfiguration could save him from this. Just as the strongest and cannot stop a rolling boulder, this planetary scale impact instilled a pure, unadulterated terror of death deep within his soul. Since transmigrating into this world, Mahito had never been this close to utter obliteration. The flesh he had crafted, his soul, his very consciousness shrieked inside his mental landscape. A monolithic wave of fear swallowed his mind whole. And amidst the trembling, Mahito started to laugh. He remembered his battle with Naobito Zenin. He remembered the old man telling him exactly what a true Jujutsu sorcerer must do when faced with overwhelming terror. To convert anger and fear into tangible cursed energy, that is what makes a true Jujutsu sorcerer. Right now, in this exact moment, Mahito finally understood. He was running, but his trajectory was no longer a retreat. When an entire celestial event is dropped on your head, where exactly do you run? Like a tourist sunbathing on the beach when a tsunami hits, there is nowhere to hide. If I can't dodge it, then I won't. He forced that primal terror, that suffocating dread of death, to violently compress into raw, physical cursed energy. With the Reaper scythe inches from his neck, he abandoned the concept of mortality entirely. Stepping fully into his role as a Jujutsu sorcerer, he redlined his cursed energy output, determined to surpass everything. Boom, Just a split second before the astral impact struck, Mahito stomped the ground, launching himself furiously into the air. Even mid-leap, his body remained locked in the perfect Iai posture. Suddenly, the world went completely dark. Mahito didn't need to look up to know the celestial mass was already upon him. An apocalyptic gravitational force violently grabbed at everything in the vicinity, including Mahito himself. His simple domain flickered violently like a candle in a hurricane. The crushing pressure was enough to pulverize the fabric of reality. Mahito's brain vividly simulated the next few milliseconds. He would take a direct hit from the astral mass. Because the difference in physical mass was so astronomically immense, his body would begin atomizing before it even made physical contact. His simple domain would shatter instantly, purely because the overwhelming mass would literally crush his cursed energy. Once the domain broke, the rate of his cellular disintegration would skyrocket. Finally, he would be completely ground to dust. His idle transfiguration would furiously try to maintain his soul's shape, but his soul itself wouldn't be able to escape the gravity well. He would be trapped in an agonizing, infinite loop of death and regeneration. Thanks to Kinji Hikari's special grade template, Mahito's cursed energy reserves were functionally infinite. Theoretically, as long as an attack didn't directly target his soul, he could endlessly resurrect by just holding his soul's shape together. But the crushing weight of this astral mass could breach the shores of the soul itself. The sheer density would warp everything in the localized space. Mahito's soul would be thrown into a cosmic meat grinder, pulverized over and over again like soybeans in a mortar. Before this absolute mass, where not even light could escape, he would be ground down until he reached true, permanent, death. Suddenly, Mahito's cursed energy exploded. Tasting the genuine possibility of death sent his negative emotions into absolute overdrive. The cursed energy core inside his half-cursed body hyper-processed these rampaging emotions. The relentless cycle of generation spiked his raw power to near-infinite levels. He had actually done it. He had transmuted pure terror into cursed energy, just like Naobito Zenin. Mirakuji Kirigiri hummed with a clear, resonant chime, like running water. Mahito drew his blade. The entire world seemed to freeze before his eyes. He slowly looked up. The astral mass, mere inches from his face, was suspended like a fly trapped in amber. Mahito had entered a state of perfect, mirror-clear tranquility. His subjective consciousness dilated time. In his eyes, the world was utterly static. Only he could move. But his own movements felt agonizingly slow, like playback on a high-speed camera. His draw speed felt like a turtle's crawl, every micro-adjustment as precise as an old grandmaster correcting a novice. Mirakuji Kirigiri, Tsukumagami release, cleaving. Line. A streak of pitch-black lightning coated Kirigiri's edge. Black flash, The moment he swung the blade, Mahito's conscious thought vanished entirely. He surrendered his body to the arc of the slash. His simple domain pulsed and expanded like a lung taking a breath. A simple domain is the physical extension of a sorcerer's will, and right now, Mahito's entire will was hyper-focused into a single, atomic point. Asterisk cleave this astral mass in two, asterisk. In this fraction of a second, Mahito shattered his limits. The black flash coating Kirigiri's edge warped the very fabric of space. Within this transcendent slash, Kirigiri's innate technique was violently carved directly into the astral mass, just as it had once carved its cleaving line into the hypercompressed wind blades of Ame no Habakiri. A gargantuan fissure violently erupted from the center of the celestial sphere. The air pocket, imbued with infinite virtual mass, was sheared cleanly in half. The instantaneous deletion of its monumental mass caused the orbiting meteors to violently slingshot outward via explosive repulsion. A detonation rivaling a supernova ripped through the space. The infinite mass had been breached. The absorbed energy violently vented in all directions. The catastrophic shockwave shook the entire domain expansion to its core, generating a pressure wave so intense it blasted the localized area into a vacuum. A terrifying backdraft immediately followed, sucking everything back toward the epicenter. Then, a secondary detonation. Yuki Tsukumo frantically layered high-mass air barriers around herself. The collision of the two titanic forces crashed like apocalyptic thunder. Her pupils shrank to pinpricks. Impos. Cybele. Her brain shifted into overdrive, instantly isolating the variable. That Nadachi isn't just a cursed tool, it's a Tsukumagami. You were maintaining a simple domain, meaning you couldn't use your own cursed technique, but you still split my mass. It wasn't just because you hit a black flash, it's because the Tsukumagami fired off its own technique at the exact same time. Even a black flash couldn't punch through a celestial mass head-on. The sheer weight would crush it, spatial distortion alone couldn't simply repel it. But a black flash asterisk stacked asterisk with a specialized cursed technique? That changed the math. Realization dawned on Yuki. No wonder asterisk Ame no Habakiri asterisk had sliced through that sandstorm so effortlessly earlier. The divine blade hadn't been the main damage dealer, it only provided the AoE. The thing that actually butchered the sandstorm was the Tsukumagami in Mahito's hands. No wonder his slashes felt so impossibly clean. She had thoroughly reinforced her arm with cursed energy, yet this longsword had lopped it off like a hot knife through butter. Her name is Kirigiri, Mahito whispered into the chaos. Mirakuji. Kirigiri. Yuki laughed out loud. A blade that cuts gods and Buddhas alike, huh? You arrogant bastard. A flash of silver abruptly filled Yuki's vision. The blade's reflection stretched infinitely, stopping mere millimeters from her corneas. The tip threatened to pierce her eyeball and scramble her brain. Kirigiri had arrived. Yuki violently snapped her head back. The tip of Kirigiri sheared straight through the top of her ear. A spray of crimson painted the blade, but vanished a millisecond later as Mahito aggressively flicked the blood off with a sharp asterisk Chiburi asterisk before resetting his stance. Mahito exploded into motion, his consecutive slashes raining down like a localized hurricane. Asterisk new shadow style, Sarumawashi, asterisk. Mahito wasn't just blindly swinging, his footwork synchronized perfectly with the arc of his blade. His steps were incredibly tight, yet he flickered in and out of Yuki's vision like a phantom, bounding around her like an agile monkey navigating a dense canopy. It was a relentless, high-speed barrage paired with phantom footwork. Even with Yuki's immense combat experience, she was entirely locked down, unable to mount a counter-offensive. The world had become a blender of silver flashes. Kirigiri was a Nadachi over 2 meters long, giving Mahito the effective range of a spear. Fighting barehanded, Yuki couldn't even close the distance. Suddenly, Yuki viciously stomped the ground. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Massive kinetic force violently ruptured the earth. Mahito's blade storm evaporated as the sudden destruction of his footing broke the rigid rhythm of his asterisk Sarumawashi asterisk, snapping his high-speed combo. Your fundamentals are sloppy, Mahito. Yuki barked a laugh. A true master of Sarumawashi could keep swinging without blinking, even if the earth beneath them rolled like the ocean. You've got monstrous talent, but your actual combat experience is pathetically shallow. I didn't realize Ms. Tsukumo was also versed in new shadow style, Mahito said, aggressively restabilizing his stance. I hold a Kaiden license in new shadow style. I know your simple domain inside and out. Yuki vaulted backward, soaring like an eagle. I specialize in the floating boat stance. Ambush tactics are my bread and butter. She reached behind her head. The Shikigami asterisk Garuda asterisk, which had been slowly rotating behind her like a halo, dropped heavily into her grip. She whipped Garuda forward, its massive attack radius swallowing everything in front of her. Let me ask you this, Mahito, Yuki roared over the gale. How much longer can your simple domain hold out? Chapter 57, 19. piercing the mortal realm, cleaving the heavens. 3054 words. Yuki Tsukumo's read on the situation was entirely correct. At the end of the day, Simple Domain was just an emergency stopgap. In the original manga, Yuki had used Simple Domain to counter Kenjaku's domain expansion, and within mere seconds, it had been violently stripped away, leaving her defenseless against Kenjaku's sure-hit attack. But that was Kenjaku. Tengen himself had explicitly confirmed in the original story that Kenjaku was the only barrier master in the past 1,000 years who could rival him. Even Satoru Gojo and Ryomen Sukuna were vastly inferior to Kenjaku in that specific discipline. Kenjaku could shred Yuki's Simple Domain in seconds, but there was no way in hell Yuki was stripping Mahito's Simple Domain that fast. Mahito laughed loudly. Long enough. Dragging Kirigiri beside him, Mahito charged, his speed exponentially accelerating. He could feel his cursed energy core throbbing violently in his mental landscape, his very breath sinking with its heavy, rhythmic pulse. In this moment, his perception expanded to fill the entire domain expansion. Not a single spatial ripple could escape his senses. He had entered the awakened state of a black flash. Yuki knew exactly how much of a nightmare a Jujutsu sorcerer became once they hit the zone. And her opponent was the king of curses, an anomaly unseen in a millennium. Her body drifted backward, light and ethereal as a ghost, but the Garuda in her hand fell from the sky with the apocalyptic weight of a world-cleaving broadsword. Kirigiri possessed the absolute strongest severing capability in the world, even Garuda would be sliced through the moment they clashed. But Garuda didn't give Kirigiri the chance to physically connect. A horrific compression of mass was unleashed alongside the swing, rendering the attack visually indistinguishable from a supreme swordsman firing off a wave of pure sword ki. Due to the obscene influx of mass, the flying slash acted as a gravity well, violently ripping the surrounding meteors into itself as it flew. The gravity was so intense it began capturing light, turning the flying slash into a void of abyssal black. The atmospheric pressure alone tore open a massive, canyon-like ravine in the earth beneath it as it traveled. Mid-sprint, Mahito violently snapped his arm up. Kirigiri traced a brutally sharp arc in the air. Asterisk cleaving line, asterisk. Kirigiri slammed into the pitch-black flying slash. Mahito felt a jarring recoil, as if he had just struck a solid wall of impenetrable metal. The extreme mass had forcibly solidified the air itself into an unknown substance harder than diamond. In the original story, Yuki's virtual mass was purely offensive, it increased her damage output but didn't grant her enhanced durability. But inside her domain expansion, the rules were completely rewritten. Her virtual mass could saturate the entirety of creation, behaving exactly like physical, tangible mass. An attack packing the mass of an entire planet was screaming toward him. This was the true terror of ** Rage Star. Mahito gripped Kirigiri's hilt with both hands and let out a blood-curdling roar. Driven by his scream, the blade ground forward, forcefully carving its way through the pitch-black slash. A blinding streak of silver ripped out from the darkness as Mahito burst through, riding the momentum of his blade. Yuki planted her feet and violently swung Garuda again. Another pitch-black flying slash materialized. But she didn't stop there. Without a fraction of a second's hesitation, she swung again. 3 swings. A torrential downpour of black flying slashes materialized, crashing down like a cataclysmic meteor shower. Mahito briefly glanced at the ground. The floor of the Sumeru Vajakama wheel was composed of countless gravitational ripples. These ripples tracked Yuki's movements perfectly, acting like satellites orbiting a planet, constantly shifting to shield and support her. When the pitch-black flying slashes slammed into the gravitational ripples, there were no deafening explosions. The ripples simply yielded elastically, absorbing the kinetic force and dispersing the impact continuously outward, using the entirety of the barrier to shoulder the burden. It was eerily silent. It absorbed every ounce of destructive force without a sound. Mahito instantly understood. This domain expansion had been custom-tailored to handle localized, extreme surges in mass. The internal structure was virtually immune to heavy physical trauma, making it arguably the most physically durable domain expansion in existence. It made sense. Only the sturdiest domain in the world could withstand a slugfest with the biggest stat check monster in history. Mahito immediately scrapped his backup plan of baiting Yuki into destroying her own barrier from the inside. Right now, there were only 2 ways to beat Yuki Tsukumo. Option 1, wait for the perfect opening, use Kirigiri's cleaving line to tear a hole in the barrier, and escape. This would force Yuki to drop her domain, subjecting her to cursed technique burnout. During that window, she wouldn't be able to use *Rage Star. He could kill her then. But that was going to be notoriously difficult. The gravitational ripples on the ground were tethered to her every move, meaning she was likely using them as a seismic radar to track his exact twitches. She had already deduced Kirigiri's ability, there was no way she'd leave him an opening to slip out. Option 2. Bum rush her. Butcher her face-to-face before his simple domain collapsed. Asterisk, was that really a hard choice? Asterisk. Mahito threw his head back and laughed maniacally, charging headlong into the meteor shower. He swung his blade mid-air. Every swing detonated a pitch-black flying slash. He spun violently in the air, Kirigiri forming a localized hurricane of steel that engulfed every incoming projectile. Yuki's black meteor shower was entirely neutralized by Mahito's blade storm. Yuki felt a manic thrill igniting in her chest. For the first time, she felt a profound sense of honor in this fight. Battling the King of Curses was violently, purely fun star. It wasn't fueled by hatred or prejudice, it was the unadulterated ecstasy of a warrior. She knew the objectively smartest play for the Curse Lord was to bunker down, defend, and use his Tsukumagami to cut a hole in her barrier the moment she overextended. If he committed to that stalling tactic, she would have to rack her brain to stop him. The fight would devolve from an explosive brawl into a tedious, tactical war of attrition. Yuki had fully mentally prepared herself for that exact scenario. But the Lord of Cursed Spirits didn't take the tactical route. He chose a suicidal frontal assault. Like an unstoppable berserker, there was no hesitation, no retreat in his eyes. He saw only his mortal enemy, locked in a deathmatch. Yuki felt an almost unbelievable sense of conviction rolling off the Curse Lord. It was stunningly pure. How could she not feel honored fighting an opponent like this? How could her blood not boil? Yuki's body began to physically heat up. Her cursed energy was naturally redlining without her even consciously directing it. Before her brain could even register the command, her body had already finished its final warm-up. She threw her head back and let out a deafening roar. I'm right here, Mahito. Bring it on. A suffocating wave of bloodlust and cursed energy saturated every inch of the domain. Yuki raised both hands high. Suspended between her palms, Garuda began to aggressively rotate. The serpent-like cursed tool bit its own tail, forming an Ouroboros. A terrifyingly dense oppressive force violently condensed inwards, forming a pitch-black void at the dead center of Garuda's rotation. In the original manga, during her deathmatch with Kenjaku, Yuki had eventually realized that after losing the initiative, she couldn't win. So, she removed the limiters on her cursed technique, attempting to drag Kenjaku to hell with a suicide attack. The narration in the manga had described it perfectly. Asterisk, the black hole, possessing both ultra-high density and immense gravity, allows nothing, not even light, to escape. It is said that if the Earth were compressed to the size of a 2-centimeter marble, it would create one. Asterisk. Asterisk, whether it be gravity, mass, or time, if you push them to their absolute limits. Asterisk. A simulated black hole had just materialized at the center of Garuda's Ouroboros ring. Mahito sprinted across the Earth's gravitational ripples. Mid-stride, he lowered Kirigiri to his waist. Unconsciously, his simple domain began to shrink. In the original story, almost everyone who used simple domain treated it merely as a temporary shield against domain expansions. They had forgotten the true, original purpose of the technique. The very first time simple domain was introduced, it was used by Kyoto's Kasumi Miwa during the Goodwill event. She stood with her feet apart, the blade at her waist, head bowed toward the hilt. A pulse of cursed energy radiated from her, and in her mind's eye, everything outside that 2.25-meter radius was pitch black. That asterisk was the most primitive, fundamental form of simple domain. Mahito's limbs were overflowing with cursed energy. The hypercirculation caused his energy to vent aggressively, making it look as though he were cloaked in a blazing aura of blue flame. But the exact microsecond he tucked Kirigiri at his waist, the raging flames vanished. His cursed energy transitioned flawlessly from dynamic to static, clinging to his skin with absolute, terrifying precision. He gripped the hilt, feeling Kirigiri's emotional resonance. A quiet girl materialized in his mental landscape. She was kneeling beneath a cherry blossom tree, her eyes closed. Countless petals drifted down the wind, settling into her long black hair. She slowly opened her eyes, looked at Mahito, and reached out her hand. Mahito took it. Tsumiki Fushiguro had kept her promise. Pressed for time, she had frantically speed-read manga featuring weapon personification. She started with asterisk elemental gelade asterisk, but after a bit of research, pivoted to asterisk soul eater star. Eventually, she just stared blankly at Mahito and said, Honestly, isn't the Zanpakuto spirit world from Bleach perfectly fine? Yes, the strongest construction sorcerer in a millennium had given up. 1 week simply wasn't enough time. She couldn't fully actualize the experiment of giving a Tsukumagami a physical human form. However, she had provided a crucial piece of advice. If physical personification was impossible, what about mental personification? It was entirely possible. It didn't even require diving into a vague inner CEO of consciousness. There was hard, established Jujutsu theory behind it. The innate domain. This was the concept first introduced by Ryomen Sukuna. It was the deepest recess of a person's mind. Even when Sukuna was reduced to nothing but cursed objects, he could still manifest his innate domain and aggressively hijack Yuji Itadori's mental landscape. An ordinary Tsukumagami couldn't possibly possess an innate domain. But Mahito's idle transfiguration could warp that rule entirely. It wasn't even that difficult. In truth, he had already cracked the code when he designed his second-generation intelligent curses through soul modification. Now, while strictly confined to the mental realm, Mirakuji Kirigiri was truly alive. She possessed a human soul sentience, capable of activating her cursed technique autonomously. Which meant she could also hit a black flash. A lick of black flame violently ignited on Kirigiri's hilt. In the exact same millisecond, black flame erupted from the tip of the blade, racing down the steel. The world had never witnessed a true, synchronized fusion black flash. A black flash was strictly a phenomenon born from the microsecond alignment of a single sorcerer's physical strike and cursed energy application. No matter how perfectly in sync two fighters were, the best they could achieve was landing independent black flashes simultaneously, like Yuji Itadori and Aoi Todo, and even that was a once-in-a-century miracle. But here, right now, the first fusion black flash in the history of Jujutsu occurred. The Tsukumagami and her wielder were of one mind, their cursed energy tethered, triggering the spatial distortion as a single entity. Mahito abruptly halted. His simple domain had compressed to exactly 2.25 meters. The gold standard. Inside Yuki's domain, a simple domain was supposed to be subjected to catastrophic structural pressure, making it violently unstable. Yet, right now, the framework of Mahito's domain was impeccably smooth, melting silently into the fabric of reality. Mahito had executed the most primordial form of simple domain. A millennium ago, Ashiya Sadatsuna created simple domain as the absolute last resort for ordinary sorcerers who could never hope to achieve domain expansion. Under those desperate circumstances, the core tenet of Sadatsuna's new shadow style was universally understood. With no other choice, push forward without hesitation, But right now, Mahito actively overwrote that tenet, stamping his own ideology over it. He whispered to himself. Only with a mind free of distractions can one transcend into the divine. High above, Yuki Tsukumo finally hurled the simulated black hole. The entirety of the Sumeru Vajakama wheel bowed before the logic-defying mass and density. Yuki shouldn't have used this technique, the pressure was so unimaginably vast that even her own domain barrier couldn't withstand it. But she literally couldn't stop herself. If she wanted to wage an uninhibited, all-out war with Mahito, she had to unleash it. And she fully believed that Mahito wouldn't dodge. He would face it. He would surpass it. He would break through it. And if he couldn't, he would die. Come, Mahito. Let me witness it. Will you fall here, or will you transcend? The gravitational ripples of the earth finally buckled under the apocalyptic pressure. Countless threads of black distortion erupted from the ground, falling upward into the sky like reverse rain, violently drawn into the simulated black hole. The overwhelming pressure was forcing the domain barrier to cannibalize itself. Mahito breathed in, then out. His right hand tightened on the hilt. He closed his eyes. Even with the heavens literally crashing down on him, his mind was as tranquil as a placid sea. His breathing perfectly synchronized with the thrumming of his cursed energy core. The kirigiri in his hand began to vibrate, not a physical tremor but the thrum of a soul-quickening breath. Cursed energy. Kirigiri. Absolute resonance. Mahito drew his blade. A split second before the swing, Mahito's body had been engulfed in black flames. But the microsecond his arm moved, the flames on his body vanished instantly. Every last drop of cursed energy was brutally funneled into Kirigiri's edge. A faint, ghostly black sheen coated the steel. Shinmyokan, Mukuku Shiki Star. The divine sword was a legendary technique recorded in the real-world Shinkijiryu scrolls. The texts claimed this strike reached the realm of gods. Muku represented absolute, untainted purity. Kushiki represented the void of thought, a state of no mind. Shin Myokan, Muku Kushiki was the act of unleashing a divine, transcendent slash from a state of total ego death. This slash bypassed time, pierced the mortal realm, crossed the boundary of 3,000 crows, and dictated life and death. It could slaughter a god. An unprecedented fusion black flash ripped out from Kirigiri's edge. The violent spatial distortion coalesced into a single, pitch-black severing arc. The simulated black hole hung in the air like a void in reality. Suddenly, the oppressive pressure vanished entirely. The cannibalizing domain, the manic Yuki Tsukumo, and Mahito in his follow-through stance, everything froze. Dead center of the simulated black hole, a single blade flash had already passed through. Yuki was still locked in her throwing posture. She slowly looked down. She was wearing a black crop top, exposing her midriff. Right across her stomach, a clean, diagonal line of blood spontaneously materialized. If her cursed energy hadn't abruptly flatlined, she wouldn't have even noticed she'd been cut. I see, Yuki smiled faintly. I lost. The colossal simulated black hole began to collapse inward. The astronomical density, once initiated, couldn't be easily stopped, but Mahito's slash had cleaved it dead center before it could fully stabilize. It couldn't stop the gravitational pull entirely, matter was still being crushed and sucked in. But it would never reach critical mass. With Yuki's cursed energy severed, the fusion black flash's space warping slash obliterated the core of the simulated black hole, forcefully shattering the barrier. The crimson cosmic void fractured and dissolved like burning paper. A ray of blistering sunlight pierced through the shattered canopy of the domain. Mahito slowly sheathed his blade. As he stood fully upright and walked forward, the remnants of the domain expansion evaporated like a fever dream, revealing the barren desert wastes once more. Yuki took 2 steps forward, then suddenly collapsed to her knees. Her shikigami dropped to the sand. The slash had struck her abdomen perfectly. That was the exact location of a sorcerer's cursed energy core, the organ responsible for refining cursed energy. With it destroyed, she couldn't generate a single drop. Under normal circumstances, that might not be a death sentence, reverse cursed technique is routed through the brain. As long as the head was intact, Yuki theoretically had the means to heal herself. But the timing was brutal. She had just dumped every last ounce of her cursed energy into forming the simulated black hole. There wasn't a spark of residual energy left in her system. With her core destroyed, she had zero fuel to jumpstart her RCT. She was completely out of options. Mahito walked up and stood over her, looking down. Well done, Mahito, Yuki praised softly. You really did walk the ancient path, you shattered my domain expansion head-on with a simple domain. A massive geyser of blood abruptly violently erupted from Yuki's waist. Her upper torso slowly slid off her hips, falling backward into the sand, while her legs remained kneeling, frozen like a statue. Blood rapidly soaked the desert floor, spreading like black ink dropped in a clear pond. Yuki Tsukumo is dead, Mahito reached out and gently stroked Mirakuji Kirigiri's star. Using his construction technique, he fabricated a perfectly tailored scabbard for her. The Nadachi slid home with a sharp, satisfying clack star. Maintaining his grip, he drove the sheathed blade point first into the sand, planting it directly between himself and Yuki's corpse. He had just landed 2 consecutive black flashes, one of them being a fusion black flash with Kirigiri. He had completely obliterated his limits. If it was right now, if it was this exact moment, he could do it easily. He let out a soft sigh. Domain expansion. He formed his hand signs. Though his voice was scarcely louder than a whisper, it resonated through the air like the tolling of a massive temple bell. Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. Chapter 58, 20. Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. 5,309 words. Mahito appeared on a stretch of highway. To the left of the road flowed a massive canal, its crashing waves churning up white spray against the banks. He could smell the moisture in the air. The canal's surface was pristine, shimmering with light, while to the right lay an endless expanse of rolling mountains draped in lush green vegetation, their emerald reflections mirrored perfectly on the water's surface. He looked toward the end of the highway, where there was nothing but absolute darkness. He understood instantly, this was Yuki Tsukumo's afterlife space. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed down the asphalt. Mahito turned toward the sound to see a motorcycle hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. The rider was, as expected, Yuki Tsukumo. She wore a motorcycle helmet, her blonde hair spilling out from the edges and whipping wildly in the wind. Mahito stood by the edge of the road and stuck out his thumb like a hitchhiker. With a piercing screech of tires, the motorcycle halted right in front of him. Yuki pulled off her helmet, letting her blonde hair cascade down her back. Just then, a wave crashed against the canal bank, sending a mist over Yuki's face. For a fleeting moment, she looked almost ethereal. She smiled faintly. I'm on a one-way trip to hell. You can't hitch a ride on my bike. She wasn't wearing her usual black tank top and dark cargo pants from the waking world. Instead, she sported a suede leather jacket draped over a black coat, paired with denim jeans. As she leaned her voluptuous figure against the parked bike, she gave a slight toss of her head, her long blonde hair dancing in the air. She offered a slight nod. I was just thinking it was about time you showed up. Sure enough, right before I enter the underworld, I really do get to see you. Are you certain you're actually seeing me? Mahito asked. I couldn't be 100% sure, but I've had this nagging feeling the entire ride. A strong premonition that once I ride this bike into that darkness, I'll completely cross over into the underworld. That's true death. But before that, I knew I'd see you. Yuki turned to the canal, watching the spray of the crashing waves. Mahito, what kind of women are your type? There it was. The classic Yuki Tsukumo interrogation, the very same greeting she'd passed down to her student, Aoi Todo. How strange. We exchanged greetings right as we started fighting. I figured you would have asked me then. Mahito chuckled. Yuki laughed. Looks like my signature intro is famous. Even you've heard of it. More than just famous, Mahito said, unable to hold back a grin. Your student, Aoi Todo, has really carried the torch. He asks everyone he meets. That's great to hear. Yuki declared loudly, completely unashamed. Back then, I just saw you as a simple cursed spirit. A mere curse wasn't worth me getting to know, Yuki said, turning back to Mahito with a profound look in her eyes. But things are different now. I see you as a human. Something stirred in Mahito's chest. This was the first time anyone had truly acknowledged him as human. Up until now, no matter how much he insisted, his humanity was entirely self-proclaimed. Even Kenjaku, though he never said it out loud, likely didn't see him as one. Only Yuki Tsukumo genuinely viewed him as human. Perhaps Naobito Zenin could be counted too, but that old man had never explicitly called him human until the bitter end. Or perhaps, in Naobito's eyes, appearing in the afterlife space simply made it a given. I've never really thought about it, Mahito pondered. If I had to choose, maybe someone a bit more traditional? I mean, you know, I really can't stand the whole multigender thing going on in America. I can't stand it either. Yuki burst into roaring laughter. Regaining her composure, she leveled a serious look at him. The type of woman a man desires reflects his true character. Mahito, since you lean toward the traditional, it means your subconscious craves traditional glory. You definitely have a strong chauvinistic streak. To you, a woman should be quiet, pure, beautiful, and detached, while a man must bear the burden of a grand cause, pursue true benevolence, eradicate all darkness, and ensure everything good endures. Mahito felt a swell of pride at the praise. He smiled. Are you trying to pick me up with PUA tactics? I'm insulting you, Yuki sneered. Insulting me? I am a new age woman, Yuki said flatly. I strive for progress and want my destiny in my own hands. I don't care about tradition, and I despise the prejudice against traditional women. A man like you could never be interested in a woman like me. Everything I just said was a polite way of calling you out, but it's a shame you didn't catch the drift. Mahito stood utterly deadpan. Yuki pushed off the guardrail and leaned back against her bike, casually shifting the topic as if nothing had happened. Mahito, what do you think is the difference between a normal human and a sorcerer? Why the sudden change of subject? Mahito thought for a moment. It should be physiological differences from birth, right? The organ that extracts cursed energy is in the sorcerer's gut, and the organ for an innate technique is in the prefrontal cortex of the brain. Normal humans don't have those. That's been the common sense for 1,000 years, Yuki said, leaning on her bike as the canal water splashed nearby. She smiled. But my theory is a little different. Oh. It's the soul, Yuki stated calmly. A Jujutsu sorcerer's soul is fundamentally different from a normal person's. The Jujutsu world got it backwards. It's not that having an innate technique gives you a special soul, rather, it is the possession of a special soul that allows a Jujutsu sorcerer to be born. This was definitely a concept never mentioned in the original manga. Mahito suddenly realized that in the original story, Yuki Tsukumo was practically the foremost expert on souls. In the entire Jujutsu world, she was likely the only one bold enough to call herself a master of the soul. Before her, no one had researched it with such depth. Her dream was to eradicate cursed spirits. On the surface, her research seemed entirely disconnected from that goal, so why study the soul? Mahito looked thoughtful. Now that you mention it, I've heard that if a cursed object infects a vessel's body for long enough, the vessel will eventually be able to use the cursed object's abilities, even if the object is exorcised and the vessel is freed. Satoru Gojo had said this in the original story. After seeing Yuji Itadori act as a vessel for Ryman Sukuna, Gojo deduced that over time, Yuji would inevitably gain Sukuna's innate technique. At the time, the specific, unique relationship between Yuji Itadori and Ryman Sukuna hadn't been fully established in the lore, and Gojo shouldn't have known about it. Yet, Gojo made that judgment anyway, which meant the theory itself was fundamentally sound. Yuki sighed in admiration. As expected of the Lord of Cursed Spirits, possessing the power of evolution. You're well versed in even this level of advanced theory. Was it really that advanced? Actually, it was. Mahito suffered from the curse of knowledge. Because he possessed eyes that could directly perceive the soul, and because he could manipulate flesh by altering the soul, his understanding of the theory was profound and unquestioned. But the vast majority of sorcerers lacked this ability. Even a veteran grade 1 sorcerer like Kento Nanami didn't know how to protect his soul. He had only survived a round of attacks from the original Mahito thanks to the automatic subconscious defense of his cursed energy. Any other sorcerer would have been transfigured on the very first strike. There were only a handful of people in the entire world who could study the soul to this degree. Satoru Gojo was one, and Yuki Tsukumo standing before him was another. They were true experts, not relying purely on an innate ability, but accumulating knowledge through experience and theory like seasoned scholars. Mahito, the relationship between the soul and cursed energy is deeper than you imagine, Yuki said slowly. Through my extensive observation and experimentation, I found that cursed energy is tied far more closely to the soul than to the flesh. Cursed energy doesn't grow as the body matures, it grows as the soul matures. What made you connect cursed energy to the soul? Mahito asked. Generally speaking, since people found the organ for cursed energy in the gut and the organ for innate techniques in the brain, most assumed they discovered the absolute truth of cursed energy. Yuki pointed her index finger at Mahito and smiled. From cursed spirits. Mahito blinked. From cursed spirits. Yuki nodded lightly. Curses are beings made of pure cursed energy without a physical body. We know they are born from the leaked negative emotions of humanity. They don't have physiological structures, yet they use innate techniques just fine. Naturally, my hypothesis turned to the soul. I researched it thoroughly. Yuki pointed her thumb at herself, speaking with fierce pride. Ever since the ultimate sinner Noritoshi Kamo found a woman capable of bearing cursed spirit children centuries ago and forced her to birth the cursed womb, death paintings, Jujutsu headquarters banned all research into the composition of cursed spirits. But their bans mean nothing to me. I pursued the research anyway. Mahito muttered, you really are crazy. He was no longer a total novice in the Jujutsu world. He finally understood why Jujutsu headquarters deemed Noritoshi Kamo, the vessel Kenjaku hijacked over a century ago, the greatest sinner in history. As established, a grade 1 sorcerer was a pillar of the Jujutsu world. Special grades defied categorization entirely, and there hadn't even been 100 officially recognized special grade sorcerers in all of recorded history. But what about the cursed womb death paintings? If all 9 of them had fully matured, all 9 could have claimed the title of special grade sorcerer. 9 special grade curse users harboring deep malice toward humanity. Imagine 9 curse users, only a step below Saguru Ghetto, steamrolling the entire world at once. That was a terrifying prospect. It didn't matter that Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki had killed the first 2 brothers to awaken. That didn't make the death paintings weak. On the contrary, they were incredibly strong, it was just that Yuji and Nobara managed to land black flashes for an instant kill. Furthermore, it was a terrible matchup. The narrator in that fight explicitly stated that because Yuji was the vessel for the King of Curses, Ryman Sukuna, he was highly resistant to poison. And the death painting brothers' innate technique relied entirely on poison. While the manga depicted it as a desperate, blood-pumping clash of life and death, Yuji was never in truly grave danger. The only one actually at risk was Nobara. Even in the worst-case scenario, Yuji would have killed both brothers and Nobara would have died. Yuji was simply a hard counter to them. Standing on the side of humanity, even Mahito had to admit that Jujutsu headquarters had done at least one thing right by banning that research. As for why Kenjaku didn't care about the death paintings, he didn't even care about Yutarokotsu. That showed just how impossibly high his standards were. Kenjaku couldn't be evaluated as a normal sorcerer, his vision was so vast he couldn't be bothered with a mere 9 special-grade curse users. Ironically, the original Kenjaku was eventually killed by the very Yutarokotsu he looked down upon. Yuki stated flatly, "You have to be crazy to want to eradicate cursed spirits." Mahito was left speechless. He sighed. "No wonder you said you were going to hell. Heaven wouldn't know what to do with you. All Jujutsu sorcerers belong in hell. There's no difference between a sorcerer and a curse user," Yuki laughed. "Mahito, you're genuinely too kind. So kind that you're blind to the darkness inherent in sorcerers." Mahito pointed to himself. "Me? Kind? Asterisk, let me tell you why I refuse to trust you, asterisk, she seemed to imply. Asterisk, even though I know your acquired education suppresses your innate nature, and even though your charisma and capacity are enough to stabilize the entire world, I still won't trust you. Asterisk. Yuki turned to fully face him, her blonde hair fluttering alongside the spray from the canal. She pressed a hand against her hair and let out a bright, ringing laugh. "Listen closely, Mahito. Every living creature that wields cursed energy, be they a Jujutsu sorcerer or a cursed spirit, is a lunatic. The more powerful the entity, the deeper the madness. It has nothing to do with what the person actually thinks. I'm not talking about the shallow logic that powerful sorcerers are prone to extremism when using cursed energy. In fact, even that logic is backwards. The correct answer is the soul. Some souls are simply predisposed to generating negative emotions, anger, sorrow, fear, irritation, or jealousy. You can't see it when they're young, but as the soul matures, their thoughts inevitably drift toward darker waters. That is the fundamental instinct that makes someone a sorcerer. Just think about it. If being a sorcerer relied entirely on genetics, how was the very first sorcerer born? The special grade sorcerer Suguru Geto's parents were ordinary humans. How was he born? It comes entirely from a mutation of the soul. Yuki watched the waves, a distant look in her eyes. I was stunned when I first realized it. The evidence is everywhere, but very few bother to study it. And even those who do refuse to accept it. The soul is engraved with human cognition and memories. That's why a soul summoned back via seance technique perfectly remembers who it is. And once it invades a body, it can even use its innate technique. This is because the soul alters the flesh upon entry. Its cursed energy residuals match the deceased soul, and its innate technique is carved right into the body. I even suspect that if the innate technique is compatible, the soul itself could wield cursed energy directly. So, do you understand now? Jujutsu sorcerers are born madmen. It's a distortion of the soul itself. No sorcerer can escape it. You think those of us in the Jujutsu world are sane? That's only because there are even more deranged, monstrous curse users keeping us in check. You really should look at how horrific the past was before Satoru Gojo was born. Curse users ran rampant, sorcerers were constantly exhausted, the higher-ups monopolized cursed energy, and the big three families still operate on Heian-era rules to this day. And then there's Satoru Gojo. Yuki paused, letting out a cold sneer. He's the biggest lunatic of them all. He actually wants to bring fairness to the Jujutsu world. If he were a child, I wouldn't say anything. I'd just think it was cute. But the man is 28 years old and still harbors those delusions. What a joke! Does he think this is playing house? That whatever he says goes. In the Jujutsu world, the strong asterisk should asterisk have privileges, because this is a world where individual strength trumps everything. When a man has enough power to casually steamroll the entire world without needing a single social connection, you're asking him to work a 9 to 5, pull overtime until 9 or 10 at night, drag himself home to shower, collapse into bed without even eating dinner, and live a life more exhausting than a dog's. Do you honestly think that's possible? I'll spell it out for you. Satoru Gojo is a man-child. Except this man-child has just enough self-awareness to realize he can't rule the Jujutsu world alone. So he became a teacher, gathering students with potential in a delusional attempt to overthrow an order that has maintained stability for 1,000 years. This was exactly why Yuki Tsukumo had always looked down on Satoru Gojo. She fundamentally believed he had gone completely insane, beyond all comprehension. It wasn't that fairness was a bad concept. Human society advocated for fairness, didn't it? Whether they achieved it or not, that was the propaganda. But that was *normal *human society. No matter how hard a normal human trained, a single bullet was enough to kill them. That fragility made ordinary humans crave fairness from the bottom of their hearts. They knew that despite individual differences, they were fundamentally equal and vulnerable. But the sorcerer society was an entirely different beast. A sorcerer like Yuki Tsukumo could slaughter the entire global population single-handedly. She was highly proficient in reverse cursed technique, rendering bullets and artillery utterly useless against her. Even if they dropped a nuclear bomb on her, she could drag the entire world down with her before she died.
You want to force someone like that to be a corporate wage slave?
Even if she agreed, ask the bosses if they dare hire her? That was why Yuki concluded that Gojo was truly, terrifyingly insane. Mahito chuckled. You really ought to share that critique with Gojo. I imagine he'd find it highly entertaining. I would never tell him, Yuki said calmly. There's no point talking to a madman like him. Even if I did, he'd just laugh in my face and ask if it isn't more fun to have a little idealism. Mahito thought about Gojo's behavior in the original story and had to admit Yuki was a stellar judge of character. That was exactly what Satoru Gojo would say. Do you get it now? Yuki looked at Mahito, twirling a strand of blonde hair around her finger. Sorcerers may be crazy, but at least we have physical bodies that generate positive energy to neutralize our extreme emotions. But even so, before Gojo started purging the Jujutsu world, sorcerers descending into curse users was a daily occurrence. It's not that they don't appear anymore, it's just that Gojo kills them the moment they do. It's pure survivorship bias. The people sitting at the top of Jujutsu headquarters right now? They were infinitely worse in the past. Worse than you can imagine. You have no idea how low their rock bottom goes. You probably don't know this, but Jujutsu headquarters once threatened Masamichi Yaga with execution if he didn't surrender his unique new technique. You might not know Yaga, but he was Gojo's teacher. Now he's the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High. I swear to God, the second Gojo slips up, Yaga is the first one they'll kill. And those are the sorcerers, but you. You're a cursed spirit. Yuki stared at Mahito and spoke softly. A curse is the physical manifestation of a curse. No matter how normal you act now, no matter how benevolent and righteous you appear, I cannot bring myself to trust you. The kinder you are, the more you display the charisma and temperament of a sovereign ruler, the less I can let you go. Because when you finally snap, the madness will be apocalyptic. I can't even fathom what kind of calamity you would unleash upon this world if you truly took the throne. This time, Mahito completely understood. In fact, before Yuki even explained this theory, he had said something remarkably similar to Kokichi Muta. He simply hadn't realized that sorcerers didn't become extremists because they used cursed energy, but rather that their souls were twisted and extreme from the very beginning, and that was what allowed them to become sorcerers. His understanding had been too shallow. He finally understood why the original Jogo was so utterly convinced that humanity's core was deceit and betrayal, merely wrapped in a thin veneer of kindness and honor. Jogo had only ever interacted with sorcerers. Though the streets were filled with ordinary people, he never bothered to understand them. Since his entire frame of reference was sorcerers, it was no wonder he drew that conclusion. Jogo may not have been the brightest, but his intuition regarding the essence of sorcerers was terrifyingly sharp. Mahito smiled. And here I thought you were just prejudiced. I am prejudiced, Yuki admitted freely. I don't even like Jujutsu sorcerers. Even if you were a human sorcerer, I'd still beat the crap out of you. Because from the bottom of my heart, I believe that any living creature holding cursed energy, no matter what they are, is completely unfit to rule the world. That is prejudice. Genuine, unfiltered prejudice. Mahito spoke with absolute pride. I am different. Yuki looked deeply into his eyes and nodded slowly. Yes. You are different. Mahito blinked, stunned. Yuki smiled faintly. Did you think I was just being sarcastic? You were literally just being sarcastic a minute ago. That wasn't sarcasm, I was stating the findings of my research. It's objective reality, Yuki laughed. You thought I was being sarcastic because you empathized with the people I was insulting. But strip away your subjective feelings and look at it objectively. Tell me, was a single word I said wrong? Are sorcerers not madmen? Is Satoru Gojo not a man-child? Are the higher-ups not a catastrophic ruling body? Are these not facts? Mahito broke out in a cold sweat. Was this what dealing with an elderly scholar in the Jujutsu world was like? Her insults were impeccably reasoned and fact-checked, just short of quoting historical figures to back up her points. No, wait. Yuki Tsukumo was the foremost authority on soul research. Anything she said was a famous quote. This was truly. Mahito made an utterly indescribable expression. Remember what I just said? Because a sorcerer's soul is twisted from the start, they develop the organ to extract cursed energy and the prefrontal cortex to wield an innate technique. That's why the bond between cursed energy and the soul is so profound. Yuki spoke slowly. Take your example about cursed objects and vessels. A soul can indeed alter the flesh, but how could a twisted soul ever create a normal body? I used to fiercely believe that any creature with cursed energy was fundamentally, incurably insane. Used to? Mahito asked. Until I saw you, Yuki said with grave sincerity. Mahito, you possess a noble soul. A soul so noble it suppresses the corruption of cursed energy, allowing you to remain completely sane. Mahito was floored. I'm not joking. Yuki stood up, stepping right in front of him. She looked directly into his heterochromatic eyes with fierce intensity. I don't know if you were born this way or if it's a byproduct of your innate technique, but your soul remains almost entirely untouched by cursed energy. Even though you wield cursed energy flawlessly, your soul hasn't been warped by it. By all common sense, that's impossible. But I saw it during our fight. I felt it, deeply. She reached out, placing her palm gently against Mahito's chest. Yuki spoke with quiet reverence. In our final clash, I saw your pristine soul. I felt the immense pride in your heart. You used sheer willpower to crush the distortion of your soul, hanging your perfect benevolence and righteousness high in the sky for all to see. You are the only sane person in the entire Jujutsu world. You possess the innate talent to rule the world. You are a born king. Mahito suddenly recalled what Naobito Zenin had told him in the afterlife space. Though the topic was different, Naobito had told Mahito to his face that he believed in him absolutely. That belief bordered on blind faith. The old man had declared that if Mahito wanted to change the world, no one could stop him, not the Zenin clan, not the big three families, not even Satoru Gojo. Only now did Mahito realize it hadn't been flattery. It was genuine, deep-seated conviction. Naobito must have felt the exact same thing Yuki did. In that brutal deathmatch of clashing cursed energy, they had both witnessed the true shape of Mahito's soul. A sane person in the Jujutsu world. That was the real reason they placed such absolute faith in him. In the Jujutsu world, a sane person truly was a born king. Not because sane meant ordinary, were the streets not teeming with ordinary, sane humans? It was because, within the realm of Jujutsu, a sane sorcerer was fundamentally impossible to birth. So when Mahito emerged, they instantly recognized his profound anomaly. In Yuki Tsukumo's words, Mahito possessed a noble soul. Yuki suddenly stepped back. She threw a leg over her motorcycle and scooped up her helmet. It's a bit convoluted, but I think I've made myself perfectly clear. Holding her helmet, Yuki offered a brilliant smile by the canal. Her blonde hair danced in the wind, the canal water sprayed wildly, and the emerald mountains reflected perfectly on the surface. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Mahito, from now on, you never need to doubt yourself simply because you are a cursed spirit. I am the highest authority on the soul in the Jujutsu world. Even though I can never publicly vouch for you due to my death, right here, right now. I swear on my honor, Mahito, you possess a noble soul unmatched by any creature that wields cursed energy. You are more fit to be king than anyone in the Jujutsu world, more fit than any twisted soul brimming with cursed energy. May your ideals become absolute reality. May you bring down an earth-shattering storm upon this world. Mahito chuckled. So that's how it is. Naobito Zenin had taught him the philosophy of ruling the world in the space of death, and now Yuki Tsukumo was reinforcing his resolve in the same space. These people, they really believe in me. Suddenly, Mahito reached out and grabbed the wrist of the hand Yuki was using to put on her helmet. Yuki froze, then smiled gently. Don't be sad to see me go. Without warning, the darkness at the end of the highway was swallowed by white sand. The canal bed began producing the same white sand, and even the mountains with their lush vegetation were buried beneath it. The white sand surged from all directions like a biblical flood, instantly shattering all boundaries and burying the entire world. Yuki felt a sudden, massive palpitation in her chest, as if something transcending terror itself was taking form. She whipped her head toward the sky. The white clouds and sunlight were now encircled by a colossal, draconic creature. The pure white, godlike dragon inhaled the clouds into its massive maw and slowly exhaled, breathing out mist. This majestic, mythical beast was swallowing the clouds and spitting out the fog. It then coiled toward the sunlight, twisting into a halo-like ring, its head chasing its tail in the shape of an Ouroboros. Only when the white sand washed over her boots did Yuki realize what was happening. She stared at Mahito and screamed in sheer disbelief. You overwrote my dying vision with a domain expansion. Asterisk, how is that possible? This is the world after death. Forget cursed energy, even physics don't exist here. This is the ultimate destination for all souls, an absolutely inviolable, sacred sanctuary, asterisk. In a flash, she remembered Mahito's technique. The rumored ability. The power to *induce evolution star. Evolution. What was the ultimate endgame for humanity and cursed spirits? Coincidentally, Yuki Tsukumo was one of the few who knew the exact answer. Within the Jujutsu world, there was a sorcerer who had lived for 1,000 years. She hadn't conducted any horrific experiments, she simply achieved immortality naturally, enjoying the ultimate prize sought by countless emperors and kings from birth. Her innate technique was immortality. She could live forever. But while her technique granted eternal life, her human body was a liability. A human body could never truly be immortal. To sustain her endless life, the automatic operation of her innate technique was forcing her to evolve into a higher form of existence. That higher life form was known as a god. Please don't misunderstand, I haven't become a god yet, Mahito said, still gripping her wrist. Yuki was so emotionally overloaded by shock that she didn't even notice her helmet slipping from her grasp. Mahito smiled. My domain expansion is called Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. Exactly as the name implies, this is the transitional plane for all souls, the final site of nirvana before entering the cycle of reincarnation. By tracing a person's cursed energy residuals up the river of souls, I can locate their soul. As long as that person hasn't yet reincarnated, I can grab their soul and pull it directly into my domain expansion. And then, I can resurrect them. The corners of Mahito's mouth curled up into a smile. Yuki, you guessed wrong. You didn't pull me into your dying vision. I came looking for you. And right now, your resurrection protocol has already begun. Yuki was utterly dumbfounded. She opened her mouth to scream, to speak, but the sound that tore from her throat was a hoarse groan. Since the dawn of the Jujutsu world, there had never been a true resurrection. This was the undisputed territory of God, because reversing death was the ultimate divine authority. And now, right before her eyes, that divine authority was being deployed. Dharmadhatu was a Buddhist term specifically referring to the realm of truth, an absolutely solemn and sacred domain. Transmigration was the cycle of reincarnation, viewed by Buddhism as the ultimate karmic cycle, all causes lay in past lives, all effects in the present. And finally, nirvana meant transcending life and death itself. All of these profound concepts were deeply tied to the soul. Whether it was reincarnation, transcending death, or the realm of absolute truth, the soul was the hidden core of it all. Yuki fully comprehended the weight of the domain's name. This was the realm of absolute truth for the soul's past, present, and future. Every meaning associated with the soul existed here. What a phenomenally arrogant name. Soul creation was the ability to fabricate a soul. Conversely, the cursed technique reversal of Mahito's power had to be an ability that interfered with the soul. And now, he had finally stepped into the ultimate echelon of soul manipulation. Resurrection. The arrogant name finally matched the peerless ability. This was Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. Asterisk, if you can resurrect others, doesn't that mean you can resurrect yourself? What in this world could possibly kill you, the asterisk? She found herself asking, Mahito, and you? You still say you aren't a god? Yuki, let's make a binding vow, Mahito said, letting go of her wrist and interlacing his fingers into a steeple. I will resurrect you, but you must completely conceal the truth of this battle. Naturally, I will allow you to return with the rest of your memories intact. I need you to buy me time. Yuki finally snapped back to reality. Her head spinning, she asked, time. Time to prepare for my war against Satoru Gojo, Mahito replied. Yuki sobered instantly. You actually plan to fight Gojo? Despite how much I despise him, his sheer power is undeniably real. Why do you think a man-child like him can hold the entire world hostage? It's exactly because of that peerless strength. Isn't that a given? Mahito asked in return. Did you think taking the throne of the world was something you could negotiate? Peace never wins the world, it can only be seized through overwhelming violence. I hold no personal malice toward Gojo, but since he stands in my way, he has to die. Yuki stared deeply at him. In a move that surprised even herself, she answered. I agree. Chapter 59, 21. A Noble Soul, Part 1. 3,134 words. And that's the long and short of it. I was let go, Yuki Tsukumo concluded. Hava hava. Yuki, you're hilarious. Satoru Gojo erupted into exaggerated, uncontrollable laughter. What do you mean his domain hacked into your dying vision and resurrected you? Creating souls? Interfering with souls? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were pitching the backstory for some manga's supreme deity. Yuki's expression remained entirely flat. She glared directly at Gojo, devoid of a single trace of amusement. Laughing, Gojo slowly stopped laughing. He turned to Tengen. Is that even possible? After agreeing to the binding vow, Yuki hadn't wasted a single second. She rushed back to Japan at top speed and immediately contacted Tengen, demanding an urgent meeting. It had to be in a space absolutely isolated from the Jujutsu headquarters surveillance, and she insisted on bringing Gojo if possible. Tengen immediately realized that whatever Yuki had to say would completely shatter the established common sense of the Jujutsu world, and critically impact how the higher-ups handled the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this paranoid. So Tengen summoned Gojo, erecting a specialized barrier deep within the Star religious group's Star Tomb. This was the absolute safest place on Earth. Unless someone physically smashed their way in, no surveillance method in existence could penetrate it. And here, without reservation, Yuki disclosed the entire contents of her dying vision. Tengen had long since lost her human appearance. While a rough humanoid silhouette remained, her entire form had mutated into something grotesque and alien. Her head and neck had fused into a single rectangular block. Her eyes were branded into her face, but she lacked eyebrows or pupils. Wrapped in voluminous robes and pants, she looked exactly like a giant thumb tightly swaddled in fabric. Anyone who laid eyes on her would instantly realize one inescapable fact: Tengen was no longer human. She was currently far closer to a cursed spirit than a human, suspended in the liminal state between humanity and godhood. And in the near future, that intermediate state would break, completing her ascension. Tengen crossed her arms, deep in thought. Theoretically, it's impossible. Honestly, if Yuki hadn't returned in person to recount this, I wouldn't even be certain the dying vision space truly existed. That touches upon the deepest, darkest secret of the world, the secret of death. Unfortunately, Mahito absolutely has the ability to tamper with the world's deepest secrets. He beat you to the punch, Tengen, Yuki said slowly, staring at Tengen's alien form. You should have discarded your human identity and embraced godhood a long time ago. Your hesitation caused your progress to stall massively. Today, that indecision has finally come back to haunt you. I have told you many times, Yuki. Tengen's voice was flat. The reason I refuse to ascend is that I cannot predict what actions I will take once I become a god. Losing a human body means losing the exact hormones that maintain human reasoning. A higher life form born entirely of pure will and hyperlogic, can you guarantee how it will think? Best case scenario, she remains indifferent and her will goes unchanged. Worst case scenario, the god maintaining Japan's primary barrier simply decides to forcefully ascend the entire Japanese population, concluding with absolute, cold logic that doing so is what's best for humanity. And at that point, no one would have the power to stop her. Yuki shrugged. Well, the facts prove you were worrying over nothing. Tengen was currently in the intermediate state between human and god, yet her core will remained completely uncompromised. This proved her past fears were unfounded. Tengen sighed, choosing not to argue. All right, stop fighting, you two, Gojo said, mimicking an idle drama heroine desperately trying to break up a fight between the male lead and the rival, pressing his hands down repeatedly in a placating gesture. Aren't we supposed to be discussing the Lord of Curses? God this, God that. I'll be blunt. After seeing the tragic state Tengen is in right now, I definitely don't want to become any kind of god. The tragic Tengen remained completely silent. Gojo kept gleefully rubbing salt in the wound. I met Tengen in the past, you know. She was a total beauty. I remember she had this pale, flowing hair. Even if she didn't care much for her appearance, she had this dreamlike, divine aura. The moment you saw her, you just knew she was Tengen, the sacred guardian of Japan's barriers. But look at her now. Gojo clicked his tongue aggressively. I don't want to be mean. But from a beautiful girl to the giant thumb, sorry, I just can't keep a straight face. Tengen snapped. This is entirely your fault, she said coldly. Gojo shrugged. Fair enough. That is entirely my fault. Can't argue there. It happened back when Gojo was in high school. At the time, Tengen didn't look like a thumb, she possessed the exact divine beauty Gojo described. But the cost of maintaining that human shape required her to assimilate a star plasma vessel at regular intervals. The star plasma vessel was simply a human girl whose soul was compatible enough to merge with Tengen's. Gojo's mission at the time was to safely escort the vessel to Tengen. According to Tengen, this was the destined duty of the Six Eyes in every era. However, thanks to the interference of the sorcerer killer, Toji Fushiguro, Gojo experienced the one and only failure of his entire life. Because of that failure, Tengen had no vessel to assimilate. From that day onward, her body began an unstoppable descent toward godhood. Today, maintaining her human shape was completely impossible. Incidentally, there had been a backup star plasma vessel, but Tengen had refused to assimilate her. Perhaps Tengen had sensed the shifting tides of the era and actively decided to embrace evolution. Unfortunately, she realized it a bit too late. Yuki Tsukumo had actually been Tengen's star plasma vessel. When she learned of her fate back then, she rebelled violently. With Tengen's half-hearted permission, Yuki bought her freedom, mastered her power, and eventually became a special-grade sorcerer. Yuki rubbed her temples, a headache forming. I'm starting to regret calling you here, Gojo. Can you stop screwing around? Gojo threw his hands up in surrender. All right. I just thought you guys were being way too depressing, so I was trying to lighten the mood. He paused, his expression instantly dropping into dead seriousness. I understand the situation. The enemy I'm facing is a literal, genuine monster. Not just a monster in terms of raw output, but a being that straight up doesn't have a concept of death. An entity that can repeatedly resurrect itself and possesses limitless growth potential has fully matured right under our noses. It's my failure, Gojo admitted openly. I always figured that no matter how much the King of Curses grew, he'd never be a match for me. The second my eyes locked onto him, I was confident I could just rip his head off. But no matter how wild my imagination gets, I never imagined he could reach a level like this. No, it's not your fault, Tengen sighed. It's mine. There is a spy for the Lord of Cursed Spirits within the absolute highest echelons of Jujutsu headquarters. And not just any executive, someone with the clearance to contact me directly. Gojo was genuinely stunned. Are you absolutely sure? There are barely any people with that clearance. Even Gojo didn't have that clearance. Because of Tengen's extreme circumstances, the people allowed to contact her directly were incredibly rare and held absolute supreme authority. Gojo originally had the right, but since he'd practically declared open war on their system to enact his reforms, there was no way the higher-ups would grant him that privilege. The same went for Yuki Tsukumo. A woman willing to openly flip the bird to Jujutsu headquarters wasn't exactly going to get VIP treatment from them. In any given era, special-grade sorcerers were the ultimate trump cards of the Jujutsu world, their status was unquestionable. But this era was an anomaly. Including the late Suguru Geto, these special grades were so aggressively rebellious and unorthodox that the higher-ups couldn't trust a single one of them. Yuki explained, I discussed this with Tengen before. I was going to use myself as bait to meet the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Because Tengen had my back, as long as I met Mahito within Japan's borders, he wouldn't be able to escape Tengen's omniscient surveillance. The moment he appeared, checkmate. And you saw the result. Yuki shrugged. Mahito didn't even give me the chance. The second he contacted me, he instantly demanded a binding vow and forced the meeting location overseas. Tengen's surveillance network is a godsend, but she can't see outside the country. Gojo's brow furrowed tightly. I find it hard to believe. No, wait, it's actually completely plausible. The actual ruling body of Jujutsu headquarters right now, aren't they basically all ancient fossils? There isn't a single young person up there, is there? He directed the last question at Tengen. Tengen nodded. Correct. Immortality, huh? Gojo sighed, pieces clicking into place. The supreme rulers of Jujutsu headquarters were supposed to be the most ideologically pure members of the society. Only with absolute, rational orthodoxy could they guide the future of the Jujutsu world. You could call the higher-ups thoroughly rotten, but they nailed their baseline duties, they were violently conservative and stubborn. Rotten was synonymous with traditional. To be brutally honest, in the original story, if Gojo had fully submitted to the higher-ups' logic, executing Yuji Itadori immediately upon capture, or personally handing Suguru Geto's corpse over to Shoko Yeri for complete physical and supernatural disposal, Kenjaku wouldn't have been able to pull off half of his master plan, regardless of how many cheat codes he had. You could complain all day that they were excessively draconian and entirely heartless, but you couldn't argue with results. Of course, being excessively draconian and heartless naturally triggered massive backlash. Exhibit A, Gojo and Yuki explicitly giving the middle finger to the higher-ups. Even Yuta Okotsu, who outwardly played the good soldier, was constantly running back-channel operations against them. The modern era had 3 living special-grade sorcerers, and at the end of the day, not a single one listened to the higher-ups. Oh, and the dead one, Suguru Geto? He just launched a full-scale terrorist rebellion. For special-grade sorcerers, 3 insubordinate, 1 outright treasonous. Wasn't that hilarious? That was what happened when you lost the faith of the people. The higher-ups were absolutely long overdue for a total purge. Back to the point, historically, Tengen personally vetted the rulers of Jujutsu headquarters upon their ascension. This ensured the higher-ups never crossed the bottom line of maintaining the balance of the Jujutsu world. She had done an impeccable job for 1,000 years. But today, the temptation of Immortality had utterly shattered a millennium of credit. Especially when a perfect, working prototype of Immortality was parading right in front of them. Kinji Hikari had never bothered hiding his domain's mechanics. He underwent every medical examination without a shred of psychological guilt, which meant the higher-ups had fully decoded exactly what kind of immortality the Lord of Cursed Spirits was dealing out. Forget the higher-ups, even Gojo, looking at those medical readouts, had to praise it, this is flawless immortality. It was no wonder some of the men sitting at the pinnacle of Jujutsu headquarters had their greed inflamed. That was why Tengen said it was her fault. She hadn't anticipated that the sheer allure of eternal life would be enough to tempt her heavily vetted, supreme rulers into high treason. That was genuinely her failure. Gojo's face was completely devoid of emotion. So, what you're saying is our enemy isn't just the Lord of Cursed Spirits, his army of highly intelligent curses, and rogue curse users. Our enemy is also our own high command. We don't even know how deep the rot goes. Worst case scenario? Every single one of them has been bought off, and the only difference is the price tag on their treason. After all, this was immortality. Gojo wasn't naive. He always defaulted to the absolute worst depths of human malice. If push came to shove, he was fully prepared to take on the entire world completely alone. It shouldn't be that bad yet. Tengen offered weakly. Gojo let out a dry, hollow chuckle and dropped the subject. Yuki looked between Tengen and Gojo, sighing. Mahito called it perfectly. Releasing me was purely to stall for time. As long as he doesn't reveal his true combat parameters, our own paranoid imaginations will keep our war councils paralyzed with indecision. We needed to be extremely vigilant about whether this resurrected soul had any parasitic cursed energy left behind. Gojo immediately looked at Tengen. Tengen didn't hide anything. If Yuki hadn't told us herself, there'd be zero reason to think she was lying, or that she had even died in the first place. It is a completely flawless resurrection. Just like how the Lord of Curses inverted your student's gender without a trace, I am fully convinced even the most pedantic medical experts would weep in awe. That was utterly terrifying. It proved that if the Lord of Curses wanted to, even if they explicitly killed him, he could quietly respawn in some forgotten corner of the world without a single lingering side effect. How do you fight a raid boss like that? To be fair, Tengen missed the mark here. The thought imprint technique didn't leave behind cursed energy residuals, it was a fundamental physiological rewrite of the brain. If a neurologist could miraculously compare a high-res scan of Yuki's brain from before the fight with one from after, they might spot the anomaly. Cursed energy diagnostics were entirely useless. But current medical science was nowhere near capable of that. The human brain evaporates hundreds of thousands of cells every single day, how could you possibly isolate the anomaly in a baseline comparison? Gojo spoke with absolute, terrifying sincerity. It really feels like they're the players in an RPG, and I'm just the raid boss sitting in the final room waiting for them to log in and grind me for loot. It hasn't devolved to that point yet. After all, he only resurrected me to buy time, didn't he? Yuki said bitterly. Unfortunately, I completed my mission perfectly. But this proves one thing, for the immediate future he absolutely does not want to square off against Satoru Gojo. Which means the day he actively invites me out is the day he's mathematically certain he can kill me, Gojo said coldly. The room plunged into silence. No one argued against the grim reality of that statement. Gojo didn't resort to hollow bravado like Asterisk. I don't believe that. Asterisk instead, he spoke with absolute calm. Let's break down exactly what the Lord of Cursed Spirits is actually capable of right now. Let's trace it back to the very moment he spawned. I refuse to believe he's flawless. If he was, he wouldn't be hiding from me right now. Excellent. At least our absolute strongest asset hasn't lost his nerve. That's the best news I've heard all day, Yuki praised. Gojo waved a hand dismissively. I know perfectly well if I'm invincible or not. If I was truly untouchable, why would I specifically obliterate the tools that threaten me? I know exactly where my limits are. It's just that no one has ever pushed me anywhere close to them, so I slack off. Asterisk, but he couldn't slack off anymore. Asterisk, everyone heard the unspoken subtext. Tengen nodded with deep relief. Even spanning the last 1,000 years, Gojo, you are the absolute pinnacle. I believe your capacity for growth will yield to no one, not even the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Give it everything you have. We will support you to the absolute maximum extent of our power. Gojo chuckled. Hearing that from you, Tengen, actually puts my mind at ease. He paused, then fired back. You still didn't answer my question, Yuki. I can clearly sense you've lost most of your hostility toward the Lord of Curses. If he didn't implant some twisted psychological trap in your head, then why? Yuki spoke slowly. Because? I think I'm starting to understand Hikari. Gojo blinked. Kingji? What about him? Didn't he say he wanted to see Mahito take the throne? Yuki admitted. I kinda want to see that too. Tengen and Gojo physically recoiled. Before this, Yuki Tsukumo was a hardcore radical. Her life's goal was literally eradicating all cursed spirits. Hikari had bared his soul to Gojo, and while Gojo hadn't agreed, he had at least softened his hostility slightly toward Mahito. But Yuki Tsukumo was the kind of person who wouldn't have listened to a single damn word Hikari said. What the hell changed? Gojo pointed aggressively at Yuki and looked at Tengen. Are your eyes broken? You call that no psychological tampering? She's a completely different person. Tengen stared hard at Yuki, hesitating. Should I maybe run the diagnostic one more time? Yeah, even she was doubting her own handiwork now. Yuki completely ignored both of their protests, lost in thought. Mahito's soul is perfectly clean. It's utterly pristine. I can't articulate why. The binding vow completely erased my memory of the battle itself. But I am absolutely certain. Mahito possesses a singularly noble soul, completely unprecedented in the entire history of the Jujutsu world. Gojo's mouth twitched. What the hell is a noble soul? Since when did souls have a class system? Have you finally completely lost your mind? No. Souls do indeed carry a measure of nobility, Tengen said, nodding thoughtfully. I see. So that explains the Lord of Cursed Spirits' recent behavior. Gojo stood entirely deadpan. Great. Now he was the uneducated one in the room. Chapter 60, 22. Noble Soul, Part 2. 3,715 words. Yuki Tsukumo explained, some people are born with a noble soul. You might not understand what I mean by that, but you've definitely met someone like that. Me. Satoru Gojo pointed at himself, completely lost. I've met someone with a noble soul? Who? Yuki Tsukumo dropped a name, Riko Amanai. Gojo instinctively brought a hand to his blindfold. For a split second just now, his eyes had twitched with a phantom ache. Riko Amanai? The star plasma vessel he had escorted during his high school days. Tengen spoke slowly. The term noble soul is a collective designation for those whose souls possess an overwhelming, suppressive control over their physical bodies. A normal person's life is constantly swayed by their bodily hormones, especially when it comes to extreme emotions. But those with a noble soul are naturally born with the ability to keep these emotions in check. It allows them to easily identify exactly what they want out of life and dedicate their entire existence to it. Gojo shook his head, uncomprehending. I don't get it. Star plasma vessels, Yuki Tsukumo revealed the ultimate secret. Every star plasma vessel possesses a noble soul. Have you never stopped to wonder why Tengen absolutely must merge with a star plasma vessel to maintain her human identity? What makes a star plasma vessel so incredibly special? Yuki answered her own question. It is because a star plasma vessel's soul naturally suppresses the mutations brought on by the flesh. This doesn't mean star plasma vessels are inherently apathetic or cold. Quite the opposite, they experience emotional shifts far more acutely than normal people. But at the same time, they possess a crystal-clear understanding of what they truly want, allowing them to completely block out external temptations. You could even say, they have a far deeper comprehension of the greater good. Tengen, who has been merging with star plasma vessels for 1,000 years, now has nothing but the greater good remaining in her heart. As long as that greater good is preserved, she will remain eternally rational, eternally loyal to humanity. She becomes the true guardian deity of mankind. She becomes Tengen. Asterisk, listen up, Master Tengen is me. I am Master Tengen. Asterisk, the proud voice of a young girl flashed through Gojo's mind. Gojo forced the corners of his mouth up into a smile. I never realized I had the honor of guarding a noble soul. How glorious. Yuki shot him a deep look, seeing right through to the scars hidden in Gojo's heart. She considerately changed the subject. I used to be a star plasma vessel too, but I rejected Tengen. In 1,000 years, I'm probably the only vessel to ever refuse the merger. No, you aren't the only one, Gojo interjected suddenly. Yuki looked at him in surprise. Riko, right before she stepped into the tombs of the star, she chose to reject it. Gojo's voice was unnervingly calm. She asked Suguru to take her away. Before she even made her choice, Suguru and I had already decided that if Riko chose not to merge, we would take her away, even if it meant making an enemy of Master Tengen. But neither he nor Suguru Geto had managed to do it. Yuki fell silent. She regretted opening this can of worms. She hadn't expected the usually flippant and callous Satoru Gojo to still care so deeply about that specific mission. Even now, he still hadn't moved past it, and perhaps, he never would. That kind of heartache only grew sharper with time. Not even time could heal it. I give every star plasma vessel ample time to regret their duty. Over the span of 1,000 years, only 2 have ever rejected me. One was Yuki Tsukumo, and the other was Riko Amanai. Tengen slowly stated, Yuki Tsukumo rejected me through fierce rebellion. Riko Amanai was already inside the tombs of the star. I thought I was finally going to witness the very first star plasma vessel come before me and reject me to my face. Unfortunately, she was destroyed by the sorcerer killer. Tengen sighed, turning to Yuki. You once said you wanted to contact other star plasma vessels to rally them into rebelling against me. Honestly, there was no need. If a vessel refuses, I would never force them. Yuki stroked her long hair, looking a bit embarrassed. She had indeed spouted off about doing exactly that back in the day. No matter how much greater good propaganda was spun around the star plasma vessel merger, Yuki felt the whole concept reeked of something fundamentally sinister from the root up. She simply hadn't trusted Tengen. And once she actually stepped into the Jujutsu world, she trusted her even less. You could only say that the utterly toxic environment of Jujutsu society naturally made her distrustful. By association, Tengen looked like a monstrous, 1,000-year-old conspirator in her eyes. It was only after making actual contact that she realized how dreadfully naive her past self had been. Of course, even now, she hadn't entirely abandoned those feelings. She still felt the merger possessed an inherently sinister undercurrent, and she still held a prejudice against Tengen. But that prejudice wouldn't shake her resolve, she knew exactly what she was doing. Tengen pulled the conversation back on track. If we assume the Lord of Cursed Spirits possesses a noble soul, it explains a great many things. It explains why, despite being a curse, he could suppress his innate nature through postnatal education. It explains why, even now, he hasn't actively sought to harm humans. And it explains how he can exhibit such pure, untainted benevolence. Because he is naturally immune to the twisted distortion of curses. An ability that can interfere with the soul, paired with a reverse cursed technique that can create souls. Just hearing about it lets you know how terrifying that power is. Combine that with his identity as a cursed spirit, and it immediately gives off an unshakable aura of pure evil. And he has indeed set about creating other intelligent cursed spirits besides himself. Normally, one would assume a person wielding this kind of ability would actively create monsters. I can easily imagine these monsters possessing various distinct abilities, and as their creator, he would be able to manipulate them completely, much like Suguru Geto's cursed spirit manipulation. Asteriscum, the 1,000-year-old sorcerer had gone down the wrong rabbit hole. Asterisk, whether it was the canon Mahito or the current Mahito, they both technically possessed that capability. But the canon Mahito had a few screws loose and aggressively locked horns with Yuji Itadori, completely failing to deeply explore that avenue. His most successful creation was a moronic grasshopper curse. As for the current Mahito, he opted to just copy cursed techniques and play around with the limitless instead. Asterisk creating monsters? Not his style. Asterisk. Tengen continued her analysis. Techniques like Suguru Geto's cursed spirit manipulation or Yuta Okotsu's copy share a distinct characteristic: they can grow infinitely stronger, with no ceiling. This gives their users a severe path dependency. After all, it is just far too convenient. As long as you prepare thoroughly, you can adapt to any situation, break out of any corner, and never find yourself in a truly hopeless predicament. This is precisely why any sorcerer manifesting a similar technique is rapidly classified as special grade. Because it's far too versatile, making its potential utterly terrifying. Usually, once users of these techniques master domain expansion, the resulting domain offers a similar outcome: the ability to utilize multiple distinct abilities simultaneously. It acts as an amplifier, allowing them to comfortably handle any potential domain clashes. Gojo thought of his student, Yuta Okotsu. Yuta was a special-grade Jujutsu sorcerer wielding the copy technique, and his domain expansion operated exactly as Tengen described, granting him the freedom to comfortably utilize multiple abilities for synchronized combat. Asterisk, a 1,000-year-old Jujutsu sorcerer indeed. Her insight and experience are unquestionable. Asterisk. The Lord of Cursed Spirits shares this same potential, and he has practically proven he can do exactly that. Yet, his domain expansion is not designed to let him comfortably wield multiple abilities. Instead, it is specifically designed to guarantee a revivals against his own potential death, ensuring he never falls into a hopeless situation. Why? Tengen asked, and then answered her own question. Because he knows exactly what it is he truly needs. He effortlessly suppressed the temptation of easily wielding multiple abilities. A domain expansion like that is incredibly strong, but against Satoru Gojo, it is utterly useless. Gojo's combination of the 6 eyes and limitless doesn't fear a multitude of abilities. No matter what those abilities are, they won't work. Satoru Gojo is a once-in-a-millennium genius. He isn't just exceptionally powerful, his foundational skills are rock solid. When multiple abilities fail, Gojo can kill the Lord of Cursed Spirits relying purely on his overwhelming fundamental prowess. Therefore, based on the current disparity in strength between us, he chose the one ability he genuinely needed: revival. Tengen looked between Yuki Tsukumo and Satoru Gojo, her voice turning heavy. He made the right choice. Right now, for instance, we have absolutely no countermeasure against it. Even knowing the Lord of Cursed Spirits' abilities only serves to increase the pressure on us. We cannot even afford to make this information public, as it would incite widespread panic and greed. Right now, the side that has to enforce an information blackout isn't the Lord of Cursed Spirits, it's us. We've been put on the defensive. Gojo understood Tengen's meaning perfectly, and he finally understood why Yuki Tsukumo had undergone such a massive shift in attitude. A sovereign who remains eternally untainted by the mind-warping effects of curses, who operates with supreme benevolence, that was indeed a ruler worth trusting. Benevolence in the Jujutsu world was entirely different from benevolence in the mundane world. Because for a Jujutsu sorcerer, hatred directly translated into tangible power. Jujutsu sorcerers are creatures that extract negative emotions from their hearts and convert them into very real, very lethal force. Hatred is the most direct and extreme of all negative emotions. Driven by sheer hatred, even a thoroughly average sorcerer can easily hit their limits, or even surpass them. A Jujutsu sorcerer who has surpassed their limits staring at you with pure, unadulterated malice. Terrifying, isn't it? Yet Mahito had spared the elderly and the weak of the Zenin clan. That fact alone was enough to make any sorcerer steeped in the Jujutsu world marvel at the sheer benevolence of the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Furthermore, Yuki Tsukumo's reasoning was fundamentally different from Kinji Hikari's. Hikari had been utterly captivated by the Lord of Cursed Spirits' personal charisma. Yuki, however, was operating on cold rationality. She had judged, from a scholar's perspective, that the King of Curses was genuinely fit to rule the world. No wonder even Yuki, who had previously maintained an absolute zero-tolerance policy toward cursed spirits, found her resolve wavering. Gojo pondered for a moment before asking, "What about sealing him?" "At this stage, our seals are purely physical containments," Tengen offered proactively. "Inside the sealed target remains conscious. And if he is conscious, he can commit suicide. The Lord of Cursed Spirits would simply revive in some other corner of the world." After all, Mahito's domain expansion was deployed directly at the soul's final resting place, the space commonly known as the life flashing before one's eyes dimension. No seal could reach that place. Just as Yuki Tsukumo had once roared at Mahito in disbelief. This is the final destination of all souls, the ultimate sanctuary that nothing can violate. Yuki spoke up, it's too late to try and invent a cursed object capable of sealing consciousness on such short notice. I guarantee you, Mahito will not give us the time. He might even want us to waste time building such a cursed object, giving him more leisure to elevate himself. Time is not on our side. Gojo let out a breath, completely discarding the idea of a seal. In canon, Gojo was capable of accelerating his own body's internal time flow in an attempt to break out of the prison realm's sealing conditions. If a sorcerer could accelerate their physical time, committing suicide was obviously on the table too. Naturally, seals were originally designed for enemies that couldn't be killed or were extremely difficult to kill. If the target just kills themselves, whether the seal holds or not becomes entirely irrelevant. However, I cannot fathom exactly how he utilizes his domain expansion to touch upon a death. Tengen crossed her arms, deep in thought. A domain expansion is a barrier born of imagination. In other words, to touch upon death, the Lord of Cursed Spirits must possess an intimate understanding of the life flashing before one's eyes space, having personally experienced it multiple times. Simultaneously, even without using domain expansion, he can achieve something remarkably close to resurrection, and he possesses absolute, unwavering faith in that fact. Finally, he must have personally experienced death. The conditions were absurdly harsh. Even Tengen, with 1,000 years of accumulated experience, couldn't believe anyone in the world could meet them. She herself was the entity closest to meeting those harsh criteria, yet even she hadn't truly touched upon death. If even she couldn't imagine it, it was impossible for anyone else. The Lord of Cursed Spirits had shattered common sense. Why? Unable to make sense of it, Yuki temporarily shifted the subject. He possesses the ability to interfere with souls. This must be the cursed technique lapse of his innate technique. Ever since he was born as a cursed spirit, he's been able to freely manipulate souls. As long as he wills it, he can maintain his ignoble soul without it changing. Perhaps this is why he remained so astoundingly lucid. Tengen hesitated, then rejected the idea. That should be innate, but theoretically, it's impossible. No matter how special the King of Curses is, he is still a cursed spirit. And cursed spirits are the physical manifestation of curses. He ought to be more purely evil than any curse in existence. His ability to interfere with souls should only serve to make his evil nature utterly immutable, sustaining it for eternity. That was common sense. And Tengen was right on the money. The canon Mahito was exactly like that. Hanami possessed a natural aversion to cursing others. She once stated that she didn't kill to harm humans, but rather for the sake of the Earth's future, a greater good. Yet the canon Mahito had casually persuaded Hanami during a chat, as a cursed spirit, to abandon that greater good. He wanted to erase Hanami's greater good, urging her to harm humans purely as a curse should. The soul-manipulating ability took effect the moment Mahito was born, applying to both the canon Mahito and the current Mahito, functioning in a way that even its owner couldn't detect. Its external manifestation was maintaining the user's current personality in eternal stasis, rendering their mental state utterly immortal. Yuki Tsukumo and Tengen locked eyes, speaking in unison, unless he wasn't a cursed spirit to begin with. Realization dawned on Gojo.
He's a reincarnator?
He used to be human, a star plasma vessel with a noble soul. Gojo very naturally began referring to him with a human pronoun, pondering out loud. He reincarnated as a cursed spirit, and this cursed spirit just so happened to possess a soul manipulation technique. From birth, he used his soul manipulation to keep his soul static, allowing his noble soul to permanently stabilize. He turned to look at Yuki.
You don't have a noble soul anymore?
All star plasma vessels have noble souls, and you used to be one. Yuki nodded slowly. Cursed energy can infect the soul. It's just like how a vessel for a cursed object might eventually learn to use the cursed object's technique even after it's been exorcised from their body. There are countless examples. Even if I used to have a noble soul, it's completely gone now. She looked at Gojo, emphasizing her point. That is exactly why I said Mahito is an absolutely unique, singular anomaly in the entire Jujutsu world. Aside from him, the moment a star plasma vessel utilizes cursed energy, they inevitably lose their noble soul. This was also why Tengen had to merge with a star plasma vessel periodically. Otherwise, given Tengen's peerless understanding of Jujutsu, simply merging once would have been enough to glean every last secret a star plasma vessel held, rendering subsequent mergers unnecessary. But even Tengen couldn't stabilize a noble soul indefinitely. She, too, had to use cursed energy. Because the duration a star plasma vessel could be maintained was limited, she had to initiate a new merger before the previous vessel's noble soul dissipated. That was the true reason she had to merge on a set schedule. Without the suppressing will of a star plasma vessel keeping her flesh in check, not even Tengen could stop her physical body from continuously mutating toward a divine state. The inevitable result was that, regardless of her own desires, her body would ceaselessly evolve toward a higher life form.
Are there any male star plasma vessels?
Gojo asked curiously. I am female, so even when merging with a star plasma vessel, they must be human females, Tengen explained. Furthermore, before I became Tengen, I was also a star plasma vessel. The vessels I can resonate with and locate will always be female. So, as to whether males exist, I genuinely do not know. Even if there were, I wouldn't be surprised. Gojo understood. This meant that if an undiscovered male star plasma vessel reincarnated into a cursed spirit, and that cursed spirit coincidentally possessed soul manipulation, he could indeed become the Mojito they face today. But his brows furrowed again. But his current behavior doesn't resemble a reincarnator in the slightest. Quite the opposite, his growth is fully documented, laid out plainly right in front of us. And his sense of honor belongs to the ancient era, which is why you were able to confirm his teacher was Ashia Sadatsuna. A true reincarnator should already possess a mature, established system of cultivation, otherwise, achieving reincarnation itself would be impossible. And one's core sense of honor represents a reincarnator's fundamental personality, something they wouldn't just discard. Mojito's progression had been clearly traceable ever since he first appeared, meaning he completely lacked his own pre-existing cultivation system. He was grinding it out step by step post-reincarnation. This directly ruled out the possibility of him being a sorcerer who reincarnated via Jujutsu, not to mention his archaic sense of honor, which no modern person could possibly teach him. The possibility of a modern layman transmigrating directly into Mojito's body, like in an isekai web novel, hadn't even crossed the minds of anyone present. Are you kidding? How could an ordinary human soul possess the body of a cursed spirit? Get real, Alas, none of them had been baptized by the brain rot of modern isekai tropes, their mind simply didn't contain the conceptual framework for it. In truth, the fact that they managed to logically deduce things this far purely through reasoning already proved that these three were undeniably the absolute apex of intellect in this world. What they lacked wasn't theoretical knowledge, but rather the sheer, unhinged imagination of a borderline psychotic. Yuki probed tentatively, perhaps he lost all his memories. He possesses the ability to manipulate souls, it's impossible for him to lose his memories, Tengen refuted after a brief hesitation. Gojo finally snapped under the suffocating academic atmosphere, complaining loudly, we aren't conducting a university research panel here. Properly analyze the Lord of Cursed Spirit's actual combat abilities, stop throwing this theoretical junk at me. I don't understand it. Yuki sighed. Fine. Regardless of whether he is a reincarnator or not, it doesn't affect our strategy against him. All we can confirm is that his soul is genuinely clean and pure, making him someone who can be trusted. Unfortunately, this trustworthy individual has already firmly resolved to completely revolutionize the Jujutsu world, rendering him our undeniable enemy. Gojo laughed. He's preparing for his final showdown with me. Now that he holds the ultimate trump card of infinite revivals, you could say he's fully matured. He could come to test the waters with me at any moment. Tengen suddenly spoke up. Satoru Gojo, your student is looking for you. Gojo blinked. Who? Yuta Okotsu. Him? Gojo scrunched up his eyebrows. I thought he was ordered to go guard those old geezers. Did something go wrong on the higher-ups end? Tengen fell silent for a moment, communicating telepathically over a long distance. After a pause, Tengen spoke with a thoroughly bizarre tone. He says? Your future wife has been kidnapped. Gojo patted his blindfold, utterly bewildered. Me? I have a fiancé? Why didn't anyone tell me? Who is it? Yutaheim Iori, Tengen stated. Gojo froze, then shrieked at the top of his lungs, WHO. That ghost shrine maiden. My future wife. Even if I die, even if I hurl myself straight off your Sunyata barrier, I would never marry that woman. Was Yuta's brain caved in by the old geezers using an ashtray? She was kidnapped by the Lord of Cursed Spirits, Tengen dropped the final bombshell. He was also the one who leaked the claim that Yutaheim Iori is your future wife. Gojo was dumbfounded. Who? He violently scratched his hair, turning to loudly mock Yuki Tsukumo. This is the guy you just called trustworthy. He's resorting to kidnapping, and he's even spreading vile rumors about me. Yuki burst into roaring laughter. Isn't it fascinating? There is absolutely nothing fascinating about this. Gojo complained bitterly. Such an audaciously public kidnapping ironically proved that Yutahime Iori was in absolutely no danger. Therefore, nobody was actually worried about her safety. Coupled with the fact that their preceding discussion had firmly established Mahito was biologically incapable of casual murder, the trio still had the leisure to ruthlessly crack jokes about the situation. But the jokes were merely a facade. They all knew exactly what this meant. Tengen's voice dropped, grave and heavy. You need to be careful, Satoru Gojo. The Lord of Cursed Spirits is coming for you. Chapter 61, 23. How does it feel to be bested by Miss Airhead? 3,922 words. One day ago, Kyoto, Japan. Yutahime Iori was walking down the street, mentally chewing over the intelligence she had received from Satoru Gojo. It was during the Kyoto Goodwill event. While the students were busy beating the living daylights out of each other, Gojo had sought her out during the intermission, a cheerful smile plastered on his face as he told her. There is a spy in either the Tokyo or Kyoto school. It hadn't been phrased as a question, nor as a mere possibility. It was a definitive statement. Their asterisk is asterisk a spy. Gojo had told her that he would handle the Tokyo side, but he desperately needed intelligence from Kyoto. Thus, he asked for Yutahime's help to root out the Kyoto mole. Despite her immense disdain for Satoru Gojo, her actions betrayed her complaints as she reluctantly accepted the mission. After all, this was a matter of grave importance, she had no valid reason to refuse. And she had marked her very first target, Yoshinobu Gakugunji. He was the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High. Unlike normal schools, these institutions for training sorcerers operated under the guise of regular high schools, even handing out standard diplomas. In reality, they were full-fledged supernatural military academies, and the principal was an undisputed heavyweight in Jujutsu society. Gakugunji was hailed as the vanguard of the conservative faction. One step higher, and you were looking at the Jujutsu headquarters itself. Someone in his position theoretically wouldn't be tempted by cursed spirits. But Gakugunji had one decisive weakness that made him highly suspect in Yutahime's eyes: he was simply too old. Gakugunji was an old man with a face buried under deep wrinkles, sagging eyebrows, and a beard groomed into a goatee resting on his chest. He was entirely bald, without a single strand of white hair left on his head. He was a stubborn old fossil who strictly adhered to rules that the modern world had deemed obsolete decades ago. Would an old man wielding that much practical power long for an immortality entirely devoid of side effects? Yutahime guessed he absolutely would. Don't give her that naive nonsense about his political power already peaking, making him immune to a curse's seduction. Yutahime was Gojo Sr., older than him by a year. She had genuinely lived through the era before Gojo Satoru had completely steamrolled Jujutsu society. She knew exactly how bottomless the depravity of those conservative bastards truly was. Yutahime could practically envision the sheer, violent shift in color on that old man's face the moment he laid eyes on Kinji Hikari and the young dragon resting on his shoulder. She wasn't a micro-expression master, nor could she read a man's soul just by looking at him, but an emotional upheaval that severe would be plain as day. Which was exactly why Yutahime investigated him first. Unfortunately, she turned up absolutely nothing. So, was my guess wrong? Yutahime muttered to herself. If not him, then who? It couldn't be one of the students, right? But that doesn't make sense. Immortality is indeed incredible, and when the students learned that Kinji Hikari had achieved it, every single one of them looked awestruck. But none of them seemed genuinely tempted by it. Yutahime perfectly understood the psychology of the students. They were too young. They still looked toward the future with bursting anticipation, supremely confident in their ability to smash through any obstacle. Time had yet to carve its cruel scars into their flesh. To them, immortality was merely a fascinating novelty, not a desperate yearning. The student shouldn't have been seduced. No, there had to be someone else. As Yutahime was lost in thought, she suddenly detected the faint fluctuation of a cursed spirit. She instinctively snapped her head toward the opposite side of the street. She remembered the layout of this block. Across the way was a children's park, usually commandeered by a horde of energetic kids while the local housewives chatted leisurely on the benches, passing a relaxed afternoon. Standing right at the edge of the children's park, staring blankly ahead, was a young girl. She was dressed in a pale cherry blossom outfit resembling a shrine maiden's attire. A deep crimson, almost purple sash was tied around her waist, accented by a prominent ribbon, and her feet were clad in disc-in high-heeled boots. She had light-colored long hair gathered at the back of her head and bound into a ponytail by a massive bow. Yet, resting in the pale, delicate palm extending from her kimono sleeve was a long katana that violently clashed with the girl's aesthetic. The scabbard was completely unadorned, and even the hilt featured a plain, oval-shaped handguard. A weapon like that would almost universally be dismissed as a high-quality cosplay prop. Paired with her outfit, it was likely the only reason a passing patrol officer hadn't already stopped her for questioning. But Yutaheim possessed the acute sensitivity of a sorcerer, and she immediately realized the terrifying truth: this young girl was not human. A cursed spirit, but her degree of humanization was impossibly high. Because cursed spirits were the literal manifestation of curses, it was practically impossible for one to take a flawless human form. Even if they did, it was strictly a localized mimicry used solely to lure in human prey. Some cursed spirits could even mimic human speech, parroting the exact phrases their victims desperately wanted to hear. But the cursed spirit itself possessed zero actual intellect, it was merely deploying mechanical, instinctual lures. But this girl was completely different. Yutaheim could sharply sense that *** could genuinely be referred to as a **she'd star. Furthermore, she possessed a tangible, physical body. Ordinary people could see her. Yutaheim had to admit, she was terrified. A highly humanized, cursed spirit with a tangible, physical body. In all her knowledge, there was only one such entity in existence. The Lord of Cursed Spirits, Mahito. But something was wrong. Rumors explicitly stated that Mahito possessed a male exterior. So who exactly was this girl? Suddenly, the girl turned her head. Those previously vacant eyes abruptly sharpened with the predatory intensity of a hawk, locking directly onto Yutaheim's gaze. Yutaheim's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly shifted her weight, readying herself for combat. She desperately didn't want to start a fight here. It was the middle of the evening rush hour, the streets were packed with pedestrians. If a battle erupted here, God only knew how many innocent civilians would be slaughtered as collateral damage. She wasn't the type of jujutsu sorcerer whose hands would be fatally tied by the presence of civilians, but if she could minimize casualties, she absolutely wouldn't provoke a cursed spirit intentionally. To her surprise, the girl merely stared at her for a few seconds before turning her head back, resuming her blank, vacant stare at the children's park. Yutaheim followed the girl's line of sight into the park. It was a perfectly mundane scene. A few housewives were whispering by the benches, occasionally letting out soft chuckles, while a few kids played in the sandbox or swung on the swings. Is she planning to attack them? Yutaheim forced her mind to run through standard cursed spirit behavioral profiles, but looking at the girl's profoundly vacant, airheaded expression, she found it incredibly difficult to imagine her orchestrating a massacre. Yutaheim immediately realized the truth. This was a newly manifested, highly intelligent cursed spirit. Staring at the girl, Yutaheim felt a massive, reckless surge of temptation. She wanted to make contact. Opportunities like this were astronomically rare. The entire Jujutsu world was currently tearing the country apart looking for traces of Mahito, and right here, right in front of her face, was a massive, glaring clue simply standing on the sidewalk. If she backed down now out of concern for her own safety, who knew if such a golden opportunity would ever present itself again? Of course, she wasn't going to charge in blindly. She immediately reached for her phone, planning to fire off a quick text. To who? Satoru Gojo, obviously. Send it to her direct superior, Principal Gakugunji? Yeah, right. The old fossil hadn't fully cleared his suspicion yet. And then she realized her text wouldn't send. Run, Yutaheim made a split-second decision and instantly retreated. Before breaking line of sight, she threw one last glance at the girl. She was still standing there, completely unmoving, staring blankly at the park. A seed of doubt sprouted in Yutaheim's mind. Could this not be a trap meant to lure me in? Then why is my phone jammed? Or rather, is this just a passive defense mechanism? Because these newborn, intelligent cursed spirits are terrified of being discovered by Jujutsu society, so their very presence inherently scrambles electronic signals, that is highly probable. Yutaheim had already retreated roughly 20 meters. She pulled out her phone again and saw there was still zero signal. Looking back, she saw that the girl had finally retracted her gaze from the park, turned around, and was preparing to leave. Are we just going to pass like ships in the night? Yutaheim froze. It seemed her deduction was spot on. Jamming electronic signals was likely a mandatory precaution these intelligent cursed spirits took whenever they went out. It wasn't hard to understand. It was 2018. The vast majority of curse users had been systematically exterminated by Satoru Gojo, and the number of Jujutsu sorcerers patrolling the streets was drastically lower than in the past. What intelligent cursed spirits feared wasn't randomly bumping into a sorcerer on patrol. What they truly feared was being accidentally caught on camera, allowing the sorcerers to track their movements. Yutaheim's breathing hitched. She knew that if she genuinely ignored the girl and continued walking away, she would almost certainly be perfectly safe. The moment the signal interference vanished, she could instantly call Gojo, drop the problem entirely in his lap, and be done with it. It was the absolute safest play. But if she did that, by the time Gojo arrived, God only knew where the girl would have vanished to. If intelligent cursed spirits were thorough enough to prepare localized signal jammers, they had almost certainly factored Gojo's 6 eyes into their escape protocols. Damn it. The whole goddamn world knows about your 6 eyes. You couldn't hide it even if you tried. Gojo's massive ego is genuinely going to get people killed, A highly dangerous thought carved its way to the forefront of Yutaheim's mind, I have to make contact with her, Besides, she had a backup plan. She was, for all intents and purposes, Gojo's spy. She had established a protocol with him, she was to check in every 3 days. After all, her investigation targeted the highest echelons of the Jujutsu headquarters. If the higher-ups decided to silence her, Gojo needed to know she had been murdered. When she accepted the mission to investigate the Kyoto sorcerers, she had already made peace with the very real possibility of her death. And her death would unconditionally trigger Gojo's horrific retaliation. Even though Satoru Gojo was a completely shameless bastard in her eyes, at the very least, she trusted him to avenge her. Having reasoned through every angle, Yutaheim took 2 deep breaths to steady her racing heart and began typing furiously. She drafted a message containing highly classified codes and encrypted intel, saving it locally to her drafts. Then, without a shred of hesitation, she tossed her phone onto the pavement and began tailing the girl. The phone was equipped with a GPS tracker and heavily reinforced with cursed energy. Given a 3-day window, Yutaheim was absolutely confident that, even if she died, Gojo could easily track the phone using the 6 eyes. If she returned safely, it wouldn't matter. If she didn't, the encrypted drafts on the phone would provide Gojo with more than enough actionable intel. As for the possibility of some random civilian picking it up to pawn or swapping the SIM card, Yutaheim sneered. If Satoru Gojo managed to lose track of a GPS-enabled phone actively radiating a cursed signature, he could completely forget about revolutionizing Jujutsu society and just go be a bandit king in the mountains. It's just my life, isn't it? Yutaheim steeled her resolve. I already dared to investigate Principal Gakugunji. Like hell a mere cursed spirit is going to make me back down. With her resolve cemented, she decisively closed the distance. She made absolutely zero effort to mask her approach, and the girl, naturally, noticed her immediately. The girl stopped walking and stood by the curb, katana resting passively in her hand, watching Yutaheim quietly. Only now did Yutaheim get a clear look at the girl's face. Her skin was flawless porcelain, her bangs swept over her forehead, framing a painfully innocent face that couldn't possibly belong to anyone older than 15. She radiated an aura of overwhelming purity and grace. Yutaheim braced herself. Hello, I am not going to be an idol, the girl interrupted, her voice perfectly serene. I am not going to appear on variety shows. I cannot sing, and I have no interest in vocal training. My family is not with me at the moment. If you wish to speak with them, please just hand me your business card. If my family is interested in allowing me to participate in your activities, they will contact you proactively. Her voice was impossibly clear and clean, like the chiming of a mountain spring. Yutaheim blanked. She thinks I'm a talent scout, And judging by that impeccably rehearsed rejection, this was far from the first time she had been scouted on the streets. Suddenly, it clicked in Yutaheim's brain. She had completely bypassed evaluating the girl's appearance because she had immediately identified her as a cursed spirit. But taking a step back, the girl's aesthetics and aura were genuinely otherworldly. Especially when standing perfectly still by the roadside, she exuded a quiet, breathtaking elegance. She was absolute premium idol material. Yutaheim's mouth twitched, but she immediately realized this was a golden opportunity. The girl hadn't suspected her true identity in the slightest. This meant she could effortlessly extract vital intelligence without raising any alarms. Isn't this going incredibly smoothly? Yutaheim could barely suppress the triumphant smirk trying to form on her lips. Excellent. Perfect. Now, to unleash my silver tongue, We could just start by being friends. Do you have a phone? We could exchange emails. She instinctively reached into her handbag to pull out her phone, but before her fingers even breached the fabric, her entire body went rigid. Asterisk crap. I just threw my phone on the ground, asterisk. The girl watched her quietly, then suddenly let out a soft sigh. She murmured to herself, I see. So I have been recognized. A horrific, skin-crawling sensation instantly washed over Utaheim. It felt as though the concentrated malice of the entire world was suddenly wrapping around her throat. The girl was still just standing there, doing absolutely nothing, yet Utaheim felt as if 1,000 razor-sharp blades were already pressed flush against her skin. A terrifyingly thin, concentrated layer of cursed energy had already completely engulfed her. Her instinct screamed at her, asterisk if this girl wills it, I will die in the next microsecond. Asterisk. Utaheim forced the words out of her paralyzed throat, this is, the secret technique of the new shadow style. Simple domain. How do you know it? My master is Mr. Ashiya Sadatsuna, the girl replied faintly. Asterisk the legendary swordsman who founded the new shadow style 1,000 years ago. Asterisk Utaheim desperately regulated her breathing to rein in her spiraling panic. She didn't even entertain the thought of resisting. Trapped at point-blank range against a master swordsman who could instantly deploy a simple domain, her chances of survival were mathematically zero. Besides, she had already made peace with dying. The only thing she couldn't wrap her head around was, how did you suddenly see right through me? Utaheim couldn't stop herself from asking. You didn't immediately pull out a business card. Instead, you asked for my phone number, the girl replied, her tone perfectly tranquil. Every single talent scout I've ever encountered produces a business card first. Only frivolous men trying to flirt ask directly for my number or email, and you are not a frivolous man trying to flirt. Asterisk so it wasn't some deep deductive reasoning, just pure empirical experience, asterisk Utaheim felt utterly numb. She sighed heavily. Fine. I admit defeat. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? It was meant as a self-deprecating joke. In reality, her neck was already bracing for the agonizing sensation of a blade severing her spine. But to her utter shock, the girl looked genuinely bewildered. I don't know. Utaheim froze. You don't know? I've never been discovered by a jujutsu sorcerer before. Master always told us that our aura is practically indistinguishable from a normal human's. Only an exceptionally outstanding jujutsu sorcerer could possibly notice us, the girl explained with earnest honesty. That's exactly why I didn't immediately classify you as a jujutsu sorcerer. Because running into an exceptionally outstanding sorcerer on the street is incredibly rare. It was indeed incredibly rare. Currently, the bulk of active patrols were handled by Grade 3 and Grade 4 sorcerers. In certain districts, they didn't even bother sending sorcerers, dispatching auxiliary managers instead. Partially, this was due to a severe manpower shortage. But primarily, the near-total extinction of curse users meant that the remaining jujutsu sorcerers had grown fundamentally complacent compared to the blood-soaked eras of the past. Nowadays, the vast majority of cursed spirit outbreaks weren't discovered by patrolling sorcerers or auxiliary managers, they were called in by regular police officers. Once the police confirmed a supernatural incident, they contacted Jujutsu headquarters, who then assigned the mission to an active sorcerer. Given this operational climate, even if a sorcerer locked eyes with this girl, they likely wouldn't register her as a cursed spirit. Consequently, the girl's internal protocol simply hadn't accounted for an encounter with a competent Jujutsu sorcerer. Understanding this didn't make Utaheim feel relieved about still breathing, it filled her with sheer terror. She stared intently into the girl's eyes, demanding sternly, why didn't you kill me immediately? The girl tilted her head, genuinely curious. Do you desperately wish to die? I do not wish to die, Utaheim replied with deadly seriousness. But you are a curse. The moment I discovered you, your absolute first instinct should have been a surge of overwhelming malice, driving you to slaughter me to eliminate a threat. Yet you hesitated. You didn't immediately want to kill me. That is completely wrong. The girl didn't answer right away. Instead, she asked hesitantly, are you trying to probe me for intelligence? Asterisk yes. Obviously I am, asterisk Utaheim's stoic facade was crumbling rapidly. Asterisk how can someone this powerful be such an absolute airhead? Asterisk. Utaheim suddenly felt a bizarre, totally inappropriate surge of guilt, as if she were actively scamming a mentally challenged child. Should I answer your question? The girl asked, her voice laced with genuine uncertainty. Asterisk are you seriously asking me that? Asterisk Utaheim's sense of guilt multiplied exponentially. But what the hell was a little guilt compared to top-tier intel? Utaheim immediately seized the opening. Look, you're obviously not just going to let me walk away, right? Since that's the case, even if you are going to kill me, you should at least let me die with clarity, a ghost in the know. It is the most fundamental respect a samurai owes the opponent they are about to execute. It was a blatant, bald-faced lie. Samurai had absolutely no such protocol. But Utaheim was fiercely betting that this airheaded girl would swallow it hook, line, and sinker. The girl bought it instantly, nodding thoughtfully. I see. I understand now. Before Utaheim could even begin to internally celebrate her masterful manipulation, the girl followed up. Then I won't answer your question. Utaheim was gobsmacked. Wait, you won't even let me die a knowing ghost? Where is your samurai spirit? Because I'm not going to kill you, the girl replied, looking at Utaheim as if she were the slow one. Since I'm not going to kill you, why on earth would I give you intelligence? You aren't going to kill me. Utaheim didn't feel a shred of relief at having her life spared. Instead, she felt as though her fundamental understanding of reality was violently collapsing. We do not kill casually. We are the guardians of humanity, the girl stated with absolute, unshakable conviction. Utaheim couldn't hold it in anymore. You are cursed spirit and you're standing there telling me you're humanity's guardian. Is your brain entirely fried? Why shouldn't I be? The girl asked, genuinely perplexed. Cursed spirits are born from the curses bred by humanity. In other words, if humanity goes extinct, cursed spirits will also go extinct. Given that undeniable fact, shouldn't the very first priority of any rational cursed spirit be to fiercely protect humanity? Utaheim was struck dumb. The logic was technically flawless. But? You're a cursed spirit, All cursed spirits share a universal trait: the more powerful the cursed spirit, the denser the concentration of curses required to birth it. Only an overwhelming, hyperdense accumulation of cursed energy can give birth to a special grade cursed spirit. That is fundamental knowledge even a Jujutsu sorcerer should possess. The girl stared intently at Utaheim, resembling a stern, top-of-the-class honor student meticulously breaking down a basic math equation for a hopelessly dense slacker. Utaheim felt a stampede of a million WTFs galloping across the vast, empty plains of her mind. You are a cursed spirit. And you're lecturing a teacher from Kyoto Jujutsu High. On the most fundamental basics of Jujutsu theory. This was an utterly absurd spectacle Utaheim couldn't have conjured in her wildest fever dreams. Therefore, to maintain the power and prosperity of cursed spirits, shouldn't our absolute top priority be to safeguard the human population? To ensure human civilization flourishes and advances, allowing humans to breed and generate exponentially more cursed energy, the girl reasoned flawlessly. After all, the cursed energy of a single human, no matter how potent, can rarely birth even a grade for cursed spirit. But if 1 million humans, 10 million humans, or the entire 100 million citizens of this nation generate cursed energy simultaneously, giving birth to special grade cursed spirits becomes effortless. Utaheim froze. A terrifying, spine-chilling conclusion suddenly crystallized in her mind. And the girl cheerfully voiced that exact conclusion. Therefore, it is proven. The prosperity of humanity is the absolute prosperity of cursed spirits. Cursed spirits are the species that most fervently desires humanity's eternal, immortal survival. We are humanity's ultimate, innate guardians, and we are the only entities that will absolutely never betray the human race. That is simply common sense. Utaheim was utterly, completely speechless. Well then, since you're so eager to learn about our situation, let's do this, the girl concluded, bobbing her head slightly as a pristine smile bloomed on her face. Utaheim swallowed hard, her heart hammering violently against her ribs. An incredibly ominous premonition washed over her. What are you planning to do? I am going to take you to see Master. The girl's smile was pure and radiant, yet in Utaheim's eyes, it was the grinning visage of a demonic horror. She said, we are going to see Lord Mahito. Chapter 62, 24. Top Secret Base. 4,069 words. Contrary to Utaheim's expectations, the girl didn't take her to the outskirts of Kyoto. She had assumed they would head somewhere isolated, far from modern society and electronic surveillance, making it harder to be discovered. Instead, the girl led Utaheim straight into the upper city. The ancient capital of Kyoto boasted a strictly stratified architectural layout. Only those with the absolute highest status and prestige were qualified to reside in the upper city. Here, complex after complex of antique, historically preserved estates lined the streets. Walking through it felt like stepping back in time to the shogunate era. Yet, not a single modern amenity was missing inside these walls. Everyone residing here enjoyed the absolute highest standard of luxury living this country had to offer. It was a domain exclusively reserved for the nation's supreme rulers. And now, this girl, an intelligent cursed spirit, was blatantly escorting her right into the heart of it. Utaheim's face darkened. The Jujutsu headquarters really does have a mole working for you, she muttered. For an intelligent cursed spirit with zero legal identification to reside here, someone from Jujutsu headquarters absolutely had to be pulling strings. Furthermore, Utaheim was certain this person held an incredibly exalted position within the headquarters, otherwise, they could never have orchestrated this so flawlessly. Forget a Kyoto Jujutsu high teacher like her, not even Satoru Gojo had noticed a thing. Utaheim once again cast her suspicion firmly onto Yoshinobu Gakugunji. Humans desire immortality, and Master can grant them that immortality, the girl replied faintly. You shouldn't judge them too harshly. They merely want to live. Their continued breathing is a betrayal to humanity. If you all were genuinely guardians of humanity, you would have slaughtered them on the spot. Utaheim said coldly. Unless absolutely necessary, we do not kill. The girl stopped in front of a courtyard gate. Before she even raised her hand to knock, a wind chime by the door let out a soft, melodic tinkle, and the gate swung open silently. If you manage to secure concrete evidence of their crimes, we will not shield them. They will be taken to court, subjected to the condemnation and punishment of human law, up to and including the death penalty. Utaheim was gobsmacked. These intelligent cursed spirits were actually proponents of the legal system? Law-abiding citizens. Am I going insane, or has the world gone mad? One of us definitely snapped, right, What kind of guardian of humanity does absolutely nothing? Utaheim mocked. She was essentially resigning herself to her fate. If she fell into the hands of this airheaded girl, she was confident she could take her secrets to the grave. But if she was handed over to Mahito, she couldn't guarantee what might be forcefully extracted from her. In truth, she was already contemplating suicide, but she feared she wouldn't even get the chance to act. This girl's simple domain still hadn't been deactivated. That fact alone left Utaheim utterly staggered. She suspected that if this cursed spirit girl wanted to, she could keep her simple domain active 24 hours a day. But how? Utaheim swore on her life, not even Ashiya Sadatsuna, the legendary founder of the new shadow style, could pull off a stunt like that. The head of a little girl cautiously peeked out from the crack in the door. Upon seeing the cursed spirit girl, a bright smile bloomed on her face, but she flinched in fright the moment she spotted Utaheim. Only after the cursed spirit girl gently patted her head did the little girl fully step out from behind the door. She was an adorably pristine child, her black hair cut into a soft bob that looked as fluffy as ice cream. Her large, dark eyes were brimming with a mix of timidity and profound curiosity. She wore a red kimono, a large bell fastened to her sash, and her tiny feet were clad in tabi socks and wooden jita sandals. She looked exactly like a ceremonial attendant standing beside a divine shrine. Big sister, the little girl called out, stealing a cautious, fearful glance at Utaheim. Utaheim's pupils contracted violently. She could see it clearly, this little girl was also a cursed spirit. A second intelligent cursed spirit. Just how many of these intelligent curses had the king of curses created? Her breathing grew ragged as the absolute worst-case scenario crashed into her mind. Intelligent cursed spirits had already formed a functioning society. Don't worry, I'm taking her to see Master, the older girl reassured the child first, before finally turning to answer Utaheim's question. We are cursed spirits, not humans. We do not fully comprehend the intricate rules and social contracts operating within human society. If we interfere recklessly, it is highly likely to trigger unpredictable, catastrophic futures. Because of this, we require an accurate, standardized metric for intervention. The legal system is our primary frame of reference. Utaheim's throat went dry. What did the cursed spirit girl really mean by that? It wasn't just superficial respect for human law. The underlying implication was far more terrifying. It meant they were systematically, practically preparing to rule over humanity. And they weren't going about it by randomly imposing their will based on whims and delusions. They were actively investigating society, humanities, and ancient traditions, formulating their methods based on objective reality. This wasn't some empty, grandiose political slogan, it was a pragmatic, ironclad resolve to actually run a civilization. How could Utaheim not be terrified? Taking a deep breath, a cold sneer formed on Utaheim's lips. Arrogant. You actually think you can get past Satoru Gojo? Mr. Satoru Gojo is not our enemy, the girl stated slowly. Yutahime froze. He is pursuing fairness and justice within the Jujutsu world, which does not conflict with our goals, the girl said serenely. Quite the opposite. If Mr. Gojo is willing, we would gladly grant him immortality, allowing him to manage the Jujutsu headquarters and freely forge the Jujutsu world of his dreams, for 1,000, even 10,000 years. A beautiful fantasy. Too bad Gojo would never accept you, Yutahime replied coldly. Then, we will simply kill him, the girl said, her tone as casual as discussing the weather. I guarantee you, you wouldn't even dare squeak a single word while standing in front of Gojo. Yutahime, assuming the girl was just profoundly ignorant, mocked her outright. The girl looked at her quietly, her gaze perfectly straight, lacking a single ounce of evasion. With a crystal-clear voice, she said, I am perfectly aware that Mr. Gojo could kill me effortlessly. But that does not make me fear him. It is not that I do not understand the terror of death, it is simply that I am driven by a mission far more worthy of reverence than death. No matter how overwhelmingly powerful Mr. Gojo is, he cannot shake my resolve. Suddenly, her eyes flared with a torrent of aqua-blue cursed energy, rushing like a torrential river. Yutahime could even see her own reflection being violently swallowed by the raging currents within those eyes. The girl spoke with absolute solemnity. When a flea jumps at a human, is it because it is overflowing with courage? No, it is merely ignorant. Only when one intimately understands the terror of death and cherishes the profound value of life, yet still resolutely marches toward their own demise, only then can it be called true courage. The reason I can say I will kill Mr. Gojo without a shred of fear in my heart is not because I am blind to the massive chasm in our strength. It is because I have already made my peace. Even if it means my utter destruction, I will bear my blade against Mr. Gojo. That is my resolve. The girl pushed the gate open and stepped inside. The little girl stared curiously at Yutahime, but upon seeing Yutahime's sudden, deathly pale face, she was startled and quickly pulled her head back, vanishing behind the door. Yutahime fiercely rubbed her face, took a massive, shuddering breath, and forced herself to calm down. Regardless of anything else, she was about to step into the absolute heart of the intelligent cursed spirit's lair, the true domain of the King of Curses. The second her foot crossed that threshold, even if she died, it would be worth it. The rest is up to the legendary Six Eyes of the Gojo clan. My mission is already complete. Yutahime followed the cursed spirit girl through the doorway, and was instantly stunned. Just a moment ago, while peeking through the crack, she had seen the interior of a traditional courtyard. A winding path led to the main corridor of the residence, flanked by meticulously pruned trees. A small koi pond sat amidst the foliage, decorated with a bamboo Shishirodoshi star. Whenever the bamboo filled with water, it would tip over, letting out a hollow, echoing clack star. But the moment she actually stepped fully through the gate, the scenery vanished. Before her lay a massive, sprawling training ground. There were no trees, no pond, and no winding paths. In the center of the vast courtyard was a martial arts dojo. Weapons lined the edges. An old man stood at the perimeter, glaring fiercely at the people on the mat. Two twin girls, dressed in kendo uniforms, were desperately swinging bamboo swords, their faces contorted in agony. The old man was screaming at the top of his lungs, "What the hell is that expression? Does looking miserable help? Does it help even a little bit? Mahito called you the miracle twins. He placed immense expectations on you, and look at yourselves. You can't even swing a damn sword properly. Don't give me that crap about being better at jujitsu. Bullshit. Heinkeed is also a primary jujitsu caster, but her swordsmanship is second only to Sho's. That door was a spatial transfer portal. Crap, even if the Six Eyes could perfectly analyze the flow of all cursed energy in the world, spatial displacement was an exception. Spatial transfers only left residuals at the point of departure. The target bypassed the physical space in between entirely, arriving directly at the destination. If the distance was too vast, not even the Six Eyes could track it. No wonder this girl had the absolute audacity to parade through the city center. She had already meticulously prepared countermeasures against the Six Eyes tracking. Well, I'm really dead this time. I'm going to die in a completely unmarked grave. The old man noticed the cursed spirit girl. His furious, disappointed expression instantly softened. He sauntered over to her at a leisurely pace, shot Yutahime a sideways glance, and frowned. Who is she? Master Ashia, the cursed spirit girl bowed her head respectfully before introducing her. This is a Jujutsu sorcerer I encountered by chance during my patrol. She is highly exceptional, she was even able to discern the difference between myself and a human. She is also incredibly brave. Knowing full well I was a cursed spirit, she dared to approach and test me alone. She is very curious about our way of life, so I decided to bring her to see Master. A Jujutsu sorcerer. The old man glared at Yutaheim, sizing her up. The scent of curses on you is incredibly faint. To see through the disguise differentiating them from humans proves your perception is top tier. A sorcerer like that is rarely weak. Yet, I don't see a single trace of battle damage on either of you. You must have deliberately let her bring you here. Asterisk this old man doesn't recognize me, asterisk Yutaheim let out a massive sigh of relief internally. In some circles, Yutaheim was somewhat famous. Her cursed technique, Solo Forbidden Area, was an incredibly potent support technique. Furthermore, as a teacher at Kyoto Jujutsu High, her fundamental skills were rock solid, and her network of connections was extensive. It made sense that the cursed spirit girl didn't recognize her, but since she was already dragged into the heart of their base, she hadn't held out much hope of maintaining her cover. But looking at it now, this group was even more isolated from modern Jujutsu society than she had imagined, asterisk, if that's the case, maybe I can survive a little longer by playing the spy. Asterisk. Yutaheim made her calculation. Just as she was about to spit out a fake name to bluff her way through, a massive gust of wind pressure crashed down from the sky, forcing her words right back down her throat. Everyone looked up. A gargantuan black bird was descending from the heavens. It was a monstrous crow, easily exceeding 5 meters in wingspan. It slammed into the courtyard with a heavy, concussive thud. A voice rang out from atop the crow. "Big sister! Master Ashia! I brought some guests back." The massive crow extended one of its wings, lowering it to the ground like a slide. However, the owner of the voice completely ignored the makeshift ramp and simply flew down. She possessed a pair of pitch-black wings of her own. When fully extended, their wingspan was large enough to completely envelop her body. Saying she rode a giant crow was almost redundant, she practically qualified as a giant crow herself. Yet, her appearance possessed absolutely none of a crow's ugliness. She wore a fitted white dress shirt that aggressively highlighted her figure, an unbuttoned leather jacket draped over it, and form-fitting jeans. It was an outfit only a woman with a fiercely confident, devastatingly gorgeous silhouette would dare challenge, and this woman falling from the sky pulled it off flawlessly. She was wildly charismatic, her curves flowing like rolling mountains, her legs long and perfectly straight. She exuded a gentle, alluring beauty, her expression laced with the intoxicating charm of a spring breeze. When she looked at you, it felt as though her eyes were shrouded in a misty allure, like a sorrowful mountain fae inviting you into her embrace. But the moment she took action, her atrocious personality was laid bare. Dropping from the sky, she violently tackled the cursed spirit girl into a suffocating hug. Being significantly taller, she only had to stand on her tiptoes slightly to aggressively bury the cursed spirit girl's entire head squarely between the towering twin peaks of her chest. With her entire face virtually squished into the mountains, the cursed spirit girl's muffled voice rang out, "Hankid. Do not act so inappropriately in front of guests. I just absolutely love big sister's overly serious personality." The black-winged beauty moaned in sheer bliss. Big sister is the cutest after all. A tall, voluptuous woman enthusiastically calling a petite young girl big sister. Yutaheim took another deep breath. A third intelligent cursed spirit. No, wait, those twin girls on the training mat seem to be intelligent cursed spirits too. That makes 5. Yutaheim felt her scalp go numb. She had thought a single intelligent cursed spirit on Mahito's level was enough to shake the very foundations of the world. Yet, she had literally just walked through the front door and already spotted 5. Who knew how many more were deployed outside? The horrific premonition she had felt upon seeing the little girl opening the door was rapidly becoming reality. This was already a fully functioning species. The old man suddenly whipped out a bamboo sword from behind his back and viciously cracked it over Hankid's skull. Hankid yelped in pain and finally released the cursed spirit girl. The old man roared, "Didn't I just tell you not to act like a fool in front of the guests?" Hankid playfully stuck out her tongue, massaging her head as she finally shifted her gaze to Yutaheim. Yutaheim's mind raced, and she immediately put on a polite smile. "My name is Kami. Cough star. Well. If it isn't Ms. Yutaheim Iori, teacher at Kyoto Jujutsu High. Whatever brings you here as a guest today?" An aged, croaking voice suddenly echoed from atop the giant crow. Yutaheim's heart plummeted. She shot a venomous glare at the crow. As it turned out, the giant crow hadn't extended its wing for Henkeed, there were other passengers. Supported by a young man, a hunchbacked old crone was slowly making her way down the feathery ramp. Her stark white hair was tied into a tight bun at the back of her head, her body painfully shriveled, her hands clasped behind her waist. Her eyes were so clouded with age she could barely keep them open, leaving only two thin slits. Yutaheim recognized her instantly. "Ha, if it isn't Granny Ogami? You actually dared to show your face in Japan? I assumed Satoru Gojo had terrified you so thoroughly you'd never crawl out of your hole again," Yutaheim mocked loudly. Granny Ogami chuckled dryly. "I could say the same for you, Ms. Iori. I highly doubt you came here of your own volition, did you?" The black-winged Henkeed miraculously produced a maple leaf fan from nowhere, covering her mouth as she giggled. "Oh ho ho Tilda, it seems we have a captured prisoner on our hands." Yutaheim clicked her tongue violently. Her grand career as a double agent had ended before it even began. Deciding she had nothing left to lose, she turned to the cursed spirit girl with self-righteous fury. "This old hag is a completely irredeemable scumbag. I swear on my life, she doesn't even kill for profit half the time, she does it purely for fun. Vermin like her existing in this world is a direct threat to human civilization. If you're genuinely the guardian of humanity, you should butcher her right here and now." Granny Ogami waved it off dismissively. "Has your brain finally rotted, Yutaheim? You are standing in the absolute stronghold of cursed spirits, and you're spouting nonsense about the guardians of humanity." The cursed spirit girl suddenly asked, "Do you kill humans purely for fun?" Granny Ogami froze. The young man beside Granny Ogami suddenly threw himself in front of her, drenched in a cold sweat. Trembling violently, he stammered, "Granny, this woman, something is very wrong with her." Yutaheim felt the prickling sensation of the simple domain attached to her instantly multiply in intensity. A visibly dense, terrifyingly blue aura of the domain snapped over Granny Ogami and the youth in a microsecond. Even though the cursed spirit girl wasn't directly looking at Yutaheim, she could feel a crushing, asphyxiating pressure descending upon the courtyard, as if the sheer conceptual weight of global terror had materialized in that exact spot. It was a hallucination that felt as if all the concentrated malice in the world was bearing down on them. No wonder the youth was so violently on edge. Yutaheim shot a sideways glance at the old man out of the corner of her eye. She remembered the cursed spirit girl introducing him as a master Uchiha, specifically mentioning his swordsmanship was taught by Uchiha Sadatsuna, an ancient historical figure from a millennium ago. Yutaheim had previously brushed it off, assuming it was merely someone who shared the same name. But now, a horrifically terrifying hypothesis crashed into her mind. This old man might actually be the legendary swordmaster from 1,000 years ago. Because only Uchiha Sadatsuna himself could have possibly instructed a student to manifest a simple domain this terrifying. The old man made absolutely zero move to intervene. On the contrary, he watched the unfolding drama with a delighted, entertained grin. Chuckling heartily, he warned, "You'd better answer very carefully, Ogami." Mahito dotes on Sho quite heavily. Even if Mahito himself was the one who invited you here, if Sho slaughters you where you stand, he absolutely won't punish her for it. Henkeed covered her lips with her maple leaf fan. Her giggling ceased, leaving only a pair of bewitching, fox-like eyes visible. Yet, the gaze within them wasn't laced with a spring breeze's allure, it was biting, absolute sub-zero hostility. Granny Ogami instantly realized that her next sentence would literally determine whether she lived or died. Damn it, the Lord of Cursed Spirits had established an incredibly stellar reputation among curse users, which was precisely why she had come rushing here with her guard down. To think she might get brutally executed by his subordinates before even setting foot in his presence. Granny Ogami didn't answer immediately. Her mind raced furiously before she cautiously stated, "This old woman is a curse user." Sho hesitated. Granny Ogami let out a silent breath of relief and patted the youth's back, signaling him to step down. Excellent. She listens to reason. Thank God she listens to reason. The old crone straightened her hunched back, speaking with a brazen, righteous tone. The very ecology of us curse users demands that we murder and harm others. Killing is an absolute biological necessity for our survival. It is exactly the same as how you, before evolving into a holy spirit, operated strictly on your cursed instincts to harm humans. The only reason this old woman has come here today is to fundamentally correct my innate nature, exactly as you evolved from a cursed spirit into a holy spirit. Sho nodded slightly. You will break free from your instincts. She's clearly just spewing absolute bullshit. And you just bought it. Yutaheim pointed at Granny Ogami, utterly incredulous. Shaw spoke quietly. I understand better than anyone the absolute horror of being shackled by one's own instincts. Before being reborn and reshaped by Master, I lived in a muddy haze. I knew neither good nor evil. I was more ignorant than a feral beast. It was Master who granted me a new life, who bestowed a name upon me. I understand her completely. Utaheim's mouth twitched violently. She turned to glare at the old man. Is this seriously how you educate your disciples? The old man chuckled. Isn't it wonderful? Or would you prefer to see a raving, psychopathic cursed spirit completely consumed by despair and hatred for the world? Look at how adorable she is now. Brimming with hope for society, brimming with ideals for the future, possessing an unshakable, adamantine will. She is an incredibly old-school samurai. The old man leveled a deep, piercing look at Utaheim. Looking at an intelligent cursed spirit like her, doesn't it fill you with a profound sense of security? Asterisk too damn much security. Now I'm actively worrying about her safety, asterisk. Henki chimed in, we are not like humans. From the moment we are born, we are immortal beings. Consequently, our ideals will never wither or vanish due to the ticking clock of a lifespan. Once we decide to accomplish a goal, we won't hesitate, even if it takes 1,000 or 10,000 years. We have no reason to ever fall into despair. Asterisk is this the terrifyingly calm composure of an immortal, asterisk Utaheim felt entirely numb. Granny Ogami threw Utaheim a sideways glance, speaking plainly, do not worry about this old woman resuming her activities. Very soon, this old woman will vanish from your sight entirely. Vanish? Utaheim frowned. You're genuinely willing to give up killing? Am I permitted to speak of it? Granny Ogami asked. The old man shrugged indifferently. You don't seriously think she's ever walking out of this place alive, do you? Utaheim clicked her tongue but didn't bother resisting. The moment she made the choice to stand here, she was already prepared for the worst. Throwing a hysterical fit now would be beneath her. Utaheim wasn't a sore loser. She stood her ground, her expression completely unchanged, treating the silent death sentence as if she hadn't even heard it. The Lord of Cursed Spirits recently sent out a massive recruitment call for experimental test subjects. This old woman enlisted, Granny Ogami said with a profoundly meaningful tone. This old woman is part of the first batch, or to be strictly accurate, I am the very first. Once this old woman's results are confirmed, a massive wave of curse users will flock here. Who knows, perhaps every curse user in the world will come. Test subjects, enlisting every curse user in the world. Utaheim's mouth twitched. I was under the impression the curse user community was a bit more self-serving and cowardly. He promised the test subjects a true reincarnation, Granny Ogami smiled. I mean that literally. Reincarnation. To be birthed anew from a mother's womb and live a second life. Utaheim's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Chapter 63, 25. The Isekai Hypothesis? 3,203 words. Utaheim finally laid eyes on the legendary king of curses. Fat. And instantly, her expectations shattered into a million pieces. PFFFT haha. Utaheim stared at him deadpan, speaking with utter flatness. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Fat ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Mahito absolutely lost his mind laughing. Utaheim gritted her teeth in pure annoyance. Because the Lord of Cursed Spirits had single-handedly annihilated the Zenin clan, any self-respecting Jujutsu sorcerer had meticulously researched every available detail of that battle. Utaheim was no exception. In fact, she was exceptionally lucky in that regard. Despite constantly bickering with Satoru Gojo, the two trusted each other implicitly, which meant Utaheim had access to far more classified intel than the average sorcerer. Others merely knew that the Lord of Cursed Spirits was unfathomably terrifying, a paragon of cruel tyranny. But Utaheim knew that the Zenin clan had actively brought that destruction upon themselves. Quite the opposite to the public narrative, the Lord of Cursed Spirits' image in her mind was surprisingly honorable. He had suffered immense humiliation at their hands, yet he hadn't resorted to a sadistic, torture-filled massacre for revenge. On that stormy night, the Lord of Cursed Spirits had arrived entirely alone. Every surviving elder and weakling of the Zenin clan heard his thundering self-introduction, echoing like the roar of a god. He was like a lone samurai storming an entire faction's stronghold, elegant, unyielding, and impeccably stylish. And he did indeed possess the honor of an ancient warrior. He spared the elderly and the weak, leaving the Zenin clan with the seeds to rebuild. But looking at him now. Fat hee. Mahito couldn't stop snickering. He was dressed in a completely ordinary white button-down shirt and dark slacks. He was barefoot. His white hair cascaded over his shoulders, looking slightly unkempt and messy from a lack of styling. He was currently sitting on a traditional cushion, rudely crossing one leg over the other with his knee propped up. He looked exactly like a completely average college student lounging haphazardly on his tatami mat at home. If Yutaheim hadn't confirmed his identity through the sheer, reverent reactions of everyone else in the room, she genuinely might have mistaken him for some greenhorn university kid. There wasn't a single trace of ominous gloom or sinister malice radiating from him. Forget solemn majesty, she could actually sense a distinct aura of naive innocence and youthfulness. Damn it all, Yutaheim genuinely felt she was losing her mind. Seeing naive innocence radiating from the king of curses. Yet, Yutaheim felt an incredibly familiar, intensely aggravating sensation. Damn it, isn't this exactly like Satoru Gojo? This guy is literally just the cursed spirit version of Gojo. Her terrifying expectations were well and truly shattered. Yutaheim spoke sullenly, if you're going to kill me or torture me, just get on with it. Mahito had to adjust his breathing several times to forcefully suppress his laughter. The sheer comedic timing of the situation was too perfect. A prestigious, dignified teacher from Kyoto Jujutsu High, captured as a prisoner of war by a rookie intelligent cursed spirit on patrol, and she had actively offered herself up to be captured, no less. Mahito genuinely hadn't dreamed something this absurd would happen. Master, this Jujutsu sorcerer wishes to understand our ideals, so I took the liberty of bringing her before you, Sho reported strictly and formally. She was kneeling impeccably by Mahito's side. On his other side knelt Hainkeed, equally proper. Yutaheim was seated directly opposite them. Beside Yutaheim was Granny Ogami, listening with keen interest, and behind them sat the young man. There were 6 people in the reception room, yet it didn't feel crowded in the slightest. Each person had a low table in front of them, sitting comfortably on plush cushions. You want to know our ideals? Mahito asked, visibly intrigued. Yutaheim was currently operating entirely on a nothing-left-to-lose mentality. Perhaps the cursed spirit girl didn't intend to kill her, but she clearly wasn't the one calling the shots. A subordinate within an organization could afford to be naive and airheaded, but the supreme leader of that faction absolutely could not. Unfortunately, the man who was absolutely not too naive was sitting right in front of her. Yutaheim spoke with a heavy, serious tone. Anyone in the Jujutsu world would want to know. Overthrow Jujutsu society, become God, Mahito replied with a flippant, dismissive tone. I figured you could have guessed that much. Of course we guessed that. What we cannot guess are your true underlying motives, Yutaheim asked boldly and directly. The second we learned of the existence of intelligent cursed spirits, we already deduced your goal was to overthrow the Jujutsu world, and our becoming God was factored into those predictions. But those are merely ambitions, not an ideal. I want to know your true, fundamental ideal. It was an incredibly sharp, well-phrased question. Mahito's flippant expression dialed back a notch. That question shouldn't be coming out of your mouth. I was under the impression you held limitless, unshakable faith in Satoru Gojo. I assumed that no matter what kind of overwhelming power I displayed, it could never shake the image of an invincible Gojo in your heart. Because asking a question like that sounded exactly like she was actively preparing for a future where Satoru Gojo failed, and cursed spirits truly ruled the world. I do possess absolute faith in Gojo, Yutaheim stated frankly. But that does not conflict with my desire to understand you better. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. No, they are highly mutually exclusive. Because if we were truly just insignificant pawns doomed to fail, you wouldn't give a damn about our ideals. The fact that you are so deeply invested in our motives proves that, on some level, you've already foreseen the very real possibility of Gojo's defeat. It seemed the annihilation of the Zenin clan had struck the Jujutsu world's sensitive nerves far harder than anticipated. Word of Yuki Tsukumo's defeat hadn't even spread yet. Mahito was certain that once that news broke, a massive wave of Jujutsu defectors would actively come knocking on his door. No matter how overwhelmingly powerful Yuki Tsukumo was, powerful enough to theoretically sink the entire Japanese archipelago with a single punch, she still had to walk on her own 2 feet, she still had to board a commercial flight to return to Japan. Mahito was fundamentally different. With a single drop of a curtain, he could instantly teleport back to Japan. The concept of travel time simply didn't apply to him. UI's teleportation technique is just so incredibly busted. Mahito looked at Yutaheim. Yutaheim met his gaze directly with a fierce, unyielding glare, not backing down an inch. Suddenly, Mahito asked, "Do you believe in destiny?" Yutaheim frowned. You aren't about to start spouting some garbage about being the born king, are you? You should believe in destiny. All sorcerers should, Mahito said plainly. This country boasts a population exceeding 126 million. Yet, the number of Jujutsu sorcerers numbers less than 10,000. And among those 10,000, those possessing an innate technique number less than 1,000. Have you ever stopped to wonder why you happen to be one of them? Yutaheim was intimately familiar with this exact argument. She let out a mocking sneer. That is the exact rhetoric spouted by the traditionalist faction of the Jujutsu world. I understand it far better than you do. Jujutsu sorcerers are inherently superior beings. Sorcerers possessing overwhelming power are destined by birthright to rule the world. This is not a matter of whether a sorcerer desires it, it is an absolute necessity. Because if those wielding immense power do not occupy the highest seats, allowing mediocre fools to rule will only usher in catastrophe and ruin. Yutaheim glared at the impassive Mahito, her mockery intensifying. Using that kind of manipulative rhetoric to brainwash the masses might work on others, but I am a teacher at Kyoto Jujutsu High. Of course I know the sheer scale of the disasters that occur when powerful individuals refuse to lead. Based purely on historical empiricism, that statement is factually accurate. But it is still nothing more than brainwashing bullshit. Yutaheim's voice boomed through the room. There wasn't a single shred of cowardice or fear in her eyes. She glared directly at Mahito, unleashing an overwhelmingly majestic, commanding aura. Modern society is a hyper-precise, intricately interwoven clockwork structure. It is physically impossible for any single individual to isolate themselves from the rest. The clothes you are wearing right now, the food you eat, even the very building you are sitting in. Every single one of these amenities is absolutely dependent on the blood, sweat, and labor of tailors, farmers, and factory workers. In ancient times, an immensely powerful hermit only needed to throw on a straw raincoat, sit by the river, and catch a few fish to eat a sweet, satisfying meal. They were perfectly content. Even if a powerful daimyo came begging for their services, they could afford to scoff in disdain. But if you take that exact same hermit, feed them modern cuisine, let them get used to the convenience of a smartphone, and let them experience the bliss of air conditioning during a blistering summer, I swear to God, no matter how zen or detached that hermit's state of mind is, they will be utterly conquered by modern society. Yet, that hermit is biologically incapable of producing a single one of those modern luxuries by themselves. They are entirely reliant on the smooth operation of modern society. Therefore, as powerful jujutsu sorcerers, protecting normal humans and normal society is not merely an obligation, it is the absolute, most fundamentally righteous thing we can do. It is not just an issue of morality. It is about aggressively safeguarding our own quality of life. It is about protecting our own homes. Despite sitting there as a prisoner of war, Yutaheim's voice was as resolute as a hardened frontline commander's. She bored her eyes into Mahito's heterochromatic gaze, looking exactly like a stern, unyielding teacher fiercely disciplining a hopelessly misguided student. And why does modern society possess such overwhelming, irresistible charm? Because of knowledge. Because of culture. Because of sheer population. A robust industrial supply chain requires cutting-edge knowledge. A rich entertainment industry demands generations of cultural inheritance. And every single one of those things can only be achieved by a massive, booming population. Yutaheim let out a cold laugh. Just as you said yourself, how many jujutsu sorcerers are there? Can a few thousand people manage an entire global supply chain? Only normal people. Only a massive population of ordinary humans can accomplish that. Going out to till the fields. Harvesting the crops. Hauling in the fish. Processing the materials. Transporting the goods. Slaving away in a kitchen. Until finally, a chef places your favorite dish perfectly on your table. Out of that entire, agonizingly long chain of manual labor, which immensely powerful sorcerer is going to step up and willingly perform those tasks. Even if they could do it, they absolutely wouldn't . There are countless sorcerers who decide the jujutsu world is far too dangerous, and the moment they graduate, they immediately integrate back into normal society to live as ordinary people. Yet, within a few short years, a massive portion of them come crawling right back to the jujutsu world. Why? Because they are completely incapable of enduring the agonizing boredom of living the rest of their lives as a mindless cog in the societal machine. Yutaheim's voice grew louder, echoing with booming authority. The flippant amusement had completely vanished from Mahito's face. He made no attempt to interrupt her lecture, choosing instead to listen in absolute silence. Yutaheim ruthlessly tore into him. Take you, for example.
Do you understand sociology? Do you understand economic management? Are you capable of equitably distributing global resources?
Do you even possess the basic interpersonal skills required to navigate international diplomacy, you so-called born king? If sorcerers genuinely possessed those capabilities, why do you think the Jujutsu headquarters hasn't directly overthrown the Japanese government and seized public control, instead choosing to cower in the shadows playing the Lords of the Night? Is it because they don't want to? It's because they can't asterisk. Those are power supremacists who constantly preach that the strong must rule from on high? In reality, they understand better than anyone else that raw, destructive power cannot solve every problem in the world. They want a comfortable environment. They want delicious food. They want beautiful, dignified clothing. And every single one of those desires can only be fulfilled by the monumental labor of the ordinary human masses. Raw power makes you a born king. Don't make me laugh. Mahito had to admit, he was genuinely shocked. To hear a denizen of the Jujutsu world so passionately, logically venerate the functions of modern society was something he hadn't thought possible. After all, Yuki Tsukumo had once argued in the death space that an individual possessing the power to flatten the world could never truly stand on equal footing with normal humans. In reality, both perspectives were completely correct. Jujutsu sorcerers could not survive without ordinary humans, and ordinary humans desperately needed the protection of Jujutsu sorcerers. The two groups were never meant to be separated, they had to be integrated as a cohesive whole. No wonder Satoru Gojo, the ultimate rebel of the Jujutsu world, so desperately sought fairness and justice. His goals weren't born of naive idealism or delusions, they were firmly rooted in hard, pragmatic sociological theory. Mahito began clapping loudly, his praise utterly genuine. As expected of a teacher. That was magnificently said. He turned his head toward the cursed spirit girl and Hainkeed, instructing them seriously, although her original intent was to mock me, her words are absolute, fundamental truth. They are words you should engrave into your souls for the rest of your lives. If we wish to enjoy the offerings and comforts provided by ordinary humans, we must provide them with absolute protection in return. The exact same logic applies to us. Sho and Hainkeed nodded solemnly in unison. Yes, master. Mahito then looked over at Granny Ogami, smiling. This is exactly why I said that if Sho killed you, I would absolutely not punish her. She would have been entirely in the right. When there is no other option, it is only natural for a curse user to kill to survive. But when a choice is freely given, and a curse user still chooses to murder, I wouldn't utter a single word of complaint no matter how many Sho butchered. Just as Ms. Iori stated, those who wield power are inherently obligated to protect the weak. This isn't some abstract moral dilemma, it directly impacts our tangible quality of life. We should be more aggressively invested in safeguarding our own garden than anyone else. This is the exact reason I educate my creations to protect humanity. Granny Ogami's expression didn't shift in the slightest. She chuckled dryly, and is that not exactly why this old woman came seeking you out? This old woman also wishes to break free from the innate nature of a curse user. To actually take a jujutsu teacher's furious mockery and seamlessly repurpose it as positive educational material for cursed spirits. What kind of upside-down reality, academic anarchy is this? Yutaheim ground her teeth so hard they audibly creaked. Mahito's expression turned serious. I apologize, Ms. Iori. I must admit that I grossly misjudged you earlier. That was my mistake. Because the circumstances of your arrival before me were rather undignified, I fell victim to empirical bias. Undignified doesn't even begin to cover it. Yutaheim felt numb. Mahito continued, let us return to the previous topic. You've likely heard the rhetoric I opened with endlessly from the traditionalists in the jujutsu world, which explains your impatience. I completely understand your utter disdain for that kind of brainwashing narrative. However, you misunderstood my meaning entirely. Yutaheim frowned. What? Destiny is a tangible, real phenomenon, Mahito stated solemnly. Are you still trying to claim you're a born king, destined to rule the world? Yutaheim looked genuinely confused. But you literally just agreed with my argument, and even used it to lecture your intelligent cursed spirits. Why are you immediately contradicting yourself? From the very beginning, I never once claimed that I was a born king, Mahito replied, his voice laden with profound meaning. I was talking about the concept of destiny star. This topic had completely exceeded her wildest expectations, and she realized she had fundamentally misunderstood Mahito's point. She was already his prisoner. The King of Curses had zero logical reason to lie to her. This meant there was a genuine, terrifying truth hidden here that she was completely ignorant of. She shifted her posture, sitting in a flawless, formal Caesar on the cushion, her expression dead serious. I am listening. Mahito glanced at Granny Ogami, smiling. This directly concerns the mechanics of your imminent reincarnation. I will explain the fundamental principles behind it now, so you can undergo the process with peace of mind. This actually involves literal reincarnation. Utaheim's spirit jolted with intense focus. Granny Ogami bowed her head respectfully. This old woman has heard rumors that the King of Curses thoroughly explained the underlying mechanics of immortality to my, completely dispelling all her doubts. The facts have proven your immaculate credibility. Whether you choose to explain the details or not, this old woman trusts you completely. This was the critical reason Granny Ogami had willingly walked into the lion's den. She was a curse user, and Mahito was a cursed spirit. In theory, establishing a baseline of trust between them was an absolute impossibility. But the King of Curses had actively shattered that barrier of distrust. He had proactively contacted my and, keeping his word flawlessly, disclosed all his secrets to her. Even though the information was practically impossible for anyone else to replicate, the sheer act of absolute transparency cemented Mahito's impeccable reputation. My was a Jujutsu sorcerer. If Mahito wouldn't even deceive his sworn enemies, he had absolutely no reason to deceive his primary demographic, curse users. Consequently, Mahito's credibility within the curse user underworld was practically divine. Furthermore, the objective of his experiment involved literal reincarnation. As an ancient, withered curse user already standing with one foot in the grave, it was impossible for her not to be deeply intrigued. Moreover, even if she couldn't reap the miraculous benefits of reincarnation, wasn't immortality at least on the table? Kinji Hikari had achieved immortality, and he was a Jujutsu sorcerer. Compared to a sorcerer, shouldn't the King of Curses be far more willing to trust a curse user? Given that logic, why shouldn't she hold out hope? Let me start directly with the conclusion. Mahito took a deep breath, his tone ringing with absolute gravity. Within the final resting place of souls in this world, I discovered the undeniable traces of an alternate world. Destiny truly exists. It is not an illusion, it is a tangible, concrete reality, and I found the absolute proof within the soul's resting place. *****. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox audiobook.